On her way home from work, Jiang Mansheng paused, momentarily convinced she had imagined the faint mewing sound emanating from within the wall. It was 7 p.m. in the capital, the dusk still aglow with a lingering light. The small stalls beside the old residential building were bustling with patrons, skewers sizzling over the grill, and steam rising from the open bamboo baskets. Amidst the fragrant haze of evening fare, Jiang Mansheng looked up to notice the clouds had taken on a delicate orange hue, suspended in the distant sky. It was difficult not to dismiss the cat's cry as mere hallucination. Firstly, after a long day of meetings, her mind felt dulled, rendering her somewhat numb and dazed. Secondly, the narrow crack in the wall seemed far too slim for a cat to have squeezed through. How could that possibly be? Besides, the sound was brief and urgent, and now the evening was enveloped in a serene silence, as unremarkable as any other. Exhausted from pondering, she adjusted the heavy tote bag slung over her arm, which contained her notebook, and continued homeward. Upon entering her modest two-bedroom apartment, she was immediately struck by the familiar surroundings. Before she could take a proper glance, however, a violent retching sound erupted from the bathroom. It was her roommate, Zhao. The two had been classmates since high school, and during their postgraduate studies, they became roommates as well, both specializing in logistics management. Although Jiang Mansheng enjoyed a comfortable life after graduation, Zhao had to budget her expenses carefully, yet Jiang Mansheng didn't mind sharing the rent with her. Initially, both had worked in the supply chain field, and while the late-night work gatherings had not seemed burdensome to Jiang Mansheng, her mother, Shen Wan, had been in tears every day. Eventually, unable to bear witnessing her mother's sorrow, she sought a less demanding position and now worked as an administrative officer at a smart agriculture company. As for Zhao, she remained at the original supply chain company, and after a night of revelry, she had yet to return home when Jiang Mansheng left for work that morning. Now, she was curled up in the bathroom, succumbing to nausea. At first, Jiang Mansheng felt an overwhelming sympathy for her friend, but gradually, she found herself growing accustomed to the situation, a habit that was hardly commendable. She pushed the bathroom door open slightly to peek inside Zhao. Her long hair tied into a low ponytail was crouched on the cold marble floor. As the door creaked, Zhao, accustomed to the discomfort, turned her head to meet Jiang Mansheng's gaze and murmured, "I want some water." "Just a moment," Jiang Mansheng replied softly, still in her coat, hastily slipping into the kitchen in her slippers to fetch water for her friend. Once again entering the bathroom, she handed the warm water to Zhao, just as her phone chimed with a notification. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was from her grandmother, urging her to consider blind dates. About half a month prior, her grandmother had begun an incessant barrage of meticulously selected profiles of eligible young men, each accompanied by notes highlighted in red pointing out their attractive looks and commendable character. Not to mention, Zhao had taken to scrutinizing these profiles as her sole entertainment, declaring that passing her grandmother's approval was not enough. She also had to win Zhao's approval as well. Amidst her discomfort, Zhao still felt compelled to look out for her, extending her hand towards Jiang Mansheng. "Let me see." Jiang Mansheng complied. Soon, she received the anticipated response. Truly exceptional. No wonder it was selected by Grandma, but it simply won't do. What made it unsuitable? One reason lingered. "I just had a dream. I dreamt of Lu Qichen," Zhao stated. After many years, hearing that name again made Jiang Mansheng's heart skip a beat. Zhao was well aware of Jiang Mansheng's secret infatuation with Lu Qichen during their high school years. "In my dream, on graduation day, we happened to walk behind Lu Qichen, and someone asked him if he knew who scored the highest in the liberal arts class. Lu Qichen leaned forward slightly and replied, 'Isn't it Jiang Mansheng?' But the reality was far different in graduation day. They indeed walked behind Lu Qichen, and someone inquired if he knew who had the highest score in the liberal arts class. 'Who is it?' Lu Qichen responded in an indifferent tone. 'It's Jiang Mansheng. You must know her, right?' 'I don't know her,' was Lu Qichen's true reply. This encapsulated the entirety of Jiang Mansheng's secret admiration for Lu Qichen throughout high school. The greatest dream shared between the two friends was merely to hear him say, 'Isn't it Jiang Mansheng?' As long as Lu Qichen could remember her, that would suffice. He felt so distant, almost unattainable. Yet, even that simple acknowledgement eluded her. After Zhao had vented her frustrations, she patted her knees and stood up, When grandma makes her selection, will you really go on a blind date? Do you truly wish to marry? In truth, Jiang Mansheng felt somewhat indifferent. The Jiang family owned a business, adhering to a strategy of steady progress. While the rest of the family seemed unconcerned, their attention focused solely on her, the daughter who had been reclaimed after so many years. She cherished her grandmother and wished to alleviate her worries. After all, she had not liked anyone else for many years. Moreover, it was her grandmother's careful selection, so there was little to disapprove of. But I suppose so, Jiang Mansheng replied softly. Zhao Shu returned to her slumber, while Jiang Mansheng initially intended to rummage through the refrigerator for ingredients to prepare a simple meal. Strangely enough, she recalled the mewing of a little cat. To sober up, she could make a spicy and sour mushroom and tofu soup, prompting Jiang Mansheng to don her coat once more, deciding to venture downstairs to buy tofu. As for why she suddenly thought of the little cat's cries, it was because, before the age of 18, Jiang Mansheng had been unaware of her identity as the Jiang family's daughter. She had grown up under the care of very impoverished adoptive parents, with a father who drank excessively and was abusive, and a mother who endured and remained silent day after day. She returned to the Jiang family at the age of 18. The sound of the little kitten evoked memories of being locked in a small room by her adoptive father. After several minutes, Jiang Mansheng approached the wall again, leaning in to confirm what she had heard. This time, she was certain it was not merely an auditory hallucination. For nestled within the crevice of the wall was a trembling white kitten, its pitiful eyes wide open. In its near-death state, upon seeing Jiang Mansheng, it summoned all its strength to emit two plaintive meows that resonated deeply in her heart. In an instant, Jiang Mansheng was transported back to the suffocating feeling of being confined by her adoptive father before she turned 18. So helpless, yet yearning for light. How did it manage to get in there? Jiang Mansheng furrowed her brow in disbelief, placing her hand on the narrow gap. She meticulously examined both sides, including the crevice, but could not deduce the reason. In that moment of contemplation, dark clouds suddenly rolled in from the horizon, signaling an impending rain. Jiang Mansheng crouched down and felt around, eventually discovering a hole below. Yet the kitten was unable to escape. It was a rather dim-witted little creature. However, at least for today, its lack of intelligence did not matter. After considerable effort, Jiang Mansheng lay flat on the ground, and it took her over 10 minutes to rescue the kitten. The rain had begun to fall, drenching both her and the fragile creature in her arms. Standing before the wall, she was covered in dirt, her hair damp and hanging limply by her forehead. The kitten, weak from hunger, lay listlessly against her. With her heart finally at ease, she resolved to purchase some cat food and began to head towards a nearby pet hospital. Yet, today seemed to be particularly unfortunate for her. Just as she lifted her head from her disheveled state, she spotted a person she thought she would never see again. Approximately 5 meters away, a black Bentley was parked, beside which stood a tall man in a dark suit. His wrist revealed a glimpse of a titanium watch, exuding an air of cold elegance. He was slightly bent over, holding an umbrella for a gentle and refined woman beside him. Through the misty crowd, Jiang Mansheng gazed at him without blinking. It was not merely his striking presence that captivated her, but rather the fact that she recognized him, Lu Qichen. Since the age of 18, she had harbored a secret admiration for him for 7 long years. A few raindrops struck her delicate wrist, causing a slight sting, and the woman next to him was extraordinarily beautiful. Jiang Mansheng raised her hand to shield her head, seeking refuge from the rain beneath the eaves. Goodness, was there anyone more despicable than her cousin Lu Qichen? By the black Bentley, Lu Wenqi walked beside him, taking small steps to avoid even the slightest drizzle, all the while mentally cursing him. The rain was relentless, the umbrella rattling with each drop as they fell to the ground. Upon reaching the car, the driver opened the back door for Lu Qichen, and Lu Wenqi swiftly slipped from under the umbrella, heading straight for the front passenger seat. Lu Qichen, indifferent to her presence, settled into the back seat. The presence of Lu Qichen near this somewhat dilapidated neighborhood is rooted in a heart-wrenching reason for the gentle and intelligent Miss Lu Wenqi. 3 months prior, after a fierce argument with her father, Lu Wenqi left the Lu family home in haste. Though her bank card was frozen, her pride remained intact, compelling her to find an apartment in this rundown area, where she intended to reside for a few months with the little money she had. Lu Qichen's appearance here today was solely due to Lu Wenqi's mother wanting to see him, with the underlying motive being to pressure the elderly Mr. Lu into arranging a marriage for his grandson. Naturally, Lu Qichen was reluctant, having not encountered a single woman in his life for the past few years. Thus, he opted to seek out Lu Wenqi as a means of redirecting the familial pressure. Lu Wenqi was on the verge of grinding her teeth in frustration, yet she found herself powerless against her cousin's intimidating presence. In her teenage years, she had held a fondness for him, however. Since he took the helm of the Lu Corporation, he had grown increasingly aloof and taciturn, his demeanor cold and efficient during their brief encounters. Deep down, Lu Wenqi still perceived herself as a child, albeit one of considerable wealth, relishing the fleeting moments of youth to indulge in extravagance. This insecurity only heightened her fear of Lu Qichen. Let me put it this way, cousin. Lu Wenqi turned to face Lu Qichen, her hand dramatically outstretched in a flamboyant sales manner. With a face that could easily dominate the entertainment industry, is it truly so difficult for you to find a girlfriend? Must you sacrifice your beloved cousin to endure scolding at home? At her words, Lu Qichen raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Leaning against the leather seat, his posture impeccably straight, with his tie perfectly knotted, he appeared even more striking under the dim light of the car interior. What's this? At 20, you still flee from home, and you think you have a val point? He remarked, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lu Wenqi realized that attempting to reason with him was futile. It was far better to gaze blankly out of the window. Not far from her line of sight, a lovely girl cradling a scruffy cat caught Lu Wenqi's attention. She blinked, wishing to steal another glance, when suddenly Lu Qichen's phone rang in the back seat. Just as the car turned out of the old neighborhood and onto the main road leading to the central business district, Lu Qichen answered the call. He did not use the speakerphone, yet Lu Wenqi could faintly hear phrases like "grandfather is unwell and bring Wenqi back." Moments later, the call ended abruptly. "Let's return to the old residence," he instructed the driver calmly. Lu Wenqi was taken aback, her fear of her grandfather intensifying, and she immediately grew apprehensive. "What's the matter?" Lu Qichen replied, "Grandfather is not feeling well." Lu Wenqi scratched her head. "Is this another excuse to reprimand the two of us?" Lu Qichen remained silent as the vehicle turned, leaving behind the old neighborhood they would likely never return to, along with its inhabitants. In an aging residential complex, a modest pet hospital serves its purpose. The dim yellow light overhead casts its glow upon two individuals and a cat, as the veterinarian furrows his brow in concern. "It seems the cat may have some heart issues. Our facilities are rather inadequate and cannot provide a precise diagnosis. Would you consider taking it to another clinic?" It was evident that this was a stray cat. Initially, Jiang Mansheng had no intention of adopting it. She merely sought to have it examined, seizing the opportunity to do so. Hearing the doctor's words, she furrowed her brow and glanced down. How peculiar it was that this stray cat showed no fear towards her. Its four paws clung tightly to her clothing, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Consequently, she abandoned her plans to prepare a hot and sour mushroom and tofu soup for Zhao Shu. After sending a message to Zhao Shu, Jiang Mansheng hailed a taxi and purchased a cat carrier on a whim, coaxing the feline inside before locating a reasonably good pet hospital. It was over 30 minutes later when the doctor presented the diagnosis. Jiang Mansheng resolved to adopt the cat upon hearing the news of its hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, a condition that could lead to sudden death. While the veterinarian conducted further examinations and administered vaccinations, Jiang Mansheng waited anxiously outside, contemplating the fact that Zhao Shu was allergic to cat fur, making it unfeasible to keep the cat in her current rental apartment. As she deliberated, her mother unexpectedly called. The sparkle in her mother's eyes suggested she had received some extraordinary news, but her first inquiry was about Jiang Mansheng's whereabouts. "Sheng, where are you right now?" Jiang Mansheng adjusted her phone to capture a wider view, but it only revealed herself. "I just encountered a cat. I'm at the pet hospital getting it checked. Do you want to keep it?" Her mother, Shun Wani, had a knack for seeing through her thoughts effortlessly. However, Shun Wani quickly remembered, "But wasn't Shu allergic to cat fur?" "Yes, I was thinking." Just as Jiang Mansheng began to articulate her second thought, Shun Wani proposed an alternative solution. "What if you keep it with me? I can take care of it, and you can visit it every day. Is that possible?" After returning to the Jiang family for merely 7 years, She had not been taught to rely on others during her upbringing with her foster parents. Of course it is, Shenwani replied promptly. If you're willing, we can keep it with me. Shenwani offered no further elaboration. Although Jiang Mansheng's upper body was the only part visible on the screen, Shenwani quickly recognized the ensemble she wore, all of which she had selected for her daughter. Yes, you look most beautiful in that outfit. Shenwani never hesitated to offer compliments. As soon as the words fell, the video call switched to the rear camera, revealing a couple of clothing racks filled with garments in the Jiang family's living room. I brought you some new clothes today. They'll have Uncle Li deliver them to you tomorrow, Shenwani said, always so lavish in her provision of attire for her. Thank you, Mom. Where's Dad? Shenwani smiled gently from the other end. He's reasoning with Grandma. There was a brief pause on the line. I heard Grandma mentioned sending you some profiles of Boy's dad is quite displeased and reluctant for you to go on blind dates. It feels like Mingming just returned to us not long ago. Mingming had indeed only been back with them for a few years. Jiang Mansheng subconsciously completed her mother's unfinished thought. Although she never expressed it, she often felt a sense of trepidation due to the Jiang family's boundless indulgence. She had never encountered anyone as tender and thoughtful as her own parents. There's one more thing, Shenwani continued on the other end of the line. You know your father and I would never rush you into marriage, but Grandma constantly drills into me that not marrying will lead to loneliness, which has left me a bit anxious as well. Most importantly, he'll send you the profiles. Take a look and see if you'd like to meet him. His name is Lu Qichen, the grandson of the elder Lu from the Lu group. He is just a year older than you and apparently attended the same high school. He is currently pursuing a master's degree in economics at Columbia University. I did quite a bit of research, and he truly seems impeccable. Both your father and I were quite astonished with the status of the Lu group. It's surprising that Grandma has his information. Are you familiar with the Lu group? Their family primarily engages in finance and commerce, holding over 50 companies. Shenwani continued her enthusiastic introduction, seemingly afraid of Jiang Mansheng's rejection, when suddenly Jiang Mansheng interjected, Mom, what did you say his name was? Lu Qichen, Shenwani replied, not interested. However, she quickly heard Jiang Mansheng's response. Mom, I'll meet him. It was rare to see such vibrant expression on Jiang Mansheng's face, and Shenwani paused for a moment before softly saying, all right, then we shall arrange the meeting. Chapter 3. Miss Jiang Mansheng. The rendezvous was set for Friday evening at Tao Restaurant. Jiang Mansheng had left her cat at the Jiang residence and spent the night there. Returning to her rented apartment the following morning, the weather had been persistently dreary, prompting Jiang Mansheng to open the balcony window for some fresh air. Just after changing her clothes, Zhao emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Mansheng, she paused for a moment before throwing herself onto her like a koala, exclaiming, "Oh, I couldn't sleep well at all without you." With the sofa behind her, Jiang Mansheng took a step back, and the two of them collapsed onto the couch. Jiang Mansheng had grown accustomed to this clingy demeanor of the usually formidable Miss Zhao when they were at home. Seizing the moment, she disclosed, I have a blind date with Lu Qichen tomorrow night. At this revelation, Zhao sprang upright. Thus far, no one had been more astonished by Jiang Mansheng's impending date with Lu Qichen than Zhao herself. After all, the only person privy to Jiang Mansheng's youthful infatuation was Zhao. Is this for real? Or am I dreaming? Zhao appeared entirely awake now. It's true, Jiang Mansheng affirmed, standing as she adjusted her slightly wrinkled light purple cropped sweater after their earlier tumble. This morning, I discovered Lu Qichen's profile on my phone. While away, perhaps overwhelmed by the shock, Zhao, in a rare moment, uttered a forbidden expletive in their modest two-bedroom apartment, only to be gently tapped on the forehead by Jiang Mansheng. Can we save the astonishment for later, Miss Zhao? If we don't hurry, we'll be late. Jiang Mansheng nudged Zhao towards the bathroom, as their work schedules coincided. The situation truly seemed unbelievable. Upon arriving at work, Jiang Mansheng received a message from Zhao, who still had time to send her a text. I don't even know what kind of girls Lu Qichen likes. Let us go get your hair permed tonight. Jiang Mansheng replied with an affirmative. However, the focus was not on Lu Qichen's preferences, but rather on what kind of girl Jiang Mansheng inherently was. After getting her hair styled into soft waves, the pair returned to their apartment close to 9 o'clock. Zhao, still brimming with enthusiasm, stood before the racks of clothing sent by Ms. Shenwani, eagerly coordinating an outfit for Jiang Mansheng. With her oval face and newly cut French bangs, Jiang Mansheng appeared even more amiable. This affable demeanor, while often a nuisance in various situations, seemed to be an intrinsic quality of Jiang Mansheng, one that Zhao Shu could never entirely diminish, no matter her efforts. Zhao Shu scrutinized Jiang Mansheng and the garments, trying various pieces against her. After half an hour of this, Jiang Mansheng felt weary. "My mother picks out lovely clothes," she remarked. Ultimately, Zhao Shu selected a chiffon blouse paired with a chic little skirt, to which Jiang Mansheng had no objections, genuinely appreciating the beauty of the outfits chosen by Shunwani. After all, it was merely a blind date. Why would someone like Lu Qichen need to resort to such a thing? Jiang Mansheng pondered, though she was well prepared for the possibility of failure. Upon hearing his name, merely expressing a desire to meet him seemed to deplete a significant portion of her fortune. That night, Jiang Mansheng found herself plagued by insomnia, managing to sleep for scarcely an hour throughout the entire night. Before heading to work the following morning, she invested considerable effort to conceal the dark circles under her eyes. Fatigued and lightheaded, she faced a schedule that offered her no respite. As the lunch break approached, Jiang Mansheng felt a glimmer of hope for a moment of rest. However, a colleague from the marketing department announced that Director Huang would be visiting today for a gathering at noon, effectively quashing any notion of catching up on sleep. With a weary sigh, she patted her chest, only to be approached by another colleague. "Sheng, did you hear? They say Director Lu is coming tomorrow. I wonder what collaboration this is about." Recently, the company had been exploring the integration of blockchain technology to enhance their food traceability management system. And indeed, there was a Director Lu involved in that collaboration. Just as Jiang Mansheng was about to inquire if it was the same Director Lu associated with blockchain, another young female colleague interjected, her brow furrowed. "But Director Huang, he is quite a character. Generally, social gatherings are manageable. Yet no female employee in the company is fond of attending events organized by him. Whenever he is present, ensuring that women drink becomes one of the primary objectives." Despite the hierarchy favoring the marketing department and Director Huang's elevated status, the administrative staff like Jiang Mansheng could only muster the strength to endure. Fortunately, she managed to sit far from him that evening. Although she was compelled to drink a few glasses, her condition remained relatively stable. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Mansheng arrived at Tail Restaurant. The receptionist, a youthful girl radiating the vigor of a university student, asked her to wait after she announced that she was there to see Lu Qichen. In the brief interlude, while awaiting the attendant, the receptionist, with sparkling eyes and a bright voice, complimented her. "You are so beautiful. May I have your contact information?" Jiang Mansheng did not decline. Their appointment was set for 7:10 p.m. Once seated, she requested a glass of warm water from the attendant. During this time, she received a message from Lu Qichen, apologizing for a meeting that had run long and informing her he would be approximately 10 minutes late. Responding with a simple acknowledgement eased her tension momentarily. The restaurant's temperature was pleasantly comfortable, and unable to focus on her phone, Jiang Mansheng found herself lost in thought. Realizing that Lu Qichen would not arrive immediately, she allowed herself to relax a bit. Over the past 36 hours, she had only managed an hour of sleep, and combined with the effects of a few drinks, her eyelids grew heavy. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she stared at the glass before her. At some point, she was startled awake by a voice, a blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar, hovering just beside her. Raising her gaze, she locked eyes with Lu Qichen. Her memory faltered momentarily. He stood before her clad in a crisp white shirt and tailored black trousers, a black coat draped over his forearm, suddenly materializing in her presence. The tone is distant and indifferent, seeming to diverge significantly from the past. "Miss Jiang Mansheng?" Chapter 4. Farewell to the company. Dismissing Director Huang, Miss Jiang Mansheng? The name was uttered with a polite detachment, a reminder to Jiang Mansheng that Lu Qichen had never truly remembered her. She instinctively raised her hand to smooth her soft, slightly curled bangs, her voice still heavy with sleep, languid and sweet. "Hello." Lu Qichen merely grunted in response, pulling out the chair across from her before sitting down. He gestured slightly, and a nearby waiter promptly approached to confirm the menu with him. Jiang Mansheng was no longer drowsy. The wine had likely been startled awake by his unexpected arrival. She gazed at him intently. The restaurant was quiet, warm white light illuminating his pale, slightly cool visage, exuding an air of aloofness that mingled with an indescribable warmth towards Jiang Mansheng, perhaps a filter left by time. She recalled the second occasion she had encountered Lu Qichen during her high school years. It was shortly after a monthly exam in her first year. The classroom was bustling. The bell had yet to ring, and Jiang Mansheng had just returned with a cup of hot water. Entering through the back door as the chemistry teacher walked in from the front with a stack of test papers. Lu Qichen appeared at the front door as well, prompting the chemistry teacher to joke, "What brings you here? Top of the class." Lu Qichen did not respond to the compliment, but simply smiled faintly. "Teacher Yang, I'm here to help teacher Sun find a math class representative." In the next moment, the voice of the math class representative echoed through the classroom, calling for Jiang Mansheng. Still standing at the back door, she pondered for a moment before crossing the corridor to approach him. "Is there something you need?" This was not their first meeting, yet it was the inaugural exchange of words between them. Lu Qichen quickly understood, stating, "This is Teacher Sun's notebook. She asked you to pass on a few questions before tonight's study session and explain them. Teacher Sun mentioned she had to take leave today. So if you're struggling with any of these problems, you can ask me from the neighboring class." "All right. Thank you." Jiang Mansheng extended her hand to receive the notebook. Back in high school, she was an ordinary girl, cold in demeanor and reserved. As their fingertips brushed while exchanging the notebook, hers felt icy, while his hand was warm. Just as she thought their encounter would pass, without further ado, Lu Qichen inquired, "Are you catching a cold?" Likely due to her flushed cheeks and icy hands. "I'm not sick. Thank you." This was the Lu Qichen of her high school days, exceptionally talented, clearly residing on the other side of a stark divide that separated his world from that of ordinary students. Yet, he always left the impression of being a responsible, outstanding scholar from the neighboring class. Now, had that clear boundary been breached by her identity as the daughter of the Jiang family? Uncertain. However, it seemed not. As their meal approached its conclusion, as they exited the restaurant, Lu Qichen stood beside her, gazing earnestly, and said, "Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize. This blind date was arranged by my grandfather. Do you need me to take you home?" The meaning of his words was unmistakable. He was informing her that they would not meet again. Just then, Jiang Mansheng's driver arrived, and she responded softly with a quiet, "Ma'am." She replied briefly, "No need to trouble yourself. My driver has arrived," and added, "Lu Qichen, I hope you enjoy your meal today," before gracefully entering the adjacent black Maybach. It was merely a meeting. What more could she desire? When Lu Qichen returned to the ancestral home, Lu Wenqi was already present. She sat upright on one side of the living room sofa, while grandfather Lu Qi occupied the opposite seat. Lu Wenqi maintained her rigid posture, leading Lu Qichen to suspect that if she continued for another half hour, her spine might very well snap. The atmosphere was hushed. As Lu Qichen pushed the door open, Lu Wenqi looked up and her eyes sparkled like stars at the sight of him. "Brother, brother, brother." Grandfather Lu Qi cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qichen, but remained silent. Jiang Mansheng. This name was one Lu Qichen had only heard for the first time during his last visit to the ancestral home. She was a girl chosen meticulously by his grandfather. Even his usually sharp-tongued grandmother, who could render his grandfather speechless, held her in high regard. It was said that she had only recently returned to the Jiang family after enduring much hardship. Lu Qi inquired, "Have you met her?" "Yes," Lu Qichen replied. He glanced at his secretary, who promptly understood and placed several stacks of documents before Lu Qi. Sitting beside Lu Wenqi, Lu Qichen noticed her tension ease slightly. The first matter pertains to the food safety traceability system project that Ruibai Smart Agriculture is developing in conjunction with blockchain technology. "I will be visiting tomorrow." Lu Qi asked, "How did it go?" Lu Qichen furrowed his brow slightly, finding a reason to respond. "I believe my uncle's point is quite valid. The Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family is hardly beneath us," Lu Qi interjected. Just a few days prior, during an arranged meeting between Lu Qichen and Jiang Mansheng, his uncle had remarked, "Why choose the youngest daughter of the Jiang family? The match is hardly suitable." Lu Qi retorted, "Are we a feudal royal family? Then, what do you mean by unsuitable?" This was not entirely Lu Qichen's belief, yet he genuinely had no intention of marrying. He aimed for a nonviolent communication. Rubbing his forehead, he prepared to patiently explain his stance to his grandfather. At that moment, his grandmother and aunt descended from the second floor. In recent years, his grandmother's health had deteriorated significantly, leading her to the ICU multiple times. Meanwhile, his grandfather had already risen. You are well aware of your grandmother's condition and how much she worries about you. Bring the documents and follow me to the study. Lu Qichen glanced up at his grandmother, who was being carefully assisted down the stairs by his aunt, Jiang Mansheng. It was the first time he had seen his grandparents so pleased with someone. Beside him, Lu Qichen tugged at him, perhaps sensing he was about to become a fish on the chopping block, and offered her counsel. Brother, I've heard that some young gentlemen enter into marriage agreements. Should you consider that? Lu Qichen continued to hold his head high. The notion of a marriage contract was peculiar, yet it would never be his choice. After the arranged meeting that evening, when Jiang Mansheng returned to her rented apartment, Zhao Shu was absent. There were no messages from Zhao Shu on her phone. It was unusual for Zhao Shu to be out so late without any word. Suddenly, she found herself devoid of the strength even to turn on the room lights. In the darkness, she settled onto the soft, plush carpet and turned her phone's volume to its maximum, sending a message to Zhao Shu. Are you attending the gathering tonight? Feel free to call me anytime. This was a customary practice of protection between the two close friends. Shortly, she received a response from Zhao Shu. Yes, I'm going to the gathering tonight. It slipped my mind to message you. Did you meet Lu Qichen? I did meet him, but it was merely a meeting. Jiang Mansheng, feeling her way in the dark, got up and headed to the bathroom to wash up. The sound of the tap water gushed forth, perhaps washing away some silent tears as well. The following day dawned bright and sunny. As Jiang Mansheng settled into her workstation, she sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the office. It turned out someone had treated the entire company to luxurious coffee and pastries from downstairs. The department, typically burdened by work pressures, appeared cheerful and lighthearted. Jiang Mansheng was among those experiencing a shift from hardship to joy. Could it be that President Lu is coming? A colleague whispered, although the company was not large. It boasted around 100 employees. Such a generous gesture. Was President Lu of the blockchain firm genuinely valuing this collaboration? Having been at the company for nearly a year, Jiang Mansheng had yet to encounter President Lu in person. It was said that he was incredibly handsome, though perhaps it was understandable, as they had not achieved results worthy of the headquarters' attention. As these fragmented conversations flowed into her ears, another colleague called out to Jiang Mansheng, Sheng, Director Huang from the marketing department is looking for you. The mention of Director Huang caused Jiang Mansheng to instinctively frown. Prior to joining this company, her father had provided her with a brief background introduction during a family dinner. The field of smart agriculture required immense patience and investment, yet it was undoubtedly valuable. While the administrative department primarily provided supportive roles, one could still learn significantly. Her supervisor in the administrative department was a young woman who had climbed her way up from the bottom and was merely 3 years older than Jiang Mansheng, ensuring that valuable lessons could be gleaned. However, Director Huang, the head of the entire marketing division, possessed capability but lacked integrity, which was her father's objective assessment of him. Yet, Jiang Mansheng carried the confidence instilled by her father's words. The Jiang family name will command respect from everyone you encounter. Despite this, she merely wished to remain low-key. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Mansheng tapped lightly on the glass door. Upon entering, she noticed another young woman inside, someone from the research and development department whom she recognized. As soon as Jiang Mansheng stepped in, Director Huang stood up and ushered the two of them outside. I have a task for you both. A few executives from the blockchain sector are coming, and you need to accompany them to a gathering. The young woman beside her interjected, Director Huang, I can't drink. It seemed they were merely sought for their beauty. Realizing the true intention, Jiang Mansheng promptly halted. Director Huang, we must decline. Setting aside their inability to consume alcohol for safety, was he truly reducing them to mere decorative objects at a gathering? Perhaps taken aback by the refusal, Director Huang's tone lowered. Did I not mention? You won't be required to do anything else. It's merely to serve as decoration at the gathering. Jiang Mansheng was about to voice her refusal once again when, quite unexpectedly, the conference room door swung open. A group of impeccably dressed men emerged. and as Jiang Mansheng instinctively turned her head, her gaze collided with that of the man who stood at the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. It was Lu Qichen. Her heart raced. The man, clad in a sleek black suit, was momentarily engaged in conversation with someone beside him when he sensed the commotion and subtly shifted his gaze towards her. It was utterly unforeseen. Jiang Mansheng had never anticipated encountering him in this setting. Meanwhile, Director Huang remained oblivious, continuing his cold discourse, questioning whether this was truly a daunting task, merely instructing them to serve as attractive ornaments at a social gathering. Upon hearing this, Lu Qichen abruptly halted in his tracks, prompting those around him to follow suit in bewilderment. He cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Mansheng before his attention gradually settled on the man beside her. Director Huang, what sort of arrangement are you making? He inquired. Chapter 5. Will you marry me? Director Huang has been reassigned. As the workday drew to a close, whispers of this news circulated among the staff. Naturally, Jiang Mansheng did not indulge in any social gatherings. She left work as usual en route to a charity auction, when she encountered a gentle spring rain. Tomorrow marks the birthday of her biological mother, Shunwani. Half a month prior, Jiang Mansheng had learned that a necklace, greatly favored by Shunwani, would be auctioned today. She was determined to acquire it. However, before she could enter the venue, Jiang Mansheng stumbled upon a scene of domestic violence. A middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle was aggressively tugging at the hair of a middle-aged woman who appeared to possess a subdued temperament. Beside them stood a little girl. The man, dressed inappropriately, shouted, I told you I can't take leave today. I can't pick her up from school. What is so important about your pathetic job? Why won't you just take the day off? This immediately reminded Jiang Mansheng of her adoptive parents. It was a pitiful and sorrowful sight. Yet she understood that even the most earnest efforts may not yield results. Nevertheless, she would never relinquish the chance to save someone in need. People bustled around her, with a vibrant rainbow arching overhead. The spring rain continued to drizzle down upon the earth. In her youth, Jiang Mansheng had been oblivious to the possibility of protecting her adoptive mother, believing that all parental relationships were akin to this. However, after becoming the cherished daughter of the Jiang family, receiving proper education from her biological parents, and gaining some authority, Jiang Mansheng had managed to temper her once fiery temperament. Though thoughts of violence still occasionally flitted through her mind, particularly in moments like these, she moved forward, recalling Zhao Shu's perspective. Every time she encountered a man exuding a domineering aura, she felt a compelling urge to strangle him. Jiang Mansheng wholeheartedly agreed, albeit her patience tended to be more abundant. She approached the man, interposing herself to prevent his hand from descending once more. Sir, what are you doing? Not far away, Lu Qichen was lost in thought, staring out into the soft spring rain, while his secretary followed him respectfully. Lu Qichen's presence at the auction today was to bid on a necklace for his mother. However, many were aware that Lu Qichen's mother had passed away 2 years prior. The family education he received instilled in him the teachings of power from his father and grandfather, while his mother, with greater patience, imparted 2 lessons: to reflect upon the education from his father and grandfather and the nature of vulnerability. Lu Qichen had likely mastered the latter skill quite well, as he had taken a significant step back during the critical period 2 years ago when power was transferred to him following his mother's demise. Though Lu Qichen did not know his mother well, marriage was a significant matter, and he could not help but ponder her potential opinions. Naturally, his thoughts drifted to Jiang Mansheng, and he felt certain that she was not a woman his mother would appreciate. Of course, it was merely a lack of appreciation. His mother had never held disdain for any woman, regardless of their strength or weakness. Just as he was deep in contemplation, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by his secretary, who pointed out, Mr. Lu, is that Miss Jiang? Lu Qichen followed the direction indicated by his secretary and raised his gaze, only to witness Jiang Mansheng shielding a middle-aged woman from an assault by a man. Jiang Mansheng forcefully removed the man's hand from above the head of the woman in question. During her recent relocation to the Jiang family, Shunwani had imparted some self-defense techniques to Jiang Mansheng, and her strength was not to be underestimated. Just as she intended to pull the middle-aged woman behind her for safety, she heard a refusal. Miss, This is a family matter. Please do not interfere. This response was not entirely unexpected for Jiang Mansheng. She crouched down to meet the gaze of a nearby little girl, patiently extracting her phone. Do you know how to call the police? This was a lesson Shen Wani had taught her. In the supply chain company where Jiang Mansheng had previously worked, they adhered to a philosophy of selection without nurturing. Shen Wani had remarked that such an attitude was both arrogant and lacking in long-term vision. One must never forsake the importance of cultivation. When faced with circumstances beyond immediate control, it is essential to plant the seeds of a hopeful future. Meanwhile, the auction was about to commence. Ultimately, Jiang Mansheng successfully acquired the necklace she desired for the sum of 2 million. Outside, the gentle spring rain had escalated into a torrential downpour. The driver called to inform her that he had just been rear-ended and was currently handling the situation. He asked if she could find another ride or wait for him to resolve the matter. It's all right. Please take your time, Jiang Mansheng replied, gradually exiting the venue. The ride-hailing app displayed a queue of 10 people, and after waiting for half an hour, fatigue began to set in. Her long hair, cascading freely, added to her disarray. She retrieved a hair tie from her bag and simply gathered her hair into a bun at the back of her head. After another 10 minutes of waiting, the crowd had notably thinned, and the queue dwindled to single digits. Jiang Mansheng bent down to stretch her calves just as a sleek black car passed by her. In an instant, a chill from the splashing water soaked through her sheer, white chiffon blouse. Looking up, she noticed that the black car had already driven far away, leaving her upper body dampened by the unexpected spray. Drawing a deep breath, she recalled that she had a spare coat in her bag, albeit a thinner and more transparent one, uncertain of its efficacy. Yet, it was certainly preferable to her current state. Just as she reached for her bag, someone in front of her extended a black suit jacket. Jiang Mansheng lifted her gaze to find it was Lu Qichen once again. He looked at her and said, "Put this on." Having encountered him in various capacities within such a short span, Jiang Mansheng found herself addressing him less formally. Yet she managed to find an appropriate title. "Mr. Lu, thank you." She accepted the jacket and draped it over herself. The unfamiliar scent of ebony cologne enveloped her senses. In a moment of distraction, she recalled her untidy hair and quickly lowered her head, hastily undoing her makeshift bun. Despite the rejection of her earlier matchmaking efforts, she still wished to leave a favorable impression on Lu Qichen. Throughout this entire exchange, he continued to gaze at her intently. At the age of 26, he has encountered countless individuals, making it easy for him to discern Jiang Mansheng's thoughts. At the very least, it is evident that she does not harbor any dislike for him and is not averse to the idea of a blind date. Suddenly, memories of her grandparents flood her mind. "Miss Jiang," Lu Qichen inquires, "what brings you to work at an enterprise under the Lu Group? With the strength of the Jiang family, you certainly have no need to." "It simply happened that I applied for the position," she replies, her voice perpetually soft. As Lu Qichen steps a little closer, the distance between them remains considerable. She seems somewhat apprehensive of him, instinctively wanting to retreat but managing to restrain herself. "Miss Jiang, is this blind date arranged by your family?" he queries once more. The air thickens momentarily. Jiang Mansheng responds candidly, "It was my own decision." "Then, would you consider marrying me?" Lu Qichen poses another question. For a fleeting moment, she wonders if she misheard him, her astonishment prompting her to raise her gaze abruptly. Yet, Lu Qichen stands before her with an unwavering calm, devoid of any hint of jest in his demeanor. The spring rain continues to fall steadily, a breeze rustling the trees along the roadside. From the budding greens of spring, the flourishing days of summer, to the withering leaves of autumn and the sparse snows of winter, the seasons transition seamlessly, often unnoticed. Yet, the winds of 17 seem to have returned to her side once more. Chapter 6. The marriage certificate of bright red. Jiang Mansheng sat on the carpet, lost in thought as she clutched the thin marriage certificate in her hand. It was merely a slender booklet, adorned with a photograph of the two of them, their faces so close together. It was truly the visage of Lu Qichen, a face that had etched indelible scars upon her very being. How could she possibly come to terms with the reality that she had obtained a marriage certificate with Lu Qichen? At the age of 18, Amidst the swirling papers tossed by high school graduates celebrating their completion, she pondered how Lu Qichen didn't even remember her name. Was this truly the conclusion of her prolonged, unrequited love? Could she have envisioned this day? The gentle afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting soft, delicate patterns of light across the bedroom. Although the certificate was obtained with the consent of both families, the haste with which it was acquired was undeniable. Time rewound to that fateful evening when Lu Qichen posed the question, "Would you marry me?" Jiang Mansheng looked up at him, astonished. Then, with astonishing speed, she replied, "I do." Ultimately, the driver never arrived, and Lu Qichen took her home, cautioning her against any impulsive decisions. Upon reaching the Jiang residence, he reminded her, "I will be on a business trip to Canada for half a month. Take your time to consider." Lu Qichen sat beside her, towering over her even while seated. Jiang Mansheng looked up and asked, "Can we obtain the certificate before you leave for Canada?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Qichen turned his head to look at her, a rare smile gracing his face. So eager? Although he questioned her urgency, they still secured the certificate before his departure. Recently, Jiang Mansheng had been compelled to spend more time at the Jiang family home. It was a weekend, and she found herself crouched in the living room, entertaining a cat, while her biological father, Jiang Mansheng, casually perused some documents nearby. "Is Lu Qichen managing his work in Canada smoothly?" he inquired. At this, Jiang Mansheng froze for a brief moment, utterly unaware. It dawned on her that although they had obtained a marriage certificate, it felt like a fleeting dream. In reality, Lu Qichen had been away on his business trip for 2 weeks, and they had not communicated at all. It should be going well, she thought. Jiang Mansheng raised an eyebrow. Should it? Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Mansheng noticed him setting the documents aside, a clear indication he intended to interrogate her further. She rubbed her nose nervously. Just then, her phone rang, a call from an unknown number. Jiang Mansheng retrieved her phone and glanced at the screen. She pressed the answer button, and a warm, kind voice greeted her. "Mansheng?" After returning the greeting, the caller quickly introduced herself. "I am Lu Qichen." Upon hearing the name, Jiang Mansheng instantly recognized her. The day before they obtained the certificate during a family dinner, Lu Qichen had not been present, but she had made a lasting impression in their conversation. She was the aunt who had cared for Lu Qichen since childhood. "Annie Chun." Jiang Mansheng quickly corrected herself. She placed the cat toy on the carpet and glanced at Jiang Mansheng, signaling her intention to take the call. He nodded slightly, and Jiang Mansheng ascended the staircase. On the other end, the voice continued. "In a few days, Qichen will be back in the country. The old lady asked me to inquire whether you would be interested in staying at the ancestral home with Qichen for a while. It's merely a 20-minute drive from your company, Rue Bai. Alternatively, Qichen also possesses a residence near Rue Bai. If you find the ancestral home inconvenient for commuting, you may reside there instead. I shall go ahead and prepare everything for you." Jiang Mansheng tightened her grip on her phone. Is it true that Lu Qichen will return to the country in just a few days? It has indeed been 2 weeks, nearly the duration of his business trip, which seems to have been extended. "Aunt Chun, I understand. I will discuss it with Lu." The thought was abruptly halted by Jiang Mansheng. "Qichen." She corrected herself. "Is that acceptable?" Qichen replied, Yes. There's no rush. Take your time to discuss and decide." After hanging up, Jiang Mansheng reflected that while going was not an issue and she could manage, she preferred the rhythm of her own life and was reluctant to move into a bustling household. Ding dong. Before she could silence her screen, 2 messages chimed in. One from Zhao, the other from Lu Qichen. The small screen of her phone glowed softly. Zhao was among her many pinned contacts, and at that moment, her message topped the list. Zhao's WeChat was her personal account, with an avatar depicting a yellow and white kitten being dragged along the ground, accompanied by a bold line of white text that read, "Who will save me? I don't want to go to work." It was vibrant and endearing. As for Lu Qichen, his avatar was indiscernible, resembling an expanse of black wall. They had only recently added each other on WeChat, and the entire chat page likely contained just a notification of their successful connection. Jiang Mansheng hadn't even labeled him yet. The message list merely displayed the simple name Lu. The stark contrast was palpable. She and Zhao belonged to the same world, while she and Lu Qichen never had. Without hesitation, Jiang Mansheng tapped on Zhao Shu's message. Zhao Shu, celebrations are in order. I have finally completed all my pending work. Let us go to the lounge tomorrow night. I have something to discuss with you. Despite Jiang Mansheng's work pressure being considerably lighter than Zhao Shu's, she couldn't help but feel a fleeting pang of envy. How marvelous it must be to have a day when all tasks are completed. However, an uneasy thought flickered in her mind, recalling the stories of young people who couldn't thrive in the capital and eventually returned home. She shook her head, letting such thoughts dissipate. Zhao Shu would never be among them. She was a determined and ambitious contemporary woman. She replied with a congratulatory message. That's wonderful. Then, she opened Lu Qichen's message. Lu, I mentioned to Grandma that we would stay at the ancestral home later. For now, we will reside near Rue Bai. Lu, also, my secretary has added you. Please remember to accept. You can reach out to him for any matters. Lu, for any household concerns, feel free to contact Anshin. The messages were succinct and clear. Jiang Mansheng responded with an acknowledgement, exited the message list, and indeed found a new friend request awaiting her. She accepted it, and almost instantly a message arrived. Fang Qiongzhong, good day, madam. I am Fang Qiongzhong, Lu's executive assistant. Recently, there have been numerous meetings with President Lu. At times, I may be unable to check my phone, so feel free to reach out to me whenever necessary. Additionally, I will be synchronizing President Lu's work schedule with the elderly lady daily. Should you require it, do not hesitate to let me know, and I can also update you each day. Messages are indeed dispatched with remarkable speed. The term madam feels somewhat jarring. However, the work schedule is unnecessary as she does not habitually monitor others for 24 hours a day. Jiang Mansheng replied, all right, I understand. Thank you. The schedule is not needed. Yet there remains an odd sensation. Have they so casually decided where to reside together upon his return? Nevertheless, with the certificate obtained, cohabitation is indeed inevitable. Jiang Mansheng raised her hand and gently rubbed her forehead. Zhao Shu's choice of bar was rather extravagant, which seemed quite out of character for her. The more Jiang Mansheng pondered, the more perplexed she became. Upon her arrival, Zhao Shu had yet to appear, prompting Jiang Mansheng to order a low-alcohol chi-chi and wait for her in a booth. The bar's atmosphere was not overly lively, yet within minutes, a young man approached her seeking her contact information, which she declined. Still, a man reeking of smoke boldly seated himself beside her, offering her a drink and attempting to engage her with, beautiful lady, shall we share a drink? Jiang Mansheng immediately grew wary and firmly rejected him, saying, I'm sorry, I don't drink. The man was quite intrusive. As Jiang Mansheng loosened her grip on her chi-chi, his hand found its way to her waist. She brushed his hand away and stood, only for him to extend his leg, obstructing her path. His previously dismissed hand once again encircled her waist, pulling her downwards. A wave of panic seized her momentarily. A teasing voice from a nearby table chimed in, Young Master Zhao, while this is our bar, one ought to be mindful of the ambience. The tone was jocular. Even with her training in close combat, the disparity in strength was daunting. Jiang Mansheng felt exasperated as she reached for her glass, but before she could swing it, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist from the side, warm and strong. Jiang Mansheng recognized this familiar voice. Uncertain, she looked up, first noticing the watch on the man's wrist. In shock, she continued her gaze upwards until her eyes met his. Lu Qichen, he has returned? Chapter 7. When do you plan to move in? In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Qichen. Zhao Jinya, the eldest son of the Zhao family, wore a perplexed expression, noticing that Lu Qichen displayed no hint of fear. Just then, Zhao Shu arrived, and upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. She watched as Lu Qichen reached for a bottle of wine, turning it to his own possession before raising it high and crashing it down upon Zhao Jinya's head. Zhao Jinya sprang to his feet, exclaiming in surprise, What the? Lu Qichen remained silent, forcefully kicking aside Zhao Jinya, who was sprawled out in a brazen manner, while extending his hand towards Jiang Mansheng. After a brief pause, Jiang Mansheng grasped his wrist and stepped away from Zhao Jinya, positioning herself beside Lu Qichen. Enraged, Zhao Jinya felt increasingly disregarded. He was of similar age to Lu Qichen, having grown up alongside him. The only distinction lay in Zhao Jinye's reckless lifestyle. He had never harbored ambitions to take over the family business, leaving the entire Zhao enterprise in the hands of his elder brother. In contrast, Lu Qichen had been managing his family's affairs since his teenage years, albeit with the backing of the entire Lu clan, leaving Zhao Jinye feeling unthreatened. "Are you out of your mind, Lu Qichen?" Lu Qichen lowered his gaze to Jiang Mansheng, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Jiang Mansheng nodded affirmatively. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Shu hurried to stand beside her. Zhao Jinye, completely ignored, fumed with anger. His companions offered him a towel, but he angrily tossed it aside. "Seriously, I merely flirted with a faded flower, and you retaliate with a wine glass." Had he not uttered the phrase, faded flower, it might have been better. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Lu Qichen promptly seized another bottle of red wine and hurled it again. With a resounding crash, the shattered bottles scattered across the vicinity. Zhao Jinye was left speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Qichen remained composed, showing no signs of fury. He simply held Jiang Mansheng's wrist and took several steps backward. "Is that so? Whose wife are you attempting to flirt with, calling her a faded flower?" Zhao Jinye stood there, stunned, as his group of friends also gawked in disbelief. They all recognized Lu Qichen, yet none could fathom when he had acquired a wife. Lu Qichen continued, "Zhao Jinye, if you wish to avoid jeopardizing your brother's partnership with the Lu family, apologize now." Zhao Jinye glanced at Jiang Mansheng, undeniably beautiful. It was indeed a statement no one would question if she were to be identified as Lu Qichen's wife. In a room full of people, he had noticed this singular beauty, only to find himself in a predicament. Despite his reckless ways, he could not ruin his brother's business dealings. If his brother found out, it would mean his downfall. Reluctantly, he uttered, "I apologize," while directing his gaze at Jiang Mansheng. Jiang Mansheng remained silent, showing no inclination to accept the apology. Zhao Shu approached, producing a tissue, and said, "Raise your hand." Jiang Mansheng obediently complied, allowing Zhao Shu to wipe off the wine that had accidentally splashed onto her. Lu Qichen observed the two, while a secretary, poised to offer a tissue, found himself momentarily halted as the group was suddenly enveloped in a tranquil silence. It was Zhao Shu who ultimately shattered the stillness. Such valuable connections, she was unwilling to let slip away. The title Mr. Lu felt too distant to her. A more familiar address, like Lu Qichen, a fellow classmate from the past, would serve to bridge the gap. Thus, she remarked, "Lu Qichen, it's been a long time." Zhao Shu was acquainted with Lu Qichen. Consequently, Jiang Mansheng took the initiative to introduce Zhao Shu to Lu Qichen. However, Lu Qichen only afforded Zhao Shu a mere few seconds of attention, as he had no recollection of their high school days. Her address felt rather excessive to him. "Miss Zhao, did we know each other previously?" Zhao Shu was momentarily taken aback. Only a fortnight ago had she learned of their marriage, yet she remained oblivious to the nuances of their relationship. Hence, she hesitated, glancing at Jiang Mansheng for assistance. "Did I know you?" "No," Jiang Mansheng replied, redirecting the conversation. "Aunt Chun mentioned you would return in a few days. It's quite peculiar that you appeared at the bar upon your return." "Indeed, I wrapped things up earlier than expected," Lu Qichen remarked, surveying the surroundings, once again slipping into a somewhat formal and distant demeanor. "Shall we continue the evening? Would you prefer to change venues?" Zhao Shu quickly interjected to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "We won't be staying any longer." She leaned closer to Jiang Mansheng, whispering, "I'll tell you the things I intended to say next time. You two go on a date. I'll catch a cab home." Just as she prepared to leave, Jiang Mansheng grasped her arm. "We both want to head home." After the chaotic events of just moments before, Jiang Mansheng could not allow Zhao Shu to return alone. Lu Qichen maintained his calm demeanor very well. "I shall escort you both home." A short while later, within the black Maybach, Zhao Shu occupied the front seat, while Jiang Mansheng and Lu Qichen sat in the rear. The soft glow of the cabin lights illuminated Lu Qichen's profile, enhancing his already striking presence. Jiang Mansheng's heart raced, uncertain whether it was due to the earlier incident or merely the effect of his proximity. "Have I inconvenienced you in any way?" She distinctly recalled his mention of a collaboration with the Lu group. "It's not a bother," he replied. Jiang Mansheng softly affirmed, as long as it's not a trouble. Lu Qichen inquired further. How did you come to choose Zhao, Genia's bar? It was just a random choice. Lu Qichen remained silent. Casting a casual glance at the front seat where his secretary, Feng Qizhong, promptly replied, the Lu Group owns several private clubs. I will send you the details later. Next time, if Madam wishes to enjoy a night out, these are the venues to consider. Thank you. Jiang Mansheng responded to the secretary, but as she turned her head, her eyes met Lu Qichen's. She squeezed her clothing, wondering if she had mistakenly expressed her gratitude to the wrong person. Therefore, she added, and thank you, Mr. Lu. Just as Lu Qichen was about to respond, the vehicle arrived at their residential community. Zhao Shu glanced back. Sheng, I'll head up first. She swiftly opened the car door and disappeared into the neighborhood. In that moment, the atmosphere between the two became palpable with tension. Jiang Mansheng exhibited little emotional turbulence as she opened the car door, intending to alight. In a soft voice, she murmured, I will go up now. To her surprise, Lu Qichen followed suit and stepped out as well. Jiang Mansheng maneuvered past the vehicle, finding Lu Qichen standing near the entrance of the community. She was compelled to navigate around him, expressing, thank you for helping me today. Lu Qichen remained silent, likely deeming the matter trivial. The surrounding environment of the community was not particularly pleasant. Lu Qichen cast a cursory glance and remarked, the apartment near Ruibai in Qinglan. When do you plan to move there? Chapter 8, Madam? This revelation came rather unexpectedly. After all, Jiang Mansheng had only begun contemplating the prospect of cohabitation with Lu Qichen just the day prior. She had assumed that this transition could be approached gradually, and had yet to broach the subject with Zhao Shu. Can we wait a few more days? Jiang Mansheng inquired. Lu Qichen replied. Thus, they exchanged their farewells. As Jiang Mansheng sauntered into the community, she noticed that their residence was situated at the farthest end of the complex, a 2-minute walk away. The spring evening air was pleasantly cool. Upon entering the building, Jiang Mansheng discovered that the elevator was out of service, halted on the ground floor. Residing on the 5th floor, she was undeterred and ascended the staircase, the voice-activated lights illuminating her path step by step. With a key in hand, she unlocked the door. As she pushed it open, her gaze collided with that of Zhao Shu, who was seated on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought and not even glancing at her phone. What could she possibly be doing? This behavior struck Jiang Mansheng as rather peculiar. Zhao Shu slid off the sofa, kneeling on the carpet. You should change your clothes first. I need to confess something to you tonight. A confession. Such an exaggerated term. It felt rather ill-timed. And Jiang Mansheng was suddenly reminded of a saying, friends must part, though the timing may vary. In a mere 3 minutes, Jiang Mansheng had changed into her pajamas and emerged from the bedroom, settling beside Zhao Shu. What's the matter? She asked. It was a remarkably warm spring evening, with an average temperature between 10°C and 20°C, ideal for flowers to blossom from their buds. This moment felt lengthy for the grand scheme of life. It is rare to encounter someone as kindred as one's self again. Yet it felt fleeting, as she had never envisioned that they would have to bid such a sudden farewell. And where did it all begin? Perhaps it was during their teenage years, when the two girls first crossed paths at Beijing No. 1 High School on the first day of a new semester, colliding by chance at the corner of the teaching building. Oh, I'm sorry. Though they were experiencing the same season. One girl donned a spring uniform while the other wore summer attire. As they exchanged apologies, an airplane soared overhead, the sound of its wings producing a faint rumble, leaving behind a white contrail. The two girls were drawn together, gazing up at the sky. The girl in the spring uniform was named Zhao Shu, while the one in the summer uniform was called Jiang Mansheng. I believe I shall never forget that it was from this moment that our friendship began. As time drifted by, 8 years elapsed, and Zhao Shu remained as forthright as ever. Sheng, I am leaving Beijing. Jiang Mansheng paused for a moment, taken aback. So sudden? What is happening? Zhao Shu replied, nothing significant, merely a promotion. We are opening a branch in Guangdong, and I will be the general manager. A sense of relief washed over Jiang Mansheng. Her initial reaction a sigh of exhalation. Often, it is such that while the departure of a friend can be deeply painful, the notion that Zhao Shu was advancing in her career might mitigate her own discontent. About 6 months ago, this plan was conceived but as you're well aware, our company operates in a rather convoluted manner, with a multitude of influential figures entwined in their connections. While others possess extensive networks and formidable backgrounds, I am left with merely 2 arms, 2 legs, a singular mind, and an indomitable spirit. Despite my relentless efforts, I had always harbored the belief that this opportunity would not be bestowed upon me. However, 2 weeks ago, I began the process of transferring most of my responsibilities, and only today did the company officially notify me that it is indeed my turn. Therefore, Sheng, I sincerely apologize for the abruptness of this revelation. When are we moving to Guangdong? Next week. Jiang Mansheng lowered her head, burying her face in Zhao Shu's palm. All right. Rain began to fall outside. The two promptly informed their landlord of their decision to vacate. That night, Jiang Mansheng experienced a rare nightmare, leading her to question whether she had truly slept at all. The prospect of relocating to Lu Qichen's place rendered Jiang Mansheng unexpectedly passive. If the apartment were to be rented out swiftly within a week, she would have to move out immediately. Though she could accept this, she detested the urgency of it all. It was an otherwise ordinary morning. After applying her makeup and gathering her belongings, Jiang Mansheng stepped outside, purchasing a cup of soy milk at the community entrance. In the transparent cup, the rich soy milk appeared creamy and delicate, exuding a fragrant aroma. Upon arriving at the office building, a message pinged on her phone. To her surprise, it was from Fang Qizhong. Fang Qizhong, Madam, please inform me any time when you plan to move. I will assist you with the arrangements. She did not respond immediately, but pressed the button for the elevator to the 55th floor. As she settled at her workstation and poured herself a cup of hot water, several colleagues greeted her with their customary morning chatter. Have you heard? Director Huang was demoted to that machinery company, yet we still have collaborations with them. Did anyone see him here today? I heard our partnership with blockchain has been finalized and is set to commence immediately. Wow, I'm truly envious. The marketing department is bound to receive bonuses again. Don't worry. When the marketing department flourishes, we shall prosper too. Jiang Mansheng furrowed her brows. In that moment, she did not comprehend that the chronic ache regarding Zhao Shu's impending departure was gradually manifesting within her. She mistook it for mere irritation towards Director Huang's presence. Her mind was adrift, numbly progressing through her tasks with efficiency. When she finally regained her focus, it was already noon, and the lunch break had commenced. Uninterested in dining, she ordered a cup of coffee and rested her head on her workstation, only to awaken at 1:55 p.m. The RD department had a probation review scheduled, prompting Jiang Mansheng to take her laptop to the 27th floor. Even with her slightly disconcerted mood, her work efficiency remained steady, her demeanor appearing tranquil on the surface. She pressed the elevator button and stood alongside individuals from other departments, none of whom she could name. Soon, the elevator doors opened once more. Inside were only 2 people. Initially, Jiang Mansheng did not pay them much attention, simply following the others inside. However, the moment the doors closed behind them, she raised her gaze and felt a flicker of surprise. As she slightly lifted her head, her gaze met Lu Qichen's eyes. Positioned towards the inner side, she stood right beside him. He lowered his head slightly to look at her, refraining from speaking first, merely raising an eyebrow with a hint of curiosity. As the crowd pushed from behind, she was gently nudged closer to him, the fabric of their clothes brushing against one another. Although Lu Qichen remained silent, his hand subtly lifted, encircling her waist. Strangely, the discomfort that had been spreading since early morning began to dissipate a little. What was Lu Qichen doing here? He seemed to rarely visit Rui Bai. The thought of his recent collaboration with blockchain, as mentioned by a colleague, crossed her mind. She had never anticipated that Lu Qichen might come here. Shifting her gaze to the left, she caught sight of Fang Qizhong, who appeared equally startled. She recalled that during Lu Qichen's last visit to Rui Bai, Fang Qizhong had seemingly been absent. Was that the reason for his surprise now? If only they could remain silent. But the next moment, she noticed Fang Qizhong's mouth move in confusion, clearly recognizing her identity. Jiang Mansheng wished to keep her status as the youngest daughter of the Jiang family's secret, and even more so to conceal her relationship with Lu Qichen from her colleagues. In a moment of desperation, she tried to stifle his voice. Madam? Came her barely audible response. President Lu, he replied, his voice slightly louder. These two phrases echoed within the confines of the small elevator. Suddenly, the gazes of several individuals within the elevator converged upon the two of them. Chapter 9. Spring will return again. Madam, it seems rather hot today, Fang Qizhong remarked. The head of the RD department is looking for you, Jiang Mansheng replied. Perhaps the collective gaze of those present was too intense, compounded by Lu Qichen casting a sidelong glance at Fang Qizhong. Jiang Mansheng felt an urgent need to deflect attention, and both spoke in unison once more. Lu Qichen's lips curled into a faint, almost dismissive smile as he replied, understood. It was a gesture of collaboration on his part. Surely no one found it odd? Jiang Mansheng cautiously surveyed the expressions of those around her. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 27th floor. She clutched her laptop and followed the others outside. Upon reaching the conference room on the 27th floor, it was empty. The scheduled time for the formal presentation was set for 14:15. As an administrative employee, it was her duty to prepare the workspace. Jiang Mansheng opened her laptop and projector, illuminating the small conference room with a soft blue glow. During the wait, she accessed WeChat and opened her chat history with Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng, I was just fabricating a story about the head of the RD department looking for you. You know that, right? Lu, yes. I mentioned it to Secretary Fang. It won't happen again. Lu, do you prefer to keep it private? Jiang Mansheng. Indeed. Jiang Mansheng. Is that permissible? Lu, of course. She stared at Lu's message for a few moments. A few days prior, she had considered changing his contact name, but now she had no desire to alter it. If a colleague happened to glimpse the name Lu Qichen on her phone, Jiang Mansheng feared she might instantly feel despondent. Fortunately, the presentation went smoothly. Jiang Mansheng collaborated with the head of the RD department to finalize evaluations and submit salary grade approvals, concluding that segment of work. Upon returning to the 55th floor, she was pleasantly surprised to find that someone had ordered afternoon tea for them again, just as lavishly as before. Her thoughts immediately drifted to Lu Qichen. Colleagues were sipping their drinks and engaging in hushed discussions. Is it really Mr. Lu again? But truly, Mr. Lu is incredibly handsome. Just a fleeting glance made the world feel so refreshing. Goodness, what a remarkable boss. Each time he visits, he treats us to such extravagant delights. Can we make a small wish? Could he come every day? Perhaps because both pairs of girls were expressing the same sentiment, they erupted into laughter, with work proceeding smoothly. The department atmosphere was delightful, and the afternoon tea added a lightness to Jiang Mansheng's heart, akin to being gently tickled by a feather. How wonderful it was! Even as merely a boss, Jiang Mansheng found herself thinking that Lu Qichen truly was exceptional. Upon returning to her workstation, she was just about to unwrap her tea when another message chimed on her phone. Lu, please come to the top floor office. To her surprise, it was Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng instinctively shielded her screen with her palm. Jiang Mansheng, if there is something to discuss, please say it here. Lu, I've asked Secretary Fang to summon a few other employees from different departments to the top-level secretary office to assist you. Please come up. His tone brooked no argument. Very well, she could only acquiesce. Upon arriving at the top floor, she immediately spotted Fang Qizhong waiting for her by the elevator. The upper-level access cards are quite numerous, and Jiang Mansheng lacks the necessary permissions. Fang Qizhong, utilizing facial recognition, guided her inside. As they walked, Fang Qizhong continuously expressed his apologies. Madam, I sincerely regret the oversight. I was unaware of your employment at this company. It was truly unexpected. Jiang Mansheng, devoid of any ire, recognized there was little merit in being upset, and she was striving to discern priorities. It's quite all right. Just refrain from doing so next time. Fang Qizhong assisted her in swiping the access card and pushed open the office door, revealing Lu Qichen casually seated on a nearby sofa. Upon spotting her, he naturally called out, Sheng Sheng, with an overly familiar tone. This instant intimacy made Jiang Mansheng alert. As anticipated, upon entering the office, she caught sight of Grandpa Lu's visage on Lu Qichen's phone. She settled beside him, leaning closer to the screen to greet Grandpa. Lu Qichen's long arm rested behind her, not quite making contact. Jiang Mansheng leaned in further, wishing to converse with her grandfather a bit longer, only to be pulled back by Lu Qichen, who presented her with a large stack of afternoon tea. Finish this. Isn't this a bit excessive? Did he really expect her to consume all of it? Jiang Mansheng glanced at Lu Qichen, who had begun discussing work matters with Grandpa Lu. Was the purpose of summoning her merely to show her to Grandpa Lu, then have her consume this bounty during their video conference? It struck her as rather peculiar. Yet, Lu Qichen was exceedingly engrossed in his conversation, and she had no desire to intrude upon their discussion. Lu Qichen's office was exceedingly comfortable and tranquil. Jiang Mansheng inadvertently dozed off there. When she regained consciousness, the meeting with Grandpa Lu had concluded. What time is it? Jiang Mansheng felt disoriented from her slumber. 1600 hours. For a clock? She was slightly startled. Jiang Mansheng sprang upright, intending to depart, but the blanket draped over her slipped slightly. She grasped it to prevent it from falling. A cup of warm water was placed in her hands, and she grasped it. No need to rush. I'll have Secretary Fong escort you. Not feeling well this afternoon? Not feeling well? In truth, she did not. Yet, such a minuscule emotion had evidently been detected. Suddenly, she was curious about how it had come to pass that they had married so muddled. What were Lu Qichen's thoughts? However, her concern for Zhao Shu loomed larger. The mere thought of Zhao Shu brought back a subtle melancholy. If only spring could linger a bit longer, Jiang Mansheng remarked, having anticipated only gentle warmth and tranquility. Yet she heard Lu Qichen respond to her sentiment. It will return. Jiang Mansheng remained sprawled on his desk, lacking the strength to move. By next year, spring will return once more. Then, even if Zhao Shu is no longer in the capital, if I wish to see her, she will come to me, right? If Zhao Shu desires, I can certainly go to see her. Indeed, by next year, spring will return. Suddenly invigorated, Jiang Mansheng sat up. I must return to work. The day is already half gone. She was astonished to realize that today, outside the window, was a resplendent sunny day, Jiang Mansheng thought. Chapter 10. The moving day was set for the very day Zhao Shu departed. Sunday morning at 7 o'clock marked the time of Zhao Shu's flight. Her luggage had been gradually sent off in the preceding days, leaving only a large suitcase and a small one. At 5 in the morning, Jiang Mansheng awoke alongside Zhao Shu. As they carried the suitcases downstairs, the prearranged ride arrived just in time. Zhao Shu smiled and said, Shang, we will see each other again soon. Will we truly meet again? When I graduated from undergraduate studies, I firmly believed that I would soon reunite with my roommates. Yet, the reality was that we never crossed paths again. However, this time, I was no longer saddened, for I recalled the warm sunlight I'd seen in Lu Qichen's office. I choose to maintain hope for the encounters between humanity. Jiang Mansheng had arranged with Fong Qizhong to move at noon, returning to her empty rental apartment. She found her belongings were nearly packed, 3 suitcases in total. She pondered whether she could take her little cat along. Sitting on the carpet, she opened WeChat to message Lu Qichen, but inadvertently slid into his moments. It was barren, save for a solitary black line. Jiang Mansheng's heart skipped a few beats. Was it that she lacked permission to view it? Her head hung over the sofa as she stared blankly at that line, eventually drifting back to sleep. Jiang Mansheng entered a lengthy dream. In this dream, she found herself back in the classroom of Jing City No. 1 High School during her sophomore year. The midterm exam papers had been distributed, and instinctively, she grasped her pen to begin organizing the mistakes from the test. A few girls seated in front of her were engaged in idle chatter. Have you heard? They say, someone saw Lu Qichen arriving at school this morning, sharing an umbrella with the class beauty. Class beauty? Such a distant yet respectable term. Yet even in the dream, her heart instinctively ached. Suddenly, the girls who had been chatting turned their gazes toward the classroom window, murmuring in unison that it was indeed true. Jiang Mansheng was drawn to their attention and looked outside as well. There, she beheld Lu Qichen standing beside a girl, beautiful and vibrant, akin to a rose butterfly. Their conversation was inaudible, yet she could see the 2 figures standing not too far apart. There was no time to listen closely, as the math teacher called her to the office. Upon returning to the classroom, the relentless course of the day resumed. By that evening, she learned the tale, end of the matter. So it turns out that the girl named Lu Wenqi was not merely a coincidence. They were actually cousins. She had expected to gossip about this for several days, but it seemed rather dull instead. Meanwhile, her dream abruptly ended. She was startled awake. Jiang Mansheng sat up, her phone displaying an incoming call. The name Lu danced across the dark screen. Lu referred to Lu Qichen. Even though she had awakened from the dream, the last two sentences lingered in her mind. It feels like a misunderstanding. Although Lu Qichen is a genuinely good person, don't you think? He possesses an aura that suggests he is not the type to develop affections for others. Even when standing merely inches apart, an unmistakable boundary seems to separate them. Jiang Mansheng reached out to swipe the screen and answer the call. I truly feel the same way, she responded, the time on the screen reading 11:50. An hour ago, at the Lu family residence just before noon, several ladies busied themselves energetically in the kitchen, the rich aromas wafting into the living room. Yet they did nothing to dissolve the frigid atmosphere surrounding the three gentlemen seated there. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Qi concluded his review of the stack of documents without uttering a word. A subtle movement was sufficient for Lu Qichen's secretary, Fang Qizhong, to exhale a sigh of relief. Heaven knows, every time he accompanied Lu Qichen to report to the elder Lu, he had to endure several hours of oppressive tension. Fortunately, he had a fair understanding of the elder Lu. Silence was the greatest form of acknowledgement. Fang Qizhong glanced at Lu Qichen, who, on this day, had surprisingly donned a lighter gray suit instead of his usual dark attire, sitting expressionless across from Lu Qi. To be honest, prior to working with Lu Qichen, he had served as a secretary to others, but few were as decisive, efficient, and devoid of misplaced ire as he was. It was evident that he was indeed a product of the elder Lu's mentorship, though perhaps with a more composed demeanor. Leaning closer, Fang Qizhong whispered to Lu Qichen, Mr. Lu, I'm going to assist the madam with her move. Before he could receive a response, Lu Qi interjected, Xiao Fang, take me to the Zhao residence. The request came as a surprise. Fang Qizhong cast another glance at Lu Qichen, who stood up, extending his hand. Hand me the keys. I will go pick her up. You can take any car from the garage to drive grandfather. The time was 11:50. Lu Qichen sat in the driver's seat of a black Maybach, one hand resting on the steering wheel, while the phone beside him displayed an outgoing call that remained unanswered. In the center was a pale pink profile picture, indicating that the other party was yet to accept the invitation, the three dots pulsating rhythmically. Finally, after a few seconds, the ringing ceased. The screen shifted to display a call duration of 0:01. Hello. A soft voice emerged from the receiver, accompanied by faint sounds caused by some unknown action. Lu Qichen? It was Jiang Mansheng's voice. Lu Qichen got straight to the point. I'm downstairs. Shall I come up to help you with your luggage? She seemed puzzled, a habitual expression of hers. Yet she quickly provided a new response. If you could help me, I live on the 5th floor. Do you know how to get up? Should I come down and meet you? No need. Just wait for me, he said before ending the call. The distance to Qinglan was not considerable. The outdoor temperature was somewhat elevated that day. After placing her belongings, Jiang Mansheng settled into the passenger seat, the air conditioning humming softly. I thought Secretary Fang was coming to pick me up. Lu Qichen remained silent. Are you in a bad mood? Or has something happened? Jiang Mansheng observed him cautiously, having sensed a shift since he assisted her with her luggage moments earlier. The chill of the air conditioning in the car crept up her spine, causing her to instinctively shiver. Cold. It was, however, Lu Qichen who first expressed concern for her well-being. With a hint of tenderness, he adjusted the temperature upon receiving her response. Are you moving in today as well? Jiang Mansheng inquired. His reply was considerate as always. I don't have much to bring. I occasionally stayed at Qinglan before, but from today onward, we will be together. The term together carried a certain ambiguity. Jiang Mansheng replied. The car continued its journey for another 10 minutes in silence, both of them refraining from conversation. Jiang Mansheng was cautious even with her breathing, and it was only then that she became acutely aware of the nervousness brewing within her regarding their impending cohabitation after marriage. Call Aunt Chin down, Lu Qichen said after a prolonged silence. Jiang Mansheng snapped back to reality, realizing they had arrived. Through the car window, the characters for Qinglan glided past her eyes. Oh, all right. Chapter 11. His room. The stranger Jiang Mansheng had never before entered a room imbued with the essence of an unfamiliar man. As she pushed open the door, her gaze was met with a stark, cold decor of black and gray, while the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the bustling streets of the capital city. After placing her luggage, Lu Qichen shed his gray suit jacket, leaving only a crisp white shirt beneath. He adjusted his cuffs and approached Jiang Mansheng from behind, inquiring, "Would you like to rest for a while, or shall we have lunch first? I'm a bit tired and would prefer to rest for a moment. Are you hungry? If you are, we can have lunch first," Jiang Mansheng replied promptly. Lu Qichen gestured toward her luggage. "Then let me show you to the second floor." The staircase was wooden, and Jiang Mansheng followed closely behind Lu Qichen, dragging a small suitcase. The second floor housed 4 rooms, including a spacious walk-in closet. One of the rooms was the master bedroom, where Lu Qichen placed Jiang Mansheng's suitcase to the side. This private space, filled with his essence, unfolded before her. Black bedding, several tailored suit jackets hanging in an open wardrobe, 2 silver-covered books strewn across the nightstand, a transparent glass, and a pair of spectacles. The other rooms served as guest quarters, and there was also a large walk-in closet, which Lu Qichen opened to reveal an array of new designer women's clothing. Jiang Mansheng's breath caught for a moment. "This is what I had Aunt Chen prepare for you in advance. If you find anything you like or dislike, please let her know directly." Was it truly prepared for her? "Thank you." She found herself back in the master bedroom, suffused with Lu Qichen's presence. "Shall we rest first?" Lu Qichen removed his watch and placed it in a nearby watch cabinet. "Are we to share this room?" Lu Qichen nodded slightly. "We are married. You don't want to share a room with me." He discerned her feelings from her expression. It wasn't that she didn't want to. After her adoptive parents perished in that car accident, Jiang Mansheng struggled to sleep for a long time. Eventually, she could manage to sleep, but sharing a bed with someone remained impossible for her, not even with Zhao Shu or Shun Wan. Lu Qichen asked again, "Would you prefer to separate for a while to get accustomed to it? Is that all right?" "Yes. Then you can stay here, and I will have Aunt Chen move my belongings to the adjacent room. I'll stay next door. I'll call Aunt Chen to come up and tidy up." His tone left no room for argument. "Lu Qichen," Jiang Mansheng called out as he turned back. "Moving your things out seems quite troublesome. I believe staying next door suits me just fine, and I don't like large rooms. Is that acceptable?" Lu Qichen finally nodded. Jiang Mansheng pressed her wrist. "Shall we head downstairs for lunch? The lunch is prepared in advance by Aunt Chen." After their meal, Jiang Mansheng tidied up her room briefly, realizing she had no time to rest, as she planned to return to the Jiang residence. Qinglan was closer to the Jiang family home than her previous neighborhood. After several days of separation from her grandmother and mother, Jiang Mansheng decided to visit a nearby supermarket to purchase some pastries for them. The queue was rather lengthy, prompting her to find a seat. Opposite her sat an elderly lady, who, upon noticing Jiang, greeted her with a warm smile. Jiang reciprocated with a gentle smile of her own. However, less than 10 minutes after Jiang had settled in, a sharp voice pierced the air, startling her. A middle-aged woman pointed accusingly at the elderly lady across from Jiang, exclaiming, "Is anyone there? Call the police. That person stole my wallet 5 minutes ago." The woman, stout and fierce in her demeanor, marched directly toward the elderly lady. Jiang was taken aback. She had been seated for well over 10 minutes, and the elderly woman had remained in her place the entire time. Rising from her seat, Jiang interjected, "Please, madam, do not unjustly accuse someone. She has been sitting here the whole time." Yet, the middle-aged woman was unyielding, reaching to search the elderly lady's bag, berating her with, "Stop pretending." The situation escalated suddenly, leaving Jiang astonished. She hastily approached, hoping to mediate, thinking they could check the surveillance footage or summon staff for assistance, rather than resorting to confrontation. The middle-aged woman was surprisingly strong, and the elderly lady, who was of a similar age to Jiang's grandmother, was struggling against the unjust accusation and the physical scrutiny. She stepped back, attempting to evade the search, but stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Jiang, concerned for the elderly lady's safety, quickly stepped forward, bracing herself against a nearby glass table and grasping the lady's arm. A momentary pain shot through Jiang's wrist, but she dismissed it, releasing the elderly lady's arm to assure her, "Are you all right?" The elderly lady, thankfully unharmed, expressed her gratitude. Observing the commotion, several staff members, including the manager, rushed over with serious expressions, seeking to ascertain the situation. Caught off guard by the sudden escalation, Jiang was unaware of the subsequent details. It was evident, however, that the elderly lady was not an ordinary individual. Jiang suffered a minor wrist injury from the incident, and before she knew it, she had not only failed to return home, but also missed out on purchasing the pastries. She underwent a minor procedure and, due to the care of the unknown elderly lady, found herself in a VIP hospital room. Despite needing to report to work the following day, she collected a variety of hot and cold compresses before returning home, knowing that recovery would take time. Upon her return to Qinglan, Jiang felt a sense of unfamiliarity. She entered her home after unlocking the door, only to find Lu Qichen in the living room, engaged in a phone conversation. The rich aroma of food wafting through the air. Not wanting to disturb him, Jiang tread lightly, removed her coat, hung it behind the door, and changed into slippers. Just as she intended to ascend the stairs, Aunt Shun called her over with a smile. As Jiang approached, she was drawn in by the delightful scent of the pork ribs that Aunt Shun was simmering. How fragrant! Jiang marveled, feeling a pang of envy for Aunt Shun, who had cared for Lu Qichen since his childhood. She must be well aware of what Lu Qichen was like at the tender age of 17 or 18. Aunt Shun lifted a small dish and placed a piece of rib in front of her, urging her to savor the flavor. It was a gesture steeped in familiarity, one not unfamiliar to Shun Wan. Yet, Jiang Mansheng was reminded of her adoptive mother from her childhood. However, just as she reached out her hand, Aunt Shin noticed the bandage on her wrist and exclaimed in surprise, "Madam, what happened to your hand?" Her voice was not subtle. Lu Qichen likely heard as well. He glanced over in their direction. Jiang Mansheng met his gaze. Before concluding his call, Lu Qichen uttered his final words. "Understood, Grandma. When Mansheng has time, I will take her see you." Chapter 12. Grasping her wrist, the open kitchen is spacious and bright, with black and white wooden cabinets and a sleek central countertop that exudes an air of elegance and simplicity, tinged with a hint of aloofness. On the stove, a pot of ribs simmers gently, infusing the atmosphere with a touch of homeliness. Not far from view, Lu Qichen hangs up the phone, his hand resting by his long leg, just about to stride this way when the phone rings again. It is the 5th day of May, the beginning of summer. The temperature in the capital is steadily rising. Lu Qichen is dressed casually in a white long-sleeve shirt paired with black trousers, the cuffs rolled up casually, revealing the sinewy tendons beneath his cool, pale wrist. He raises his hand again to check his phone, his gaze fully retracting from the kitchen as he notices the caller, pivoting his steps toward the second floor. As soon as he enters, Aunt Shun calls him over, and before he can close the door, Jiang Mansheng pulls the narrow-framed aluminum glass sliding door shut. "It's nothing. I just bumped into something on the way," she reassures him. Aunt Shun, filled with concern, replies, "Oh dear, you come back with injuries just from stepping out for a bit." Unaccustomed to having someone worry about her so much, Jiang Mansheng insists, "I'm fine, Aunt Shun. I brought a lot of medicine." Aunt Shun looks down at the large bag of medicine she is carrying, remarking, "You remind me of Qichen back in high school. Unable to take care of yourself, always coming back with new wounds." Jiang Mansheng ponders this unfamiliar information. Was he often injured in high school? She asks, preoccupied with worrying about Jiang Mansheng. Aunt Shin hurries to check on the simmering ribs, turning them over. Indeed, back then, Madam, Qichen's mother, had medicine stashed in every nook and cranny of the house. At first, I couldn't fathom why she was so worried, but after some time, she secretly researched and said it seemed Qichen got hurt to protect the girl he liked. For several years, it was like that. Even during his study abroad, he would occasionally return home with injuries, but after Madam passed away, Qichen rarely got hurt anymore. As a news notification pops up on her phone, Jiang Mansheng instinctively reaches out to swipe it away, but her hand trembles and inadvertently opens it, the girl he liked. Unaware of Jiang Mansheng's stunned expression, Aunt Chun continues to ramble. Strangely enough, after Qichen's mother passed, he transformed overnight into someone who needed no one to care for him. Jiang Mansheng inquires, "So he doesn't get hurt now?" "Yes, now he only has the overwhelming Lu Corporation to contend with," Aunt Shin replies with a tone of sorrow. "I've never seen anyone work so tirelessly." Choosing not to continue the conversation, Jiang Mansheng ascends to the second floor with the medicine in hand. As she passes the study, the door is firmly shut, and she can vaguely hear Lu Qichen's serious and commanding voice emanating from within, engaged in a video conference. Although her recently sprained wrist does not hurt much, the revelation that he truly had a girl he liked in high school seeps through her heart like a bittersweet truth. Suddenly, she feels a sharp pain in her wrist. Jiang Mansheng hung her head low, having changed into her loungewear. The belongings from her recent move remained in disarray, and she squatted on the floor, slowly sorting through a chaotic assortment of clothes and cosmetics. Approximately half an hour later, while she continued her sluggish tidying, a knock resounded at the door. Assuming it was Aunt Chun calling her down for a meal, she rushed to the door without even fixing her attire. After a long day of bustling about, the abrupt transition to a hospital bed had left her famished. She nearly called out for Aunt Chun, but upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Lu Qichen standing on the other side. Suddenly, the atmosphere felt heavier, a palpable sense of pressure enveloping her. He wore the same clothes as before, and despite his expression remaining relatively neutral, the proximity between them made Jiang Mansheng's heart race, overwhelmed by his striking presence. "What's wrong?" she managed to utter, her voice muffled by lingering traces of sadness, though audible enough for Lu Qichen to hear. "How did you injure your hand?" He lowered his gaze to her wrist. Indeed, he had caught wind of her predicament. "It was just a minor accident. Nothing serious," Jiang Mansheng replied earnestly. Standing tall, Lu Qichen glanced inside, where her untidy room lay exposed due to her hasty efforts. "Are you organizing your things?" "Yes, I'm sorting through my clothes." "Why not ask Aunt Chun for assistance?" "I can manage on my own." Lu Qichen chose not to press further. "Grandmother is curious to know how you're settling in. Would you like to join me in calling her?" Jiang Mansheng instinctively looked down at her loungewear. "Give me 5 minutes to change." The door was swiftly closed behind her. In the study, Lu Qichen sat at his desk. On the video call, his grandmother's brow was furrowed. "I heard your grandmother nearly got bumped into while buying pastries at the supermarket. What happened?" Lu Qichen responded with patience. "It seems someone misunderstood her while she was queuing, thinking she was stealing money. They only realized their mistake after checking the surveillance footage. Fortunately, she wasn't actually bumped into. A little girl helped her." "All right. Your grandmother has only your mother as a child, and now that your mother is away, do remind her that at her age, she shouldn't be out buying pastries herself. She could simply ask you to have Mr. Fong do the shopping." "Understood. I will remind her." With that topic concluded, his grandmother began her usual critique. "Look at your study. It's so dark and cold, utterly devoid of warmth. I wonder how Mansheng will cope." "All right. I will discuss some changes with her." Jiang Mansheng changed into a more gentle-toned, simple long dress. She knocked lightly on the study door and entered, finding Lu Qichen with one hand rubbing his temples, engaged in conversation with his grandmother. Whether it was during his previous call with Lu Qichen's grandfather or this one, Jiang Mansheng realized that Lu Qichen seemed to possess a certain template for interacting with his family. It is somewhat difficult to articulate. It feels as if he is rather reclusive and restrained, confronting his family with such demeanor. As she approached, Lu Qichen subtly shifted his chair backward. Jiang Mansheng walked over, positioning herself directly in front of him, with his long legs just a breath away behind her. His presence gradually enveloped her. Jiang Mansheng smiled and greeted Grandma. "Sheng Sheng." The grandmother immediately became animated, asking if she had acclimated to her new surroundings. "I'm accustomed to it, Grandma. This study is rather dim," she remarked. "The bedroom must be the same. If you wish to change anything, do not hesitate to do so. Do not indulge him. It is quite uncomfortable to reside in such darkness." Jiang Mansheng responded affirmatively. "It's all right, Grandma. I also appreciate black. It is quite minimalist." Suddenly, Lu Qichen leaned forward slightly, extending a hand to adjust the camera toward her. Throughout the ensuing conversation, the grandmother continued to relay numerous instructions, while Lu Qichen merely interjected occasionally, noting her silence. Several minutes later, the call concluded. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Jiang Mansheng. She felt drained and quite hungry. Though only a brief duration had passed, it felt as if she had been emptied. Lu Qichen still stood behind her, prompting Jiang Mansheng to hastily step aside. She looked up at him, and the atmosphere became subtly charged for a brief moment. "I have finished. If there's nothing else, I shall head downstairs." However, just as she attempted to take a step, Lu Qichen's hand unexpectedly grasped her wrist. Chapter 13, The Heartfelt as though it were submerged in warm water. Yet there lingered a coolness, accompanied by a hint of peculiarity. Jiang Mansheng turned around, startled to gaze upon him. "Do you have time to meet my grandmother tomorrow, or the day after?" Lu Qichen gently grasped her delicate wrist in his palm and inquired. Only then did she become aware of the slight rasp in Lu Qichen's voice. "Are you unwell?" Since midday, she had sensed that something was amiss with him. He sat with his legs spread wide, and due to the recent phone call, Jiang Mansheng found herself positioned between his long limbs. She nodded yes. "I have no plans for tomorrow evening." The proximity between them was notable. Not only could she detect the faintly cold scent of his ebony cologne, but she also caught a whiff of the snow-like body wash he used. Did he sense it too? She contemplated retreating, yet despite their still nascent relationship, they were, after all, married. While lost in thought, her hand instinctively reached out, brushing against his forehead, where she immediately confirmed her concern. His forehead was alarmingly warm. "You have a fever, Lu Qichen," Jiang Mansheng stated. "Where are the medicines at home?" She turned to leave, but Lu Qichen once again clasped her wrist. Finally, she understood why he had suddenly seized her wrist. It was due to his illness and a reluctance to speak, choosing to conserve his energy. "I can find the medicine myself. You should go eat." Lu Qichen's voice remained cool. "All right," she replied quietly after a moment. "So, will you accompany me to meet my grandmother tomorrow evening?" Lu Qichen added. That evening, Lu Qichen did not come down for dinner. Aunt Chun had simmered pork ribs for the better part of the afternoon, leaving Jiang Mansheng to dine alone at the table. Her appetite had waned, and she lacked the spirit to eat, yet feeling a sense of obligation towards the meal Aunt Chun had prepared, she forced herself to consume a few more pieces. Aware of Lu Qichen's fever, Aunt Chun hurriedly brewed ginger tea with brown sugar and brought it up to him. After placing her dishes in the dishwasher, Jiang Mansheng lingered downstairs for a while before ascending to her room. She felt utterly exhausted from the day. Jiang Mansheng entered the bathroom, and after showering, she spent a few minutes drying her hair with the blow-dryer. She lay on the bed and fell asleep within moments. Perhaps it was the first night in this new place that caused her restless slumber, accompanied by a chaotic dream. She couldn't recall much, only a vague memory of Lu Qichen. She dreamt of their first meeting, when she had run away from her adoptive father and caught sight of Lu Qichen around the corner, the moment she decided to take a liking to him. Beyond that, the dream faded into confusion. Monday arrived, and work awaited. Jiang Mansheng pressed her phone to check the alarm. It was already 8:20. She entered the bathroom to wash up, but after turning on the shower for quite some time, no hot water emerged. With her hair styled in a high bun, she opened the door and was greeted by the rich aroma of breakfast wafting from downstairs. "Aunt Chun," she called softly, "why is there no hot water in my bathroom?" In the following moment, Lu Qichen emerged from the master bedroom, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an aura of elite professionalism that starkly contrasted with his slightly casual appearance from the previous day. "Has the fever subsided?" Jiang Mansheng inquired, her gaze fixed on him as he slightly tilted his head towards her, a hint of concern evident. "Yes, it has," he replied promptly, approaching her. Jiang Mansheng, having just awakened and still clad in her loungewear, looked somewhat disheveled from a night as sleep. "Is there no hot water? Shall I show you?" She nodded, allowing him a bit of space to pass. However, despite his attempts, Lu Qichen was unable to adjust the settings. "You might want to wash up in my room instead," he suggested after stepping out of the bathroom, possibly due to his unfamiliarity with it. "All right," she acquiesced. Lu Qichen descended the stairs, while Jiang Mansheng entered the master bathroom. Noticing an array of black and white shower gels lined up, alongside the faint scent lingering from Lu Qichen, her breath caught for a moment. Shaking off the momentary distraction, she turned on the shower, letting the warm water soak her tousled hair. After completing her morning routine, which took nearly half an hour, she decided that for a weekday, her attire would be a touch more professional, a light blue shirt paired with a skirt and a mid-length blazer. She wasn't particularly inclined to have breakfast, preferring something quick and easy. However, upon descending the stairs, she found Lu Qichen still seated at the dining table. Morning light filtered through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, casting a gentle and cool warmth that shimmered on the silver of the watch peeking from Lu Qichen's wrist. There was an air of familiarity yet a hint of distance. Fang Qizhong stood behind him, handing an iPad to Lu Qichen while continuing to speak. The moment Lu Qichen lifted his gaze, he locked eyes with her. "Come over for breakfast." Jiang Mansheng approached quietly. Fang Qizhong noticed her and greeted, "Good morning, madam." "Good morning, Secretary Fang," Jiang Mansheng replied. Just as she finished her greeting, Fang Qizhong offered her a cup of coffee. "This is your coffee, madam, just like Mr. Lu's." Jiang Mansheng glanced at it. An intensely bitter Americano, which she did not particularly enjoy, but she accepted it nonetheless. Breakfast consisted of tomato and sour soup dumplings, which struck her as peculiar. Was this Lu Qichen's preference? She had never encountered such a dish during her mornings spent with her adoptive mother or at the Jiang household. Taking a small bite, she was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite taste, her eyes lighting up. Lu Qichen, who had been absorbed in his iPad, suddenly spoke, "I have a meeting at Ruibai today. Would you like to ride with me to work?" "Sure," she replied, noting his unusually amiable demeanor that morning. For some reason, Lu Qichen seemed more curious about her today. "I've always wondered, you pursued your Master in logistics management. So why are you working in the administrative department?" She was reluctant to delve into that topic. With a low voice, slightly muffled as she chewed, she responded, "Is there anything wrong with the administrative department?" "Not at all," Lu Qichen replied, "but starting today, your department's workload should increase." Is this the much-discussed advance notice issued by the big boss before assigning tasks? Jiang Mansheng found herself somewhat intrigued. Why has she been frequently visiting Ruibai lately? Is it due to the emphasis placed on the collaboration with blockchain technology? However, Lu Qichen did not immediately respond to her inquiry. Instead, he cast a glance at her bowl of sour soup dumplings, which had been drained within mere minutes, and let out a soft chuckle. After finishing breakfast, he rose from his seat, prompting Jiang Mansheng to do the same. In her moment of distraction, she forgot to take her coffee and turned back to retrieve it. During this brief interlude, she heard him affirm, "Indeed, it is highly regarded. The collaboration with blockchain is of significant importance." Thus, a new day officially commenced. It marked the first day of cohabitation, and Jiang Mansheng felt as though her heart was gently floating in warm water, experiencing an ordinary day that seemed to carry a hint of bliss. It felt as if a touch of happiness had entered her life. Chapter 14. To the garage grandmother, Lu Qichen had spent the entire morning at Ruibai, rigorously scrutinizing personnel. The atmosphere among the colleagues was suffocatingly tense, with hushed discussions circulating about the matter. Numerous department heads had been summoned to the upper echelons, while Jiang Mansheng was busy liaising with other departments for data. She overheard someone imitating Lu Qichen, piqued by the comment, "Do you know how our general manager, Lu, reprimands people?" Curious, Jiang Mansheng glanced up just in time to witness a colleague mimicking Lu Qichen's demeanor. He sat in his office chair, gently pushing a document forward and remarking, "What? Is this the state of our inventory turnover rate? Are you all waiting for me to devise a solution?" Indeed, he appeared quite formidable, a sight Jiang Mansheng found hard to envision. Yet, as Lu Qichen had mentioned that morning, the workload in the administrative department had decreased significantly. Meanwhile, the marketing and research departments were poised to recruit a substantial number of new employees. Jiang Mansheng observed that each time Lu Qichen visited Ruibai, his presence was marked by impactful actions and a palpable influence. How did he manage the vastness of Lu's group, which encompassed numerous companies? Did he visit each one daily? Unlike previous occasions, the current visit did not elicit joy. Instead, the somber mood of the department heads permeated the entire company atmosphere. During the lunch break, Fang Qizhong sent a message. "Madam, would you like to join me for lunch? I made arrangements for you." Jiang Mansheng declined decisively. "No, thank you." She chose to have lunch in the company cafeteria with her colleagues. After the meal, when a colleague went downstairs to buy coffee, Jiang Mansheng accompanied her, hoping to alleviate the oppressive ambience with a post-lunch stroll. This colleague, Chun Xin, attended Peking University as well, albeit at a different campus not far from hers. Jiang Mansheng had visited that campus before, though they likely had crossed paths without recognizing one another. As they returned to the 55th floor, they found themselves alone in the elevator. Engaging in light conversation, Chun Xin remarked, "The red tea latte from Starbucks, with oat milk, is delightful." but I still prefer an Americano. The mention of Americano prompted Jiang Mansheng to recollect the bitter cup of coffee Fang Qizhong had brought her, akin to Lu Qichen's. She felt compelled to convey her gratitude to Fang Qizhong for the thoughtful gesture, yet wished that he would refrain from bringing her Americano next time, as it was truly bitter. "Do you really enjoy Americano?" "I find it rather bitter," she expressed, slightly skeptical of its flavor. Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing two individuals who overheard her comment without reservation. Recognizing the presence of Fang and Lu, Qichen straightened her posture and greeted Secretary Fang, General Manager Lu. Startled, Jiang Mansheng followed suit, lifting her gaze to meet Lu Qichen's inscrutable expression, which remained unaffected by the exchange. She echoed, "Hello, Secretary Fang, General Manager Lu." As they entered the elevator, Lu Qichen acknowledged her with a murmured response, while Fang Qizhong remained silent. The conversation did not cease there. Qichen seized upon the inclusion of "also" in Jiang Mansheng's statement. "You just mentioned also, so who else enjoys Americano?" Ah, how distant yet so close it felt. That evening, she would be meeting Lu Qichen's grandmother. As the workday approached its end, Lu Qichen sent her a message, indicating he was in a meeting and would be delayed by 10 minutes. Jiang Mansheng symbolically extended her hours by a few minutes and soon received another message from Lu, "Come down to the garage." Upon leaving the administrative department, she noticed the marketing department next door was still fervently at work. After a brief moment of contemplation, she realized that this was the very life she had once yearned for, never relishing idleness. Initially, her interest in the supply chain stemmed from this very desire. Yet she had since turned a new page in her life. Today, Lu Qichen was driving an ostentatious Cullinan. Jiang Mansheng cautiously ensured that no one was around before approaching. To her astonishment, she discovered that Lu Qichen was behind the wheel himself. Originally intending to sit in the back seat, she instead took the passenger seat. "Where's Secretary Fang?" she inquired. Lu Qichen replied he clocked out. "My grandmother prefers I don't have my secretary around all the time." It was an unusual request, which suddenly made her feel a bit anxious about meeting Lu Qichen's grandmother. In truth, Lu Qichen's grandfather was also quite stern, but their last encounter had been in a crowded hotel, leaving her feeling unfazed. This time, however, it was a small family gathering. As Lu Qichen started the car and they slowly departed from Reibai, he mentioned, "We need to stop by the supermarket first to buy some pastries for my grandmother." Jiang Mansheng asked, "What kind of pastries does she enjoy? I have quite an affinity for them." It was worth noting that her wrist injury had occurred while purchasing pastries. Lu Qichen responded, "You can choose later." After approximately 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at the supermarket. Jiang Mansheng followed Lu Qichen out of the car, only to be surprised once more to find that this was indeed the same supermarket where she had injured her wrist. While it seemed somewhat coincidental, it wasn't particularly surprising. Fortunately, any discomfort dissipated as Lu Qichen guided her to the very shop where she had twisted her wrist. She glanced at Lu Qichen and remarked, "I twisted my wrist right here last time." However, Lu Qichen was preoccupied with selecting pastries that he knew his grandmother adored and did not catch her words. The pastries suitable for the elderly were likely quite similar, so Jiang Mansheng kept her thoughts to herself, selecting a few that her grandmother particularly enjoyed and packing an additional portion for her. After they paid, the two returned to the car, where Lu Qichen presented her with a black card. "I just had this made today. Feel free to use it for any purchases you wish to make." Jiang Mansheng contemplated mentioning her own financial stability, but decided against it after a brief pause. "I rarely buy things anyway." Lu Qichen's grandmother lived not far from the supermarket, but in a somewhat secluded area. After a few minutes of navigating along a narrow road, they finally turned in. Lu Qichen parked the car, and Jiang Mansheng instinctively took a deep breath. Lu Qichen noticed her unease and reassured her, "There's no need to be nervous. My grandmother is quite easy to get along with." "All right," she replied, though her anxiety lingered. However, 5 minutes later, she finally met his grandmother. Lu Qichen stood by, observing as Jiang Mansheng and his grandmother exchanged glances. Jiang Mansheng stared in disbelief at the elderly woman before her, the same one who had inadvertently caused her wrist injury a few days prior in the supermarket. "Is this your grandmother?" Chapter 15. A slightly arched contour on the bed. "Oh my, what a delightful surprise to see you." exclaimed Madame Yu Enyu, the grandmother of Lu Qichen, as she joyfully clasped Jiang Mansheng's hand. Jiang Mansheng turned her head to glance at Lu Qichen, effortlessly confirming through his expression that the woman before her was indeed his grandmother. She was quite taken aback. "Grandmother, I never anticipated such a coincidence. It turns out you were Lu Qichen's grandmother." If this continued, she mused, she might remain astonished for several more minutes. Finally, Lu Qichen interjected, breaking the moment between the two women, one elderly yet still radiant and wise, the other youthful with a luminous future ahead. "Shall we head inside? Have you two met before?" His tone was calm, laced with a hint of curiosity. Both Lu Qichen and Jiang Mansheng carried various bags as they followed him into the living room, placing them on the coffee table at the center. His grandmother began to explain, "She is the young lady who helped me the other day when I was nearly bumped into while buying pastries at the supermarket. How is your hand? After I left the police station, I went to the hospital to see you, but they informed me you had already been discharged." Madame Yu's gaze naturally fell upon Jiang Mansheng's hand. "It is much better now," Jiang Mansheng replied softly. Lu Qichen looked down at her, their proximity dissolving much of the tension surrounding the visit to his grandmother. Yet, a subtle pressure still lingered around him. "Did you not say it was an accident?" "Well, it could be considered an accident," she admitted, recalling that she had not anticipated being injured while assisting his grandmother. Lu Qichen remained still, his gaze lingering on her wrist for a moment, prompting Jiang Mansheng to discreetly hide it behind her back. "How should I put it? Next time, I shall ensure to protect myself while being of assistance." Fortunately, this coincidental chain of events did not extend for too long. His grandmother was busy cooking. Jiang Mansheng was astonished to discover that there was no housekeeper. Madame Yu lived alone. The spacious villa was adorned with a garden, where various vegetables flourished under her careful nurturing, vivid greens and radiant yellows, a tangible manifestation of spring. Initially intending to assist in the kitchen, Jiang Mansheng was soon shooed away by her grandmother. Outside, the twilight had descended, and the neon lights flickered to life, resembling a myriad of stars in the night sky. Lu Qichen stood nearby, speaking coldly on the phone, with one hand in his pocket and his head slightly bowed. His tall silhouette cast a shadow illuminated by the night lights, transforming in Jiang Mansheng's eyes into a figure of striking elegance. Moments later, that shadow approached her. "You were sent out?" he inquired. "My grandmother is a gourmet and is not accustomed to having others interfere." Jiang Mansheng felt an involuntary flutter in her heart and averted her gaze as she stepped back. "Yes, I was sent out." Lu Qichen offered no further response. As another call came through on his phone, he raised his hand to answer, moving slightly farther away from her. It was a simple gesture, yet it bore a certain sharpness that instantly reminded Jiang Mansheng of her colleague's instinctive trepidation towards him. After dinner, Lu Qichen accompanied his grandmother for a game of Go, while Jiang Mansheng, unfamiliar with the game, sat beside them to keep them company. Inevitably, his grandmother broached a question that had been deliberately set aside for quite some time. When will the wedding take place? Lu Qichen would not forget how much she avoided being discovered in relation to him. As expected, Jiang Mansheng replied resolutely, "Grandma, we prefer not to handle it for the time being." As for the reason behind this reluctance, the superficial explanation seemed to stem from a desire to keep her relationship with Lu Qichen under wraps. But what lay beneath? It appeared to be an uncertainty regarding the marriage itself. Fortunately, her grandmother did not press her. Jiang Mansheng, unable to comprehend the intricacies of Go, found herself dozing off as she watched. However, since she was accompanying Lu Qichen to see her grandmother, and recalling that Lu Qichen's mother had already passed away, she was reluctant to leave, especially after her grandmother nearly had an accident while out buying pastries. She settled into a comfortable position beside the cushion where Lu Qichen sat, a perfect spot to gaze idly at his other hand. Lu Qichen's fingers were long and straight, the faint blue veins on the back of his hand subtly rising and falling with his movements. Yet, as she continued to stare, Jiang Mansheng's focus shifted beyond just his hand. They had come directly from the office, and Lu Qichen was still dressed in his suit. He naturally possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, moving with the poise of a model. Even now, that sharp aura was occasionally softened by the homely atmosphere of her grandmother's house, though only slightly. Jiang Mansheng felt her vision blur. In a hazy moment, she sensed that the hand she had been fixated on had reached out, gently pinching her fingertips with two cool, yet firm fingers, seemingly to confirm whether she had fallen asleep. However, she remained in a drowsy state. A faint rustling sound nearby indicated movement. After a moment, a large hand settled on her slender shoulder, shifting to find a suitable position, inadvertently brushing against her neck. Jiang Mansheng jolted awake. Lu Qichen leaned in slightly, his breath tantalizingly close. She hurried to stand, but stumbled and crouched instead, stammering, I feel a bit sleepy. I'll go sleep for a while on the second floor. Lu Qichen stood up, distancing himself from her, in the room on the far left. The wall clock indicated it was 11:30. Did Lu Qichen and her grandmother not require sleep? Jiang Mansheng was indeed feeling quite drowsy. Upon entering Lu Qichen's room on the second floor, she found it to be yet another expanse of black, gray, and white. She merely wished to rest her eyes for a moment. She lifted the black, thin blanket on the bed, creating a small nook for herself. Yet, as soon as she leaned against the bed, she fell into a deep slumber. She awoke to the sound of Lu Qichen entering, still in a fog. Gazing at his tall and slender figure, she barely whispered, "Are we leaving?" Lu Qichen had already removed his suit jacket and was beginning to loosen his tie. As she spoke from the bed, he was unfastening his watch, glancing toward her side of the bed, where a small mound was still very much alive. Her body was slightly angled, her ankle having somehow slipped out from beneath the black blanket, pale and delicate, undeniably conspicuous. It was difficult for Lu Qichen not to notice. A sense of illusion seemed to arise, as if the unique essence of this room, which had once belonged solely to him, had been considerably diluted, now mingling with the sweet fragrance that belonged to Jiang Mansheng. It was an indelible presence, neither cloying nor provoking any displeasure. He could not discern what Jiang Mansheng was saying, so he loosened his tie and leaned closer to her to listen. Then he caught her words clearly. "Lu Qichen, shall we return?" Lu Qichen was likely taken aback by the late hour and her readiness to leave. He inquired, "Are we still going back?" Jiang Mansheng's brows fluttered slightly, her voice as gentle as a butterfly. "Shall we go back?" Lu Qichen halted his task of untying his tie. "Then let us rise. We shall return." Chapter 16. As she returned home, it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. She was truly impressed by her two grandsons. A rainstorm had swept through the night, with the downpour accompanied by flashes of lightning that rent the sky, drumming against the windows and infusing the world with a refreshing essence. When Jiang Mansheng awoke, the rain had ceased. She opened the window, and a rush of cool air flooded into the room, elevating her spirits immensely. Despite having slept little the previous night, she felt invigorated. However, there was a downside. She noticed a faint ache in her wrist, which had been gradually healing from sprain. She wondered if she had accidentally pressed on it while sleeping. With the rain having lowered the temperature a notch further, Jiang Mansheng donned a delicate white sweater, paired with black trousers, and topped with a lightweight blazer. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, having been styled into soft waves that brushed against her elbows. After being treated with heat, her hair glimmered slightly under the sunlight, its voluminous curls tucked behind her ear. She slung a crossbody bag over her shoulder before heading downstairs. Strangely, the scene mirrored that of the previous day. The only distinction was that Lu Qichen was clad in a khaki suit today, his hair styled in a side part. He remained seated at the dining table, gazing up at her in silence. Jiang Mansheng approached him, and Fang Qinzong offered her a cup of coffee, an ordinary latte. "Thank you," she murmured. Fang Qinzong, adept at navigating social dynamics, engaged in small talk. "You look exceptionally beautiful today, madam. Just seeing you brightens the mood." As she uttered these words, Lu Qichen remained immobile, leaning back in his chair, observing the two of them. In a low voice, Jiang Mansheng responded, "Could you make a red tea latte next time?" Fang Qinzong appeared to have been waiting for this cue, responding eagerly, "Of course." She reached out for the coffee, but a twinge of pain shot through her wrist, prompting her to swiftly switch to her other hand. Just as she grasped the cup, Lu Qichen rose and approached her, his tall figure casting a shadow beside her. She took a small step back and looked at him. "You're not going to Ruibai today, are you?" "Your hand?" Lu Qichen inquired, having noticed her earlier gesture. She could only admit the truth. It hurts a bit. Jiang Mansheng adjusted her crossbody bag, adding, perhaps I slept restlessly last night and accidentally pressed on it. It was already 9 o'clock a.m., and she had given up on having breakfast. However, if she didn't leave soon, she would be late. Did you apply the medicine last night? Lu Qichen continued to question. I was too tired yesterday. I indeed forgot to apply it. Did you just apply it? He pressed further. Not yet. I'm going to be late. I'll apply it when I return tonight, she replied, moving to leave, only to be abruptly halted as he wrapped an arm around her waist. It was just a fleeting embrace, the fabric of their clothes barely separating them, intended to prevent her from leaving. Yet, it sent a shiver through Jiang Mansheng's entire being. Come here, Lu Qichen said, retrieving her tubes of medicine from the side and gesturing for her to sit on the sofa. I'm going to be late, she protested. Lu Qichen, is there anyone daring enough to reprimand you? Or is our family truly in need of that attendance bonus? Jiang Mansheng merely wished to avoid tardiness. However, she found herself seated dutifully in front of him. Lu Qichen slowly squeezed a bit of ointment onto her wrist, his movements imbued with patience. At that moment, Fang Qianzhong had already returned to the dining table to assist Lu Qichen in tidying up. Lu Qichen remarked, I shall not be attending Rui Bai today. You may freely use the car in the garage. If you require a driver, let Fang Qianzhong make the arrangements for you. Jiang Mansheng suddenly realized that Lu Qichen's thoughts were quite erratic. Oh, very well. Yet, she found it somewhat difficult to accept his application of the ointment on her. With a slight frown, she grasped his wrist. I can manage it myself. A brief silence ensued. Lu Qichen extended the tube of ointment toward her, and Jiang Mansheng hurriedly accepted it as he stood up. Meanwhile, Fang Qianzhong had everything prepared. Shall we delay the multinational meeting scheduled for 10 minutes? Let us proceed in the car, Lu Qichen replied in a nonchalant tone. Upon arriving at Rui Bai, she was astonished to discover breakfast awaiting her at her workstation. Jiang Mansheng was taken aback and inquired with a colleague, who looked equally astonished. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems someone from the upper management sent it over. Do you know anyone from upper management? Her colleague inquired with curiosity. Not that I know of. Did I perhaps miss C? Just as she contemplated messaging Lu Qichen to inquire, a notification popped up on her phone. Lu, remember to eat breakfast. Lu, I forgot to mention, I will be on a business trip from today until Friday. If anything arises, please reach out to Aunt Shun or Fang Qianzhong. In the days that Lu Qichen was absent, Jiang Mansheng's life had become exceedingly regular and solitary. This day was Thursday. After work, Jiang Mansheng intended to visit a salon to trim her hair slightly. Her hand had nearly recovered. She selected a rather ordinary black Bentley from Lu Qichen's garage, and during the evening rush hour, there was a bit of traffic. The incessant honking from outside the car did not seem to faze Jiang Mansheng, who exhibited an unusual patience. It was not a particularly elaborate haircut. She retained her signature waves, merely opting for a slight trim. By the time she finished, it was nearly 8:30, and the world outside her window was cloaked in darkness. Jiang Mansheng exited the parking lot and casually selected a podcast to listen to. To her surprise, she heard Lu Qichen's name mentioned. She was intrigued, wondering what meeting they were discussing, as her impression of Lu Qichen was of someone who preferred to remain low-key. Just as she was about to listen closely, a woman suddenly dashed into the road ahead. Jiang Mansheng hastily slammed on the brakes. The abruptness of the situation caused the tires to screech against the pavement, propelling her forward. Jiang Mansheng gaped in disbelief as the woman who had unexpectedly rushed in front of her car now lay on the ground, motionless. Glancing around, she noted the absence of other people or vehicles. This was a remarkably quiet lane. Jiang Mansheng's breathing became increasingly rapid. Had she struck her? In a frenzy, she grabbed her phone, dialing the emergency services, while simultaneously opening the car door, intending to check on the woman's condition. However, it was after Jiang Mansheng opened the car door that the woman rushed forward with remarkable swiftness. This gave Jiang Mansheng enough time to discern that the woman was uninjured. Whether it was a sudden dash into the path of Jiang Mansheng's vehicle or a feigned act of being struck and collapsing, it was all a deliberate ploy. The woman appeared to be merely in her early 20s, gripping a sharp knife, her face a portrait of terror as she gazed at Jiang Mansheng, who sat elegantly attired in her luxury car. Why did her expression reflect such fear? Jiang Mansheng was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the rage in the woman's eyes pierced her soul. Jiang Mansheng's gaze lingered on the knife for a brief moment, and just as she attempted to close the door, the woman had already extended her hand to obstruct her. Get out. Chapter 17. What happened? It was an exceedingly ordinary day in the world. How ordinary, you may ask. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Zhao, when she awoke once again, her petite figure leaning against the window as she gazed downward. The dawn had just begun to break. With the sky adorned in pale hues, and a few scattered vehicles traversed the main road near the hospital. From her vantage point on the 26th floor, they appeared diminutive, akin to mere toys. Alongside the road, the diligent cleaning staff had already commenced their work. A soft smile graced Zhao Wenqi's lips, for yesterday at the same hour, she had observed those very workers. Each day seemed to blend into the next, particularly during this year when she had taken a leave of absence to care for her hospitalized mother. Typically, she worked at a hotel, and on her off days, she remained by her mother's side in the hospital. However, this day would unfold differently than she had anticipated. The next time she awoke, it was to the alarming sound of the monitor by her mother's bedside. Overcome with fear, Zhao Wenqi rushed to summon a doctor, inadvertently knocking a small fruit knife off the bedside table, a knife intended for her mother's fruit. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the hospital ward, and several times. The knife was inadvertently trampled upon, ultimately being kicked into a corner. Lost in her thoughts, Zhao Wenqi picked up the knife and tucked it into her pocket. The doctor informed her that surgery was imperative. With remarkable composure, she inquired, "How much will it cost?" Yet, deep down, Zhao Wenqi was acutely aware of her dwindling finances. Her hotel wages had already been advanced to the following month, and she had borrowed from everyone she could. Uncertain of her remaining resources, she decided to seek out Qinglan, the fabled enclave where only the wealthiest resided. There, she intended to confront her biological father. From the moment she began to grasp the complexities of the world, Zhao Wenqi understood her status as an illegitimate child. She was unsure how long she had been squatting there, feeling increasingly lightheaded. When a car bearing her father's license plate approached, she instinctively dashed forward. This marked the second time in her life that she had laid eyes on her father. What did he do? He slowly lowered the window, declaring, "Zhao Wenqi, I will give you 2 minutes. If you remain in front of my car, I will have you removed." His tone was unmistakably clear. Zhao Wenqi pondered. What more could she possibly do? What could she do to save her mother? At that moment, a sleek black Bentley drew near. Zhao Wenqi brandished the small knife. "Get out of the car," she commanded, her voice firm and resolute. Under the combined pressure of her words and the knife's presence, Jiang Mansheng cautiously exited the vehicle. Yet, before she could take any action, the woman before her appeared to suddenly comprehend the situation, letting out a startled gasp as she dropped the knife in her hand. She looked even more flustered than Jiang Mansheng, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Jiang Mansheng remained vigilant, kicking the fallen knife far away. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, as she was aware that time was of the essence. However, the pair of eyes before her, so reminiscent of her adoptive mother-s, were filled with desperation. "Do you need help?" Jiang Mansheng asked. Receiving a response that was unexpected, she heard, "Sister, my name is Zhao Wenqi. I apologize, it was not my intention. I acted impulsively in the heat of the moment." Zhao Wenqi was a name that, once cast in the crowd, would be lost forever. Upon returning to the parking garage, Jiang Mansheng sat in the driver's seat for several minutes. She had noticed nearby surveillance cameras. Should she report it to the authorities? That would be the appropriate course of action, considering the lessons imparted by Shenwani, who had always encouraged her to take such steps. Yet, Jiang Mansheng hesitated. It was because of those piercing eyes. While Shenwani's teachings were largely beneficial to Jiang Mansheng, how could she discern what truly represented her desires among them? What if she simply did not wish to report it? Would this choice inflict unnecessary harm upon others? How could she ascertain whether her decision was right or wrong? Thus, she delayed the choice to notify the police until she opened her front door. The living room was brightly illuminated by the overhead lights, casting a warm glow. Aunt Chun was engaged in cleaning, and Jiang Mansheng recalled that Lu Qichen might return the following day. She felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. sitting on the carpet in the entryway. She slipped off her high heels. It was the fourth day of Lu Qichen's business trip, during which they had exchanged no communication. Nearby, Chen seemed to have called out Madam several times, perhaps saying something else, but Jiang Mansheng felt she had not heard clearly, responding vaguely with a few murmurs of yes, I'm back. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming desire to remain still, to lie down right there in the entryway. Why not lie down? This is also what Shenwani would advise. The world will not come to an end simply because I take a moment to rest, she mused. And indeed, she nearly succumbed to that thought. Jiang Mansheng crouched on the carpet, burying her head in her knees. The sharp memory of that small knife echoed in her mind. Yet within a few minutes, a somewhat indifferent voice broke through, asking, "What are you doing?" It was a voice she recognized all too well, Lu Qichen's. Huh? She suddenly lifted her head to meet Lu Qichen's gaze, which held a hint of curiosity. The words Aunt Shun had repeated moments ago, which she had failed to comprehend, suddenly became clear. Lu Qichen had returned. You? How did you come back? Jiang Mansheng asked, still seated. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? What are you doing? Lu Qichen inquired again. Jiang Mansheng felt a flicker of irritation. Why did he never respond immediately when she asked him something? I'm changing my shoes, she replied, though she did not harbor any anger towards him. As she spoke, she retrieved her slippers, slipped them on, and stood up. She had been seated for too long and felt slightly dizzy. Instinctively, Jiang Mansheng reached for the shoe cabinet for support. Lu Qichen noticed her small gesture and extended his hand, hovering it in midair, unsure. She did not wish to report it. In that moment, Jiang Mansheng solidified her decision. But how could she determine whether her choice was right or wrong? She gazed into Lu Qichen's eyes, cautiously asking, would he find such a question peculiar? What does it matter if one finds it strange? Yet, Lu Qichen appeared unfazed, his voice low and steady. Let us observe the results it brings. Jiang Mansheng replied, but I am unaware of its outcome at this moment. Then exercise patience for now, Lu Qichen suggested, lowering his gaze towards her. If you are certain that this is the choice you wish to make, then wait patiently. Should the results prove correct, you have done well. However, even if they are erroneous, it is of no consequence. Upon discovering the mistake, act boldly to rectify it. But I fear it may be wrong and cause harm to others. Lu Qichen reassured, the world's capacity for error is not as bleak as you perceive. You are not obligated to bear the weight of every unforeseen circumstance. Such simple words, yet they seemed to melt away the turmoil within her, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Nevertheless, Lu Qichen did not hasten to conclude their conversation. Jiang Mansheng, what troubles you? This was not a mere inquiry, but a definitive expression of his awareness that she was indeed facing something significant. His tone was one of assurance, a reliable presence ready to help her navigate her difficulties. Chapter 18. Her black slip dress, it was truly delightful that Lu Qichen had returned. Jiang Mansheng thought this and expressed her sentiments aloud. It's wonderful that you're back. Indeed, she had encountered a matter of concern. Yet now she felt equipped to resolve it independently. Lu Qichen paused momentarily before responding with a soft Why not head upstairs to change your clothes? Then come down for a bit of 5 red soup before retiring for the night? All right. Jiang Mansheng nodded in agreement. If you face any difficulties, you may also consult Fang Qinzong. He is my resource, as well as yours. At this juncture, she finally had the leisure to appraise Lu Qichen. Although it had only been 4 days since they last saw each other, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Their cohabitation had not been extensive, yet the comfort of familiarity is indeed a formidable force. After enjoying the 5 red soup, Jiang Mansheng intended to try on her newly purchased garments. The living room boasted a full-length mirror, and Aunt Chen was still awake, so Jiang Mansheng proceeded to change outfits in the living room, soliciting Aunt Chen's opinions. After trying on approximately 20 pieces, she had spent a good half hour in this endeavor. Lu Qichen, who had been working in the study, realized after nearly half an hour that a stack of essential documents had been left in the living room, prompting him to descend the stairs. Expecting only to find Aunt Shun, he was taken aback to see a myriad of colors adorning the corner of the sofa. Red, purple, blue, yellow, standing in stark contrast to the minimalist black, white, and gray decor of the living room, yet introducing an unexpected touch of warmth. His gaze then fell upon Jiang Mansheng, who was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Her slippers lay discarded beside the couch, and she wore a black slip dress he had never seen her don before. The dress featured a circular design at the waist, accentuating her slender figure, while the delicate straps rested lightly on her shoulders. The deep black hue enhanced her naturally fair complexion, making her skin appear even more luminous under the light. This was the first time Lu Qichen had witnessed her in such a sheer ensemble. He averted his gaze. Aunt Shun, with a smile, remarked, "It seems the madam has tried on so many clothes that she has exhausted herself." Startled by Aunt Shen's words, Jiang Mansheng became aware of his presence and quickly straightened herself. How did you come down?" Lu Qichen scrutinized her face. "Is lying down while playing with your phone gentle on the eyes?" "I'm a bit tired today." Without further comment, Lu Qichen walked over to retrieve the documents. Jiang Mansheng also sat up. Among the heap of clothes were several pieces of nightwear, which she gathered into her arms. "I've finished trying them on. I shall head upstairs to sleep now." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. At that moment, Lu Qichen's phone emitted a notification sound. He lowered his head to check the message. "Fong Qinzhou, Mr. Lu. The madam just asked me to look into a person named Zhao. It appears she threatened the madam with a knife tonight, although it was an unsuccessful attempt. I thought it prudent to inform you as a precaution." The following day, Friday, Jiang Mansheng finished work but did not return home immediately. Instead, she visited a nearby five-star hotel named Jian, owned by the Jiang family and managed by her mother, Shen Yan. Shen Yan had summoned Jiang Mansheng to accompany her merely to observe and learn. Jiang Mansheng refrained from placing undue pressure on herself, while Shen Wani had always exhibited remarkable patience in teaching her this lesson. However, an unexpected revelation occurred when she discovered that the front office manager of the hotel was actually a senior from her university days, named Shenyang Tian, who had studied business administration, just like Jiang Mansheng, in the School of Business Administration. Aware of their acquaintance, Shen Wani promptly requested Shenyang Tian to guide her through their operational processes. Shenyang Tian seemed taken aback and was momentarily at a loss for how to address her, realizing, "So you're the Jiang from the Jiang family." Jiang Mansheng maintained her usual tone, responding, "You can just call me by my name, Senior." Shenyang Tian chuckled awkwardly, seemingly hesitant to directly utter her name, and proceeded to show her the duty room of the hotel. During their tour, someone sought out Shenyang Tian, informing him that an ultra-VIP room required a wine delivery, a standard protocol at Jian, which mandated that the front office manager personally handle such requests. Although the matter was not particularly urgent, Shenyang Tian continued to lead her through the hotel. As they walked past the duty room, the sound of reprimanding voices echoed, causing Shenyang Tian to become alert. He paused momentarily, glancing at Jiang Mansheng with an expression of uncertainty, asking, "Miss, would you like to intervene?" It was a signal for help. Jiang Mansheng shot him a questioning look. "What are you talking about? Is Shenyang Tian not responsible? How does he manage?" The reprimander, a male voice, initially left Jiang Mansheng uncertain about the nature of the sounds she had heard. However, upon pushing the door open, she realized it was the sound of a slap against someone's face. The reprimander was a man who was striking a petite girl in front of him, saying, "Is it that difficult to dress a bit more revealing when I ask you to deliver the wine? If you're this useless, you shouldn't be working at Jian." Though Jiang Mansheng felt a surge of rage upon hearing those words, she managed to restrain herself slightly. Her gaze shifted towards the girl, and for a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. Yet, Jiang Mansheng quickly recognized the girl, Zhao Wenqi, the one she had encountered while driving, who had brandished a knife and then discarded it. The reprimander, however, seemed indifferent to their identities, merely casting a glance at Shenyang Tian, who was of no concern to him, and prepared to strike again. Jiang Mansheng intervened, stepping in front of Zhao Wenqi and pulling the man away slightly. Delivering a slap of her own, is it really necessary for a girl to rely on revealing attire to promote wine? How useful are you? The man was about to retaliate when Shenyang Tian rushed forward, placing himself protectively in front of Jiang Mansheng. "Wengu, this is Miss Jiang Mansheng, the daughter of General Manager Shen." The mention of Shen Wani's daughter proved to be a powerful deterrent. Jiang Mansheng quickly realized that any derogatory remarks from Ngo were stifled at his lips, and he dared not act further. He shot a glare at Shen Yantian before departing the duty room. Shen Yantian whispered, "Miss, he is the nephew of the branch manager." Jiang Mansheng fixed her gaze on Zhao Wenqi. Shen Yantian hastily urged Zhao Wenqi to depart, to which she expressed her gratitude. Shen Yantian replied, "I shall inform Mr. Shen about today's events." It appeared as though he had deliberately brought her to this duty room. Once an exemplary and upright senior in school, he had now resorted to such measures to safeguard his employees. Reality, it seemed, was indeed stark. Jiang Mansheng remained silent. At that moment, Zhao Wenqi wheeled in a cart laden with wine, destined for the ultra-VIP room. Shen Yantian knocked on the door, and, after a considerable pause, someone finally emerged to open it. To Jiang Mansheng's astonishment, it was Lu Qichen. The dazzling lights and raucous music spilled forth from within. They exchanged a momentary glance, both taken aback. Having grown accustomed to feigning unfamiliarity in public, Jiang Mansheng instinctively continued to act as though they were strangers. She diverted her gaze from Lu Qichen. Yet in the next moment, he fixed his eyes on Shen Yantian and spoke to her. "I have a friend here. I came to take a look." "What brings you here?" Chapter 19. Grasping her hand, Lu Qichen's presence in this hotel today was for the purpose of attending a bachelor party. To be precise, he had been coaxed and deceived by his friend, Qin Yishuan, into coming. "If you don't show up, I will jump from the top suite of the Jian Hotel at precisely 8 o'clock p.m. During their youth, the Qin family resided next to the Lu family. Qin Yishuan, a loquacious and clingy individual, was not a bad person, just somewhat noisy. In a matter of months, he had managed to glue the youthful Lu Qichen to his side as a friend. A month prior, Qin Yishuan was thrust into a business marriage, his bride-to-be a rumored, willful young lady of privilege. The elder Qin was known for his decisive actions. Upon learning that Qin Yishuan had a girlfriend still attending university, he promptly arranged for her to be sent abroad with a generous sum of 5 million. The young master believed that his affection was unyielding. Yet he now wept in his room, lamenting, "How could this be? Is there no sense of justice? I am outmatched by a mere 5 million. At that moment, Jiang Mansheng, upon seeing Lu Qichen at the door, was momentarily taken aback. "This is my mother's hotel. I am accompanying her for a visit." Lu Qichen responded with a simple, "Would you like me to greet her?" Just as Jiang Mansheng opened her mouth to reply, a striking young woman emerged from the room. Beautiful and strikingly familiar, Jiang Mansheng took several seconds to recall that this was a rising star in the entertainment industry. Su Yin was acutely aware of her recent prominence as a celebrity. Yet, she was always mindful of the precarious nature of fame. The entertainment world was capricious. Today, a shining star could easily fade into obscurity by tomorrow. Undoubtedly, Su Yin was beautiful, but what celebrity was not? Her ascent to recognition was due to her meticulous selection of hundreds of scripts, eventually landing one that resonated with the audience. Furthermore, her family, the Su family, had been flourishing in the technological sector over the past 2 years, allowing her access to a more refined social circle. Despite the necessity to seize every opportunity, Su Yin felt no inclination when informed by her brother about Qin Yishuan's bachelor party. Finally, her brother inquired, "Didn't you see Lu Qichen at the style gala?" It was indeed a surprise. She had never imagined that she would come face to face with the current head of the Lu family. However, fortune smiled upon her when, at the style gala just days prior, she had her eye on a gemstone necklace, and in a bidding war against Lu Qichen, it had come down to just the two of them. Presumably, someone had introduced her to him amidst the crowd. As Su Yin gazed at Lu Qichen's slender figure from a distance, he unexpectedly turned to glance at her. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment, and with unyielding resolve, he escalated the price to 20 million, ultimately claiming the necklace. Whispers filled the room as onlookers speculated why Lu Qichen, known for his disinterest in women, would suddenly bid on a necklace clearly intended for a young lady. Nevertheless, Su Yin was indifferent to their chatter, for her brother had stated, "This is Qin Yishuan's bachelor party, the only event where Lu Qichen might appear in a private setting. Are you certain you have no interest?" Indeed, she was intrigued. She adorned herself with exquisite beauty and made her entrance at Qin Yishuan's singles party, and indeed, her brother had not deceived her. Lu Qichen was truly present. Dressed in a tailored suit, he sat on the central sofa with his long legs crossed, instantly causing Su Yin's heart to race like a drum. He was undeniably handsome and tall, with an aura that was both striking and imposing. Not to mention the Lu Corporation backing him and the flattery he received from those around him. Just gazing upon his face made Su Yin hesitate to imagine what it would be like to stand by his side, to pursue the man she admired. She knew she must rely on her own efforts. Fortunately, she finally found an opportunity. A ringing sound echoed from outside the room, and Lu Qichen, seemingly annoyed, rose to answer the door. After a brief silence, Su Yin mustered her courage and followed him. Standing outside were a man and two women, accompanied by a cart of drinks. Assuming they were staff members, she boldly approached Lu Qichen and asked, "Mr. Lu, I am Su Yin, a friend of Qin Yixuan. May I have your contact information?" Upon her utterance, the others present were momentarily taken aback. Lu Qichen tilted his head slightly and glanced at her. Jiang Mansheng, who had intended to respond to Lu Qichen's inquiry about whether she should greet Su Yin, found herself unable to speak. 5 minutes later, Lu Qichen donned his suit jacket and walked behind Jiang Mansheng. After Su Yin's earlier lack of response, Lu Qichen hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "Then I will accompany you to extend a greeting." Observing Jiang Mansheng walking ahead, he noticed she seemed displeased. He recalled that he had declined Miss Su quite decisively. To be honest, Jiang Mansheng was largely unfazed by Lu Qichen being approached. She had endured far more bitterness during her adolescence. Given Lu Qichen's striking appearance, it was entirely normal for someone to flirt with him. She remained in good spirits and responded to his offer to greet Su Yin. "All right, let's take a look together. I wonder if my mother will leave." Lu Qichen did not immediately insist on accompanying her. Instead, he observed her and asked, "There are a few friends inside. Would you like to say hello?" The noise from within was rather loud, and Jiang Mansheng showed little interest, replying, "Maybe next time, if that is all right." Lu Qichen simply acknowledged her with a sound of agreement, turned to retrieve his belongings, and informed Qin Yixuan that he would be leaving first. Jiang Mansheng walked slowly, and Lu Qichen followed her pace. She attempted to engage him in conversation. "What are you playing?" Lu Qichen replied, "Qin Yixuan's singles party." "What is a singles party?" Jiang Mansheng pressed the elevator button, already familiar with the name Qin Yixuan. Lu Qichen continued, "Old Master Qin is arranging a marriage for him." It was after this remark that Jiang Mansheng fell silent. Having spent some time together, Lu Qichen had gained a slight understanding of Jiang Mansheng. Her temperament was remarkably admirable. Even when displeased, she could manage her feelings internally. Yet at that moment, he was certain she was a bit upset. Was it due to Miss Su from earlier? Lu Qichen clarified, "I am not acquainted with the Miss Su from just now." Without a moment's hesitation, no contact information was exchanged. "Jiang Mansheng, I heard it." I heard him apologize, saying, "Sorry, Miss Su," as he declined. When the elevator reached the designated floor, Jiang Mansheng attempted to step outside, only to be halted by Lu Qichen's firm grasp on her hand. He remained upright, his large hand naturally enveloping hers, preventing her from advancing. It was rather unexpected. Jiang Mansheng gazed at Lu Qichen holding her hand. What was he angry about? Lu Qichen's voice was low and gentle. He exerted a bit more pressure, drawing her closer to him, so close that she could tilt her head and touch his chest. "Jiang Mansheng, did you also host a singles party?" Lu Qichen was momentarily puzzled, but ultimately replied, "No." Jiang Mansheng, oh. With that simple exchange, it became apparent that Jiang Mansheng seemed to no longer be angry. Jiang Mansheng, did Qin Yixuan throw a singles party because he despises the idea of an arranged marriage? Lu Qichen, it's not that absolute. Jiang Mansheng, all right. It appeared she truly was not angry anymore. Lu Qichen observed the subtly tousled curls in Jiang Mansheng's hair. Thus, he endeavored to untangle Jiang Mansheng's reasoning. She had just been upset upon hearing that Qin Yixuan held a singles party due to the prospect of an arranged marriage. She assumed that a young master weary of such unions would announce his loss of freedom through such an event. Therefore, she speculated that when it came time for their wedding, Lu Qichen would also be angered by the suddenness of their union and might host a singles party. Lu Qichen understood. I have not hosted a singles party, nor do I harbor any intention of doing so. Jiang Mansheng nodded. Oh, I see. She continued to gaze intently at the hand Lu Qichen held. Lu Qichen looked at her and smiled faintly. Chapter 20. not a girlfriend, but a wife. Time swiftly passed over the course of a few weeks. One day, Jiang Mansheng discovered that the temperature had risen to 30 degrees Celsius. Summer had officially begun. Shen, with a deliberate intent, had transferred a portion of the work at the Jian Hotel into Jiang Mansheng's hands, merely as a trial for management. Shen exhibited considerable patience towards Jiang Mansheng. For Jiang Mansheng, this meant an escalation to 2 jobs daily. Initially, she found it somewhat challenging, but upon reflecting on Lu Qichen's daily workload, she suddenly felt it was manageable. It was not beyond her capabilities. Lu Qichen was indeed remarkable, yet Jiang Mansheng believed she could gradually learn from him. That day, Qin Yishuan had organized a new gathering at the Jian Hotel, and Lu Qichen intended to attend. Jiang Mansheng recalled that during the previous invitation from Lu Qichen to meet friends, she had declined, prompting her to contemplate whether she should attend this time. The cloakroom was nearly filled with her garments, including several stacks of new seasonal clothing prepared by Aunt Shun, as well as her own orders. It seemed that a new shipment had arrived yesterday, now creating a considerable heap. As Jiang Mansheng rummaged through the clothes, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a tall figure. Lu Qichen, clad only in long trousers, displayed a well-defined physique, with muscles accentuated and visible veins on his pale skin. At first, she was taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, she instinctively averted her gaze. Lu Qichen noticed her reaction and reached for a black short-sleeved shirt to don. The master bedroom couldn't accommodate all my clothes, so Aunt Shun placed them here. I assumed you were not at home, he explained. Jiang Mansheng nodded. Oh, I see. Is there not enough space for your clothes? I will organize my things tomorrow to make some room for you. Lu Qichen regarded Jiang Mansheng and replied affirmatively. Later, I will ask Aunt Shun to arrange for someone to expand the cloakroom. A breeze flowed in through the open window, causing the hem of Jiang Mansheng's black skirt to sway gently. Today, she had dressed casually at home, her long hair styled into a high bun, revealing her smooth forehead and a few slightly tousled strands. The bright light in the cloakroom illuminated her petite face, casting beautiful patterns of light. Lu Qichen was unexpectedly struck by the sight of Jiang Mansheng in the black spaghetti-strap dress she had tried on during a prior encounter when he had descended the stairs to retrieve documents. Though it was merely a simple black dress, he remained silent. Are you going to Jian tonight? Jiang Mansheng inquired. Yes, Qin Yishuan has some matters to attend to. He replied, I will also be at Jian tonight. Would you like me to come over? The phrasing of her question carried a hint of playful coaxing. Upon finishing her sentence, she realized something was amiss. She had intended to express it in 2 different ways, but inadvertently altered the structure. Lu Qichen, unconsciously tugging at the corner of his mouth, responded, Yes, come over. Having completed her tasks at the Jian Hotel, it was nearly 8 o'clock. As Jiang Mansheng took the elevator to find Lu Qichen, she heard a noise from the stairwell, prompting her to instinctively turn her head to look. How fortuitous! She recognized both individuals present. One was Zhao, and the other was a notorious playboy within their circle. Their conversation was marked by an intimate tone juxtaposed with assertive physical gestures as the young man forcefully grasped Zhao's chin. Why haven't you resigned yet? Didn't I cover your mother's surgery expenses? I don't want to quit. Why not? Do you desire me to personally ensure you lose your job? If it were an internal matter involving Jian employees, Jiang Mansheng could still intervene. However, in this instance, it seemed like a typical quarrel between a young couple, providing no justification for Jiang Mansheng's involvement. She turned to leave, inevitably pondering a question. Zhao, why, upon every encounter, do you appear so weary and submissive? Upon arriving at the room number sent by Lu Qichen, Jiang Mansheng knocked on the door, only to be greeted by Miss Su from that day. She was present as well. Hello, Jiang Mansheng spoke gently. I'm here to see Lu Qichen. Addressing him by his first name was indeed a rather surprising maneuver, as Su-yin had rarely encountered anyone bold enough to do so. Miss Su regarded her with suspicion. Likely due to Jiang Mansheng's striking beauty, she recalled, Aren't you the one who delivered the wine that day? Yet, she remembered that Lu Qichen had spoken to her then. What was the situation? If this person before her was merely a hotel staff member, then Lu Qichen. She glanced back at him, who appeared impeccably polished. Nevertheless, she dutifully referred to him as Mr. Lu. Lu Qichen, ever gentle, emerged moments later, greeting Jiang Mansheng with warmth. "Why didn't you message me?" Entering the private room, she noticed another individual seated beside Lu Qichen, a man exuding charm. Lu Qichen introduced him. "This is Qin Yixuan." He gestured for Qin Yixuan to sit elsewhere. "Hello, sister-in-law. I've long admired your name." Qin Yixuan greeted. Had her reputation already reached such heights? She had assumed her existence was unknown among Lu Qichen's acquaintances. However, Jiang Mansheng felt a slight discomfort with the term sister-in-law. "Hello, I am Jiang Mansheng," she replied, her voice measured. Simultaneously, Lu Qichen added, "Her name is Jiang Mansheng." Following this, Qin Yixuan ceased to call her sister-in-law, opting instead for her name and relocating to a nearby seat. Jiang Mansheng found herself sitting directly next to Lu Qichen, who poured her a drink while the others continued their games. Many eyes were drawn to her presence. During one moment, she looked up and noticed that Su Yin was the most conspicuous among the crowd. It was evident that numerous individuals were eager to inquire. It appeared that only Qin Yixuan was aware of her true identity. A few minutes later, a bold gentleman finally posed a question. "Such a stunning beauty. Could she be Mr. Lu's girlfriend? I've never seen Mr. Lu with a girlfriend before." Indeed, it seemed that any casual romantic involvement would render the competition pale in comparison. Not only had no one witnessed Mr. Lu in such close proximity to another female, but the mere sight of his affection was unprecedented. In an instant, the crowd echoed the inquiry. The music in the room was already blaring, a cacophony that filled the air. Lu Qichen was still pouring her a drink when a thought crossed his mind. How much can you drink? The last time they discussed alcohol was during Director Huang's gathering. Jiang Mansheng replied with remarkable restraint, just a little. Consequently, Lu Qichen placed several bottles of wine in front of her, saying, "These are quite good and have a lower alcohol content. You can sample a bit of each. It's perfectly fine to indulge. I will take you home." Jiang Mansheng felt a flicker of joy. Many wines were delightful, and she truly yearned to taste them. However, the atmosphere of drinking parties often felt perilous, causing her to hesitate. After a soft acknowledgement, Lu Qichen lifted his gaze and found himself meeting the curious eyes of a gentleman who had inquired about Jiang Mansheng's identity. Such a stunning beauty. Is she General Manager Lu's girlfriend? Lu Qichen raised an eyebrow slightly, responding to the question with a low, languorous tone, "Not girlfriend." A moment of silence enveloped the room. "She is my wife," Lu Qichen added. Chapter 21. In his embrace upon the utterance of Lu Qichen's words, a palpable silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere grew subtly tense as Jiang Mansheng discerned the astonishment and disbelief reflected in the eyes of everyone present, except for Qin Yixuan. Yet, Lu Qichen remained unfazed. He leaned forward, retrieving several bottles of liquor and placing them before Jiang Mansheng. Their proximity was intimate, and the shadows cast by his movements danced upon her. After a moment, Su Yin, seemingly seeking confirmation, softly remarked, "Mr. Lu is actually married." Qin Yixuan responded to her statement, "Indeed. Quite charming, isn't it?" Su Yin pressed her lips together, acknowledging they are well matched. The gathering concluded quite late, and to Jiang Mansheng's surprise, she encountered Zhao Wenqi at that hour. At the end of the corridor, Zhao Wenqi was enduring a reprimand from Shen Yangming. In that moment, Jiang Mansheng was preparing to leave with Lu Qichen, halting her steps as he paused beside her. It was Jiang Mansheng's first glimpse of Shen Yangming's anger. "Why are you resigning? I truly do not understand. Your work is meticulous and exemplary. If you so desire, I could easily cultivate you for the position of front office manager. Why do you always retreat when I wish to promote you? Why do you concede whenever other male employees merely speak up?" Zhao Wenqi, Shen Yangming's voice rose slightly. "Why must you always adopt such a submissive and burdensome stance whenever I see you?" This was precisely what Jiang Mansheng pondered. Lu Qichen noticed Jiang Mansheng's turmoil and inquired, "Do you know him?" Jiang Mansheng nodded. "His name is Shen Yangming. He was my senior in university." Not lingering further, she moved forward, adding, "I find him to be quite a good person, just as he was in our university days." "Is that so?" Lu Qichen questioned. Indeed, Jiang Mansheng's heart warmed. Soon, they arrived at the garage, where Fang Qinzong awaited at the driver's seat. As they settled into the back, Jiang Mansheng suddenly recalled a question. Why is Qin Yixuan throwing another party? Lu Qichen replied, what could he possibly be thinking? He desires a divorce, but lacks the courage. The term divorce instilled a sense of dread within Jiang Mansheng. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her until she heard Lu Qichen say, do you require guidance on managing subordinates? As the vehicle glided out of the garage, Lu Qichen continued, that senior of yours. The girl beside him, does she not give you a headache? How could he discern that? Yes, I need the guidance, Jiang Mansheng quickly retorted. Lu Qichen chuckled lightly. He was referring to a matter Jiang Mansheng had yet to contemplate thoroughly. There exists a distinct type of woman who, raised under the influence of ineffectual parents, often finds her father lacking in capability, yet exhibiting classic patriarchal traits, while her mother, devoid of ability and critical thought, accepts the traditional and erroneous education imposed upon women. Girls nurtured in such households may have frequently heard admonitions to not stand out or draw attention. Thus, they remain oblivious to the necessity of vying for power, living in fear of it. In this scenario, two methods may prove particularly effective. Firstly, allowing her to fail. After encountering sufficient setbacks, she may come to realize that remaining passive will only perpetuate her position of weakness, subject to oppression and mockery. At this juncture, she might engage in self-reflection and learn to assert herself. Secondly, leading by example. When she observes you striving for power without adverse consequences, but instead gaining everything you desire, she may be inspired to emulate your actions. Although such power should inherently belong to her, there will inevitably be individuals who remain unchanged by either approach. One must refrain from arrogance and criticism. Instead, focus on fulfilling one's responsibilities and await the outcome with unwavering patience. As for the specifics of implementation, do you require an example? Lu Qichen inquired gently. Jiang Mansheng shook her head, tilting it slightly to gaze at Lu Qichen's face. I believe I understand. Thank you. Lu Qichen acknowledged with a nod. Shortly thereafter, the car arrived at Qinglan. The two returned home, changing their shoes at the entrance. Aunt Shen had already prepared some hangover soup. Lu Qichen appeared quite fatigued after a long day. He loosened his tie and reminded her, drink the hangover soup before going upstairs. Oh, certainly. Jiang Mansheng replied softly after changing into her slippers. In truth, she did not feel particularly inebriated. She had not consumed much. Due to her constitution, even a small amount of alcohol would flush her face. Though not truly drunk, she felt slightly lightheaded. As she walked, her steps were unsteady, and before she could reach Aunt Shun, she rummaged through her bag, calling out, Aunt Shun, I bought you a beautiful bag today. She moved rather quickly, but alas, the living room now featured a new Persian carpet, unlike the soft material of the past. As Jiang Mansheng advanced, her foot caught, and she stumbled. Lowering her gaze in confusion, she soon lost her footing entirely and began to tilt precariously. In that instant, as she teetered on the brink of falling, Lu Qichen's hand swiftly caught her waist, exhibiting a strength she had never before witnessed in him. His grip was firm, and in a moment of urgency, Jiang Mansheng found herself drawn into his embrace. Reacting instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, inhaling the crisp scent that enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, any remnants of her inebriation dissipated. Lu Qichen's face loomed close. Jiang Mansheng held her breath, marveling at how he seemed to have won the genetic lottery. You almost fell. Lu Qichen steadied her, ensuring she remained upright while supporting her elbow, completing her unspoken sentence. His tone remained calm. Aunt Shun has replaced the carpet. You may take your time presenting the bag. Jiang Mansheng's heart raced with excitement. At that moment, a call came through on her phone. They both glanced down simultaneously. The screen displayed a notification. Shun Yangming, her senior. Lu Qichen removed the watch from his wrist and averted his gaze. Chapter 22. The university senior, it was rather late, and she wondered what urgent matter prompted a call from Shen Yangming. Jiang Mansheng inhaled deeply, glanced at Lu Qichen, and stated her intention to take the call before connecting. Lu Qichen remained by her side, and upon noticing Aunt Shun approaching with the hangover soup, he stepped away. Jiang Mansheng stood there, engaged in conversation while also adjusting the rug with a slight bend. In the past, when Aunt Shun set the table, they would always sit across from each other. This time, however, Lu Qichen served her, placing her beside him. As Jiang Mansheng concluded her call and moved closer, she suddenly recalled that during her high school years, even when she harbored feelings for him, she never once fantasized about sitting together as classmates. Lu Qichen did not inquire further, yet Aunt Shun, with concern, asked, "What is so urgent that you would call at this hour?" Shen Yangming's call was regarding a wedding banquet that the hotel was to host in a few days. Jiang Mansheng answered honestly, "It's about the wedding banquet at the hotel in a few days." The hangover soup was made from orange peel. Jiang Mansheng settled into her seat, inadvertently brushing her elbow against Lu Qichen's as she did. Instinctively, she looked up at him. Lu Qichen remained still, tilting his head to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked for several seconds. At this moment, Lu Qichen had already removed his suit jacket, his sleeves slightly rolled up, exuding a relaxed aura. Yet, Jiang Mansheng felt a slight suffocation. "It might rain tomorrow," she suddenly remarked. Lu Qichen's gaze remained fixed on her. Jiang Mansheng, unable to withstand his scrutiny any longer, added, "The weather forecast said so. Don't forget to bring an umbrella." She lowered her head. Lu Qichen replied. Before dawn could arrive, a torrential downpour commenced during the night. Jiang Mansheng was uncertain whether it was the rain that awakened her or her discomfort. A severe headache plagued her. The window in her room had been left ajar, allowing the wind to sweep the rain inside. It was quite cold. Perhaps it was a lingering ailment from her childhood. Jiang Mansheng was often unwell. In her time at the Jiang residence, there were numerous occasions when she was home alone, as Shenwani had no habit of hiring help. Jiang Mansheng had endured several fevers in solitude. When she fell ill, it was often severe, spiking to 38 or 39 degrees Celsius, rendering her utterly weak and nauseous. The greatest exertion she could muster was to take her medication. She recalled one instance where she had a fever from morning till night, having taken medication only at the onset. Lying in bed all day, she was nearly delirious and lacked the strength to take medicine or make a phone call. It was not until Shenwani returned that she received treatment and began to recover. Following that incident, Shenwani began to hire help at home. Ironically, during her stay at Lu Qichen's place, she had rarely fallen ill. This time, however, she was uncertain of the cause. Jiang Mansheng's headache throbbed intensely. Initially, she thought it was not serious and considered closing the window. Yet, as she rose from bed, she stumbled over the carpet. Having a stock of various medications and a thermometer was her standard practice. In the nightstand on the other side lay the item she sought. Jiang Mansheng initially intended to rise and retrieve them, only to discover she lacked the strength to stand. Fortunately, the nightstand was not too distant. She could manage to shuffle over. With considerable effort, Jiang Mansheng finally positioned herself before the nightstand, silently extracting the thermometer and medicine box. Upon completing her task, she realized the water cup was on the other side. Jiang Mansheng felt lightheaded from her fever, and faint knocks echoed from the door, though she had neither the strength nor the inclination to respond. Lu Qichen was awakened by the sound of knocking. 5 minutes prior, he had noticed the rain, prompting Aunt Shun to rise and check the windows. His room was enveloped in silence, while a gentle breeze seeped through the cracks of Jiang Mansheng's door. The rain poured heavily, and the wind howled fiercely. Concerned for Jiang Mansheng, Aunt Shun fretted that the open window might make her ill. After knocking persistently without a reply, she sighed softly. It puzzled her that the couple, married for so long, still slept apart. Though she understood Lu Qichen's somewhat aloof nature, it was evident their relationship was quite solid. With no other option, Aunt Shun turned to knock on Lu Qichen's door. 2 minutes later, Lu Qichen emerged. "The window in my wife's room is still open. I knocked for quite a while, but there was no answer. Should I retrieve the key to check?" Lu Qichen replied, "Please get the key. I'll open it." Aunt Shun fetched the key, and after a few more knocks, Lu Qichen turned the key and opened the door. To his surprise, he found Jiang Mansheng curled up on the carpet in front of the nightstand, a small figure in the dimly lit room. "Jiang Mansheng," he called gently. "Are you all right?" Jiang Mansheng, with her head lowered, acknowledged his presence but did not react overtly. Her voice was hoarse as she murmured, "I think I have slight fever." The wind gusted into the room, and sensing her unusual calmness, Lu Qichen stepped forward to close the window. After securing it, He returned to her side. "Shall I turn on the light?" "Oh, please do," she replied. Lu Qichen noticed that, despite her fever, Jiang Mansheng maintained an astonishingly good temper. He flicked on the light and immediately observed the flush on her cheeks and the pallor of her lips. He crouched down beside her. She was still clad in her pajamas, her long hair damp with sweat, her appearance disheveled. Her eyes, either reddened from the fever or clouded by discomfort, glistened with unshed tears. Had she not displayed such tranquility, Lu Qichen might have thought she was crying. He reached out to check her forehead, discovering it was burning hot. It was no wonder she lacked the strength to even open the door. Frowning, he said, "Your fever is quite high. I shall take you to the hospital." Just as Jiang Mansheng began to comprehend the word hospital, she felt herself lifted into the air, Lu Qichen's strong arms cradling her. Later, at the hospital, she regained consciousness briefly as Lu Qichen leaned down to unbuckle her seatbelt and carry her out of the car. The next time Jiang Mansheng became aware of her surroundings, it was already the following day. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the stark whiteness of the hospital room, permeated by the pungent scent of antiseptic. Lu Qichen sat nearby, engrossed in his computer. Upon noticing her awakening, he turned his head and gently placed his hand on her forehead. His hand was dry and warm, lingering for a brief moment. The warmth seeped into her skin, softening her heart. "You no longer have a fever," Lu Qichen remarked. Jiang Mansheng, still somewhat dazed, took a moment to respond, yet managed to exercise restraint. "What time is it?" she inquired. 10 o'clock, Lu Qichen replied. "Have I missed work?" Jiang Mansheng asked. Lu Qichen chuckled softly. "Fang Qizhong has already taken care of your leave." "Oh, then you should hurry to work," she said. "No rush," he replied. "What would you like for breakfast?" Before he could receive an answer, he was taken aback as Jiang Mansheng suddenly reached out and grasped his hand. Her palm enveloped his, her fingers intertwining with his in an intimate and powerful grip. Lu Qichen hesitated for a moment before reciprocating, holding their joined hands. "Jiang Mansheng, what is it?" Chapter 23. A sapphire necklace tumbled from her hand. Jiang Mansheng remained silent. Time flowed steadily forward, marked by the intimate clasp of their hands. No different from their past encounters, Jiang Mansheng's illness had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After Lu Qichen left for work, she too was soon discharged from the hospital. Fang Qizhong had managed to secure a day off for her. She felt a twinge of curiosity about how he had gone about that. However, the issue did not seem too grave. Upon returning home, she discovered that the weather was unusually pleasant, a refreshing coolness that lifted her spirits. Jiang Mansheng had initially intended to tidy her room, as her health had returned to normal. Just then, Shen Yangming reached out to her, prompting her to head to the Jian Hotel. Zhao Wenqi had already begun the transition process for her departure. Shen Yangming appeared somewhat exhausted and helpless. Jiang Mansheng was eager to find an opportunity to contribute, but recognized that her immediate priority was to complete her assigned tasks. With remarkable patience, Shen Yangming guided Jiang Mansheng through the preparations for an upcoming wedding banquet at the hotel. She began to understand why Shen Wan had chosen Shen Yangming, rather than the branch manager, to assist her. Recalling her university days, Jiang Mansheng remembered first hearing about Shen Yangming due to his humble background. Everyone had been cautious to support him during that time. He had been a most reliable senior then, and now he was an earnest and diligent worker. However, the day was not proceeding smoothly. A penthouse suite required a replacement for its floor-to-ceiling windows. Staff members carefully maneuvered a cart carrying the glass inside. The glass was sharp and fragile, and the workers handled it with utmost caution. As Shen Yangming led Jiang Mansheng forward, he was explaining the layout of the room. Just then, the staff member with the glass cart arrived, halting to open the door. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yangming suggested, "Let us come back to this room later." As he stepped forward, unbeknownst to them, one of the glass panes had caught somewhere on the cart, and with a sudden crash, a shard plummeted to the ground. Jiang Mansheng instinctively attempted to retreat. Shen Yangming also reacted swiftly, trying to pull her behind him, but it was too late. With a loud thud, the glass shattered upon impact, and a small fragment flew, striking Jiang Mansheng's ankle. Panic surged through Shen Yangming. "Are you all right, miss?" He immediately knelt to inspect her injury. Although the cut was minor, he remained visibly anxious, squatting beside her. Xin Ming had a habit of carrying various medical supplies and was poised to disinfect her wound. This gesture felt somewhat intimate. Jiang Mansheng quickly interjected. I can manage it myself. After a brief pause, Xin Ming said nothing further and stood up. At that moment, a rustling sound caught Jiang Mansheng's attention. Turning her head, she spotted Qin Yixuan, standing tall beside her. The air fell into a brief silence. Jiang Mansheng initiated the greeting, hello. Qin Yixuan replied, hello. Jiang Mansheng's tone was marked by a distant politeness, treating Qin Yixuan with the same courteousness reserved for a friend of Lu Qichen. She cast a glance at the coat draped over Qin Yixuan's elbow, signifying his imminent departure. The temperature outside is rather low. You might want to don your overcoat before leaving the hotel. Upon arriving at the Lu group, Qin Yixuan found Lu Qichen engrossed in a meeting. After approximately half an hour, the attendees finally emerged from the conference room. Understanding Lu Qichen well, Qin Yixuan refrained from idle chatter. I heard today that the Zhao group is keeping a close watch on Ruibai's collaboration with blockchain technology. Just a friendly tip. Lu Qichen replied, I am aware. Of course. Given Lu Qichen's capabilities, he would certainly be informed. Oh, as long as you know, Qin Yixuan responded, reverting to his carefree demeanor as he stood up. I ran into your wife today at Jian. To be honest, she is truly stunning. Amidst the crowd, I spotted her immediately, only to realize afterward that she was your wife. Lu Qichen wore an expression that seemed to urge him to expedite his words. Qin Yixuan continued, but I must ask, why was there a rather handsome gentleman by her side? I've seen him several times. Does he harbor feelings for your wife? Honestly, even though I know you're married, they seem quite compatible. Your wife exudes an aura that perfectly aligns with that of a gentle and considerate man. If you are so indifferent towards me, I can hardly imagine how you treat your wife. It would be a complete waste of her. Ah, so you are Lu Qichen's wife? She remarked. After concluding her work in Jian, Jiang Mansheng unexpectedly encountered Su Yin once more. The two entered the hotel elevator together. Su Yin, with polite demeanor, addressed Jiang Mansheng. I apologize. When I requested Mr. Lu's contact information in your presence last time, I was unaware he was married. Are you heading to the first floor? Jiang Mansheng instinctively reached to press the elevator button for her. Sui nodded, and Jiang Mansheng obliged. You both seem well-matched. When I first laid eyes on Mr. Lu, I pondered what kind of individual would stand beside him. My request for contact was truly out of ignorance. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. This time, Jiang Mansheng reassured her that it was of no consequence. As they exited, Jiang Mansheng was taken aback to see Zhao Wenqi again. Su Yin bid her farewell, and Jiang Mansheng paused. Within her line of sight, Zhao Wenqi sat at a nearby outdoor stall, enjoying noodles. After a moment of hesitation, just as Jiang Mansheng was about to step away, a small hand reached up to pinch her fingers gently. Looking down, she discovered a little girl. Initially unrecognizable, the girl called out, Sister, long time no see. The phrase long time no see perfectly encapsulated the sentiment of reuniting with an old friend. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Mansheng finally recognized her. It's you. She crouched down to meet the girl's gaze. This was the little girl from the domestic violence incident she had encountered while accompanying her mother to the auction for a necklace. The girl still wore her school uniform and shook Jiang Mansheng's arm, introducing herself. My name is Sun Yushu. Even for a fleeting moment, Jiang Mansheng never imagined she would encounter the little girl again. Such a delightful name. Jiang Mansheng sincerely complimented. It was given by my mother, the girl responded. What an impressive mother you have, Jiang Mansheng replied. Sun Yushu pointed to the side. That sister looks so tired. May I go speak to her? Jiang Mansheng turned her head and discovered that the person Sun Yushu referred to was, unexpectedly, Zhao Wenqi. She paused for a second and then responded, of course. You may. What do you wish to say to her? Sun Yushu replied, I did very well on my test today, and the teacher gave me a lollipop. If she likes it, I can give it to her. All right, then go and ask her if she likes it. Sun Yushu cautiously approached Zhao Wenqi. For Zhao Wenqi, that day was just another ordinary day in the world. She awoke in the morning, sat in a bustling breakfast shop filled with common folk, devoured a bun stuffed with vermicelli, and sipped a bowl of soybean milk. Her mother had already been discharged from the hospital, a situation that began a fortnight ago when a wealthy young man approached her. In that fleeting moment of his flirtation, Zhao Wenqi quickly assessed. He was merely a child who desired to possess beauty without maturity. I can make use of him, Zhao Wenqi resolved, making a decision that starkly contradicted her mother's teachings. Simultaneously, she recalled her mother's words. But Zhao Wenqi, I think you are very intelligent and strong. Without hesitation, Zhao Wenqi became his girlfriend, leveraging him to pay for her mother's surgical expenses. It was on that very day, while returning home, that she stumbled and fell. Her knees scraped and bruised. Yet, as on every other day, not a single tear escaped her eyes. She sat on the ground for 10 minutes, gazing into the distant sky, where, unbeknownst to her, someone released fireworks that burst forth in splendid clusters, radiant like the gentlest bouquet in the world. Suddenly, she remembered that she had been on leave from school for a year. If her absence extended to 2 years, she would be expelled. Shen Yangming was an excellent leader. He was right in saying that she was committing all the mistakes he had outlined. But why? She recalled her mother's admonitions. Zhao Wenqi, do not stand out. Do not create trouble for yourself. Why should she not stand out? Why must she endure step by step? Why should she relinquish power that rightfully belonged to her to others? Why did her mother espouse such contradictory thoughts, simultaneously asserting that Zhao Wenqi was strong and intelligent? It was a painful contradiction. Why did her mother impart such discordant ideas? Afterward, Zhao Wenqi rose to her feet, resolved to lightly seal away these thoughts. She sought to filter and create her own personal will. How can I avoid being bullied? The first step is to firmly grasp power in my own hands. She consumed a bowl of noodles at a stall near a hotel. Once again, she pondered several thorny questions. Does it matter that I am an illegitimate child? Yet, I did not choose to be one. Does it matter that I once committed such a grievous act, almost robbing someone on the street? Is it permissible for me to exploit an ordinary man in order to safeguard my mother? Even if my life has veered so drastically off course, is that acceptable? It is truly difficult. I long for a taste of sweetness. Moments later, an unfamiliar little girl approached, introducing herself as Sun Yushu. Would you like a lollipop? She asked. Concurrently, Zhao Wenqi seemed to hear a gentle, soothing voice responding to her thoughts. It is all right, Zhao Wenqi. It is truly all right. At that moment, the rain, which had lingered throughout the day, finally began to fall. Nearby, a broad intersection stretched out. Sun Yushu scampered homeward. Zhao Wenqi settled her bill, leaving her umbrella behind, and walked freely and confidently into the rain. Her path lay ahead. One thing was certain. Henceforth, Zhao Wenqi would determine the kind of person she wished to become, crafting her own narrative. Jiang Mansheng had not felt such joy in a long time. When Zhao Wenqi accepted the lollipop and stood up, Jiang Mansheng instantly recognized a change within her. Even upon returning to Qinglan, she pondered the matter. She had done nothing, merely passing by and witnessing a girl's growth. Jiang Mansheng realized that there exists an alternative perspective beyond mere management. What if she were inherently a bright and resilient girl? As Jiang Mansheng parked her car in the garage and returned home, Lu Qichen had already arrived. He descended from the second floor and gazed at her, asking, "Did you have a good day?" "Yes, today was delightful." Lu Qichen smirked, his expression indifferent. Just as Jiang Mansheng was about to ascend the stairs, her wrist was unexpectedly seized. She looked down to find Lu Qichen adorning her wrist with a shimmering sapphire bracelet, glistening beautifully. Jiang Mansheng was momentarily taken aback. Lu Qichen then presented her with a gemstone necklace, carefully enclosed within a box. "I acquired this for you at the auction a few days ago." Chapter 24. No longer sleeping apart, thank you. Jiang Mansheng felt a slight shock. Does her head still hurt? Lu Qichen did not release her wrist. Jiang Mansheng shook her head. Ascending the stairs, she remained astonished. She had received gifts from boys before, yet had never truly accepted them. The rain outside had ceased, and the dehumidifier in the room ensured there was no dampness, creating a warm atmosphere. After changing her clothes and taking a shower, Jiang Mansheng donned a set of cream-colored tinsel bedding and lay on the bed, taking out the 2 unexpected gifts. The tinsel sheets felt smooth against her skin. Resting her elbow upon them was comfortable and warm. She lowered her head, rubbing her chin against the fabric, and began to stare blankly at the sudden gifts. Lu Qichen indeed possessed exquisite taste. Jiang Mansheng did not wish to accept his gifts without expressing her thoughts. She attempted to search for the prices of the 2 pieces of jewelry, but found no results. A gentle voice wafted in from outside. Likely Lu Qichen conversing with Aunt Shun. In her drowsiness, she remembered not to forget to close the window. She immediately realized that someone had already taken care of it for her. Aunt Shun was truly kind, Jiang Mansheng thought as she buried herself in the covers. And thus, she drifted off to sleep, still pondering how to articulate her feelings. Lu Qichen was also quite agreeable. That night, Lu Qichen worked late in the study. He was the quintessential type who thrived on little sleep, yet possessed abundant energy, rising the next day without significant mood fluctuations. Today was no different. He wore a suit, albeit in a subtly restrained and warm grayish white. As he changed and descended the stairs, a message arrived on his phone from Fang Qinzong, which he did not immediately open. He stepped down the staircase, noticing with a hint of nostalgia that Aunt Shun was not there to greet him with a good morning. Sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen. Aunt Shun understood his work schedule well and typically would not cause such delays. However, Lu Qichen felt no concern. He strolled to the dining table, where breakfast was already prepared, and was somewhat surprised to spot Jiang Mansheng's figure. The bitter aroma of coffee beans wafted gently into his senses. It was a weekday. Jiang Mansheng wore a green short-sleeved shirt paired with white suit trousers. Her long hair was half tied up and half flowing freely. She adorned 2 cat's eye gemstone earrings, radiating a bright and gentle aura. Honestly, your wife is absolutely stunning. He suddenly recalled Qin Yixuan's words. He also remembered Qin Yixuan saying that Jiang Mansheng was a perfect match for the esteemed senior she had mentioned. She bent slightly, engrossed with the coffee machine, appearing somewhat flustered. Noticing his presence, Jiang Mansheng looked up. "You're up? I told Aunt Shun to go back to sleep. I made you breakfast and coffee." Lu Qichen approached, assisting her with the coffee machine that seemed a bit troublesome for her. "What inspired you to make breakfast?" Jiang Mansheng's voice was softer in the morning. "Because I received your gift." Lu Qichen smiled. He stood beside Jiang Mansheng, observing her as she focused intently on the coffee machine. At that moment, he found the time to check a message from Fang Qizhong. "Fang Qizhong, Mr. Lu, the madam asked me not to buy you coffee today. She will brew it for you. Shall I come pick you up in 10 minutes? Lu Qichen, yes. Come in 10 minutes. Fang Qizhong, all right. Lu Qichen realized that Jiang Mansheng had a genuine talent for brewing coffee, though she was still unfamiliar with this particular machine. She brought the freshly brewed coffee to him and then seated herself beside him. As she settled down, she suddenly noticed that he was wearing a new watch, adorned with a small sapphire that matched the color of the sapphire bracelet on her wrist. Was it merely a coincidence? The day had just begun, and already it felt delightful. In the next moment, Jiang Mansheng heard Lu Qichen speak softly. "Someone at the hospital informed Grandma that you were admitted the night before last." Jiang Mansheng didn't want her grandmother to worry about her. She recalled waking up from a high fever to find him sitting by her bedside, her hand instinctively reaching for his, and he had simply allowed her to hold it for nearly 10 minutes without protest. Turning her head to look at Lu Qichen, she noticed he had taken a sip of the coffee. Jiang Mansheng had diligently learned how to brew coffee. She wondered if he found it enjoyable. What did Grandma say? "The coffee is brewed excellently." Without receiving a reply to her previous question, she was suddenly met with this compliment. Jiang Mansheng was taken aback. Why the unexpected praise? Though she was aware that she had mastered the art of coffee making to some extent, Lu Qichen certainly had a penchant for complimenting others. Grandma suggested that we move to the old house for a while. At this, Lu Qichen turned to her, his voice low and gentle. It was a request that Grandma had mentioned long ago, now presented to her once more. Jiang Mansheng understood that her grandmother's health was deteriorating. This was the second time Grandma had brought it up. She suspected that Grandma wished for Lu Qichen and Jiang Mansheng to reside in the old house permanently. "All right," she replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing her response, Lu Qichen continued to gaze at her, then spoke again. "Jiang Mansheng, we can have separate rooms in front of Aunt Shun, but if we move to the old house, we will be in a conventional marital relationship." "Oh, that was something to consider." Jiang Mansheng nodded. "Yes, that's fine. When shall we move?" Chapter 25. A legal marital relationship. The prospect of relocating to the old residence brought a glimmer of joy to Jiang Mansheng. Lu Qichen's grandmother had a fondness for cats, allowing Jiang Mansheng to bring along her beloved stray, affectionately named Little Pink. This name was bestowed upon the cat by Shen Wani, who had rescued it for Jiang Mansheng. Upon first hearing the name, Jiang Mansheng felt it was somewhat perfunctory. However, Miss Shen was resolute. She is the most adorable girl in the world. She shall be called Little Pink. Jiang Mansheng conceded, all right, let be Little Pink then. Having made arrangements with Lu Qichen, they decided to visit the Jiang family home before moving to the old residence that evening. Recently, Rue Bai had been recruiting extensively, and the administrative department had also welcomed a few new hires. Consequently, Chen Qin was reassigned to a position next to Jiang Mansheng, making them true office companions. During their lunch break, the two ladies had prearranged to dine at a local restaurant known for its highly recommended spicy bullfrog dish, favored by nearly all their colleagues. As they descended in the elevator, Chen Qin's eyes caught the shimmering sapphire bracelet adorning Jiang Mansheng's wrist. That bracelet is absolutely stunning, but it feels somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Is that so? Jiang Mansheng replied, unsure of where Lu Qichen had acquired it. She pursed her lips and said, it's a gift from a friend. On that day, Chen Qin wore a crisp white cotton short-sleeve top paired with a denim maxi skirt, exuding a refreshing and clean aura that alleviated the sultriness of summer. Really? It is indeed beautiful. You wear it even more exquisitely, Chen Qin remarked. Thank you. You look youthful and vibrant today as well, Jiang Mansheng complimented. Chen Qin chuckled. Let us refrain from this mutual flattery during our off hours, shall we? Apologies, a voice interrupted. Ladies, due to the recent surge in popularity of the spicy bullfrog dish, we are unable to serve it today. Would you care to choose something else? Puzzled, Jiang Mansheng glanced at the menu and turned to Chen Qin. What shall we order instead? Chen Qin, distracted, was peering down the corridor. I might be mistaken, but I think I just saw a figure resembling General Lu. Yes, let us opt for something else. We might run out of time if we keep searching for another place, Chen Qin replied. Ultimately, they selected a few appealing dishes. Jiang Mansheng grabbed 2 bottles of chilled beverages, handing one to Chen Qin. They chose a table and settled down. Chen Qin pulled out her phone. I just recalled seeing someone who looked like General Lu. No wonder he seemed familiar. I have a college friend who works in the secretarial office at Lu's corporation. A few days ago, she shared a photo mentioning that General Lu spent $20 million on a sapphire necklace and bracelet, which looks exactly like the one you're wearing. Chen Qin passed her phone, and indeed, there was a picture of a sapphire bracelet identical to Jiang Mansheng's. 20 million. Jiang Mansheng thought back to how casually Lu Qichen had placed it in her hands. She did not wish for Chen Qin to harbor any suspicions, so she murmured, mine might not be the genuine article. Chen Qin harbored no doubts. She had never truly considered that Jiang Mansheng might be serious about her casual remark. After all, Jiang Mansheng appeared to be just a humble worker, not much different from herself. While they had managed to avoid discussing such matters before, now that the topic had arisen, Chen Qin's curiosity was piqued. Moreover, a friend of mine mentioned that Mr. Lu seems to be married. This photo could very well be for his wife. However, this was merely a rumor, as Mr. Lu's actual marital status appeared to be known only to Secretary Fong. I am so curious. I wonder what Mr. Lu's wife is like. Before I entered the workforce, I held a rather superficial stereotype of the corporate world, believing all bosses to be bald, yet I never imagined Mr. Lu could be so handsome. Just as Chen Qin was eager to continue her gossip, a server approached with a plate of spicy bullfrog. Ladies, since we had a cancellation in one of our private rooms, we are pleased to offer this dish complimentary. Such a thing exists? The two indeed craved the spicy bullfrog, but considering its price of over 200 yuan, they felt guilty for potentially enjoying the fruits of someone else's labor without recompense. Jiang Mansheng took out her phone. Thank you, but I would prefer to transfer the payment. No need, ladies, the server hastily waved her hands. Mr. Lu has already settled the bill. Mr. Lu? Jiang Mansheng fell silent, recalling that Chen Qin had jokingly mentioned seeing Mr. Lu earlier. Still maintaining her politeness, Jiang Mansheng replied, Oh, thank you. We shall return often. Chen Qin wore a puzzled expression. Jiang Mansheng, feeling uncertain, opened WeChat and messaged Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng, are we not dining at the same restaurant? Did you settle our bill? Lu, yes. Lu. Image Lu. Your favorite mango ice cream. Shall I have it sent to your table? Jiang Mansheng. No, no, no. I will order it myself. It was becoming increasingly evident. Jiang Mansheng wished to keep her connection with Lu Qichen hidden from Qichen. After contemplating, she explained to Qichen. He is the boyfriend of a female friend of mine. He happened to be dining with the boss of a nearby company and casually helped us by settling the bill with a discount. That was quite a lengthy explanation. Qichen, however, showed no suspicion. Then thank your friend for me. Next time, I shall treat you. All right. Jiang Mansheng glanced at the ice cream Lu Qichen had sent over and waved for the server. Noticing that the item was not on the menu, she presented the photo. Can I order this ice cream? Apologies, madam. This ice cream is only available for private room orders. Understood. The ice cream Lu Qichen had sent truly appeared delectable. Jiang Mansheng turned to Qichen. Would you like to have mango ice cream? Yes, but isn't it unavailable? Jiang Mansheng. Which private room are you in? Could you possibly give me 2 cups? I will sneak over to collect them. Lu, VIP 99. Come over. Feeling somewhat reassured, Jiang Mansheng inquired. Who are you dining with? It won't be anyone from Rue Bai, will it? Lu, I will be waiting for you at the door of the private room. This made her feel a tad safer. Jiang Mansheng rose and said to Qichen. Wait a moment, I will inquire. The VIP 99 private room was not far, and before long, Jiang Mansheng spotted Lu Qichen. He was indeed standing in the corridor outside the room, holding 2 cups of ice cream, clad in a dark suit. Amidst the bustling and somewhat noisy corridor, he appeared strikingly distinguished. Jiang Mansheng greeted him. What brings you to Rue Bai for a meal? Lu Qichen replied softly, I have a business matter to discuss. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the other end of the corridor. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, Isn't your colleague coming this way? What? Jiang Mansheng casually turned her head, only to see Qichen seemingly searching for the restroom, heading towards them. Panic surged within her, and she quickly tugged at Lu Qichen, pulling him towards a nearby vacant private room. Lu Qichen, perhaps amused by her urgency, did not have time to stop her. Instead, he lowered his gaze upon Jiang Mansheng, his eyes lingering on her flawlessly fair and delicate visage, revealing a tenderness he himself had not previously acknowledged. Jiang Mansheng, we are legally married, not engaging in an affair. Are we? However, as the door swung open, they were met with the sight of numerous individuals within. Jiang Mansheng cast a glance inside. Several prominent figures from Rue Bai were seated, all of whom were now staring at the 2 of them. It dawned on her that Lu Qichen had intentionally positioned himself in front of the other private room. Bewildered, she stammered an apology for her mistake and attempted to leave. In the next moment, Lu Qichen's calm and assertive voice halted her. Jiang Mansheng, the ice cream. Indeed, it was evident that the others had overheard Lu Qichen's declaration of their marital status. She reached out to take the 2 cups of ice cream, muttering, well, enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now. What on earth was this? In her attempt to evade Qichen, she had inadvertently drawn the attention of so many executives from Rue Bai. Chapter 26, The Little Box in the Drawer. Ultimately, it seemed that Lu Qichen had done something, as upon her return to the office, Jiang Mansheng noticed that all the bosses were acting quite normally. Jiang Mansheng finished work earlier than Lu Qichen, as usual, allowed Feng Qizhong to leave early. She drove to the headquarters of the Lu Corporation to pick him up for their visit to the Jiang family. Adjacent to the Lu Corporation was a high-end shopping mall. Jiang Mansheng had pre-ordered a bracelet for her mother, and while there, she sent Lu Qichen the address, informing him that she would be waiting for him in the mall. As she exited the mall with the bracelet in hand, she noticed the bustling street outside. Jiang Mansheng gazed up at the distant orange-red sunset. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, a little girl nearby was playing with a bubble machine, oblivious to her surroundings. The bubbles floated into the sky as the girl, taking small steps, chased after them, heading towards the road. At that moment, a car approached from the opposite direction, a perilous situation indeed. Jiang Mansheng sprinted a couple of steps to shield the little girl, prompting the car to swerve aside. However, Jiang Mansheng was unable to evade in time and fell to the ground, clutching the little girl in her arms. Quickly, she turned to the girl. Are you all right? Thankfully, they had not been struck. Just then, the driver hurriedly exited the vehicle, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see the little girl in front of my car." Before Jiang Mansheng could respond, the driver suddenly called out her name, Jiang Mansheng. Looking up, she was taken aback to see an unexpected face. It was her undergraduate classmate, Jiang Wenyin. Surprised, Jiang Wenyin extended a hand to help her up. Jiang Mansheng hesitated for a moment. At the same time, another figure approached her. Upon seeing him, Jiang Mansheng's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. "You're off work." Lu Qichen had bent down to assist her and the little girl to their feet. Jiang Mansheng then inquired when he had arrived. Introducing Jiang Wenyin to Lu Qichen. "This is my classmate, Jiang Wenyin." Jiang Wenyin's demeanor had changed considerably. He paused for a moment before saying, "Long time no see. Would it be convenient to exchange contact information?" "Certainly," Jiang Mansheng replied, not declining. The little girl thanked her and departed. Lu Qichen took the driver's seat, and they drove slowly towards the Jiang family home. Upon arriving, they encountered Jiang's father before even entering the living room. After exchanging greetings, the two proceeded into the lounge. At that moment, Shenwan also returned from outside. Knowing that Jiang Mansheng would be back today, she noticed the unfamiliar car and assumed Jiang Mansheng had returned, unaware that Lu Qichen was accompanying her. Before entering, upon seeing Jiang's father, she inquired, "Is Mansheng back? Guess who I ran into today? I saw that boy from college who pursued Mansheng and almost ended up with her. What was his name again?" "Jiang Wenyin." As she spoke, she turned to see Lu Qichen. He and Jiang Mansheng were both looking her way, though Jiang Mansheng appeared somewhat taken aback, while Lu Qichen maintained a facade of calm. Jiang Mansheng spoke, "Mom, where are you going?" Shenwan paused for a moment before finally responding, "Qichen, please return my daughter to me for a while." Lu Qichen acknowledged her with a nod. Several minutes later, when Jiang Mansheng descended with a small pink bag, Lu Qichen was seated comfortably on the central sofa in the living room, engaged in conversation with his grandparents and father. Positioned opposite them, he occasionally nodded, seemingly engrossed in their discussion. Jiang Mansheng observed that he appeared effortlessly at ease, no matter the circumstance. Approaching him, she settled beside him, and they lingered there for over half an hour before departing. Given that it was her first time moving into the ancestral home, she had procured gifts for Lu Qichen's grandparents. Upon arriving at the Lu family residence, Lu Qichen assisted her in carrying the numerous bags. As they entered, Jiang Mansheng quickly realized that the family had organized a gathering to celebrate their return. Numerous unfamiliar faces filled the space. Lu Qichen walked behind her, softly advising, "If anything becomes overwhelming, feel free to lean on me." "It should be manageable," Jiang Mansheng replied softly. Lu Qichen first led her to greet his grandparents. With some luggage in tow, and as dinner would take a while longer, the grandparents allowed them to retreat to their room to unpack. Their room, located on the second floor, was spacious and evidently prepared in advance. At its center stood a large bed adorned with a red and white quilt set, arranged meticulously and airing out through an open window. Suddenly, she recalled Lu Qichen's room, characterized by a monochromatic palette of black, white, and gray. This room seemed a stark contrast to his style, and she imagined he would feel quite out of place here. As Jiang Mansheng unpacked her suitcase, she noticed a considerable wardrobe occupying one corner of the room, albeit the only one present. Lu Qichen had already hung a few of his clothes inside, and she followed suit, placing hers beside his. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "I feel like Grandma is in quite good spirits today." Lu Qichen replied, "She really likes you. Your presence surely brings her joy." His clothes took up only a small portion of the wardrobe, and Jiang Mansheng managed to hang up a few of hers. Upon finishing, she noticed the wardrobe's color arrangement was rather intriguing. One corner held black and white attire, while the majority was a vibrant array of colors. The clothes brushed against one another, their essences merging. "I adore Grandma as well," Jiang Mansheng expressed sincerely. "Indeed, you two share a mutual affection." Lu Qichen jested unexpectedly, causing Jiang Mansheng to laugh. Her mood noticeably lightened. The atmosphere of moving into the Lu family residence felt significantly more relaxed. From this day forward, they would share a bed. How would they navigate that? She had never contemplated such a scenario. Suddenly, she recalled the time Lu Qichen had swept her off her feet when she had a fever. That had been their most recent physical interaction. Crouching on the carpet, she leisurely rummaged through the adjacent cabinets. To her surprise, the nightstand had been equipped with a glass for drinking water for the two of them. Jiang Mansheng reached out, pulling open the drawer of the nightstand. In the next moment, Jiang Mansheng caught sight of several small boxes, carelessly discarded by an unknown ant into the drawer. With a mere glance, she hastily pushed them aside. The boxes, once neatly arranged, tumbled over with a soft thud as they collided with the side panel. Jiang Mansheng, disinterested in anything further, promptly stood up and declared, I've tidied up. I shall go downstairs to chat with Grandpa and Grandma. Having uttered these words, she made her way towards the exit. Lu Qichen, having also completed his task, leaned against a nearby cabinet, observing her intently. His expression remained unchanged, yet just as Jiang Mansheng was about to step outside, he subtly inclined his head and called out her name, Jiang Mansheng. Chapter 27. The injury. When did her ankle get injured? Jiang Mansheng had yet to comprehend the situation when Lu Qichen had already swiftly approached her, illuminated by the overhead light as he examined the wound. It was small. It was bleeding. Upon his remark, Jiang Mansheng also realized it. Was it from when she had helped that little girl just moments ago? Lu Qichen soon spoke again. Let us head to the first floor. I will fetch the first aid kit. Lu Qichen finally noticed that Jiang Mansheng was quite negligent in taking care of herself. He retrieved the first aid kit, and she tended to her injury with minimal fuss. As dinner was about to commence, naturally, Jiang Mansheng found herself seated beside Lu Qichen. Having shared living quarters for some time now, he had grown quite familiar with her preferences. Throughout the entire dinner, Jiang Mansheng hardly moved her chopsticks to serve herself, whenever she gazed at the crab meat with interest. Lu Qichen had already peeled it and placed it on her plate. A glance at the shrimp, and in the next moment, it was there as well. Was this to impress her grandparents? Although he had always been attentive at home, he had never cared for her to such an extent. As Lu Qichen continued to serve her dishes while introducing her to unfamiliar faces, Jiang Mansheng gradually recognized most of them by the end of the meal. It seemed that the dinner had been rather enjoyable. As the guests departed, only the two of them remained in the Lu family's old residence. Concerned that she might be weary, Lu Qichen inquired if she wished to retire for the night, but Jiang Mansheng shook her head. Thus, they sat together in the living room, engaging in conversation with her grandmother. An aunt brought over fruits and a bowl of red sugar egg and gelatin soup. Jiang Mansheng served 3 bowls, placing them in front of the 3 of them. After gauging the atmosphere, she broke off a piece of orange and offered it to Lu Qichen. He paused for a moment, then took a bite from her hand. Such a simple gesture sent shivers down Jiang Mansheng's spine, leaving her feeling tingly all over. A bit stiff, she lowered her head, attempting to sip the soup to ease the tension. At that moment, her grandmother called out, and Lu Qichen reached out, grasping her wrist to halt her action. Wait a moment. It's still hot. Oh, right, it was just served. Jiang Mansheng thought to herself, looking up at Lu Qichen. Your hands are cold. Let me warm them. After saying this, she felt she might have overstepped. However, in front of her grandmother, Lu Qichen did not refuse. Before long, her grandmother ascended the stairs, leaving just the two of them. Lu Qichen indeed adjusted the temperature of her bowl of red sugar egg and gelatin soup to perfection, bringing it back to her. After her grandmother's departure, she noticeably relaxed. Jiang Mansheng consumed a substantial portion, then looked up at Lu Qichen, who sat across from her on the sofa. His bowl was already empty, and he sat bathed in the warm glow of the living room lights, his silhouette cast in shadows, lost in thought. Your family's aunt has wonderful culinary skills. She is truly on par with Aunt Shen. She sat low, prompting Lu Qichen to lean down to meet her gaze. Indeed, after all, she is paid a monthly salary of $1 million. Is it really $1 million? Is that true? Jiang Mansheng was genuinely astonished. Of course not. You seem rather easy to deceive, Lu Qichen chuckled. Humph. Jiang Mansheng muttered softly before lowering her head to continue drinking. The air conditioning in the living room was set rather low, causing her to shiver instinctively. Lu Qichen picked up a coat, intending to drape it over her shoulder, but hesitated for a moment and ultimately refrained, merely offering it to her. Unaware of his momentary indecision, Jiang Mansheng accepted it naturally and donned the coat. After she finished her drink, Lu Qichen returned to his study to work overtime. During this time, Qin Yixuan called, rambling for quite a while before finally venting about his wife. I was nearly driven to madness today. I saw my wife having coffee with her ex-boyfriend for half an hour. Lu Qichen paused in surprise and asked, "What are you angry about?" Qin Yishuan expressed his astonishment at the question. "What am I angry about?" "Naturally, I'm jealous to the point of insanity." "Is that so?" Lu Qichen's tone was rather indifferent. Suddenly, a name crossed his mind, Jiang Mansheng. Upon returning to his room after work, he found Jiang Mansheng in the bathroom, the frosted glass door enveloped in mist. He glanced inside, intending to step in, only to be struck by how conspicuous everything belonging to her was. On the bed, several of her nightgowns lay strewn about, while a collection of her cosmetics was piled nearby. Before he could enter, the bathroom door swung open. He stood close, and the scent of her body wash gradually wafted into his nostrils. Jiang Mansheng, clad only in a towel with a pink headband atop her head, radiated a luminous beauty, her already fair complexion appearing even more radiant, flushed from the warmth of the bathroom. Clearly taken aback by his sudden return, she paused at the sight of him standing at the bathroom entrance. "Did you finish work?" She glanced back at the bathroom. "Are you going to shower? Wait for me a couple of minutes while I tidy up." Without waiting for Lu Qichen's response, she turned and stepped back inside. The toiletries belonging to him were relatively few, merely 2 or 3 bottles. However, Jiang Mansheng's array of skincare products filled the space, neatly stacked beside his. Lu Qichen stood at the foot of the bed. At this moment, Jiang Mansheng emerged, one hand pressing her headscarf as she walked into the room. "I'm ready. You should go wash up." Just as Lu Qichen turned, her hairpin slipped from her head. Instinctively, he bent down to pick it up, and coincidentally, Jiang Mansheng also bent to retrieve it, resulting in an ambiguous moment. When Lu Qichen looked up, his forehead nearly brushed against her chest. Both were momentarily stunned, and Jiang Mansheng's face flushed crimson. She stepped back slightly. Maintaining his composure, Lu Qichen extended his hand, cradling the small, light blue hairpin belonging to Jiang Mansheng. "Your hairpin." Chapter 28. Warmth. Jiang Mansheng paused for a moment before accepting the hairdryer from his palm. She plugged it in and inquired, "By the way, which side will you be sleeping on?" The atmosphere grew slightly still. Lu Qichen replied, "I can sleep on either side. You choose your side, and I'll take the other." "All right then," Jiang Mansheng responded, switching on the hairdryer. Lu Qichen stepped out once more. Jiang Mansheng dried her hair, completed her skincare routine, and then hurried to the small pink room to refill the cat's food, clean the litter box, and play with it for a while. Upon returning to her room, Lu Qichen was still absent. She climbed onto the inner side of the bed, scrolled through her phone, and suddenly recalled what her mother had said in front of Lu Qichen earlier that day. "I encountered the boy from university who almost ended up with Mansheng. What was his name again? Jiang Wenyin?" In truth, their relationship was not as exaggerated as her mother suggested. They had not been on the brink of being together. During university, Jiang Wenyin had pursued her for quite some time, yet Jiang Mansheng remained focused on her studies, having no thoughts of romance. Now, Jiang Wenyin had changed significantly and was hardly recognizable. In fact, he resembled Lu Qichen quite a bit back in university. They had shared only 2 meals together. The first left Jiang Mansheng momentarily dazed due to their similarities, and the second was a return invitation. That was the extent of their connection. However, Jiang Mansheng had been rather aloof during her university years. The return invitation had coincided with her mother witnessing it, leading her to mistakenly believe that Jiang Wenyin was a decent person and that her daughter had fleeting feelings for him. Yet, that was far from the truth, especially now that they were married. When she heard her mother's words, Lu Qichen appeared remarkably composed, so she refrained from clarifying. Contemplating the prospect of sharing a bed with Lu Qichen, Jiang Mansheng felt a strong likelihood of insomnia that night. As she pondered, her phone slipped from her grasp and softly thudded onto the pillow. She remained utterly still. The bedroom was enveloped in silence. When Lu Qichen returned to the bedroom, Jiang Mansheng had already drifted into slumber. The inner side of the bed slightly bulged with her form, having occupied only a small portion, leaving ample space for him. Just then, a breeze gently stirred the curtains, suggesting that the window had not been securely closed. Lu Qichen quietly approached and ensured the window was tightly shut. He had yet to shower, so he took his clothes to the guest room for a wash. After a brief shower, he returned to find Jiang Mansheng still in the same position, seemingly immobile. He lifted the covers and laid down beside her, noticing that the side closest to her had grown warm. Was she truly this obedient in her sleep? By the following morning, Lu Qichen had completely confirmed the answer to that question. The soft morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. He turned to glance at Jiang Mansheng, who remained in the same posture as the night before, albeit now facing him. The sweet fragrance that belonged to her lingered unabashedly in his nostrils, causing him to momentarily pause. When Jiang Mansheng slept, she curled herself entirely within the confines of the blanket, leaving only her pale face exposed. During those few seconds of hesitation from Lu Qichen, Jiang Mansheng seemed to awaken as well, her body nudging closer to him, her soft skin brushing against his arm. Before he could react, she had truly awakened. Upon meeting his gaze, she appeared momentarily startled, and after a brief moment, her voice, still laced with the remnants of sleep, greeted him with a soft, "Good morning." Lu Qichen rose and replied, "Good morning." He put on his glasses from the bedside table, only to hear her say from behind, "The sunlight is wonderful." Turning back, he saw Jiang Mansheng sitting up, the gentle sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon her hair. For reasons unknown, Lu Qichen recalled her fall from the previous day. Whether it was to assist her grandmother or for the little girl she encountered, she seemed to frequently bear the brunt of her kindness. Yet this was simply her way of engaging with the world, and Lu Qichen had no intention of commenting on it. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, "Why did you stop learning close combat?" Jiang Mansheng, still in a daze, was somewhat puzzled by the question, her voice muffled. "How did you know I had learned close combat?" As she trailed off, realization dawned upon her. "Did Grandma and Dad tell you?" Lu Qichen affirmed with a nod. Jiang Mansheng then got out of bed, securing her long curls atop her head with a clip, revealing her attractive, flawless visage. "Because I got beat up a lot. I don't really exercise, and in the beginning, I was in so much pain that I couldn't even focus on my studies. However, my mother kept encouraging me, so I persisted for quite some time, but I continued to get beaten up, and eventually I stopped going." Lu Qichen chuckled lightly, offering, "Would you like me to teach you? I won't let you get beaten." Jiang Mansheng, now more awake, responded cautiously, "You can do that?" Lu Qichen modestly replied, "I know a bit." Jiang Mansheng, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "You truly want to let me get hurt?" Lu Qichen assured her. "All right." She pondered briefly before nodding. "So when shall we begin?" "Before tonight. I will have Feng Qinzong prepare everything for you." Lu Qichen tidied up more swiftly than she did, and, as he left the bedroom, Jiang Mansheng was still engaged in her makeup. One of the challenges of residing in the old house was its distance from Rue Bai. This was also the reason Jiang Mansheng had risen a bit earlier. To her surprise, when she descended the stairs, her grandmother was already present. Auntie Zhu had laid out breakfast, having been a long-time servant of the Lu family. On that day, Jiang Mansheng donned a white French-style dress, her long hair cascading down, adorned with a pearl hairpin. Auntie Zhu, upon seeing her, exclaimed, "Little madam is truly stunning. She is fortunate to have that young man, Qichen." No sooner had she spoken than her grandmother interjected, "What do you mean, fortunate? This young lady is vibrant and beautiful, happily wearing whatever she likes. How is that related to him?" Lu Qichen smiled slightly. "What Grandma says is quite true." He sat on one side of the sofa opposite his grandmother, leaving the other side vacant. Jiang Mansheng naturally took a seat beside him. As soon as she settled down, Lu Qichen had already placed her favorite dish in front of her. Jiang Mansheng remarked, "I need to eat quickly. It's a bit far from Rue Bai." She wasn't particularly fond of having a driver. In fact, when she didn't head to Rue Bai, she would usually drive herself. Her driving style was rather gentle, perhaps not the fastest. Having finished his meal, Lu Qichen remained seated beside her. "No need. Just take your time. I'll give you a ride." Jiang Mansheng, with a bite of her food, felt a flicker of curiosity. "Are you heading to Rue Bai today?" After a moment's contemplation, she leaned closer and whispered, "Is it Grandma who asked you to drive me?" Their hushed conversation brought them close enough for her to distinctly see the faint stubble on his chin. Both Grandma and Aunt Zhu noticed their exchange, but chose to remain silent. Lu Qichen remained non-committal, his gaze fixed on her eyes. Concerned about being late and eager to please Grandma, Jiang Mansheng had little time for further thoughts. "Oh, then please do drive me." I enjoy chatting with you before work. Chapter 29. A bouquet of jasmine and white roses. Lu Qichen nodded slightly. With a bit more time at his disposal, Jiang Mansheng hurried over to check on the cat. She twirled her hands, engaging it in play, but the little pink cat, vexed, pounced on her hand, eager to nibble. Jiang Mansheng chuckled softly, which only further incensed the little creature. Ultimately, it surrendered, biting her skirt and sprawling dramatically before her. Throughout this exchange, her skirt inevitably collected a few cat hairs. It was an utterly ordinary morning, bright and cloudless, with an expansive azure sky stretching endlessly. Jiang Mansheng stood up to retrieve a lint roller to rid herself of the cat hair. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lu Qichen descending the stairs, likely to summon her. At that moment, an elderly lady nearby remarked, "Madame's Memorial Day is approaching." After moving into the Lu family's ancestral home, Jiang Mansheng quickly realized that everyone referred to her as young madam. Thus, the madam in their conversations could only pertain to Lu Qichen's mother. Jiang Mansheng hastily removed a few stray hairs before making her way down the stairs, scampering over to Lu Qichen with enthusiasm. "I'm ready. Let us go." Upon arriving at Bai, there were still several minutes remaining before clocking in for work. Living in the Lu family residence posed its own challenges for Fang Qizhong. So Lu Qichen decided to send him to fetch coffee for the two of them. Jiang Mansheng, unhurried, noticed a nearby flower stall. She told Lu Qichen to wait a moment and stepped out of the car. Seeing her alight, Lu Qichen followed suit. It was peak commuting time, with throngs of people rushing to clock in. As Lu Qichen exited the vehicle, a senior executive from Bai spotted him and approached to greet him. Jiang Mansheng selected a bouquet and, as she reached for her phone to scan the payment, inadvertently glanced at Lu Qichen. He stood with one hand in his pocket, leaning against the car, casually conversing. As usual, he was clad in a black suit, exuding an air of meticulousness, his demeanor serious yet edged with a hint of intensity. The warmth he had displayed at home seemed entirely absent. Not only was the car he leaned against captivating, but he himself was equally striking. Jiang Mansheng noticed several young women unabashedly casting glances in his direction. Such handsome features were indeed remarkable. After completing her purchase, she cradled the bouquet in her arms. And at that moment, she began to regret her decision to step out, as the visibility of the scene was quite pronounced. Spotting a colleague in her line of sight posed a slight dilemma. Just then, Lu Qichen finished his conversation, and Fang Qizhong approached with 2 cups of coffee. Ensuring no colleagues were in sight, Jiang Mansheng hurried over, first accepting a cup from Fang Qizhong, then quickly thrusting the bouquet into Lu Qichen's embrace. However, just as she intended to leave, Lu Qichen grasped her wrist with surprising force, causing her to collide into his chest. Nearby, an electric scooter ran a red light. Speeding past her, Lu Qichen's voice grew notably colder as he cast a glance at the traffic officer nearby. The officer, feeling the chill of Lu Qichen's gaze, hurriedly moved to stop the vehicle and issue a citation. Then Lu Qichen gazed at Jiang Mansheng and remarked, "Jiang Mansheng, you might want to tread a bit more cautiously." Jiang Mansheng was aware of her own carelessness, admitting, "I was just too frightened of being seen. I understand, there won't be a next time. Let us focus on work today." After a moment's reflection, she added, "I got off the car to buy flowers just to tell you this. I hope your mood will be better today." Only after ensuring the surroundings were clear did she set off. However, just as she crossed the street, she found herself confronted by Chun Qin's astonished gaze. Chun Qin stood on the opposite side of the road, clutching a cup of coffee, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Mansheng. Chun Qin appeared almost petrified. Jiang Mansheng took a deep breath and approached her, asking, "Are you all right?" Chun Qin, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "No, I'm not quite sure what I just saw. You aren't pursuing President Lu, are you?" Taken aback by Chun Qin's conclusion, Jiang Mansheng paused for a few seconds before responding, "Can I pursue him?" "I can. Pursue him. You're so beautiful. But are you sure President Lu isn't married?" Chun Qin seemed to be overwhelmed by shock, her tone still somewhat dazed. Lu Qichen remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the bouquet of flowers that Jiang Mansheng had offered him. It was a bouquet of jasmine and white roses, their petals resembling pearls, delicately sculpted by the snow, nestled within a cluster of verdant leaves. What had Jiang Mansheng just said? I got off the car just to buy this for you. I hope your mood will be better today. For over 20 years, as a man, this was the first time he had received flowers. A long-forgotten emotion stirred within Lu Qichen, one he couldn't quite identify. After their marriage, he considered himself to have treated Jiang Mansheng reasonably well, though it had largely stemmed from a sense of duty or obligation. Yet, when he witnessed the near collision of the electric bike with Jiang Mansheng, he experienced a surge of anxiety for the first time. As the day approached its end, rain began to fall. Jiang Mansheng said at disk, topped. Since Lu Qichen had driven her to work that morning, she had no vehicle of her own. The rain made it difficult to hail a taxi, and she anticipated a long wait for one, likely without success. Just as she was caught in her dilemma, she received a message from Lu Qichen. Lu, Fang Qizhong will come and pick you up. Jiang Mansheng, what about you? Before she could await Lu Qichen's response, another message arrived. Lu, Qin Yixuan's wife has a birthday. He invited us to his home for dinner. Do you want to go? Lu, I recall your grandmother mentioning your fondness for mahjong. It should be available. Qin Yixuan has many friends who enjoy playing. If you want to go, I'll arrange it. If not, it's perfectly fine. Jiang Mansheng responded with unprecedented swiftness. Jiang Mansheng, I want to go. She genuinely enjoyed playing mahjong, and it was rare to find worthy opponents. However, gathering enough players was quite a challenge. Since Qin Yixuan was a friend of Lu Qichen, Jiang Mansheng felt it would be appropriate to attend. Lu, all right. Have Fang Qizhong pick you up and then swing by to get me. Though the rain continued to fall outside, the dilemma that had plagued her moments before was suddenly resolved. Upon arriving at Qin Yixuan's residence, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Fang Qizhong had just finished work. Jiang Mansheng found herself reflecting that being Lu Qichen's secretary might not be so bad after all. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought, as the reality of the role would likely bring considerable pressure. She was well aware of the immense demands that accompanied Lu Qichen's profession. With no respite throughout the 365 days of the year, he was perpetually engaged in problem-solving, an endeavor that would overwhelm most individuals. After parking the car, they entered the lively scene within. They presented their gifts and exchanged pleasantries with Qin Yixuan and his wife. Lu Qichen guided her further inside. However, both were taken aback when they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Jiang Wanyin. Chapter 30. Never leaving her, Jiang Wanyin actually knew Qin Yixuan? This was Jiang Mansheng's first thought. Just as she was momentarily taken aback, Jiang Wanyin turned his head to greet others, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Mansheng. Or rather, from Jiang Mansheng's perspective, there was no imperative for him to acknowledge her presence. Lu Qichen remained silent, patiently guiding Jiang Mansheng further inside. The mahjong gathering had been organized by Lu Qichen, and by the time he brought Jiang Mansheng over, they were already one player short. After exchanging pleasantries and familiarizing themselves with one another, they set up the mahjong table and settled in. Although the others at the table were not well acquainted with Jiang Mansheng, they appeared to regard Lu Qichen with a certain caution, a bit restrained. Lu Qichen did not partake in the game. Instead, he stood behind her. After contemplating for a few moments, Jiang Mansheng glanced back, prompting Lu Qichen to lean down naturally as she suggested, "It's rather dull, just watching. You should join Qin Yixuan and the others." "No need," he replied, showing no inclination to leave. He fetched a chair and seamlessly sat beside her. Despite his long legs, Lu Qichen did not inch closer to Jiang Mansheng, maintaining a composed posture. This demeanor was markedly different from the feigned intimacy he displayed before their grandparents, as well as from how they interacted during their stay at Qinglan. Jiang Mansheng found it somewhat difficult to approach him. She could only sense the restrained emotions emanating from Lu Qichen, deeply subdued. Being part of Lu Qichen's and Qin Yixuan's social circle, Jiang Mansheng had prepared herself for a considerable challenge, yet she was still taken aback upon realizing it. At this moment, Lu Qichen leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Just play. If you lose, let Qin Yixuan cover it." His warm breath brushed against her cheek. "Why should he pay?" Jiang Mansheng tilted her head, asking in a tone only he could hear. Lu Qichen was momentarily startled by their proximity, responding, "First, it's your birthday. He should be generous today. Second, he owes me money." Jiang Mansheng realized that Lu Qichen genuinely had no words for Qin Yixuan. The game progressed for about an hour before dinner commenced. Lu Qichen's companions were indeed skilled players, and Jiang Mansheng hadn't encountered such worthy adversaries in quite some time, resulting in modest gains of several 100,000. As the game concluded, Lu Qichen smiled slightly, commenting, "If Qin Yixuan finds out, he'll surely praise you." Again, Jiang Mansheng pondered the implication of that word silently. During the game, someone approached Lu Qichen for a conversation, yet he remained unmoved, steadfastly seated beside her, responding in a nonchalant manner. With some time to spare, Jiang Mansheng decided to visit the restroom. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a quarrel, which was rather unexpected given the festive atmosphere of the birthday celebration. Although she had no desire to eavesdrop, the voices of the two individuals were impossible to ignore in the expansive surroundings. Their dialogue reached her ears. The woman's voice was steady and composed, tinged with a hint of exasperation. "What do you gain by blocking me here, young master?" The man's voice was somewhat less composed. "Let us talk." The woman replied, "What is there to discuss? We parted amicably, and I am now married. How did you even arrive here? I certainly did not invite you. Man, what does it matter? You can get a divorce." The woman was truly at a loss for words. "Are you out of your mind? Why would I consider divorce? Let me go." "What are you doing?" It seemed like a scene of a couple reconciling after a breakup, but unexpectedly, it took on a hint of violence. Jiang Mansheng halted her steps and approached. She took out her phone, capturing the scene of two individuals, a young man in a tailored suit forcefully pulling a woman dressed in red towards him. The disparity in strength rendered her struggles futile. Jiang Mansheng activated the video recording. "Excuse me, sir, please release her hand, or I shall share this video with my friends." The man glanced at Jiang Mansheng and eventually let go. The woman, weary of conversing with him, moved to Jiang Mansheng's side. "Thank you." Behind them, the man lingered in silence for a moment before departing. "My name is G-Man. Are you a friend of Qin Yixuan?" the woman inquired. This question struck a chord. She seemed completely oblivious to the possibility that Jiang Mansheng could also be the name of the mistress. However, she had arrived with Lu Qichen, so she must be. "I suppose so. My name is Jiang Mansheng." Upon hearing this name, G-Man immediately smiled. "So it's you. I know. Lu Qichen's wife? The first time I heard your name, I thought to myself, our names are quite similar. Jiang Mansheng. And you are?" G-Man gently touched her reddened arm where she had been grasped. "Your husband seems so aloof. Does he treat you well?" "Very well. He's attentive and gentle." Jiang Mansheng noticed that G-Man did not respond to her question immediately. She seemed genuinely concerned for Jiang Mansheng, as one would care for a friend, prompting her to answer sincerely. G-Man suddenly remarked, "Is that so? It seems our Qin Yixuan is the only madman. He was indifferent right after we got married, and now he is both fierce and clingy." This statement carried substantial weight. It was enough for Jiang Mansheng to confirm. "So, this is Qin Yixuan's wife." Through Lu Qichen's brief comments, Jiang Mansheng had almost entirely experienced the emotional fluctuations of Qin Yixuan. During that single party, he indeed seemed quite indifferent. Recently, however, he appeared to be utterly infatuated. Jiang Mansheng observed her. G-Man noticed that Jiang Mansheng had deduced her identity. "I hear Qin Yixuan asking Lu Qichen about you every day. I finally get to meet you." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Jiang Mansheng." "Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss G-Man." They continued walking forward when another young woman, seemingly a college student, approached, likely an acquaintance of G-Man. They exchanged greetings. G-Man naturally introduced her. "This is Jiang Mansheng, Lu Qichen's wife." At this introduction, the woman's expression darkened instantly, devoid of any decorum. "So it's you. Why on earth did Brother Qichen marry you? The Jiang family is so small and unremarkable. What on earth do you have that allows you to be associated with Brother Qichen? This cannot possibly be a case of princess syndrome, can it?" As anticipated, G-Man interrupted her swiftly. "What are you saying? The young lady's temper is directed toward your home." Yet the young lady continued unabated. "But my sister has pursued Brother Qichen for so many years. Everyone believes that Brother Qichen will end up with my sister. Why must such words be uttered in her presence? Is her sister's sentiment the sole emotion that matters in this world?" Jiang Mansheng was on the verge of retorting when suddenly someone encircled her waist from behind, a firm hand pressing against her, gradually permeating her being. "Who dares to claim that I will be with your sister?" The young lady likely did not anticipate Lu Qichen's sudden appearance. Brother Qichen. However, Lu Qichen showed little leniency. Do not let me hear such words again. By familial ties, she is also your sister-in-law. Do you not possess a modicum of basic respect and decorum? The young lady felt tears welling in her eyes as she turned to Jiang Mansheng. Sister-in-law, I am sorry. This brief interlude passed just like that. During dinner, the four of them sat closely together. Midway through, Qin Yixuan excused himself, while Lu Qichen remained taciturn beside her, serving her dishes. After a while, someone announced that G-Man was called outside, stating, Qin Yixuan has gotten into a fight with your ex-boyfriend. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the revelation. G-Man immediately rushed out. Lu Qichen remained unmoved, continuing to serve Jiang Mansheng. Aren't you going to check? Jiang Mansheng inquired. Lu Qichen responded, placing another dish before her. Eat a bit of this as well. There is no need to concern yourself with them. Such trivial matters are easily resolved by Qin Yixuan. Suddenly, realization struck her. When did their dining together in the presence of others evolve into such a routine? Chapter 31. He used to like you despite professing an intention to abstain from involvement. Lu Qichen ultimately accompanied Jiang Mansheng after she finished her meal. By this point, the dispute between the two had nearly been resolved. Yiman trochet besde finidun et fliming. Must you always resort to fighting? Does violence truly resolve issues? Are you satisfied now? Qin Yixuan scoffed in response. It seems to work with your ex-boyfriend. After all, he had the audacity to show up at the birthday celebration and confront you. G-Man was bewildered by how this little rascal had gotten wind of the situation. She glanced at Qin Yixuan's reddened knuckles and urged, Stand up. Let us return to our room for a conversation. As Lu Qichen and Jiang Mansheng emerged, a stern-looking man approached them to greet. In their exchange, Jiang Mansheng discerned the man's identity. He was the current head of the Zhao Corporation, and also Zhao Jinya's elder brother. Jiang Mansheng vividly recalled the day Zhao Jinya had encircled her waist in the bar, leading to a misunderstanding. Presently, this man seemed eager to have a private discussion with Lu Qichen. Lu Qichen glanced at Jiang Mansheng, who quietly nodded, and the two stepped aside to converse. Left to her own devices, Jiang Mansheng sought some solace nearby. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Wenyun had taken notice of her. He approached to extend greetings. Jiang Wenyun appeared quite animated, yet his gaze retained a hint of the reserved demeanor he had always possessed, now tempered with a touch of maturity acquired through life's experiences. Jiang Mansheng, he remarked, I did not expect to see you again so soon. Jiang Mansheng nodded quietly, replying, Indeed, quite the coincidence. She sought to engage in polite conversation, asking, Do you know Qin Yixuan or G-Man? Jiang Wenyun paused for a brief moment, taken aback by her familiarity in addressing them by their first names. Are you referring to young Master Qin and young Lady Ji? Neither, actually. I accompanied a friend who received an invitation. Jiang Mansheng répondait softly. Their acquaintance was not particularly close, and she had no desire to prolong the conversation. Yet, Jiang Wenyun appeared hesitant, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Jiang Mansheng was undeniably beautiful. Even during their university days, her aloof demeanor could not mask her charm. Jiang Wenyun had genuinely harbored feelings for her. In their youth, he had even felt a sense of fortune that they shared the same surname, believing it to be fate. Thus, Jiang Wenyun earnestly stated, It has truly been many years since we last met. For Jiang Mansheng, he may have left little mark on her memory, but for him, it had indeed been a significant passage of time. Yes. How have you been lately? Jiang Mansheng offered politely. You've been, Jiang Wenyun began, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Qichen's voice from a distance. He stood apart, observing the two with an air of detached authority, his tone low, yet imbued with a hint of unidentifiable emotion. Jiang Mansheng, it's time to go home. All right, she replied, signaling her intent to end the conversation with Jiang Wenyun. Turning to him, she said, I must head home now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. No one knew that after the two departed, Jiang Wenyun had exchanged a few words with the head of the Zhao group. During dinner, Jiang Mansheng had a sip of wine, while Lu Qichen abstained. Naturally, he took the driver's seat, perhaps fearing she might feel lightheaded. He opened a window for ventilation as soon as she sat down. Upon returning home, they found their grandparents still awake. initially intending to share some conversation with them. Their presence was met with disapproval due to the lingering scent of alcohol from the birthday banquet. Consequently, they descended the stairs. Not in a hurry to retire for the night, they decided to change into more comfortable attire. Lu Qichen changed a bit quicker, and when Jiang Mansheng emerged in her fresh outfit, she discovered him crouched by the door of the little pink room, engaged in some task. This evening, Lu Qichen had donned a simple white t-shirt and black trousers, his hair freshly washed and looking impeccably neat. It was a rare sight to see him in such casual clothing, and Jiang Mansheng found herself momentarily taken aback by his charm and vitality. Furthermore, it was the first time she noticed a sense of domesticity about him. Approaching him, she observed a peculiar interaction between him and the little pink creature, both of them exchanging curious glances. Unexpectedly, the little pink cat, seemingly agitated, reached out and clawed Lu Qichen's hand. Jiang Mansheng was taken aback. Although the little pink often played mischievously, it rarely inflicted real harm. She rushed over to kneel beside him, inspecting the wound, relieved to find no broken skin. Instinctively, Jiang Mansheng exhaled, truly startled by the cat's sudden aggression. While speaking, she gently held his hand. She shot a reproachful glance at the little pink, promising that they would have a serious talk later. It was rare for Jiang Mansheng to display anger, causing the little pink to retreat slightly. Noticing her distress, Lu Qichen jested, "I was just thinking, it seems to harbor some animosity towards me." "No, it doesn't hate you. The little pink is quite simple. Just feed it some cat food another day, and it will adore you. Is that so?" Lu Qichen inquired, looking at Jiang Mansheng. "It recently received its vaccinations, so there's nothing to worry about. Just to be safe, I'll disinfect it for you." Jiang Mansheng continued to hold his hand, and with no sign of resistance from him, they entered the bathroom together. A long day, coupled with the little pink's antics, prompted Jiang Mansheng to yawn instinctively. Lu Qichen, having initially allowed her to lead, withdrew his hand, saying, "I can manage on my own." Jiang Mansheng stood nearby, offering soap. Just as she extended it, a message chimed in on WeChat. It was from Jiang Wenyin. Jiang Mansheng tapped it absent-mindedly, not intending to play the voice message aloud, yet her finger inadvertently activated it. Jiang Wenyin asked if she was free to join him for a meal tomorrow, Saturday. Instinctively, she silenced her phone, acutely aware that Lu Qichen was close enough to hear. "Why aren't you responding?" Lu Qichen queried, recalling the peculiar tone in his earlier conversation with Jiang Wenyin. There was an unsettling quality to the atmosphere. Jiang Mansheng reflected for a moment and said, "Allow me to clarify something." Lu Qichen turned to look at her. "The last time in my home, my mother mentioned that Jiang Wenyin and I were almost together. In truth, that was not the case. He pursued me, but I never harbored any feelings for him." She expected merely a faint acknowledgement, yet Lu Qichen responded, "He liked you before, and he still does." Jiang Mansheng was uncertain of Jiang Wenyin's current feelings, but she asserted, "We are already married. I shall not undermine your dignity." Lu Qichen chuckled softly, his tone slightly muffled and peculiar. "Is that so? So you believe you are preserving my dignity?" Jiang Mansheng wished to say more, but suddenly Lu Qichen lowered his head and retrieved something from his pocket, fastening it around her wrist. "A gift to reciprocate the flowers you received this morning." Jiang Mansheng's heart fluttered uncontrollably as she glanced down. It was a bracelet adorned with lush red jasmine and embellished with countless diamonds, exuding elegance and beauty. Jiang Mansheng's breath caught momentarily. Lu Qichen added, "Now go to sleep. We shall begin your close combat training tomorrow." Chapter 32. Attending the auction together the following day was Saturday, a delightful day free from work. Jiang Mansheng lingered in bed for an entire hour, not rising until nearly 9 o'clock. Lu Qichen had already descended the stairs, presumably allowing her to sleep in, as he did not call her for breakfast. After lying there for another 5 minutes, Jiang Mansheng received delightful news. Zhao Shu would be coming to Jing City for a week on business. Since her trip to Guangdong, Zhao Shu had become exceedingly busy. On several occasions, they had arranged for Jiang Mansheng to visit or for Zhao Shu to come to Jing City, only to cancel due to unforeseen work commitments. Zhao Shu had even lamented, "Do you know how busy I am? I earn so much money but have no time to spend it. Let's hope nothing goes awry." Finally, The prospect of seeing her friend again brought Jiang Mansheng a measure of joy. At that moment, Lu Qichen entered the room, and Jiang Mansheng remained cozily nestled in her blankets. He looked down at her, noticing her cheerful disposition upon waking. "Time to get up," he said. "I have some clothes for you to try for close combat training." "All right," Jiang Mansheng replied. Once she was prepared and made her way downstairs, she discovered that the living room was surprisingly empty, with only Lu Qichen present. To her astonishment, her grandparents were not around. He had prepared a simple breakfast for her, consisting of avocado, dark chocolate, and unsweetened yogurt, ideal sustenance for pre-workout. After a brief respite following their meal, Lu Qichen led her to the designated area for close combat practice. It was only then that Jiang Mansheng realized the Lu family estate housed a fully equipped gym. Lu Qichen handed her a set of white Brazilian jiu-jitsu attire, his demeanor a blend of seriousness and gentleness. "BJJ is particularly suitable for girls to learn in close combat. Today, I will teach you the dive and grapple technique, which offers surprising advantages when there is a significant disparity in strength." Jiang Mansheng accepted the outfit and, after changing, emerged to find Lu Qichen already dressed. Unlike her, he wore a striking black ensemble that exuded an allure she had never witnessed before. Perhaps due to her inadequate belt knot, Lu Qichen approached her, gently unfastening her belt and readying it, saying, "Come here." After half an hour of instruction, Jiang Mansheng felt utterly drained. True to his word, Lu Qichen ensured she would not be harmed, but the exertion was overwhelming. She had not engaged in physical activity for far too long. He did not allow her to sit, leaving her standing, drenched in sweat. As she attempted to catch her breath, she initiated a conversation to prolong her respite. "The person I spoke to yesterday was Zhao Jinyao's older brother, right?" "Yes," he replied. Jiang Mansheng, fatigued and struggling to think clearly, continued to chatter. "Is he better than Zhao Jinyao?" Her impression of him was that he appeared rather stern, quite unlike Lu Qichen. Lu Qichen patiently awaited her response. Such a characterization does not suit Zhao Fengshan. He is a savvy businessman, intelligent yet ruthless and self-serving. In terms of character, he is certainly not the type that old Master Zhao would favor, but alas, Zhao Jinyao has proven to be quite disappointing. His words resonated with a hint of familiarity, reminiscent of Jiang Wenyin during the latter years of university. One is supported by a lineage of resources, while the other is not, Jiang Mansheng remarked. Lu Qichen inquired, "Jiang Wenyin?" "Indeed," she replied, carefully choosing her words. "To be honest, during university, before Jiang Wenyin pursued me, I held a rather favorable impression of him. He is truly exceptional and intelligent. However, many later claimed he was an extreme egoist, indifferent to the feelings of others. Yet, I thought it was acceptable. Striving for what one desires is fine, as long as it doesn't harm others. When Jiang Wenyin began to court me, I started to truly understand him. His demeanor suggested a certainty that he could win me over. Once he displayed such confidence, I felt a sense of offense, which led to a growing disdain. Gradually, I realized, he is indeed the type of extreme egoist who would stop at nothing to obtain his desires. Jiang Mansheng harbored no affection for him. However, there is no inherent good or bad. Many ordinary individuals, lacking capital, must traverse crooked paths, endure the trampling of their dignity, and often lose more in the quest for something they desire. As long as they do not harm others, it suffices. This is her baseline for judging a person. Jiang Mansheng expressed these thoughts because Lu Qichen had failed to clarify things yesterday. This encapsulates her genuine attitude towards Jiang Wenyin, an objective assessment without delving into right or wrong. She had no intention of dining with Jiang Wenyin, nor any interest in doing so. After a moment of silence, Jiang Mansheng noticed Lu Qichen's brow had relaxed somewhat. He then asked, "There's a fashion charity gala this evening. Would you accompany me?" Lu Qichen had never taken her to such an event before, and she nodded in agreement. Moreover, Jiang Mansheng was astonished to discover that Lu Qichen had prepared an array of haute couture gowns for her. Each gown was worth a fortune, yet he had procured so many. In truth, even without his preparations, Jiang Mansheng had gowns of her own. However, since he had made the effort, she chose one from his selection, a long, gray gown adorned with starry embroidery in white and deep purple, elegant yet understated. After styling her hair in an updo and selecting jewelry, to complement the ensemble, she emerged to find Lu Qichen also donned in a gray suit, appearing more composed and gentlemanly. At that moment, Jiang Mansheng recalled another gown that might pair even better with his suit. I just remembered a dress that would match yours splendidly. Should I change? Lu Qichen gently held her back, saying, just wear what you like. Upon arriving at the gala, they were ushered into the banquet hall. Shortly thereafter, a charity auction commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's charity auction. I will be your host this evening. Thank you for attending. With this opening statement, the auction officially began. Lu Qichen extended a catalog displaying the auction items towards her, leaning in slightly as he said, choose what you like. As Jiang Mansheng accepted the catalog, she lowered her gaze towards Lu Qichen and noticed numerous eyes scrutinizing them from all directions. She even caught snippets of conversation drifting into her ears. Who is that man sitting diagonally in front of us? He's so handsome. Lu Qichen, don't you know? He seems so low-key. Is he truly remarkable? Remarkable is an understatement. Meanwhile, Lu Qichen raised his bidding paddle. The auctioneer announced that the bid for a pair of earrings on display had reached 3 million. One by one, items were auctioned off, and Lu Qichen acquired many. Eventually, a staff member approached, delivering all that Lu Qichen had won directly to Jiang Mansheng. He had bid for all of it in her name. He had acquired an abundance of items. The surrounding ladies could hardly conceal their envy as they gazed at Jiang Mansheng. She turned her head to look at him. Lu Qichen seemed to. Chapter 33. A hand resting in an inopportune place what is being displayed. However, there was no time for Jiang Mansheng to ponder this further, as the host of the fashion gala approached Lu Qichen to exchange pleasantries. The individual was a rather stern-looking elderly lady, who instinctively directed her gaze towards Jiang Mansheng. Lu Qichen introduced her, saying, "This is Jiang Mansheng, my wife." Jiang Mansheng recognized her and greeted her with a smile, mentioning that she had often read the fashion magazine she edited. The elderly lady chuckled and exchanged a few more words with Lu Qichen before departing. Upon their return to the Lu family residence, Jiang Mansheng perceptibly noted a somewhat somber atmosphere enveloping the old mansion. Indeed, the grandmother immediately beckoned Jiang Mansheng over, glancing at Lu Qichen as she said, "Let's go to the tea room. Your grandfather is waiting for you." Lu Qichen responded with a brief acknowledgement. Observing Lu Qichen, the grandmother expressed her concern, cautioning, "Do not argue with him. Just let him say a few words." Lu Qichen, disliking his grandmother's worry for Jiang Mansheng, reassured her, "I understand." Unexpectedly, Lu Qichen lingered in the tea room for over an hour. Jiang Mansheng had never witnessed such a grand occasion. She had yet to see the usual discussions between Lu Qichen and the elder Lu regarding work matters. Jiang Mansheng remained in the living room conversing with her grandmother, who, along with the housemaid, appeared quite accustomed to such circumstances. The maid inquired, "Shall we prepare some rock candy baked pears for Qichen now?" This was a favorite of Lu Qichen's, which Jiang Mansheng was also aware of. Rising to her feet, she declared, "I'll prepare it." In the kitchen, Jiang Mansheng peeled and cored 4 pears, placing them in a pot, adding rock candy, and simmering them over low heat for 40 minutes before transferring them to the oven to roast. When she finally emerged with the finished rock candy baked pears, Lu Qichen had still not come out. Glancing at her grandmother, she asked, "Grandma, may I go to the tea room to take a look?" Surprised by Jiang Mansheng's request, her grandmother nodded in agreement. Jiang Mansheng ascended with 2 portions of rock candy baked pears, and before she could knock, she overheard raised voices from within. It was Lu Qichen's voice. "Once Zhao Fengshan does such a thing, there will surely be a second time. I do not agree with Zhao Fengshan's principles, and I will gradually suspend cooperation with the Zhao group." Does grandfather wish to destroy the Lu group little by little for the sake of past connections with Zhao grandfather? Lu Qi interjected, "Who taught you to be so indecisive?" A brief silence hung in the air. Lu Qichen replied, "My mother, as you well know. Zhao Fengshan's criminal actions do not seem indecisive in your eyes." A loud crash echoed. A teacup had shattered. Jiang Mansheng quickly knocked on the door, and after 2 seconds, it was opened by Lu Qichen. Upon seeing Jiang Mansheng, Lu Qichen appeared slightly taken aback. After all, everyone in the Lu family mansion understood that no one dared to interrupt when the elder Lu was in a foul mood. His voice remained as low and steady as usual. "What brings you up here?" Jiang Mansheng assessed Lu Qichen, noticing no apparent changes in his demeanor. I prepared rock candy baked pears for you and grandfather, she replied. Lu Qichen naturally accepted the tray from Jiang Mansheng's hands. I will serve a bowl to grandfather first, she added, holding out a bowl. Jiang Mansheng approached and presented the bowl to her grandfather. Grandpa, she said. Lu Qi had no intention of saying anything further. Thank you, granddaughter-in-law. You two may go downstairs together. As they descended to the living room, they found Grandma and Aunt still present. She joined Lu Qichen on the couch, all the while feeling a tight knot of tension as she glanced at him. After visiting the tea room, an inexplicable warmth enveloped the atmosphere in the living room. Lu Qichen looked at her, his voice laced with a hint of reassurance. Were you frightened by Grandpa? Jiang Mansheng resolutely shook her head. She lifted the bowl of rock candy roasted pear and even checked the temperature for Lu Qichen. It's still warm. Should we eat it now? Yes, let us, he replied. She handed it to him, placing it gently in his hands. Now hold it steady. I'll give you a massage. Without hesitation, Jiang Mansheng kicked off her slippers and began to maneuver around the sofa to reach behind Lu Qichen. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist, his hand having just touched the bowl. Still warm. What massage? Jiang Mansheng paused. Just a regular massage. I always help my dad when he's under a lot of stress. Lu Qichen released her hand and chuckled softly. So you're quite the versatile one? Jiang Mansheng jested. You have no idea about my mother. She had never raised a child, and during the initial years after she found me, she was determined to cultivate me into a polymath. She wanted me to learn everything she saw, and it nearly exhausted me. Is that so? Lu Qichen inquired. Jiang Mansheng crouched behind him, her hands pressing gently. But then it seemed she suddenly had an epiphany. For things I showed genuine interest in, she advised me against pursuing them. She said she only wished for me to be incredibly happy and free. As she massaged, she pondered and eventually asked, what about your mother? Given what Anshin mentioned about preparing medicines for you, she must care for you deeply? Lu Qichen's voice lowered. Yes, she treats me very well. It's just that she doesn't understand me fully. After a brief pause, he added, it seems I never gave her the chance to know me. Upon finishing his words, Lu Qichen took her hand gently. No need for massage anymore. I'm not tired now. Let us stop. Are you truly not tired? Jiang Mansheng confirmed. Lu Qichen responded softly with a reassuring Since the moment Jiang Mansheng began the massage, Grandma and Aunt had quietly left, leaving the living room in serene silence. As Lu Qichen expressed his sentiment, Jiang Mansheng ceased her actions. Having crouched for an extended period, her feet grew numb. Moreover, a gap existed in the sofa cushions. Jiang Mansheng inadvertently stepped into the void, and Lu Qichen, sensing something amiss, instinctively reached out to catch her. Consequently, Jiang Mansheng found herself tumbling onto him, her hands reflexively grasping the fabric of his chest. Dazed by the fall, she managed to murmur a soft, thank you. Lu Qichen's voice was low and restrained. Please, get up. Jiang Mansheng attempted to rise, but as she moved her hand, she realized it was resting dangerously close to Lu Qichen's thigh, a place that should never be touched. Her mind went blank for a fleeting moment. In the next moment, she swiftly withdrew her hand, letting out a soft gasp before quickly rising to her feet, maintaining a respectful distance from him. I apologize. Are you all right? Chapter 34. The male's heartfelt intentions. Lu Qichen spoke softly. It's nothing. Please go rest. Jiang Mansheng returned to her bedroom, and shortly after, Lu Qichen entered as well. A moment of silence ensued. Jiang Mansheng took out a gift box and spoke first. A few days ago, I bought you a tie and wanted to give it to you. The reason behind this gesture was her sense of indebtedness for the many gifts Lu Qichen had bestowed upon her. Upon returning to the Lu family estate, Lu Qichen had been summoned by his grandfather, and despite having just spent time with her in the living room, he was still clad in his suit while Jiang Mansheng had already changed in a casual attire. Lu Qichen looked at her and said, thank you. He intended merely to accept the gift. However, Jiang Mansheng suddenly added, let me help you try it on. Lu Qichen moved beside her as she reached for the tie around his neck. In that moment, she noticed a small mole on his collarbone. Unexpectedly, she remarked, I once learned to sketch. Lu Qichen replied, Jiang Mansheng continued, if I painted you and hung it in the studio, the foot traffic would surely soar. Lu Qichen chuckled lightly. Are you complimenting my looks? Indeed, is it not evident? You're quite handsome. Once again, a night of peaceful slumber enveloped Jiang Mansheng, and she discovered that her quality of sleep significantly improved in Lu Qichen's presence. The following day, she had plans to meet Qichen at a bar. For Qichen had recently ended her 7-year relationship with her boyfriend. The reason for their split was rather absurd. Following an argument where Qichen was criticized for her seemingly indifferent demeanor, they had entered a Cold War. During this standoff, messages from her boyfriend's conversations with another woman were inadvertently synced to Qichen's iPad. Qinchen's disbelief was palpable. 7 years was no trivial matter. She called her ex and berated him for half an hour, labeling him a fool, and then imposed a 30-minute deadline for him to retrieve his belongings, warning that if he failed to do so, she would discard them as trash. As Jiang Mansheng departed, Lu Qichen was not home. While descending the stairs, she overheard several aunts conversing. So, it was the anniversary of the lady's passing, right? Did the old lady say anything? Not yet. However, that poor child, who could bear to hear their mother's last words before passing were, "I hate you." Is that true? Indeed. In the end, when Qichen visited his mother in the hospital, she refused to see him, insisting that no one let him in, proclaiming, "I hate him, and I'll act as if I never bore him." Jiang Mansheng paused briefly, then stepped outside. Their destination was one of the upscale bars recommended by Fang Qinzhou. Upon arrival, they discovered it to be a very high-end establishment, sparsely populated. After Jiang Mansheng provided her name, they were escorted to a private room. As they settled in, Qichen shared a corny joke. What should a black balloon do after being punched by a white balloon? Jiang Mansheng, not particularly adept at humor, ventured, "Punch back?" Qichen burst into laughter, confessed to the white balloon. Jiang Mansheng felt a chill resonate within her. Qichen was not adept at lamenting her troubles, often communicating only the essentials. Consequently, Jiang Mansheng's task became one of accompanying her in consuming glass after glass of liquor. Before long, Jiang Mansheng found herself quite intoxicated. Resting motionless upon the table, Qichen possessed a slightly better tolerance, yet it was not markedly superior. She had never witnessed someone in such a state, unable to discern whether Jiang Mansheng was merely asleep from inebriation or truly unconscious. Feeling somewhat disoriented, Qichen hastily summoned a waiter. As she pushed open the door to the private room, a familiar figure happened to be passing by. In her drunken state, Qichen managed to greet him. "Mr. Lu?" Lu Qichen had already become acquainted with Qichen and was aware that Jiang Mansheng had come out to drink with her, though he was unaware of their current location. Upon seeing Qichen, who was clearly inebriated but without Jiang Mansheng, he inquired, "Where is Jiang Mansheng?" "Oh, she seems to be drunk, but I can't tell if she's just asleep or unconscious." "How did you know Jiang Mansheng was here?" Lu Qichen began making his way toward the private room. "Let me check." As Qichen realized what was happening and rushed to follow, Lu Qichen had already lifted Jiang Mansheng into his arms. "She's drunk. I will take her home. Are you all right on your own? Should I have Fang Qizhong call you a cab?" Qichen quickly interjected, "Wait, Mr. Lu. She is my friend. You cannot just take her away." At that moment, Jiang Mansheng stirred due to Lu Qichen's actions and called out his name. "Lu Qichen, what are you doing here?" Qichen felt a bit bewildered. Noticing Qinchen's reluctance to let them leave, Lu Qichen further questioned, "Jiang Mansheng, what is our relationship?" Jiang Mansheng responded promptly, "We share a bed, don't we?" Still concerned, Qichen asked, "Can I trust you with her?" "Of course, he is a wonderful person," Jiang Mansheng assured. "All right then." Even so, Qichen, still under the influence, followed them to the car. Jiang Mansheng suddenly recalled something and grasped Qinchen's arm. "I need to tell you something." Feeling slightly more alert, Qichen replied, The next moment, she heard Jiang Mansheng say, "Qichen, I think you are an incredibly amazing girl. I have never met anyone as taciturn as you." Everyone who has known Qichen from childhood has said the same. Yet she is so gentle, yet fierce, so adorable, yet aloof, so shy, yet lively, so graceful, yet unrestrained. Among the many beautiful girls in this world, Qichen is not particularly unique. She is simply one among many. Upon returning to the Lu family's ancestral home, Lu Qichen laid Jiang Mansheng on the bed and bent down to assist her in removing her shoes. Jiang Mansheng, rather restlessly, crawled onto the bed, reaching for the blanket. This movement was quite pronounced, causing her skirt to rise significantly, revealing her long, fair legs and a glimpse of white underwear. Lu Qichen paused momentarily, then covered her with a blanket. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mansheng suddenly leaned in, wrapping her arms around Lu Qichen's neck, effectively trapping him before her. "I need to tell you something." Lu Qichen smiled slightly, feeling an odd familiarity with the phrase. It seemed that Chun-Chin had uttered the same words just moments before their separation. "Speak," he said. Jiang Mansheng tugged at him again, urging, "Come a bit closer. I fear you may not hear me clearly." Lu Qichen obediently leaned in closer, and their proximity became quite intimate. Jiang Mansheng felt overwhelmed and pushed him away slightly, exclaiming, "Why are you so close? I can hardly bear it. Let us do it this way." Yet, she still wished to pull him down, but Lu Qichen remained steadfast, resisting her attempts. Resigned, Jiang Mansheng finally spoke. "Lu Qichen, to be precise, my adoptive mother passed away to protect me. Before her death, her last words to me were that she loved me dearly, even though I was not her biological daughter, merely a child taken in by her husband. She apologized for not being able to protect me well. I miss her profoundly. However, whenever I hear others say that mothers in heaven feel joy watching over their children, I find it difficult to accept. I do not wish for her to miss me or to watch over me from above. If possible, I hope she can forget me. I wish for her to become the clouds in the sky, the rain that falls, the wind that is ever present, or anything in this world that embodies freedom. If she chooses to think of me for just a second, that would suffice. If she does not wish to, I would be delighted. I hope that every moment of her future is lived solely for herself. So, perhaps your mother no longer harbors resentment towards you, as I too wish that each moment of your mother's existence is dedicated entirely to her own happiness. Do you understand what I mean?" Lu Qichen remained silent for a long time. Ultimately, he ceased to resist, lowering his head and lying beside Jiang Mansheng, who, still intoxicated, unknowingly tugged at his sleeve. After an extended silence, Lu Qichen seemed to quell the tumultuous emotions that had threatened to overwhelm him. Finally, he reached out, wrapping his arms around Jiang Mansheng's waist, drawing her into his embrace. Chapter 35. Unrequited love. At that very moment, the hearts of three individuals became tumultuous. The first was Jiang Mansheng, who had fallen asleep clutching the cuff of Lu Qichen's shirt. After a long interval, she dreamt once more. In this dream, she encountered Lu Qichen as he was at 17 or 18, a scene from their initial meeting. A gentle drizzle fell in Wulong Alley, and Jiang Mansheng dashed along the pathway, pursued by her terrifying adoptive father and her pitiable adoptive mother, who were left far behind. It was the Lantern Festival, and her mother had used the guise of buying Tang Yuan to coax her outside. The small convenience store was bustling with a considerably long queue, perhaps due to the significance of the occasion. Without an umbrella, she was left to brave the rain. After a while, someone else joined the line behind her, and she noticed that the raindrops falling on her head had vanished. Jiang Mansheng glanced back and immediately recognized the daunting figure of a young man. On that day, Lu Qichen wore a short, white down jacket, evoking images of verdant trees and melting snow. At that moment, she merely caught a glimpse of him, feeling too timid even to muster a thank you. She stepped forward, attempting to move away from beneath his umbrella, but as she shifted, the umbrella followed her. Jiang Mansheng remained silent throughout. To her surprise, even this gesture did not suffice to end the encounter. As she stood on the brink of returning to Wulong Alley, she suddenly felt utterly drained. She spun around, resolutely refusing to go back. Yet upon turning, she found herself once again meeting the gaze of the boy who had sheltered her moments ago. Mere seconds later, the umbrella returned to her overhead. At that time, Jiang Mansheng did not know his name. She merely heard the faint rustle of fabric as he produced a candy he had just purchased from the convenience store, asking, "This is my cousin's favorite. Do you like this kind of candy?" Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to cry. What a patient young man he was. Amidst the throng of passers-by, he stood firm under the umbrella in front of her for a full 10 minutes, showing no inclination to leave despite her tears drawing attention. nor did he lose patience simply because she was a stranger. If you wish to cry, then cry. It is all right. However, tears alone could not resolve her troubles. How might one cease their tears? Jiang Mansheng pondered for the first time in those 10 minutes. The answer lay in becoming a stronger person, capable of protecting all that she wished to safeguard. On that day of the Lantern Festival, while many received warm wishes of joy and vibrant red lanterns, she received only the benevolent comfort and colorful candies from a boy she had never met before. Later, in the corridors of school, she learned that he was an outstanding student as distant as the stars. Lu Qichen at 17 or 18 seemed to embody that ideal, academically gifted from a well-to-do family, considerate of others' feelings, yet perpetually restrained, polite, and aloof. He was the image of a first love before one even comprehended the meaning of affection, the essence of a secret crush, and ultimately the only person she had ever truly liked after grasping the significance of that word. Why has there been a subtle shift towards indifference? Jiang Mansheng was startled awake by such thoughts. Her immediate reaction was the sensation of someone embracing her waist. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Lu Qichen, who lay beside her with his eyes closed. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Qichen had wrapped his arms around her waist, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. It was the dead of night, and the entire Lu family's old residence was shrouded in silence. The room was dimly lit by the faint glow filtering in from outside. Jiang Mansheng, illuminated by this meager light, gazed upon Lu Qichen's face, her heart racing uncontrollably. What should she do? The affection she harbored for Lu Qichen seemed poised to engulf her entirely. She dare not move, wishing not to disturb his slumber and hoping he could remain peacefully asleep for a while longer. However, Lu Qichen was not asleep. The first thought that crossed his mind was that Jiang Mansheng did not harbor romantic feelings for him. He quickly realized his desire for more. Yet, they were merely married. She simply possessed a gentle temperament and was adept at understanding others' feelings. Suddenly recalling the circumstances of their marriage, he remembered being thrust into this decision by his grandfather. But what of Jiang Mansheng? She seemed to have been arranged for a blind date by her grandmother, yet she appeared genuinely willing to marry him. Was it simply because he was one of the more favorable options presented to her? While Lu Qichen continued to ponder, someone suddenly pressed down on his arm, and he heard Jiang Mansheng utter a tiny gasp. Opening his eyes, he found himself staring into Jiang Mansheng's slightly alarmed gaze. I accidentally pressed on you. Did I wake you? Lu Qichen's voice was somewhat hoarse, and after a pause, he replied no. Oh, Jiang Mansheng remained nestled in his embrace, cautiously inquiring, is your hand tired? You don't have to hold me. You can let go. Even if I were drunk, I would be quite steady and wouldn't fall. Yet, a moment of silence ensued. Is it all right if I don't let go? He asked, his tone low and heavy. Yes. Jiang Mansheng's heart raced. At that moment, her stomach betrayed her, audibly rumbling. Jiang Mansheng, like her stomach, was unguarded. I'm a bit hungry. Lu Qichen chuckled softly. Then, Jiang Mansheng noticed the pressure around her waist had dissipated as Lu Qichen rose to his feet. He looked at her and suggested, why don't you take a shower and change? We can eat something afterward. Jiang Mansheng nodded lightly, glancing at the clock, which read 2 in the morning. She hesitated before asking, has Aunt Zhu gone to bed? Lu Qichen's voice was low and restrained. Yes. Would you like me to cook for you? Sure. Thank you, Jiang Mansheng replied almost instantaneously. 40 minutes later, as Jiang Mansheng descended the stairs, Lu Qichen had already changed into a black polo shirt and casually donned black trousers in the kitchen. At that moment, Jiang Mansheng wore a white casual dress, creating a striking contrast between them. Jiang Mansheng approached the cooking station, immediately enveloped by the enticing aroma wafting from the bubbling pot. In the next moment, Lu Qichen turned off the stove and served 2 bowls of noodles. To her delight, it was her favorite pig stomach chicken soup noodles. Jiang Mansheng instinctively praised. It smells wonderful. Lu Qichen cast a sidelong glance at her, a look he considered to be quite restrained. Yet, it made Jiang Mansheng feel slightly anxious, prompting her to inquire, why are you looking at me like that? Simultaneously, the third individual, Chun Qin, found herself in a whirlwind of confusion. Suspecting that she had perhaps indulged a bit too much and was lost in a dream, She had dreamt that Fang Qizhong was the one accompanying her home. Moreover, she dreamt that Lu Qichen had carried Jiang Mansheng away. Chen Qin mused to herself about her vivid imagination. In the next instant, she realized she was clutching a business card, one that Fang Qizhong had left her before departing in her dream. Chen Qin nearly dropped the cup she was holding in shock. What on earth was happening? She was not one to handle surprises well. Did President Lu truly carry Jiang Mansheng away? Chapter 36. We will not divorce the following day. Upon awakening, Jiang Mansheng discovered that Lu Qichen was feeding her cat treats. Zhao Pink, having observed Lu Qichen for a considerable while, finally approached him. It was quite evident to Jiang Mansheng that Zhao Pink seemed less agitated. It was an ordinary morning, a weekday. Moreover, it marked the anniversary of Lu Qichen's mother's passing. Previously, Jiang Mansheng had overheard an aunt inquiring about preparations for the old lady, to which another aunt had replied, uncertain. Now, with everything settled, silence prevailed. While Jiang Mansheng hesitated, Lu Qichen stood up and turned towards her. No longer the approachable figure of yesterday, he had donned a suit again, adopting a somewhat distant and imposing demeanor. Yet, Lu Qichen himself shattered the ambience surrounding him with his words. Let's go downstairs. Fang Qizhong has bought your favorite breakfast. Jiang Mansheng blinked in surprise. He bought it. For regardless of whether they were at Qinglan or the Lu family residence, the housekeepers would typically prepare meals. Descending the stairs, she indeed found Fang Qizhong unpacking a breakfast order from her favorite eatery, containing oiled tea and fried buns. Jiang Mansheng was taken aback. Fang Qizhong spoke. I asked your colleague, Miss Chen Qin. She mentioned that you particularly enjoy breakfast from this place. Jiang Mansheng felt genuinely delighted. You could have just asked me directly. At this moment, Lu Qichen sat down beside her. Fang Qizhong fell silent for a few seconds, glancing at the taciturn Lu Qichen beside him. He too believed it would have been better to ask directly. This was the first time he struggled to comprehend his boss's intentions. Ultimately, he remarked, I shall inquire with Madam next time. Lu Qichen reached for 2 portions and pushed them towards Jiang Mansheng. Thank you, she said, then glanced at Lu Qichen. Are you having this too? Yes, he replied. She was quite pleased, having expected Lu Qichen to dismiss it as junk food, perhaps due to Jiang Mansheng's evident joy. Lu Qichen suddenly asked, Do you like it that much? Jiang Mansheng nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I absolutely adore it. Shall I have them open a branch nearby for you? Lu Qichen inquired. Jiang Mansheng was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard him, and instinctively replied, What are you saying? After responding, she realized that Lu Qichen's tone was devoid of jest. If he truly wished to do so, it was indeed within his capabilities. Although a slight unease flickered within her, she chose not to dwell on it and allowed it to pass. There's no need. It's precisely because I don't eat it often that it tastes even better when I do. Lu Qichen gave a soft in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at Ruibai, the first person Jiang Mansheng encountered was Chen Qin. During lunch break, Chen Qin finally seized the opportunity to pull her aside and whispered, Oh my goodness. I thought I was dreaming or had mistaken someone. You really won over President Lu? I'm utterly astonished. He is President Lu after all. Jiang Mansheng replied. It's not quite to the extent that I would say I won him over. Chen Qin pressed. Do you remember what you said last night? I remember it all too well, Jiang Mansheng replied, vividly recalling the events. Jiang Mansheng. Indeed, our relationship involves sharing a bed, yet our feelings remain remarkably pure. We have not yet reached the stage of pursuit. Chen Qin, wow. On a day that bore no significant difference from any other workday, Jiang Mansheng returned home, feeling as exhausted as ever. Upon her arrival, Lu Qichen had not yet returned. During this interval, G-Man sent her a message, informing her that Qin Yixuan had accompanied Lu Qichen to the cemetery. It seemed to have been this way for the past few years. No matter what events transpired on that day, Qin Yixuan would always cancel his plans to be with Lu Qichen. One could surmise. Jiang Mansheng settled onto the living room sofa, engaging in conversation with her grandmother until the latter grew weary and ascended to rest. Jiang Mansheng lingered for another half hour or so, until Lu Qichen finally arrived. Initially, she did not notice, but Lu Qichen soon approached her. What are you doing? Jiang Mansheng had long awaited this moment, her first thought being to observe Lu Qichen's expression. It was still not yet 7 o'clock. a time that could be considered the onset of nightlife. Thankfully, Lu Qichen appeared as calm as usual. Jiang Mansheng embraced a philosophy of existence that involved visiting the supermarket whenever she felt weary. There, she could purchase anything she desired, and amidst the vast crowd, her own suffering felt minuscule. After each supermarket visit, she would find herself rejuvenated with newfound strength to confront life's adversities. Perhaps she was somewhat apprehensive about Lu Qichen. When she spoke, she noticed her voice was slightly hoarse. Lu Qichen. He leaned in slightly. Jiang Mansheng simply wished to avoid leaving him alone. Are you tired? Lu Qichen. Not tired. Shall we go to the supermarket? Jiang Mansheng looked up at him. Lu Qichen. Sure. Get up. As Jiang Mansheng attempted to rise, Lu Qichen extended a hand, which she instinctively grasped. After realizing this felt inappropriate, she instinctively glanced at him. Lu Qichen's expression remained as serene as ever. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Jiang Mansheng pushed the cart, selecting numerous items for Lu Qichen, who seemed rather indifferent to her choices. Spotting a pair of couple S toothbrush holders nearby, Jiang Mansheng inquired, "Should we buy these? Wouldn't Grandma think our relationship is wonderful?" This piqued Lu Qichen's interest slightly. Indeed, he seemed to care for her grandmother. Jiang Mansheng thought. While she was selecting a pair of conspicuous couple S slippers, a young boy pushed a shopping cart rapidly, almost colliding with a little girl. Jiang Mansheng instinctively reached out to intervene. However, Lu Qichen, perceiving her intentions, reacted swiftly, pulling her aside. The heavily laden shopping cart struck his arm, resulting in a notable gash. Blood flowed. They hurried to the hospital. The wound was not large, but it required dressing. When Lu Qichen emerged after the bandaging, Jiang Mansheng promptly stood up. At that moment, a few injured young men seated nearby were engaged in conversation. They were discussing, wasn't the Lu family estate not far from here? Indeed. Recently, I overheard Zhao mentioning that Lu Qichen has married. Are you aware of this? It is undoubtedly a union orchestrated by the elder of the Lu family. However, given Lu Qichen's cold demeanor, one might speculate that he could sever the ties of matrimony at any moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mansheng instinctively paused. Yet, given Lu Qichen's aloof nature, one might speculate that he could sever the ties of matrimony at any moment. When the two returned home, Jiang Mansheng felt a twinge of guilt. Had I known, I would not have urged you to accompany me to the supermarket. Lu Qichen, perceptively attuned to her subdued mood, replied, No, thank you for taking me to the supermarket. He could certainly discern her intentions. Among those acquainted with Lu Qichen, none could match Jiang Mansheng's ability to console others, even while inebriated. Nevertheless, after Lu Qichen uttered those words, Jiang Mansheng still did not exhibit signs of cheer. What else troubles you? Lu Qichen inquired. Jiang Mansheng's voice was barely above a whisper. Do those individuals at the hospital know you? Lu Qichen replied, I do not know them. They suggested that you might divorce me at any time. HM? Lu Qichen was momentarily perplexed. It was a serene night, with the moonlight cascading over the city like shards of silver. In an instant, Lu Qichen comprehended. The way Jiang Mansheng slightly tilted her face and her eyes conveyed one singular sentiment. She was disheartened by their insinuation that Lu Qichen could part ways with her. His heart thudded strongly a few times. Ultimately, he assured Jiang Mansheng, do not heed their words. Jiang Mansheng, we shall not divorce. Chapter 37. Gripping her ankle, this was a resolute promise. Even someone as oblivious as Jiang Mansheng began to notice a change in Lu Qichen. Her profound fear of divorce juxtaposed with Lu Qichen's vow that he would not part ways with her made their current relationship seem rather peculiar. Even regarding the incident where her suggestion to take Lu Qichen out resulted in him returning injured, Jiang Mansheng felt a twinge of distress. However, perhaps due to the immense comfort Lu Qichen provided, she energetically changed into the new items they had purchased together, resulting in an array of couples' belongings. Yet, this day was not one suited for joy. Lu Qichen had retreated to his study to work late. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Mansheng decided to prepare a bowl of snow pear and white fungus soup. She carried it to the study and knocked on the door. When Lu Qichen opened it to see her, an inexplicable tension seemed to linger between them. Would you drink this before you continue working? Jiang Mansheng inquired softly. Thank you. Lu Qichen replied, but it's a bit hot and needs to cool for a while. Jiang Mansheng glanced at the sofa beside her. May I sit here and wait for you to finish? Lu Qichen leaned against his desk, observing her, and nodded. In the old Lu residence, there were several studies, but Jiang Mansheng had only ever entered this one, which belonged exclusively to Lu Qichen. Behind the sofa stood a grand bookshelf, consistent with his customary style. Lu Qichen sipped his soup slowly, and time stretched on. She merely wished to keep him company, so she found a book and leisurely flipped through its pages. The aura surrounding Lu Qichen provided a profound sense of security, and as she read, she felt herself on the brink of slumber. At one point, she felt a pang of thirst and drowsily sought water. In the next moment, a cup was placed in her palm. Jiang Mansheng took small sips, and a sense of restlessness within her was swiftly quelled. Realizing she had finished, someone naturally took the cup from her grasp. Though her body felt languid, her mind remained alert. Jiang Mansheng was acutely aware that it could only be Lu Qichen. Lu Qichen, have you finished? She murmured softly. After a while, a voice fell from above. Are you sleepy? No rush. I'm waiting for you to finish, she replied. When Lu Qichen looked down again, he found she had fallen asleep. He called her name twice, but there was no response. At this moment, Jiang Mansheng had changed into a light, white loungewear, her slippers neatly placed beside the sofa. She curled into the sofa, her dress concealing her ankles. Lu Qichen bent down and gently lifted her. Jiang Mansheng instinctively grasped his shirt, then, feeling a sense of contentment, wrapped her arms around his waist, snuggling closer to him, softly calling his name, Lu Qichen. He responded, but no further reply came from that serene night. The evening breeze was gentle, and outside the window, pink, white, and yellow eustomas quietly blossomed. Lu Qichen's indifference seemed to be gradually filled by Jiang Mansheng's warmth. That night, for reasons unknown, Jiang Mansheng was restless in her sleep. Although everything appeared unchanged, Lu Qichen increasingly found the fragrance and warmth emanating from her to be overwhelming. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself and drifted off to sleep. However, he was abruptly awakened by an unexpected intimacy. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Jiang Mansheng was no longer quietly sleeping on her side. Instead, she lay fully turned towards him, her head nestled in his embrace, her softness pressed against his chest, and her ankles resting upon him. Lu Qichen's breath caught for a few seconds, yet he had no intention of acting upon it. He did not wish to disturb her. One thing, however, caught his attention. Her brows were furrowed, indicating her restless slumber. Her ankles were quite audaciously outside the blanket, which was firmly pinned down by her weight, making it impossible to move. Lu Qichen gently tapped Jiang Mansheng's ankle, attempting to coax her back onto the covers. Yet this slight movement roused her, and as she opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, she met Lu Qichen's gaze with a hint of confusion. He recalled her earlier restless posture. Had she been having a nightmare? I dreamt of you. Jiang Mansheng, still not fully awake, trailed off mid-sentence, seemingly pondering whether to continue. You dreamt of me? Lu Qichen felt a flicker of curiosity, his heartbeat quickening with her words. What? What could Jiang Mansheng possibly dream about him? A transient sense of joy washed over him, albeit unconfirmed. I dreamt that you were unhappy. Even now, despite having awakened, Jiang Mansheng remained candid. After uttering this, she shifted slightly, only to realize that Lu Qichen was holding her ankle. Their proximity was too intimate, their body heat nearly indistinguishable. It was this realization that made Jiang Mansheng acutely aware of the situation. The position was overly ambiguous. Instinctively, she sought to retreat, but Lu Qichen's hand remained firmly around her ankle, rendering her unable to pull away. Jiang Mansheng's words left Lu Qichen momentarily stunned. He finally grasped the underlying concern. Was Jiang Mansheng's restless sleep also a reflection of her worry for him? He pondered how there could exist someone as remarkable as Jiang Mansheng in this world. Unable to reclaim her ankle, Jiang Mansheng instinctively looked up at Lu Qichen. In the next moment, the pressure on her ankle vanished. Lu Qichen leaned closer, his calm, yet imposing presence enveloped in the essence that was uniquely his, bearing a gentle yet assertive warmth as he descended upon her. Chapter 38. Hand on his chest, in a moment of instinct. Jiang Mansheng placed her hand against Lu Qichen's chest, gently pushing him away. In the next instant, a warm and soft blanket enveloped her ankles. With a slight tremor in her voice, she inquired, "What time is it?" 1 o'clock, Lu Qichen replied. "Let's sleep a while longer." "Oh, it's only 1. If we're to sleep a bit more, then let it be." Yet, did they truly have to sleep in such a manner? After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Mansheng succumbed to the tender atmosphere and drifted back into slumber. Perhaps due to her grandmother's improved health, Grandpa Lu had taken her grandmother on a trip. Feeling reassured about Jiang Mansheng and Lu Qichen's relationship, Grandma Lu had given them the option to return to Qinglan if they preferred not to stay at the Lu family estate. Concurrently, Aunt Chen expressed her desire to resign. Her reasoning was straightforward. She had watched Lu Qichen grow up. Previously, when contemplating retirement, she had been concerned, but now that Lu Qichen was married, her worries had dissipated. Naturally, Lu Qichen would not oppose her decision. He held Aunt Chen in deep respect. However, this development came as quite a surprise to Jiang Mansheng. Standing in the bathroom with a toothbrush in her mouth, she witnessed Lu Qichen walking past her to retrieve his razor. As his forearm brushed against her, she instinctively shivered. "When does Aunt Chen intend to leave?" Jiang Mansheng asked. "She originally planned to wait until I found a new housekeeper. But I believe we are not in a hurry to search. She can return home next Monday. Shall we move back on Sunday?" "All right." Several aunties had accompanied Grandpa Lu to care for Grandma Lu, leaving the Lu family estate unusually silent. Upon descending the stairs, only Fang Qinzong remained. Suddenly, Lu Qichen announced, "I will be going to Rue by today." Jiang Mansheng looked up at him, inexplicably elated by his words. It had genuinely been a long time since she had seen Lu Qichen go to Rue by. With the absence of Aunt Chen, breakfast was once again procured by Fang Qinzong. After their meal, Jiang Mansheng squatted beside Lu Qichen to change the dressing on his wound. Upon glancing at the injury on his hand, her brow furrowed deeply. Why does it seem a bit serious? Her back tensed with concern, prompting Lu Qichen to gently tug at her arm, urging her to stand and allowing him to tend to the wound himself. Jiang Mansheng's eyes were brimming with unshed tears. Lu Qichen offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right, nothing to worry about." The day at Rue by unfolded without incident until the afternoon, when news arrived that the top floor's General Lu had just concluded a meeting and tasked the respective heads to discuss follow-ups. A new meeting had been hastily relocated to their floor's conference room, as Lu Qichen typically remained on the top floor. Upon receiving this information, an unmistakable sense of pressure filled the air. Jiang Mansheng was casually directed to prepare for the meeting. While carrying a shared laptop to check the equipment, she overheard someone mention, "They say General Lu has been in meetings since early morning." As she was setting up the projector, someone pushed open the door from outside, and she did not immediately turn to look. A few moments later, someone halted behind her, and Jiang Mansheng heard a somewhat familiar voice. "Why are you the one preparing?" Startled, Jiang Mansheng turned to see Lu Qichen. At that moment, it was uncertain whether it was a special arrangement, but only he and Fang Qinzong had entered. Lu Qichen stood tall, exuding an effortless charisma, while Fang Qinzong stood beside him, holding a laptop and a stack of documents. "It's me," Jiang Mansheng replied naturally upon seeing them. Still focused on configuring the projector with the remote control, she barely noticed as Fang Qinzong approached, taking the remote from her hands. "Madam, allow me," he said. Jiang Mansheng intended to decline, but Fang Qinzong had already taken over. She walked over to Lu Qichen. "They mentioned you held a meeting today. Are you tired?" "Not anymore," Lu Qichen replied, his gaze unwavering as he looked at her. Jiang Mansheng's heart raced as she tilted her head to meet his eyes, feeling an unexpected thrill. Suddenly, she felt a bit out of place in the conference room. Fortunately, Fang Qinzong soon adjusted everything. Outside, the responsible parties lingered, hesitant to enter due to the atmosphere inside, perhaps influenced by Lu Qichen's authoritative presence. Jiang Mansheng felt somewhat awkward standing there. "I'll step outside then. You may continue with your meeting." That evening, Lu Qichen had other engagements, and Fang Qinzong offered to drive Jiang Mansheng home. Once in the car, he greeted her and, while meticulously handling some work, reminded her that Lu Qichen would be attending a social event and likely would not return until late. Jiang Mansheng merely responded with a soft mm. She felt unperturbed. However, just as the car was about to leave the Lu group, she glimpsed Lu Qichen standing before a vehicle, a woman linked to his arm. She recognized the woman, the beautiful companion who had stood beside Lu Qichen when they had met again after many years before their marriage. Jiang Mansheng's breath hitched momentarily. Just as she was about to call out to Fang Qinzong, he received an urgent phone call, and the car sped away, leaving Lu Qichen and the woman behind. Before long, they arrived at the old Lu residence, which felt eerily quiet with only her presence. Jiang Mansheng lacked any appetite for food. After taking a shower, she reclined on the living room sofa, flipping through channels while scrolling on her phone. She drifted off to sleep. However, upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she awoke instantly. As she sat up, Lu Qichen had already approached her. Jiang Mansheng lowered her gaze to his slippers. His voice remained gentle. "Have you eaten?" "No." "Why not?" Lu Qichen leaned in closer. Jiang Mansheng refrained from answering. It was already 9 p.m. Just as she spoke, her phone rang suddenly. It was Jiang Wenyan. Upon seeing his name, Jiang Mansheng instinctively furrowed her brow. She had already declined his advances several times. She wondered why Jiang Wenyan was calling her, especially at such a late hour. Then Lu Qichen gazed at the name of Jiang Wenyan above, deftly snatching the phone from her grasp. Jiang Mansheng tilted her head, inquiring, "What do you need my phone for?" Lu Qichen responded with patience. "What has caused you to be upset?" Jiang Mansheng replied, "Who was the woman beside you this evening after work?" To her surprise, Lu Qichen suddenly broke into a smile. "You are angry without even asking me," he remarked. "Her name is Lu Wenxi. She is my cousin," he explained. Lu Qichen then crouched down to meet her gaze directly. Jiang Mansheng looked at him and added, "I would like to see your injury." However, Lu Qichen was unwilling to let her off the hook. His hand rested lightly on her side. "Jiang Mansheng," he said, "what is the reason for your anger?" Chapter 39. Kissing her cool lips at this moment, Jiang Mansheng felt utterly exposed. It was less of a question and more of an enchantment. Lu Qichen was so close to her that she could even sense the mingling of their scents. Instinctively, Jiang Mansheng recoiled, but Lu Qichen's hand, which had previously rested beside her, had mysteriously found its way around her waist. Retreat was impossible. "Will you let me see your wound or not?" Jiang Mansheng's voice rose slightly. "I can look at it myself," Lu Qichen replied calmly, creating a bit of distance between them, allowing Jiang Mansheng to draw a breath of relief. "Why haven't you eaten?" After a brief pause, Lu Qichen inquired. After posing the question, he turned towards the kitchen. The heaviness that had accumulated over the night dissipated in an instant upon discovering the truth. Jiang Mansheng slipped into her slippers and followed him. "Have you had anything to eat?" "Not much," Lu Qichen replied. Thus, they decided to share a late dinner together. Though it was already past 9 o'clock, with only the two of them in the house, Jiang Mansheng let out her little pink cat for a brief moment. The little creature joyfully dashed around the living room. As Jiang Mansheng entered the kitchen, she found Lu Qichen standing before the refrigerator, contemplating the menu. He reached for 2 tomatoes with one hand, realizing that without the maid present, there were limited ingredients available. Ultimately, he decided to prepare a tomato beef brisket soup. Lu Qichen's injury was on his right hand, so Jiang Mansheng took on the task of chopping the ingredients. While her cooking skills were commendable, her knife skills left much to be desired. Seeing her struggle, Lu Qichen, unable to bear it any longer, reached out from behind her. However, he paused just before his warm body could align with hers, retracting his hand instead. In the end, they used the rather clumsily chopped tomatoes to concoct the soup, which surprisingly turned out delicious. Jiang Mansheng noticed that Lu Qichen ate very little. Most of the time, he simply watched her eat. "Have you already eaten?" she attempted to inquire. Lu Qichen provided the same answer. "Not much. The gathering was too noisy." After he responded, Jiang Mansheng finished her small bowl of tomato beef brisket soup, and Lu Qichen naturally extended his arm to take her bowl and refill it for her. It felt too natural, almost as if he had done it countless times before, leaving Jiang Mansheng momentarily stunned. With the maid absent, it fell upon her to tidy up the tableware. Concerned about Lu Qichen getting his hands wet, she took it upon herself to handle everything. She wished to ask him to wait outside, but during the brief moment while she loaded the dishwasher, Lu Qichen remained silently behind her, causing her heart to race. Once everything was cleaned up, Jiang Mansheng intended to usher her little pink cat back into the room. However, the cat seemed to sense her intentions and continuously evaded her grasp. She contemplated two options: opening a package of cat treats or accessing the cat food container. While she hesitated, Lu Qichen seized the opportunity when the little pink cat scampered to his feet, gently grasping it by the neck and cradling it in his palm. Lu Qichen rose and gazed at her, prompting Jiang Mansheng to hastily rush over and cradle the small pink object in her arms. From struggle to compromise, the familiar brush of fingertips sent Jiang Mansheng's heart racing, despite it being a sensation she had grown accustomed to. Upon returning to the living room, Lu Qichen sat on the sofa, preparing to change the dressing on his injury. The soft glow of light enveloped him. Jiang Mansheng quickly crouched down, saying, "Let me do it." She settled on the carpet while Lu Qichen remained on the sofa, the positioning just right for her to tend his wound, though he had to tilt his head back to see her. As she reached for the medicine box on the coffee table, Lu Qichen unexpectedly presented her with another box. What is this?" Jiang Mansheng inquired without immediately taking it. "It's a series of accessories, themed from the same designer as the watch I gifted you last time. It's a return gesture for the flowers you gave me." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Mansheng accepted the box and opened it. Inside, she found an array of jewelry, including a necklace, earrings, bracelet, and ring. A peculiar thought crossed her mind. It seemed Lu Qichen earned so much money just to buy her gifts every day. "Thank you." Jiang Mansheng's voice dwindled as she held the medicine in one hand and leaned closer to his injury, murmuring, "I really like it, and I'm very happy. But why do you keep buying me things every day?" Lu Qichen swiftly replied, "Of course, I want to make you happy." Her heart began to race again, and she felt as though she was on the brink of collapse, her feelings teetering dangerously close to a heartache. However, the next moment, her fluttering emotions were halted when she noticed the inflammation around Lu Qichen's wound. How could it be inflamed? Jiang Mansheng's voice trembled as she instinctively began to blame herself, thinking it was her fault for insisting on taking Lu Qichen to the supermarket. "Jiang Mansheng," a voice fell from above her. She looked up to see Lu Qichen staring at her, momentarily taken aback before he sighed softly. "Why are your eyes red?" He leaned down slightly to comfort her. "An inflamed wound, isn't that serious." Jiang Mansheng gave a faint acknowledgement, the air thick with the faint scent of ointment. They were so close that when Jiang Mansheng leaned to retrieve the medicine to change his dressing, their heads tilted simultaneously, causing her lips to brush against his ear, a fleeting touch, warm and electric. In that instant, both of them froze, unable to move. Lu Qichen gazed at her intently, and Jiang Mansheng instinctively recoiled under his stare. His eyes held a sharpness and possessiveness she had never witnessed before, something she had never encountered in anyone else. Then, Lu Qichen reached out, wrapping an arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him. The atmosphere became so charged that Jiang Mansheng felt she could scarcely breathe. As she looked into his dark eyes, filled with unspoken emotions, she heard him ask in a husky voice, "Jiang Mansheng, have you grown accustomed to it?" On the very first day of their cohabitation, when Jiang Mansheng expressed her reluctance to share a bed with Lu Qichen, he had inquired whether she needed time to acclimatize. Now, he posed a new question to her. "Jiang Mansheng, have you grown accustomed to it?" Jiang Mansheng's voice was soft and gentle, her hand clutching the hem of his shirt, tugging at it nervously, inadvertently drawing Lu Qichen slightly closer to her. The words she had intended to say were abruptly silenced, swallowed by the sudden embrace of their lips, as Lu Qichen leaned forward and captured her cool lips in a kiss. Chapter 40. A gentle caress of her upper lip. Jiang Mansheng found herself momentarily stunned. This time, the scent of Lu Qichen was not only present in the air, but also lingered between their lips and teeth, a chilling yet delightful aroma. She clutched his shirt tightly, instinctively closing her eyes. Her mouth was firmly shut. One hand tugged at Lu Qichen's shirt while the other braced against the sofa, attempting to retreat. However, Lu Qichen gently cradled the back of her head with one hand while the other encircled her waist. The hand that Jiang Mansheng had extended in an attempt to withdraw was captured by him in the next instant. Simultaneously, Lu Qichen's lips brushed against hers, lightly sucking on her upper lip, causing her to shiver. It felt so ticklish. With considerable force, she yanked at his shirt. Jiang Mansheng's strength was not insignificant, prompting Lu Qichen to pause momentarily. They created a slight distance between them. It was only then that Jiang Mansheng dared to breathe, as if the air that had just vanished was now rushing back into her body. She tilted her head slightly to gaze at Lu Qichen, handing him the tube of ointment, saying, Lu Qichen, you can change the medicine yourself. Tired. I want to go back to sleep. Having uttered those words, she found an opportunity beneath Lu Qichen's arm to slip away. With a thud, Jiang Mansheng closed the bedroom door behind her. She still could not comprehend how Lu Qichen had suddenly kissed her. Yet, it didn't seem entirely unexpected. After all, they had been married for quite some time. Not wanting to dwell on it further, Jiang Mansheng buried herself in bed, pulling the covers over her, eager to fall asleep. In the living room, only Lu Qichen remained, still holding the tube of ointment that Jiang Mansheng had tossed to him earlier. Though the temperature in the living room was not particularly high, Lu Qichen tugged at his tie. He was clearly unable to restrain his emotions, yet it seemed he had startled her. When Lu Qichen returned to the bedroom, Jiang Mansheng appeared to be asleep, one arm still exposed outside the covers. He approached her, gently tugging at the blanket. Jiang Mansheng suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked. Would you like some water? Lu Qichen inquired. Yes, Jiang Mansheng replied. As she accepted the glass from his hand and took a couple of sips, she noticed Lu Qichen's unwavering gaze upon her. Jiang Mansheng felt utterly disarmed. The atmosphere was one she did not wish to prolong. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lu Qichen stir, seemingly about to make another move. Jiang Mansheng quickly returned the glass to him, stating, I want to sleep. It was all Lu Qichen's fault for kissing her so abruptly. That night, Jiang Mansheng experienced a rather peculiar dream. In her slumber, she found herself back in the moment, just before Lu Qichen had kissed her. However, this time, as she reached out to grasp Lu Qichen, his face suddenly transformed to that of a 17 or 18-year-old. Before she could extend her hand, the scene morphed into one where a youthful Lu Qichen was kissing her in a classroom. She found herself seated upon a desk in his embrace. Recognizing this setting as a classroom, her heart instinctively quickened. The classroom's front and back doors were locked, and Jiang Mansheng distractedly glanced at the clock on the wall, which indicated 18:55. Only 5 minutes remained until the evening study session commenced. 5 minutes was an anxiety-inducing span of time. Instinctively, Jiang Mansheng felt the urge to step back. However, in that fleeting moment, the 17 or 18-year-old Lu Qichen suddenly exerted force, biting her lip gently. Jiang Mansheng winced in pain and was about to admonish him when Lu Qichen seized the opportunity, his soft tongue entwining with hers. Overcome with tension, Jiang Mansheng's heart raced. Simultaneously, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the classroom, approaching steadily. Someone was searching for Lu Qichen, inquiring of the students in the hallway. Have you seen Class Lu? Jiang Mansheng's heart instinctively tightened. She turned to look at Lu Qichen, only to find that he had transformed back into the present-day Lu Qichen. She tugged at his hand, exclaiming, someone's coming. Yet, Lu Qichen remained unfazed, his other hand lifting her uniform to explore her waist. Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng was jolted awake. The moment she realized it had been a dream, her first instinct was to check the person beside her. Thankfully, the space next to her was empty. Lu Qichen was not there. She truly could not ascertain whether she had called out loud. Jiang Mansheng ran her fingers through her hair, puzzled by the nature of such an intimate dream. Wasn't it a bit strange? She buried her head beneath her pillow, wondering if she could avoid seeing Lu Qichen today. After 2 minutes of hiding, Jiang Mansheng finally got up, dawdling to the bathroom to prepare herself for quite some time. Perhaps someone had heard her unspoken wish. For when she descended the stairs, Lu Qichen was indeed absent. Only Fang Qiuanzhong and the breakfast laid out on the table remained. Upon seeing Jiang Mansheng, Fang Qiuanzhong promptly greeted her with a good morning. Noticing Lu Qichen's absence, Jiang Mansheng was about to inquire, but Fang Qiuanzhong had already explained. There was an unexpected issue at a company in the West Coast, and Mr. Lu had to attend a meeting at headquarters. He asked me to inform you. The sudden corporate issue was not good news. Jiang Mansheng quickly replied, no need to wait for me. Just send me a message. You should go as well. During the lunch break, Jiang Mansheng was just about to rest her head on the desk when she received 2 messages simultaneously. One was from Lu Qichen, and the other from Fang Qichen. Lu, I had to make an unexpected trip to the West Coast. I anticipate returning in 2 to 3 days. Fang Qichen will arrange everything for you. Fang Qichen, Madam, Mr. Lu has had to travel to California on business. For any matters, you can leave a message for both him and me. Additionally, please note that communication may not be immediate. Here is the contact information for another secretary in the office. You may reach out to her for urgent issues. After replying to both, Jiang Mansheng suddenly recalled that she would be meeting Zhao Shu in 2 days. Not long ago, she had purchased a gift for Zhao Shu, which she had left at Qinglan, and planned to retrieve it. Upon arriving at Qinglan, she found Aunt Shun tidying up. Jiang Mansheng approached her, noticing Aunt Shun had uncovered a graduation photo while sorting through items and was currently gazing at it. Aunt Shun, Jiang Mansheng called out. Aunt Shun visibly brightened with joy. Madam, what brings you back so suddenly? Jiang Mansheng replied with a gentle tone. I've come to retrieve something. What is this? Jiang Mansheng inquired. Aunt Shun handed her an item. This was left by Qichen's mother. It is a photograph from Qichen's high school graduation. Jiang Mansheng reached out to take it, and indeed, it was a picture of Lu Qichen from his high school days. As her hand slipped, she inadvertently revealed another photograph that was overlapped with the first. Instinctively, Jiang Mansheng flipped over the second photo. It featured a tall, beautiful girl in a school uniform, gazing at the camera with a subtle smile. Coincidentally, Jiang Mansheng recognized her. She was Lu Qichen's classmate. Aunt Shun also noted this. This one was also brought by Madam. I'm not sure, but she mentioned it was a girl Qichen liked. Some time ago, Aunt Shun had mentioned that Lu Qichen had a crush during high school. Now, Jiang Mansheng knew who it was. However, she suddenly recalled another matter. Despite the seemingly good relationship between mother and son, why had Lu Qichen's mother harbored such animosity towards him before her passing? Jiang Mansheng crouched beside Aunt Shun. Aunt Shun, what transpired between Lu Qichen and his mother? She felt certain that Aunt Shun would know. Yet, Aunt Shun shook her head, refusing to divulge. If Madam wishes to know, she should ask the old lady. Before leaving Qinglan, Jiang Mansheng took both photographs with her. On her way back to the Lu family estate, she passed by Rui Bai as a traffic light turned red. While Jiang Mansheng patiently waited, she noticed 2 figures conversing outside the company building. She first recognized Jiang Wenin, who was bowing slightly in deference. Just then, the other person turned his head, revealing his face. Jiang Mansheng recognized him as well. It was Zhao Fengshan, the current head of the Zhao group. Chapter 41. Lu Qichen's news photo unexpectedly goes viral. Lu Qichen had once informed Jiang Mansheng that Zhao Fengshan was an extremely ruthless individual. Jiang Wenin pondered how she could possibly be associated with him. Furrowing her brows, she dismissed the thought as the traffic light turned green again, prompting her to drive back to the Lu family residence. Knowing that Lu Qichen would not be returning that evening, the atmosphere in the old Lu house felt even more tranquil, leaving her in solitude. After purchasing a substantial amount of groceries and placing them in the refrigerator, Jiang Mansheng prepared a dish of salt-edged shrimp for herself. After a brief scroll through her phone, she retired for the night. Upon awakening the next day, she was surprised to find that Chun Qin had sent her a news article. Chun Qin. Wow, it's no wonder he's the President Lu, the most dashing man out there. Curious, Jiang Mansheng clicked on the link and discovered several images from an international news outlet. A post had surfaced on Weibo, rapidly garnering an astonishing number of comments and shares, even climbing to trending status. Though the images were somewhat unclear, Jiang Mansheng instantly recognized Lu Qichen in his tailored suit. It appeared he was attending a meeting, legs crossed, not facing the camera directly, his body slightly turned as he engaged in conversation with a man beside him. Even in these blurred images, Lu Qichen's superior bone structure and striking features were unmistakable. Lu Qichen was known for his low profile. It was rare for anyone domestically to circulate his images so openly. However, overseas, the freedom of expression allowed these few photographs to cross oceans and ignite such fervent discussion back home. The original poster's caption was rather understated. Who understands? Encountered an incredibly handsome guy while doing conference interpretation. Can anyone dig up all his information in under a minute? The comments section erupted in excitement. Wow, he's so handsome. What conference is this? Give me a minute. I'll pull out my 14 keyboards to investigate. I don't know about the conference, but I just calculated that this outfit costs at least 80 million. Oh my, I know about this conference because my wealthy brother wanted to attend but couldn't. It seems only the elite can get in. Ah, his face, his legs, his body proportions are stunning. Why are you all enjoying such splendor behind our backs? Simultaneously, the trending topics surged with remarkable numbers, attracting various bloggers eager to ride the wave. Just a passerby, but oh my, he's too handsome. And what an aura. I've never encountered such a presence. It feels both imposing, yet somewhat gentle. I've never seen this type before. I don't know if it's true, but my aunt's colleague's son seems to work at Lu's group and said this is the person in power there. Is Lu's group for real? If the head of such a massive corporation is this handsome, how could he possibly slip through our fingers? 2333 Wu. Yes, truly stunning. However, in an instant, all this data suddenly vanished. Soon after, a new trending topic emerged, the disappearing XX. A new post followed with the first comment, what happened? The second comment, what's going on? Where's my handsome guy? On the third floor, amidst laughter and banter, a comment emerged, noting the amusing efforts of public relations that left one bewildered. The disappearance of a post revealed a woman seated next to Lu Qichen, a revelation that struck Jiang Mansheng as she had only just learned about her from Anshin the day before. The multitude of comments praising Lu Qichen's handsomeness echoed in her mind. What good is being handsome? It felt unfair. Just the night before, he had been affectionate towards her. Yet now he sat beside a girl he once fancied in high school, as Aunt Shin had mentioned. Jiang Mansheng arranged to meet Zhao Shu at an upscale private club, a venue selected not by Fang Qizhong, but by Zhao Shu's current professional standing. The lavishness of the establishment was a testament to Zhao Shu's visible improvement in circumstances, which pleased Jiang Mansheng. At this moment, the secretary who had provided her contact information inquired if she needed assistance in arranging transportation, knowing she would be drinking. Not intending to drive, Jiang Mansheng texted her location, requesting a pickup in an hour, but received no immediate response. As she entered, she soon encountered two individuals, Jiang Wenin and Zhao Fengshan. Jiang Wenin greeted her, and she responded with the most basic courtesy. He introduced Zhao Fengshan as the head of the Zhao group. Jiang Mansheng recognized him, though they had never conversed. Thanks to Lu Qichen's prior warning, her impression of Zhao Fengshan was less than favorable, yet she maintained civility. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Fengshan smiled, his gaze imbued with an undeniable authority. Miss Jiang. We have met before. Jiang Mansheng was taken aback. She had not anticipated he would know her surname, assuming he only recognized her as Lu Qichen's wife. After their brief exchange, she continued deeper into the club. However, her attempts to reach Zhao Shu by phone were futile. She approached the front desk to inquire about Zhao Shu's location, but upon following the assigned room number, she found it empty. Dialing Zhao Shu's number again yielded no response. Clutching her phone, she stepped outside, only to encounter Jiang Wenin once more. His expression was unreadable as he asked, "Are you looking for Zhao Shu?" Indeed, he was acquainted with Zhao Shu. "Have you seen her?" Jiang Mansheng inquired. Jiang Wenin replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps she entered the wrong room. I just saw her go next door." Next door? Jiang Mansheng felt a twinge of caution. Jiang Wenin remained there, watching her intently. A sense of unease washed over her. Yet she pushed open the door to the adjacent room. Peering inside, she confirmed that Zhao Shu was indeed present. She lay alone on the sofa in the private room. Jiang Mansheng hurried over. Zhao Shu was still awake, albeit extremely weak. Sheng, hurry and leave. I think I've been drugged." Jiang Mansheng reached out to support Zhao Shu, intending to help her escape. At that moment, a sound echoed as someone entered. The next second, the door was locked. Jiang Mansheng looked up, and the person who entered was Zhao Fengshan. Chapter 42. Has Mr. Zhao miscalculated by targeting my wife? This is a trap. Jiang Mansheng immediately recognized this fact. The dim lighting in the private room, which would typically create an ambience, now felt ominously terrifying. Zhao Fengshan was an exceedingly ruthless individual. Jiang Mansheng recalled this notion once more. At this moment, Zhao Fengshan had loosened his tie and was striding toward them. Jiang Mansheng spoke first. "What does Mr. Zhao mean by this?" Zhao Fengshan tossed an iPad, on which a Risku video was playing. I merely invited Miss Jiang to join me in some entertainment. Oh, and Miss Jiang's friend as well. Despite being well protected and having never truly witnessed the darker sides of the world, Jiang Mansheng now comprehended the horrifying reality unfolding before her. She cautiously grasped a nearby bottle of wine. He had drugged Zhao Shu and locked them both in the same private room with him. Why had Zhao Shu been dragged into this? Jiang Mansheng felt a slight headache. Yet, her thoughts swiftly turned to Jiang Wenyin. Zhao Shu was merely a simple bait. It seemed as though she had inadvertently involved Zhao Shu in this predicament. Jiang Mansheng mused. Her mind raced, the entire process taking mere seconds. Zhao Fengshan was tall and broad-shouldered. Jiang Mansheng assessed him. The suit, which appeared to be similar to others, fit Zhao Fengshan entirely differently than it did Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng retreated closer to Zhao Shu, slipping a wine opener into her hand. Simultaneously, she discreetly pulled out her phone, intending to call for help. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fengshan had already approached from behind. With a swift motion, he bent her hand, causing the phone to fall into his grasp. At that very instant, the phone in Zhao Fengshan's hand rang, an incoming call. Both Zhao Fengshan and Jiang Mansheng glanced at the screen. It was Lu Qichen. He was actually calling her. Had he returned to the country? Upon seeing Lu Qichen's name, Zhao Fengshan unexpectedly chuckled. In the next breath, he raised his hand to tear Jiang Mansheng's clothing. Jiang Mansheng recoiled. At this moment, the Jiang family was in no position to protect her. She recalled Lu Qichen's previous threats toward Zhao Jinya. Zhao Fengshan, I am married to Lu Qichen. Do you not fear jeopardizing the collaboration with the Lu group by doing this? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengshan laughed abruptly. Miss Jiang, do you think it is you who is the target? It is solely because Jiang Mansheng is Lu Qichen's wife. Lu Qichen will not let you go. Jiang Mansheng gritted her teeth. Oh, what I desire is for Lu Qichen not to spare me. Jiang Mansheng was truly at a loss for words. Zhao Fengshan must be unhinged. She pondered a thought. You envy Lu Qichen, don't you? Miss Jiang is quite beautiful as well. Otherwise, I could devise other methods to target Lu Qichen. After uttering this, Zhao Fengshan displayed little patience for further conversation. He reached out once more to seize her. Jiang Mansheng could only feign a lack of balance, sliding downwards. Zhao Fengshan remarked, then let us begin from this position. Jiang Mansheng was deliberately playing her part. But she had another question. Did you do something to Lu Qichen as well? Zhao Fengshan smiled. Otherwise, why do you think he suddenly went to the West Coast? Jiang Mansheng fell silent. Baru is a type of close combat that is particularly suitable for girls to learn. Today, I will teach you only the diving embrace throw. When there is a significant disparity in strength, there is an opportunity for a surprising victory. This was something Lu Qichen had told her during their previous close combat training. Since she began practicing, Jiang Mansheng had sustained numerous injuries and faced many failures. She understood that success lay within just 1 or 2 attempts. Jiang Mansheng gritted her teeth, extending her hand toward Zhao Fengshan's leg. The diving embrace throw. Bang! She succeeded. Zhao Fengshan was indeed too arrogant, underestimating a girl. Jiang Mansheng swiftly sprang to her feet, catching Zhao Fengshan off guard with her sudden counterattack. She ran quickly to grab nearby bottles, her hands trembling, yet she hesitated not for a moment. Seizing 5 bottles in succession and hurling them at Zhao Fengshan's head, until she was certain that Zhao Fengshan would no longer have the strength to pursue them. Then, she mustered her strength to assist Zhao Shu and led her outside. As she pushed open the door, Jiang Wenyin was still standing outside. Upon returning home, the first news Lu Qichen received was from his secretary, urgently informing Fang Qizhong that his wife had gone to meet friends at a private club under the Zhao group. Furthermore, her phone was unreachable. Lu Qichen called Jiang Mansheng, but there was no answer. Afterward, he called Zhao Fengshan, only to be met with silence as well. Finally, furrowing his brow, Lu Qichen proceeded to the private club. Outside the Zhao group's private club, Jiang Mansheng immediately pressed the emergency call. She looked at Jiang Wenyin, managing a wry smile, and her first words were, Jiang Wenyin, do you know that with a single word, I could ruin your future? Then, she supported Zhao Shu and attempted to leave. At first glance, she saw a long line of people turning into the corridor. Lu Qichen stood the center, clad in a tailored suit, He appeared unaffected, his poise undiminished in this moment. Jiang Mansheng's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Upon seeing Jiang Mansheng, Lu Qichen paused for a moment before quickening his pace to her side. Jiang Mansheng felt a twinge of concern for Lu Qichen. "Are you all right?" "What?" At that moment, Fang Qizhong lifted Zhao Shu away from Jiang Mansheng, and Lu Qichen instinctively embraced her. Yet, Jiang Mansheng remained worried about him. "It seems Zhao Fengshan deliberately lured you to the West Coast." Lu Qichen, tenderly squeezing her slightly flushed hand, asked, "Were you hurt?" Jiang Mansheng shook her head. "No, I hit him with a bottle, and that's what caused the redness." Lu Qichen inquired, "What else did Zhao Fengshan do?" "He seems to have drugged Zhao Shu." Lu Qichen lightly hummed in response. After he spoke, someone dragged Zhao Fengshan out, who was now awake. Lu Qichen smiled briefly and remarked, "Is Mr. Zhao orchestrating this for the beautiful Western project or for Rui Bai?" Zhao Fengshan burst into hearty laughter, maintaining his composure. Lu Qichen continued, "Or perhaps it is for Rui Feng?" This was a term that Jiang Mansheng had never encountered. Yet, it was evident to her that Zhao Fengshan's laughter had vanished. No one understood the situation better than Zhao Fengshan. Zhao Shu was the head of a newly acquired subsidiary of the Zhao Group, merely a bait set by Zhao Fengshan to draw Jiang Mansheng into the fray. The diversion of Lu Qichen to the beautiful West was merely a facade, as was Rui Bai. His true intention was to create the illusion that Lu Qichen had accomplished much, only to distract him later when Jiang Mansheng encountered trouble, thereby laying the groundwork for Rui Feng. But now, Lu Qichen lightly tossed the documents from Fang Qizhong onto Zhao Fengshan's desk and stated, "It seems you have no chance." He stepped forward slightly, tugged at Zhao Fengshan's tie, and delivered a forceful kick to him. However, targeting my wife, "Mr. Zhao, have you perhaps made a miscalculation?" Chapter 43. Only like you never had Jiang Mansheng witnessed Lu Qichen in such a state of anger and severity. She stood there momentarily taken aback. Tentatively, she tugged at Lu Qichen's sleeve. "I just call the police." "They will." However, Lu Qichen's expression showed no sign of softening. He merely drew her closer into his embrace. Lu Qichen was indeed extremely furious. What could she possibly do to alleviate his ire? While Jiang Mansheng was still in a state of indecision, Lu Qichen spoke again. "Zhao Fengshan, although Grandpa Zhao is no longer with us, he shared a close bond with my grandfather, and you are his descendant. He wished to offer you an opportunity. I had considered extending it, but it appears you are more inclined to see the Zhao group perish under your stewardship. I shall personally ensure its destruction." Upon uttering these words, the police Jiang Mansheng had summoned arrived. Lu Qichen gently took her hand and led her outside. Facing her, his voice softened considerably. "Shall we visit Zhao Shu or return home?" Jiang Mansheng, still holding his hand, did not resist but gazed up at him. "I wish to accompany Zhao Shu." Lu Qichen, tall and poised, continued to hold her hand seemingly with casual indifference. "Very well. I will escort you." Jiang Mansheng shook her head. No need. Did you not just disembark from a flight? You should return home and rest. Let your secretary take me." Lu Qichen merely fixed his gaze upon her. Unable to withstand the intensity of his eyes, Jiang Mansheng ultimately yielded, and Lu Qichen accompanied her to the hospital. Even while seated in the car, Lu Qichen did not release her hand, holding it firmly. He remained silent, and as Jiang Mansheng squeezed his hand, he lowered his gaze to meet hers. After a moment of contemplation, she explained, "The reason we visited that private club today was because it falls within Zhao Shu's work jurisdiction. I was unaware it belonged to the Zhao group." Lu Qichen replied, "Indeed, you did nothing wrong." Zhao Shu was placed in a VIP room arranged by Lu Qichen. When they arrived, Zhao Shu had yet to awaken. Jiang Mansheng was deeply concerned for Zhao Shu, wishing only to wait at the hospital for her to regain consciousness. Consequently, Lu Qichen stepped out to procure some food for her. To avoid disturbing Zhao Shu, Lu Qichen found another location to eat. Nearby was another VIP room, where a discussion pertinent to their situation was unfolding. A male voice remarked, "Have you heard? Lu Qichen actually beat up Zhao Fengshan, and it was for his wife." "How is that possible?" "Isn't it said that Lu Qichen married for the sake of old Master Lu?" Indeed, Jiang Mansheng had heard such sentiments expressed numerous times. Jiang Mansheng quietly swallowed her food, but Lu Qichen, not wishing for her to overhear further, gently looked at her and said, Fang Qinzong mentioned that Zhao Shu has woken up. Shall we go see her? Jiang Mansheng promptly finished her meal, nodded in agreement, and responded affirmatively. Thus, she missed the continuation of their conversation. But has anyone ever seen Lu Qichen this furious? Who knows? He might even end up divorcing. Indeed, she had never seen Lu Qichen like this. Upon her arrival, Fang Qinzong was engaged in conversation with Zhao Shu. At this moment, Zhao Shu had already grasped the intricacies of the situation. Jiang Mansheng leaned closer to Zhao Shu's hospital bed, confirming her condition before apologizing. Zhao Shu, I am truly sorry. It was I who involved you in this. Zhao Shu appeared quite frail, yet she jested. I merely fell victim to a drug. It's not such a significant matter. I shall consider it a new experience in life. Jiang Mansheng lowered her gaze, expressing, I wish you did not have to endure such experiences. Zhao Shu remained silent for a considerable time before gently stating, Sheng, I wish to embark on a venture. Upon introspection, Zhao Shu realized that despite her substantial efforts in her work, the outcome had merely rendered her a pawn in the hands of capital. To think she could triumph over a conglomerate like the Zhao Group through entrepreneurship seemed utterly implausible. Zhao Shu quipped again, it feels quite daunting. Perhaps I should retreat to the mountains. Jiang Mansheng replied, regardless of the path you choose, it will be well. You may take your time to ponder. Indeed, Zhao Shu required ample time for contemplation. All she desired now was to sleep. Fortunately, she was not gravely injured. Otherwise, Jiang Mansheng felt she would bear lifelong guilt. When the two returned to the Lu family's ancestral home, it was already quite late. Lu Qichen turned on the living room lights, illuminating the entire space. Although nothing had changed, Jiang Mansheng felt a comforting aura of safety and warmth simply because Lu Qichen had returned. As she bent down to change into slippers, she suddenly felt a faint pain in her elbow. Instinctively, she gasped. Lu Qichen paused to observe her. Jiang Mansheng twisted her elbow and discovered a small wound. Lu Qichen continued to regard her, prompting Jiang Mansheng to look up and explain, I must have inadvertently scraped it while handling the wine bottles. To her surprise, she and T noticed it throughout the day. The wound is minor. I'll just apply some ointment, she added. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qichen had pulled her into the bright light, meticulously examining the exposed areas of her body. Only after confirming she bore no other injuries did he retrieve the first aid kit. Jiang Mansheng sat on the sofa while Lu Qichen knelt beside her. In a soft voice, she inquired, Have you resolved the matters in the West Coast? Yes, he replied. Opening the first aid kit, he found a tube of ointment, applied it to his hand, and extended it toward her. Let me see your hand. Jiang Mansheng hesitated, not immediately complying. Lu Qichen observed her, a hint of confusion crossing his features. In the next moment, Jiang Mansheng retrieved two photographs, one of Lu Qichen and another of a girl. Lu Qichen glanced at them, looking genuinely uncertain as he asked, What is this? This question stirred a hint of irritation within Jiang Mansheng, yet she remained reasonable, responding, Are you not aware? Encha mentioned this is a girl you liked in high school. Is she also on the West Coast? Not extending her hand, Jiang Mansheng forced Lu Qichen to grasp it himself, gently applying the ointment as he replied, She is. However, it has no bearing on me. We merely happen to be at the same meeting. Jiang Mansheng murmured, Humph, the words of a man. Lu Qichen remained silent for a considerable time. After a long pause, he finally confessed, I have never loved anyone other than you. Jiang Mansheng felt as if time had momentarily frozen upon hearing Lu Qichen's declaration. He continued to patiently apply the medicine to her wounds, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an urge to retreat. However, Lu Qichen did not release her hand and added, I only love you. At that moment, a burst of fireworks illuminated the sky outside the Lu family's ancestral home. Jiang Mansheng instinctively turned her head to watch, her heart fluttering unexpectedly. Lu Qichen glanced over as well and explained, I had no knowledge that this event would transpire today. It was arranged by Qin Yishu in the night before her departure to the west. That very night, after sharing a tender moment with her, he had paused in his ministrations as he finished applying the ointment. Yet, Lu Qichen still held her hand firmly. In an ill-timed recollection, Jiang Mansheng remembered overhearing a comment at the hospital that Lu Qichen had married for the sake of the elder Lu and might very well divorce at any moment. Just then, she heard Lu Qichen's voice, "Jiang Mansheng, we will never divorce. Let us be together, shall we?" Chapter 44. A delicate pear soup. Jiang Mansheng's heart raced, pounding as if it were a drum. She mused that Lu Qichen must be unaware of the significance of those words to her. From the moment she first encountered him and began to harbor feelings, Jiang Mansheng had neither affirmed nor denied her emotions. She tugged gently at Lu Qichen's hand and whispered, "Embrace me." Lu Qichen, displaying remarkable patience, complied, asking, "Where do you wish to go?" It was evident that he misunderstood her intent. She had no desire to go anywhere, only a fervent wish for his embrace. Their proximity reminded her of the unexpected kiss from the night before his departure, along with the dream that lingered in her mind and the comments beneath Chen Qinfa's news photo. Indeed, Lu Qichen was remarkably handsome. Though she had been indifferent during her teenage years, she could no longer deny this fact. On that day, Jiang Mansheng wore a soft sweater. As the fabric rustled, she reached up to tug at Lu Qichen's suit tie, tilted her head, and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips, an ephemeral touch. She retreated immediately, but in the next moment, the tube of medicine Lu Qichen held slipped from his grasp and landed with a thud on the carpet. He swiftly cupped the back of her head and drew her closer, bringing her face before his once more, and she widened her eyes in surprise. Before she could react, Lu Qichen kissed her fervently, his tongue intertwining with hers, mirroring the dream she had experienced. A jolt coursed through her spine, urging her to retreat. Yet Lu Qichen's grasp around her waist afforded her no escape. Breathless, she tugged at him, prompting him to release her momentarily for air. Panting, Jiang Mansheng managed to utter, "It's late, we should sleep." However, Lu Qichen's gaze remained fixed on her, his strong hands gripping her wrist through the soft fabric of her sweater. Drawing her closer to him, her heart thudded wildly, as if bubbles were bursting from her eyes into the air. And then she heard Lu Qichen's husky voice, "Kiss me again." Before she could fully comprehend, she found herself reclining on the sofa, with Lu Qichen following closely. Clad in his formal attire, he appeared serious, yet here he was, engaging in such intimacy. Jiang Mansheng's face flushed a deep crimson, and as Lu Qichen lightly teased her tongue, she could no longer withstand the sensation. His hand cradled the back of her head, fingers weaving into her hair, supporting her. No more kisses. She seized a fleeting opportunity to push him away. "I haven't agreed to this." Lu Qichen paused, holding her hand tightly. His eyes darkened with intensity. "You haven't agreed?" Though she had indeed not consented, she had initiated the kiss. Jiang Mansheng retreated slightly, declaring, "I agree now. Let us be together. I will love you wholeheartedly." In her line of sight, she noticed Lu Qichen's brow relax, a gentle ease spreading across his features. Lu Qichen tugged at her again, pulling her into his embrace, bringing her face once more before him, erasing the scant distance she had so painstakingly created. His hand glided to her neck, his gaze fixated on her lips. Jiang Mansheng's eyelashes fluttered, and she finally understood. How could she have imagined that Lu Qichen would be like this in matters of romance? Hastily, she pushed against his chest and spoke again. "But you cannot kiss me anymore. I have never been in a relationship. You must allow me to take my time." Though her words were a rejection, Lu Qichen appeared to be delighted by them. He looked at Jiang Mansheng and asked, "How do we take our time?" Jiang Mansheng continued to evade him. "Let us sleep first. I will tell you later." Fortunately, Lu Qichen did not press further and released her. Jiang Mansheng spent nearly an hour in the bathroom, a duration unprecedented for her, so long that Lu Qichen became somewhat concerned and knocked on the glass door. Jiang Mansheng emerged from the bathroom, her head still adorned with suds. "What is it?" At that moment, Lu Qichen had changed into comfortable home attire. He gazed at her as she poked her head out, his voice gentle. "Are you not done yet?" Jiang Mansheng replied softly, "Not yet. I'll be quicker." She was simply taken aback by Lu Qichen's assertive demeanor and needed a moment to compose herself. Lu Qichen had yet to shower, and Jiang Mansheng did not wish to keep him waiting too long, especially since it was quite late and time for rest. After approximately 5 minutes, she emerged from the bathroom, only to find Lu Qichen absent from the room. Jiang Mansheng guessed that he had gone back to work. Given the significance of the Zhao group, she instinctively exhaled in relief. In truth, everything appeared unchanged, particularly Lu Qichen, who looked just as he always did, serious yet considerate. Yet, Jiang Mansheng felt an inexplicable discomfort. She forced herself to maintain her composure, applying body lotion and drying her hair, just as she climbed into bed. Relieved that she need not wait for Lu Qichen's return, a soft click echoed from the bedroom door. Lu Qichen entered. Jiang Mansheng found herself lost in his gaze. Lu Qichen approached her, holding a bowl of soup she could not identify, and handed it to her. His voice remained gentle. "Little pear's soup. I worried you might be startled today, so I asked Aunt Chen. She said it helps alleviate stress." Jiang Mansheng was momentarily stunned. She had thought he was working late, but he had actually gone to prepare soup for her. What should she do? She felt the urge to embrace him. "Thank you." Jiang Mansheng obediently reached out to take it, sipping cautiously, finding it a bit hot, and pausing to let it cool. Lu Qichen stood patiently by, but his unwavering gaze added to her pressure. Once she finished, Lu Qichen went downstairs to return the bowl, taking quite some time to return. Jiang Mansheng felt drowsy, yet she was aware of his return. Soon, she felt the bed dip slightly beside her. Her breath caught as Lu Qichen's hand wrapped around her waist, and before she could react, she found herself pulled into his embrace. Jiang Mansheng's voice was barely a whisper. "What are you doing?" Lu Qichen's hand remained resting on her waist. "Have you considered how to take it slow?" "No," she replied. Lu Qichen said, "Then let us sleep like this for now." Jiang Mansheng fell silent. Chapter 45. Biting his chin the following day, Jiang Mansheng awoke in Lu Qichen's embrace. The hour was still early, well before the time to rise. Lu Qichen's hand rested lightly on her waist, and the two had shifted from the position they held before sleep the previous night. Jiang Mansheng faced him, gazing up at his chin. This marked the first occasion when she found Lu Qichen still asleep upon her awakening. His eyes were closed, and he had returned to his usual calm and serious demeanor. The version of Lu Qichen she had seen the night before was indeed a rare sight. After observing him for a couple of minutes, her thoughts began to wander. She playfully tugged at the fabric of his shirt over his chest, leaned in, and kissed his chin. Feeling unsatisfied, she gently nibbled it twice. At that moment, Lu Qichen's hand, which was resting on her waist, stirred slightly. Jiang Mansheng quickly recoiled, relieved that he showed no signs of waking. She seized his shirt once more and nestled back into his embrace, drifting off to sleep again. Unbeknownst to her, as she returned to Lu Qichen's arms, the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. When she next awakened, Lu Qichen had already left her side to prepare for work, marking yet another ordinary morning like those of the past. As Jiang Mansheng descended the stairs, she donned a pink blouse paired with a skirt, an outfit of her own choosing. In the dressing room, she hesitated for a moment, pondering what Lu Qichen preferred, yet ultimately resolved to wear what she loved. Fang Qinzong was already present. With the aunt away for a couple of days, breakfast had been prepared by him. However, to her surprise, Lu Qichen was seated opposite her. In her memory, he had only occupied that position during the initial days of their cohabitation. Nevertheless, it seemed inconsequential. Jiang Mansheng took a seat, and Lu Qichen shifted his gaze from the iPad Fang Qinzong had handed him, locking eyes with her. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Jiang Mansheng inquired. Lu Qichen replied candidly, "Because you are beautiful." Jiang Mansheng was momentarily taken aback by his honesty, rendering her speechless. Eventually, she managed to say, "I look this beautiful every day." Lu Qichen smiled softly. "Indeed, you are beautiful every day." From the very start of the day, Jiang Mansheng found herself at a loss for words in response to each of Lu Qichen's utterances, as the level of difficulty had escalated. She was not inclined to engage in conversation that morning. Instead, she yearned for a serving of purple sweet potato that lay just out of reach. As she merely glanced at it, Lu Qichen had already raised his hand to retrieve it, offering her 2 pieces. Previously, when Lu Qichen cared for her, Jiang Mansheng perceived him as thoughtful and considerate. Now that he had expressed his affection for her, her heart swelled with sweetness. Yet, she looked at him and asked, "What are you doing sitting opposite me?" Lu Qichen replied, "Did you not say we should take it slow?" "Ah, yes." She had mentioned that she had never been in a relationship before, and that he should allow her to proceed at her own pace. She wished to take it slowly, and Lu Qichen was indeed accommodating her desire. What about Jiang Mansheng? Lu Qichen suddenly inquired. Currently, Jiang Mansheng's demeanor towards Jiang Mansheng is markedly indifferent. She believes in addressing matters as they arise. In response, Lu Qichen refrains from further commentary and shifts the conversation to another subject, Zhao Shu. Given her intention to change jobs, he expresses that her talents are somewhat underutilized at Ruibai, asserting that Zhao Shu is also a highly capable individual. From his understanding of her character, Jiang Mansheng appears to be quite considerate of others, seemingly inclined towards engaging in meaningful endeavors. The Lu group is poised to embark on a community construction project aimed at the elderly, and he proposes that she consider collaborating with Zhao Shu on this initiative. He reassures her that there is no pressure, as he will arrange for assistance during the initial phase. Jiang Mansheng's first thought is about what Shunwan might say. She is reluctant to witness her tears again. However, Lu Qichen quickly adds that she should first contemplate whether she wishes to participate. If she does, he will accompany her home to discuss it together. Not long after arriving at Ruibai, Jiang Mansheng is surprised to see a team-building announcement on the company's software, particularly noting that it involves collaboration with the headquarters secretarial office. Scheduled for the following Monday, she wonders whether Lu Qichen will attend, yet she feels a surge of happiness regardless. Having worked diligently throughout the morning without a meal, she suddenly experiences severe abdominal pain, realizing that her menstrual cycle is approaching. Each month, this period feels like a near brush with death for her. Despite the discomfort, she has a considerable workload to complete that afternoon and calculates that she should be able to finish by the end of the workday. However, she is abruptly informed of a high-level interview taking place on the top floor, which requires someone from the administrative department to take minutes. She is the one chosen for this task. Upon arriving at the top-floor conference room, Jiang Mansheng is taken aback to find Lu Qichen present. Although she is merely assisting in recording the minutes, her seat is positioned far from him at the end of a long table. She diligently types away, albeit feeling unwell, wishing the meeting would conclude swiftly. Shortly after it commences, a pause is called following something Lu Qichen has said, prompting the attendees to exit, leaving only him and Fang Qizhong behind. Glancing at them, Jiang Mansheng considers stepping out as well. Lu Qichen calls out to her, inquiring about her health. She responds, "I'm fine, just a bit under the weather." Frowning slightly, he approaches her, asking where she feels unwell. Sensing his concern, she quickly clarifies, "It's nothing serious. Just my normal menstrual discomfort." He gently tugs at her arm, suggesting, "Then you should rest in my office. Allow Fang Qizhong to assist with the minutes." Jiang Mansheng hastily shakes her head, insisting, "No, I can manage. This is my responsibility." Lu Qichen nods in acknowledgement, choosing not to press the matter further. Although the meeting had progressed at a reasonable pace initially, she notices that it becomes notably more efficient in the latter half. Yet, due to the meeting's duration, she finds herself unable to complete her work for the day and must stay late to finish her tasks. The personnel from the administrative department have mostly departed, leaving only her and Chen. Chen remains, sensing her dismal state and choosing to accompany her. After a while, someone approaches. Jiang Mansheng is in the midst of finalizing her work when Chen raises her head, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing Lu Qichen. Instinctively, she addresses him as President Lu. Lu Qichen nods in acknowledgement. Jiang Mansheng also looks up, and Lu Qichen halts beside her, inquiring, "When will you be finished?" "Oh, almost done," she replies, genuinely nearing completion as she conducts her final touches. Lu Qichen sits beside her, waiting patiently. Chen, discerning the situation, decides to take her leave. A few minutes later, Jiang Mansheng completes her tasks. Lu Qichen takes her hand and they return home. Upon arrival, they discover a temporary housekeeper preparing black-bone chicken soup for her. Lu Qichen settles onto the sofa, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Mansheng, caught off guard, finds herself enveloped in his warmth as he gently lifts part of her shirt, his large hand resting on her lower abdomen. The sensation is soothing. Jiang Mansheng instinctively grasps Lu Qichen's hand. She has never been one to fuss over details, often enduring her menstrual periods with sheer tenacity. And this is indeed the first time someone has cared for her with such meticulous attention. A question begins to linger in Jiang Mansheng's mind. What is it that Lu Qichen truly find appealing about her? She feels a twinge of greed. What must she do to ensure that Lu Qichen's affection for her endures? Chapter 46. Gentle stomach massage uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect. Jiang Mansheng found that her discomfort had indeed diminished. The two were in close proximity, and Lu Qichen's breath brushed against her neck. Instinctively, she grasped the fabric of his shirt. Above her, Lu Qichen chuckled softly, his voice low. Didn't we agree to take it slow? Jiang Mansheng remained silent. After consuming the nourishing black-bone chicken soup, they lay down on the bed, where Lu Qichen continued to massage her abdomen for quite some time. She soon drifted into slumber. Unaware of how long, he continued his gentle ministrations. Upon awakening the following day, Jiang Mansheng experienced an unprecedented clarity of mind and a buoyant mood. Lu Qichen had already left the bedroom. It was Saturday, and the following day they would return to Qinglan. She needed to tidy up a few belongings. As she pondered what to wear, Lu Qichen entered the room, unexpectedly clad in a light gray sweater paired with black trousers. The ensemble exuded a casual warmth, softening the severity he typically embodied. Stopping beside her, Lu Qichen inquired, "Do you still feel unwell?" Jiang Mansheng shook her head. "Thank you for taking care of me." He simply smiled. Moments later, he asked, "Qin Yixuan and Ji Man have invited us to play golf. Would you like to join? Are you skilled at golf?" She queried, aware of her own ineptitude, yet genuinely eager to witness his prowess on the green. "Well, I suppose I'm decent," he replied. Thus, in her characteristic candor, Jiang Mansheng responded, "I would like to go." "Then let's change," he said, prompting her to prepare. Ultimately, she chose a gray cardigan and denim jeans, her demeanor now exuding a soft, gentle charm. Once downstairs, Lu Qichen noticed her attire and asked, "Why gray today? It's quite rare to see you in this color." "Because you like it," Jiang Mansheng replied, wishing for him to always hold affection for her. Lu Qichen's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. "I will like whatever you wear. Then I hope to bring you a bit more joy today," she added. He affectionately ruffled her hair, responding, "Thank you for making me a little happier today." Arriving at the golf course and changing into appropriate attire, Lu Qichen did not immediately take to the game. Instead, he handed a golf club to Jiang Mansheng. Upon receiving it, she realized that not only was she unskilled, but she had forgotten even the little she had previously learned. At that moment, Lu Qichen donned a sleek black golf shirt and a white cap, leaning slightly towards her. Jiang Mansheng admired her own audacity. "I seem to have forgotten everything." Lu Qichen, displaying remarkable patience, reassured her, "It's all right," and gently guided her arms, placing the golf club in her hands and demonstrating the proper stance. Thankfully, Jiang Mansheng had some foundational knowledge. After just a few instructions, she was nearly ready to play independently. Lu Qichen complimented her effortlessly, "You're quite clever." Feeling a surge of happiness, Jiang Mansheng replied, "You don't need to worry about me anymore. I can play by myself now. You can go ahead and play your game." Lu Qichen had confirmed that she was fine before stepping aside. Jiang Mansheng played for quite some time, and when she grew a bit weary, she recalled her eagerness to watch Lu Qichen play golf. She felt somewhat frivolous. Turning her head around for a while, she finally spotted Lu Qichen. Upon witnessing him actually playing golf, she realized her earlier attempts were merely childish play. But what of it if she wasn't T-skilled? She simply hadn't T-practiced much and needed a bit of time and patience. As Jiang Mansheng approached, Lu Qichen was gently bowing his head, meticulously polishing his club. Such a mundane action radiated an effortless elegance from him. Sunlight glinted off the club, cascading beneath the brim of Lu Qichen's hat. Unfazed, he lifted his club and struck the ball. With a resounding thud, the white golf ball traced a smooth arc through the air before landing assuredly in the hole. Surrounding him erupted in generous applause, clearly recognizing Lu Qichen's prowess, hailing him as Mr. Lu. Jiang Mansheng joined in, clapping a few times. At that moment, Lu Qichen noticed her and walked over. "Tired of playing?" Jiang Mansheng nodded. "I'm a bit hungry." By then, the sun had risen high in the sky. The caddy, perceptively, approached to take the club from Lu Qichen's hand. He merely gazed at Jiang Mansheng. "I'll take you to eat." They dined at a nearby restaurant within the golf club, a venue previously reserved by Qin Yishuan, featuring an open layout. The dishes had been pre-ordered by Qin Yishuan, and after sitting down, Lu Qichen added a couple more based on Jiang Mansheng's preferences. Ultimately, on her side of the table were several dishes she fancied. Black truffle French sticky rice with lobster, stir-fried Highland beef with tea oil, caramelized grilled snowflake pork with caviar, and osmanthus smoked fish. Lu Qichen sat beside her, serving her some lobster meat. Suddenly, Qin Yishuan inquired of Lu Qichen, "I just ran into Yuan Zhao. Wasn't she in the U.S. before? When did she return?" Lu Qichen's expression remained unflappable. "I have no idea." Qin Yishuan frowned. "The Yuan sisters are no joke. They tarnished your reputation quite thoroughly back in the day. When I jokingly said you liked Yuan Zhao, anyone could see that it was evident. Yet, Miss Yuan stubbornly took it as the truth. And that princess syndrome sister of hers has been publicizing it. It feels like it's a crime for you not to be with Yuan Zhao." Lu Qichen replied, "That is quite the jest." Qin Yishuan said, "I concede upon meeting those sisters." From this exchange, Jiang Mansheng discerned that Lu Qichen had once harbored feelings for her and directly asked, "Who is Yuan Zhao?" Lu Qichen replied gently, "That photograph. She was once mistaken for the girl I liked in high school." Qin Yishuan remarked, "Before, I didn't care about them. But if they're still like that now, we can't just ignore it, can we?" Lu Qichen glanced at Jiang Mansheng and finally replied, "Indeed." Chapter 47. After dining, Qin Yishuan took G-Man to play golf once more. Lu Qichen had an impromptu meeting that was expected to last over 30 minutes, leaving Jiang Mansheng to explore leisurely on her own. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a store selling golf clubs, apparel, and various accessories. After browsing for a while, Jiang Mansheng resolved to purchase a hat for Lu Qichen. Earlier that day, he had donned a charming white hat while golfing, exuding a refined and elegant aura. Regardless of whether Lu Qichen had expressed his affections for her or not, he had always treated her exceptionally well. Jiang Mansheng wished to select a hat in a different color for him. The sales assistant vigorously recommended black and white options, stating, "Miss, these are our store's bestsellers, universally suitable for most men." However, those shades were rather commonplace for Lu Qichen. Ultimately, Jiang Mansheng chose a khaki hat that she believed would suit him well without straying too far from the classic black and white hues. She paid with her own salary card. After meandering a bit more, she felt it was time to return to Lu Qichen. Just as she was about to turn a corner, an impeccably dressed gentleman approached her to strike up a conversation. Just as she was about to decline, she caught sight of Lu Qichen, who had just concluded his meeting and was waiting nearby. She quickly and politely refused the gentleman and made her way to Lu Qichen's side. "Has the meeting ended?" she inquired. Lu Qichen replied with a brief acknowledgement and took her hand in his, desiring a brief respite. Jiang Mansheng was led by Lu Qichen to a room on the top floor to rest. The sun shone brilliantly, with clear daylight streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room. This golf club, perched by the river, offered a stunning view of the shimmering water and the nearby golf course. "How beautiful!" Jiang Mansheng instinctively marveled while standing by the window. Lu Qichen approached her and gently removed her hat, saying, "If you enjoy this place, you would likely love the one in the city district as well. I will take you there next time." "I would love that," she replied. The room was equipped with a large projection screen, and Lu Qichen inquired if she wished to watch something. Jiang Mansheng agreed and began selecting a film. At that moment, raindrops began to patter outside. The window was slightly ajar, allowing a refreshing breeze to waft into the room. Eventually, Jiang Mansheng settled on the film The Quiet Sea by Pierre Boutron, which Zhao Shu had recommended numerous times. This was Jiang Mansheng's first viewing of it. Upon asking Lu Qichen, she discovered he had already seen it, prompting her to ponder, "Then I shall choose another." Just then, someone knocked at the door, and Lu Qichen went to answer it. After a short while, he returned with a large bag filled with snacks and beverages, settling beside her. "This will suffice for the film," he remarked. Outside, the rain continued to fall softly, while the room remained tranquil, with only the sounds of the film breaking the silence. The Quiet Sea unfolded as a tragic love story set against the backdrop of war. By the film's conclusion, Jiang Mansheng found herself tearfully moved. Lu Qichen chuckled softly as he handed her a tissue. Not wishing to be the focus of his gaze, she sought to divert the conversation. At that moment, she remembered, "All right, I just bought you a hat. Would you like to try it on now?" Lu Qichen slightly leaned forward to look at her. Noticing her hair was a bit disheveled, he reached out to smooth it. "You just want to buy me a hat?" Jiang Mansheng began to unwrap the white shopping package. "Yes, actually I intended to just browse casually, but when I saw it, I thought it would suit you perfectly." She unveiled it and handed it to him, and Lu Qichen merely glanced at it before saying, "It looks great." Jiang Mansheng urged, "You should wear it." Once Lu Qichen actually put it on, Jiang Mansheng could only stare in astonishment. After a few seconds, she exclaimed, "Lu Qichen, how can you look so handsome?" Lu Qichen smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you. I really like it." Her eyes were still red from watching a movie that had made her cry, and her makeup was slightly smudged, giving her an air of delicate vulnerability. Lu Qichen observed her for a few seconds, and the expression in his eyes began to shift. Jiang Mansheng also sensed the change in his gaze. Lu Qichen reached out, entwining his fingers with hers, while his other arm wrapped around her waist. Jiang Mansheng stammered, I just need a rest." Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself lifted effortlessly by Lu Qichen and seated upon the nearby bar counter. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Lu Qichen's hand rested gently beside her. He gazed into her eyes, leaning closer. "Have you not yet made up your mind?" Jiang Mansheng paused for a moment. In the next instant, Lu Qichen's kiss descended suddenly upon her. In that fleeting moment, a mix of emotions from the earlier film, combined with the kiss that brushed against her lips, made her heart race uncontrollably. Yet in that moment, Jiang Mansheng wished for nothing more. She adored Lu Qichen, and she cherished the sight of his affection for her. Placing her hands on his shoulders, she seized a moment to speak. "Lu Qichen, it seems you truly like me." In that instant, Jiang Mansheng felt as though she were the happiest person in the world. The response to her words was a deeper kiss. She lost track of time in that kiss, feeling her entire body grow weak, nearly unable to remain seated, her hands instinctively grasping at Lu Qichen's clothing. But as she reached out, regret washed over her. In her position, her hands were perilously close to his thigh. A second later, her face flushed crimson. Lu Qichen paused, his gaze unwavering upon her. Jiang Mansheng realized the implication. It was the look of a man regarding a woman with an undeniable intensity. She suspected she had perhaps placed an overly flattering filter on Lu Qichen. After all, he was a 26-year-old man. How could she perceive him so simplistically? Lu Qichen. At this moment, Jiang Mansheng finally recalled how Zhao Shu had navigated her romantic affairs during university. It seemed they had first shared numerous meals together. This simply could not continue as it was. She was utterly unprepared for such advances. Thus, Jiang Mansheng declared, "I've made up my mind. Let's start with dinner. Let's take it slow from there." Jiang Mansheng remained in his embrace as Lu Qichen leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her lips, as if to convey his agreement. Yes. Chapter 48. To the master bedroom on this day, they did not continue their game of golf. Once Jiang Mansheng had composed herself, the two returned home directly. Lu Qichen inquired if he could take her out for dinner that evening, but Jiang Mansheng shook her head in refusal, intending instead to visit Zhao Shu. Lu Qichen did not press the matter further, merely asking, "Shall I escort you, or would you prefer I call Fang Qinzong?" Jiang Mansheng declined both offers. "Isn't Mr. Fang's wife pregnant? He should accompany her." Lu Qichen queried, "How do you know that?" Jiang Mansheng replied, "I asked him when he picked me up the last time." Lu Qichen chuckled softly. "No wonder Fang Qinzong is quite fond of you." Jiang Mansheng retorted playfully, then, "Perhaps you should be a bit kinder to him lately?" Lu Qichen simply acknowledged her with an em. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Zhao Shu was reclining in her bed, laughing heartily at a stand-up comedy show, appearing to have returned to her usual self. When she noticed Jiang Mansheng's presence, she tucked her phone away, her tone gentle. "Why are you here again?" Jiang Mansheng brought a variety of Zhao Shu's favorite treats, which Zhao Shu accepted with ease. Pulling Jiang Mansheng's hand lightly, "I have something to discuss with you." Coincidentally, Jiang Mansheng also wished to share Lu Qichen's proposition with Zhao Shu. However, she had already reached her own conclusion regarding the matter. Her choice was to refrain from acting. Simultaneously, she was seriously contemplating concluding her association with Rui Bai. Zhao Shu gazed at Jiang Mansheng and began, Regarding the incident involving my being drugged, if we must trace the source, it indeed stemmed indirectly from your involvement. Yet, I wish to assure you that it is not your fault. After all, one could argue that my unfortunate employment at a company under the Zhao Group is also a contributing factor. So, Shenshen, do not feel guilty. You know me well. When certain events occur, I never seek to change or blame others. I take responsibility for every challenge in my life, and I strive to overcome them. By the way, your husband is quite handsome. I saw the news on the business channel regarding Lu Qichen's actions against Zhao Fengshan. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that I have already purchased my plane tickets. I shall be discharged tonight and embark on a journey. Although the company leaves much to be desired, the money I earned is real, and I plan to indulge in the fruits of my labor. While Zhao Shu's tone seemed consistent with her usual demeanor, Jiang Mansheng sensed an underlying strangeness, as if Zhao Shu had changed somewhat. Where are you traveling to? She inquired. Zhao Shu responded nonchalantly, Oh, I just casually searched for a few travel guides online and selected a few cities that seemed decent. I plan to stay in each city for 3 days. When I tire, I will rest in the hotel, and if I feel energetic, I will venture out to eat and explore. That is the plan, at least. Jiang Mansheng agreed and briefly mentioned the senior community construction project that Lu Qichen had suggested. Zhao Shu's reaction was rather muted. She simply expressed her gratitude, saying, Let's discuss it when I return. After uttering this, she suddenly noticed a mark on Jiang Mansheng's chin. A telltale sign. Zhao Shu smiled, the first genuine smile she had shown since Jiang Mansheng's arrival, and then asked, Does Lu Qichen know that you harbor feelings for him? Jiang Mansheng shook her head. I don't know. Zhao Shu replied, Pay attention, or one day I might have to teach you about the complexities of romance. Jiang Mansheng countered, But he is Lu Qichen. Zhao Shu responded with silence before asserting, I will keep a close watch on you. It seemed Zhao Shu had not changed at all. As for the tasks ahead, although a decision had been made, she intended to proceed methodically. The following day, she and Lu Qichen were set to move back to Qingluan. They had few belongings, so Lu Qichen drove himself. Before leaving, Jiang Mansheng bought numerous items for Grandpa and Grandma Lu, placing them in various corners of the old Lu residence for their convenience. It was a Sunday, and the roads were already bustling with traffic, which today seemed particularly congested. The sound of honking cars filled the air. Yet, Lu Qichen was never swayed by such trivial matters. To alleviate Jiang Mansheng's potential boredom, he found a podcast for her to listen to. Jiang Mansheng had an app dedicated to podcasts, with a cumulative listening time nearing 10,000 hours. Lu Qichen was taken aback upon noticing this. Since when did you start listening? Jiang Mansheng had never calculated the duration precisely, but upon reflection, she replied, I think it began in my freshman year. It was shortly after I returned to the Jiang family. I encountered so many remarkable individuals for the first time, and having never liked losing, I felt quite overwhelmed by their capabilities. The disparity was significant, and I was quite disheartened at times, struggling to keep pace. Aside from my parents' earnest attempts to provide for me, I sought to seize every opportunity available. Therefore, during university, I dedicated myself to exams, participated in various competitions, and pursued internships. Whenever I felt exhausted and on the verge of giving up, I would turn to podcasts. After finishing one, I would feel rejuvenated. I can't believe it has accumulated to such an extent now. Having spent time together, Lu Qichen had come to understand Jiang Mansheng better and began to praise her. You've done remarkably well. Jiang Mansheng smiled and seized the moment to express her thoughts. Perhaps my time in Ruibai has been the most carefree period of my life. However, I don't see anything wrong with that. As my father says, it's merely a different life experience. Lu Qichen discerned the underlying meaning in her words. Have you made up your mind? Jiang Mansheng affirmed, Yes. Thank you for the opportunity, but I do not wish to pursue the elderly community development project you mentioned. My father has always wanted me to manage the Jiang family's company, but my mother opposed it, fearing it would be too burdensome for me. After careful consideration, I believe you are right. I enjoy engaging in endeavors that benefit others. I want to start by participating in all the charity-related companies within the Jiang family. Would you join me in returning home? Lu Qichen appeared somewhat surprised by her choice, but nodded after a few seconds. All right. Jiang Mansheng felt a surge of happiness. As for Zhao Shu, although she isn't a professional, her capabilities are truly impressive. I hope you can give her some time to consider. However, please ensure it does not disrupt your existing work schedule." Lu Qichen nodded. During their conversation, the vehicle had already navigated away from the congested lane. Now, they found themselves on a somewhat secluded thoroughfare, devoid of much traffic, yet a nearby tutoring center seemed to have attracted a few elementary students crossing the road. As the traffic light turned green, a slightly plump boy who had not yet finished crossing suddenly stumbled and fell, unable to rise. His friends ahead remained oblivious. Jiang Mansheng noticed this and uttered a soft just as she intended to open the door and assist him. However, Lu Qichen had already taken action. "You stay here. I will go." Thus, Jiang Mansheng watched as Lu Qichen helped the young student across the street and only returned after ensuring the boy was all right. This moment reminded Jiang Mansheng of the first time she encountered him during her teenage years. She wondered if Lu Qichen was aware of this. Yet, from that very first meeting, she comprehended that the world would indeed become a better place with someone like Lu Qichen in it. Upon returning home, Aunt Shun had nearly finished preparing dinner. The suitcase lay in the living room, and Jiang Mansheng did not rush to retrieve it. It had been quite some time since she had last entered her own room. Upon entering, she discovered that Aunt Shun had already tidied it up for her. Jiang Mansheng rested her head on the bed for a moment, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. At some point, Lu Qichen approached her and asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, I just want to rest for a bit before tidying up." Lu Qichen moved closer to her bedside, leaning slightly down, and suggested, "Go rest in the master bedroom." Chapter 49, gently brushing against his instep, Lu Qichen was in close proximity to her. Jiang Mansheng naturally extended her hand to grasp his. The moment her fingers made contact, Lu Qichen enveloped her hand within his palm. In a soft voice, Jiang Mansheng inquired, "Can we rest for a bit before we go?" Merely stating her desire was insufficient. She also tugged Lu Qichen gently towards her. Yielding to her pull, Lu Qichen leaned in closer, ultimately acquiescing to lie beside her. Jiang Mansheng held onto his hand, nestling into his embrace. This marked the longest duration Lu Qichen had spent in her room since their marriage, the last time being when she was ill, and he had come to take her to the hospital. Feeling a sense of ennui, she clutched Lu Qichen's hand, inexplicably filled with joy. Gradually, she comprehended that this happiness stemmed from finally having the opportunity to engage in what she truly desired. Was it because Lu Qichen had re-entered her life that the confusions she had harbored for so long were so effortlessly unraveled? A renewed sense of happiness enveloped her. It seemed that since their union, moments of joy had multiplied. At that moment, Lu Qichen gently asked, "Are you tired?" Jiang Mansheng quietly replied, "Not at all." He made no further remarks, allowing her to recline in serene stillness. After uttering this, she pried her hand from his grasp, then interlaced her fingers with his, exclaiming, "Your hands are so large." It was merely a statement. Lu Qichen offered no response, only tightening his hold on her hand. Yet, Jiang Mansheng felt it insufficient. Recalling something, she sat up and playfully nudged her foot against his. Lu Qichen mirrored her movement, sitting up as well. Jiang Mansheng pressed her foot beside his, inevitably causing their feet to touch. Indeed, Lu Qichen's feet were considerably larger than hers. "Why are your feet so cold?" she asked, lightly grazing the back of his foot with her toes. As she pondered this revelation, she suddenly recognized the ambiguous nature of her gesture. She looked up to meet Lu Qichen's gaze, which now held an unprecedented hint of danger. She began, but fortunately at that moment, Aunt Shun arrived to call them for dinner. Jiang Mansheng promptly responded, "Aunt Shun." Hearing her reply, Aunt Shun pushed the door open. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of Lu Qichen and Jiang Mansheng in such an intimate posture. Both of them witnessed the brightest smile on Aunt Shun's face, clearly pleased that their visit to the Lu family estate had fostered such a close relationship. Before their move, they had kept separate rooms, maintaining a respectful distance. Aunt Shun appeared quite delighted. Jiang Mansheng innocently glanced at Lu Qichen, saying, "Shall we go eat?" Lu Qichen replied, "Let us get up." Given that Aunt Shun would be departing the next day, Jiang Mansheng insisted that she join them for dinner. Jiang Mansheng only realized it when Aunt Shun displayed a faint expression of surprise and delight. Lu Qichen was naturally picking out the items she disliked from her bowl and transferring them to his own. Similarly, Jiang Mansheng instinctively tossed the leaves of a dish she found unpalatable into his bowl. This behavior was so habitual and instinctive. When did they start behaving this way in front of each other? Was it during their early days at their grandparents' house? Or some other time? At that moment, she could not pinpoint when their relationship had evolved into this. The afternoon was splendid. Jiang Mansheng was engrossed in organizing her clothes in the wardrobe when Lu Qichen entered. With her head down, she casually inquired, "Do you have clothes to put in here?" It felt so natural, reminding her of the last time they encountered each other in the wardrobe, when he was changing clothes, and there had been a slight awkwardness between them. Back then, when they had just moved into the Lu family's old residence, there was still a sense of distance. Now, she felt for a brief moment that this could truly be her home. Once she finished tidying up, Jiang Mansheng pulled Lu Qichen along to the supermarket. On this day, their secretary was not Fang Qinzong. Jiang Mansheng instinctively asked, "Where's Secretary Fang?" Lu Qichen lowered his gaze. "Didn't I tell you to treat him a bit better?" Jiang Mansheng's eyes widened. "If his wife is pregnant, and I hope you treat him kindly, wouldn't that lower Secretary Fang's standing in the workplace?" Lu Qichen appeared to be charmed by Jiang Mansheng's line of thought. "What do you take Fang Qinzong for? He has achieved his position through his own efforts. He is not someone who can be easily replaced." "Ah, that's good," Jiang Mansheng replied. After their shopping at the supermarket, it was nearly 6 o'clock. There was a delightful, spicy hot pot restaurant nearby that Jiang Mansheng yearned to try. Initially, she thought that Lu Qichen would certainly not enjoy such fare, so she considered letting him head home first while she indulged in the meal alone. However, Lu Qichen said nothing and simply followed her as they exited the car. As Jiang Mansheng gazed at the modest eatery before her, she felt somewhat at ease, yet sensed that their new secretary appeared somewhat tense. He rubbed his hands together, scrutinizing Lu Qichen's demeanor, perhaps perceiving that Lu Qichen was different outside the corporate environment. The restaurant was small, with numerous little tables, and there was no need to queue. The three of them entered and found a relatively clean table to sit at. Jiang Mansheng and Lu Qichen ordered one serving, while the new secretary ordered his own. Since Jiang Mansheng could not eat spicy food, Lu Qichen opted for the tomato broth to accompany her. When Lu Qichen took his first bite, Jiang Mansheng felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if he could handle it. However, his assessment was favorable, quite delicious. Jiang Mansheng instinctively exhaled in relief. As they neared the end of their meal, they settled the bill and prepared to return home. Outside the spicy hot pot restaurant lay a bustling street, alive with the comings and goings of people. Colorful lights adorned the trees lining the sidewalk. Suddenly, a small electric scooter zipped past them, and without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qichen instinctively pulled Jiang Mansheng into his embrace. She, too, naturally wrapped her arms around him. It was a moment of sheer happiness. However, none of the three noticed that a few individuals nearby were colleagues of Ruibai, who were staring at them in utter astonishment. They found it almost unbelievable, even closing their eyes and reopening them to confirm once more. The weather was gentle, a perfect time for leisurely strolls and a refreshing breeze. Some were slowly falling in love, while others encountered delightful new experiences along their journey. The wind began to rise. Chapter 50. The white top and glasses, ding, ding, ding. Colleague A, did you see the photo? Today, we unexpectedly spotted Jiang Mansheng from the administration department with President Lu. Colleague B, wow, is that really President Lu? I've been working for him every day and have never seen him once. He's so handsome. Colleague C, they seem like such a perfect match. I've interacted with Jiang Mansheng. She's incredibly gentle. Colleague D, what is their relationship? The atmosphere is so pleasant. Is he supporting her? Colleague C, do you have some sort of serious illness? Chen, where did this photo come from? Is it edited? Let's not spread rumors or misinformation. Colleague E, oh my, this is juicy gossip. I'm in. Colleague F, but how could someone of President Lu's stature be with Jiang Mansheng? Meanwhile, in Qinglan, the shell clock on the wall indicated it was 7:30 in the evening. The lights were just coming on, and the neon glow streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft shimmer onto the living room. A ray fell onto the cuff of Jiang Mansheng's pink knitted sweater, creating a twinkling effect. She was intently focused, sitting on the carpet in front of the large-screen television, sifting through items to gather for Aunt Shun. While Jiang Mansheng rummaged through the living room, Lu Qichen lounged on a nearby leather-curved sofa, perusing financial news on his iPad. The overall decor of Qinglan's residence was a minimalist black and white Chinese style, originally designed to cater to Lu Qichen's preferences. However, Jiang Mansheng had since infused the space with a plethora of colorful living essentials and decorations, adding both vibrancy and warmth to the atmosphere. At this moment, Lu Qichen wore a loose white top and sleek titanium-framed rectangular glasses. The living room was enveloped in tranquility. Jiang Mansheng reached for a decorative frame perched atop a black glass cabinet, stretching on her toes but failing to grasp it. Just as she turned to call for Lu Qichen's assistance, he had already approached from behind, extending his hand to retrieve it for her. She naturally accepted it and looked up to inquire, "Since when has Aunt Shun been taking care of you?" "Today." Her pink knitted sweater had sleeves that were a bit long, causing her to tug at them uncomfortably. Lu Qichen, noticing, bent down to adjust them for her, replying, "Since elementary school." This was a remarkably specific and precise answer. Given her understanding of Lu Qichen, it was reasonable to assume that if Aunt Shun had cared for him for so many years, there would be profound emotions involved. Yet, Lu Qichen's demeanor appeared rather indifferent. This reminded Jiang Mansheng of a comment Lu Qichen had made regarding his mother. He had mentioned feeling as if he hadn't given her a chance to understand him. Just then, her phone buzzed in her pocket with a series of notifications. Lost in thought, she murmured a response and reached for her phone. But as it vibrated once more, she failed to grip it securely, and it slipped from her hand, clattering to the floor. Having just removed her phone case, she had yet to reattach it. Upon picking it up, she discovered, to her dismay, that the screen was shattered and the device had gone black. Unresponsive to any attempts to power it on, Jiang Mansheng gently tapped her phone with her fingertips, remarking, "It seems my phone won't turn on." Lu Qichen took it from her, fiddled with it for a moment, and confirmed its inoperability. "Shall I find someone to repair it, or should we get a new one?" he inquired. "A new one would be better. I've used this one for quite some time," she replied. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Lu Qichen preparing to arrange something and hurriedly added, "Do you need to contact Feng Qiwenzhou? There's no rush. Just ask him to bring it when he comes to pick you up tomorrow. I can manage without my phone for a night." Lu Qichen regarded her thoughtfully. "If I become bored, you'll keep me company," she continued. After her words, Lu Qichen simply made a phone call, instructing them to bring a new phone the next day. That evening, after helping Aunt Shun tidy up her belongings, Lu Qichen indeed stayed by her side to alleviate her boredom. He selected a film, and they settled together in the living room to watch it. The movie was a war drama titled Underground. A few minutes into the film, Jiang Mansheng realized it was far from her preferred style. Yet, upon its conclusion, she found it remarkably captivating, feeling it could easily be her top pick of the year thus far. As the film drew to a close, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Jiang Mansheng, astonished by the film's quality, felt utterly lethargic. She turned her head to glance at Lu Qichen, who was gazing at her. Noticing her stillness and lack of intention to return to her room, he reached out to lift her onto his lap. Jiang Mansheng's pink cardigan was quite short, and with a casual tug, it revealed a glimpse of her delicate, soft waist. As Lu Qichen embraced her, his fingertips inevitably brushed against her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Being cradled in his arms, Jiang Mansheng experienced a sense of weightlessness and vulnerability, prompting her to wrap her arms around his waist. "Why are you holding me?" she asked. "Is it wrong to hold you?" Lu Qichen replied softly. Resigned, she ceased her resistance and allowed him to hold her. However, it remained a gentle embrace. After she suggested taking things slow since their dinner, Lu Qichen appeared to genuinely heed her wishes. For reasons unknown, being in his arms felt extraordinarily comforting, more so than any other moment. The warmth and breath of Lu Qichen enveloped her. He was significantly taller and broader than she, and as she nestled her head against his chest, she murmured, "Lu Qichen." Initially, she intended to inquire about his mother, but she suddenly felt no urgency. She had ample time. "I really like you," she confessed instead. It was evident that Lu Qichen's body tensed momentarily, yet he did nothing in response. At that moment, as Jiang Mansheng nestled against his chest and yawned, Lu Qichen asked, "Are you tired? Shall I carry you to bed?" She responded with a soft affirmative. How delightful it was to be in a relationship where one need not walk to bed when fatigue set in. Lu Qichen lifted her effortlessly, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. As they returned to the master bedroom, neither remembered to retrieve Lu Qichen's phone, thus missing the message from Fang Qianzhong containing a trending link. The photographs of Lu Qichen and Yuan Zhao, along with their shared childhood memories, are prominently featured. Lu Qichen once ascended to trending topics solely based on his striking visage, sparking considerable discussion. Now, he finds himself entwined in the narrative of an opulent romance, and his true identity has been officially unveiled. Each of these elements alone could generate significant buzz, but their convergence has precipitated an unprecedented frenzy. Yet, both Lu Qichen and Jiang Mansheng remain blissfully unaware of the commotion. He still cradles Jiang Mansheng, playfully suggesting, "Shall I take you for a bath first?" At that moment, Jiang Mansheng suddenly felt invigorated. She was brimming with energy and promptly leapt from his embrace, declaring, "I can go by myself." A subtle smile played at the corners of Lu Qichen's lips. Chapter 51. May we dance together? As Jiang Mansheng entered the bathroom, Lu Qichen returned to the living room to tidy up the remnants of their movie night. It was at this moment that he received a call from Fang Qianzhong. Fang's voice on the other end was tinged with anxiety. "Mr. Lu, there's a trending topic regarding you and Miss Yuan Zhao. Recently, Miss Yuan has ventured into the entertainment industry, likely seeking publicity. With the involvement of a high society romance and your esteemed position, the discussion surrounding this topic has become quite substantial. Given the long-standing friendship between the Lu family and the Yuan family, we dare not act too hastily. Even if we suppress the trending topic now, the chatter cannot be stifled." Lu Qichen paused for a moment, during which Fang Qianzhong even softened his breathing. Finally, Lu Qichen spoke coldly. "No need to suppress it. Inform Yuan Zhao that she must be prepared to bear the consequences of her actions." Although uncertain of his superior's intentions, Fang Qianzhong felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied affirmatively. The following day marked the return to work. From this day forth, it was the long-anticipated team-building event for Rue Bai, spanning 3 days. The location, previously disclosed, was an extravagant camping site in the capital, featuring a medieval castle, expansive lawns, and a multifunctional banquet hall. A reminder was issued that there would be a ball in the evening, and everyone was encouraged to prepare formal attire, with the company offering reimbursement for all expenses. On the day this announcement was made, the company chat erupted with excitement, praising the generous nature of their employer. Jiang Mansheng had also prepared a modest evening gown in advance, opting for simplicity as she wished to maintain a low profile at the company event. She received a new phone that Fang Qianzhong had arranged for her, and after changing her SIM card, she refrained from logging into WeChat just yet. During breakfast, Fang Qianzhong observed her with a mix of nervousness and hesitance. However, Lu Qichen remained unfazed, displaying the same calm demeanor he exhibited every day as he patiently accompanied her through their meal. Upon arriving at Rue Bai, as the clock neared the time to clock in, a long queue formed before the elevator leading to the upper floors, with 4 elevators stationed on the basement level. Jiang Mansheng managed to squeeze into the last available one. Once inside, she felt an inexplicable tension in the air, as if something was amiss. Another gentleman entered just as the elevator emitted an overload alarm. He looked at Jiang Mansheng and said, "Hey, are you from the administration department? Could you please step out first?" Jiang Mansheng replied, feeling exasperated. "Why should I step out? The last one in should be the first to exit." The gentleman retorted, "Everyone knows the company's performance relies on the marketing department. Why are you in such a hurry as a mere assistant?" Jiang Mansheng shot back, "Please let the last one in exit." The already peculiar atmosphere in the elevator grew even more strained until someone chimed in. "Yes, let the last one in step out. We still need to clock in. Are you prepared to take responsibility for any tardiness?" Eventually, the man, having been cornered by the collective sentiment, had no choice but to exit the elevator. It resumed its ascent, but the silence within felt oppressive, and Jiang Mansheng sensed an unusual tension that only intensified upon reaching the administration department. Many eyes were subtly fixated on her, heightening her discomfort. Fortunately, Chen Qin remained quite composed. She slid her office chair closer and asked, Sheng, why can't I reach you on your phone? Oh, my phone is broken, she replied, shaking the phone case in her hand, explaining that she had yet to replace the card in her new device. Understanding this, Qichen visibly relaxed. Though her cautious nature resurfaced, as she said, there is something you might not be aware of. What is it? Jiang Mansheng inquired. Qichen hurriedly showcased photos from her phone, and Jiang Mansheng immediately recognized the image, herself with Lu Qichen in front of a spicy hot pot stall. Lowering her voice, Qichen remarked, many people in the company group are discussing this. Did someone accidentally capture it? When did this start? Jiang Mansheng asked. Last night, Qichen replied. Though she had long been aware of their romantic relationship, concerns still lingered. Numerous individuals suggested that she was being supported by the CEO. But we are upright and honest. We need not stoop to their level, right? Fearing she might hurt Jiang Mansheng's feelings, she added, besides, what is wrong with being taken care of? Our CEO isn't married. This reminded her of the blue diamond necklace Jiang Mansheng used to wear, adding to her confusion. But Sheng, you deserve the best. Jiang Mansheng truly bore no resentment. Her desire for privacy stemmed from a wish to remain low-key. Yet, a sudden thought struck her. Would this inadvertently cause trouble for Lu Qichen? They were traveling to the team-building location in a company-arranged vehicle, and Jiang Mansheng felt torn. The circulated photo was indeed intimate, capturing the moment Lu Qichen pulled her into his embrace. There was no way to argue that it was merely a coincidence. However, she wished to avoid causing Lu Qichen any distress. Rumors had spread throughout the company, and she wondered if he was aware. With this in mind, she sent him a message, but after a long wait, there was no response. Meanwhile, trending topics exploded online. Not only were the company colleagues discussing it, but even passers-by were engaged in conversations about Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng glanced at the trending topics, all centered around Lu Qichen and Yuan Zhao. After sitting at the campsite for a while, she overheard others quietly discussing the matter. The dance party would soon commence. Qichen and Jiang Mansheng sat together, observing the comments section. Wait, isn't this our long-lost XX? Is it really still around after all these years? This wealthy mogul X low-profile star's pure love from childhood is simply delightful. Sisters, the mogul's identity has been uncovered. He is indeed the power behind the Lu Corporation. No need to elaborate on the Lu Corporation standing, right? But is this mogul's striking visage real? It is said that Yuan Zhao's first film was directed by the renowned director Shen. Is this not the pinnacle of celebrity couples? And moreover, they were spotted attending a prestigious conference in the West. At that time, Yuan Zhao brought an atmosphere that was simply captivating. Rumors of their relationship date back to high school, and there exists a particular photo that evokes an intense longing. Yuan Zhao gazing at the mogul across a swimming pool, though he appeared rather aloof. Could it be an unrequited love come to fruition, my friends? They were captivated by that exquisite photograph, one that radiated a palpable atmosphere from their high school days. And indeed, Jiang Mansheng noticed it as well. The candid shot was beautifully captured. As they scrolled through the comments, a sudden rustling sound emerged from around them. Qichen was the first to notice, prompting Jiang Mansheng to look up. What is going on? She inquired. Upon raising her gaze, she found Lu Qichen and Feng Qinzong approaching them. He came to a gentle halt before her, his voice calm and restrained. What are you up to? 2 hours prior, she had sent him a message informing him of the rumors circulating within the company, but she had not received a reply. Yet here stood Lu Qichen, unexpectedly before her. I was reading your news, Jiang Mansheng replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Qichen extended his hand towards her. Please rise. Jiang Mansheng hesitated, not immediately reaching out to grasp his hand. For what purpose? The ball is about to commence this evening, Lu Qichen replied with a tender demeanor. Madam Lu, may I have the honor of sharing a dance with you? As he uttered those words, the gentleman from earlier that morning, who had referred to Jiang Mansheng as merely a subordinate in the elevator, stood not far away, observing them. Jiang Mansheng, however, found herself contemplating that this seemed to be the first time he had addressed her as Madam Lu. Chapter 52. The delight of pear syrup candy on her tongue. Jiang Mansheng, of course, did not refuse. She extended her hand, which Lu Qichen naturally took in his grasp. Suddenly, she recalled the plethora of comments suggesting that he and Yuan Zhaoyue were a perfect match. The discussions were rampant. Even in a state of calm, she couldn't help but express her mild irritation. "Why don't you go dance with Yuan Zhaoyue?" Lu Qichen exerted a gentle force, pulling her up. Fearing she might lose her balance, Jiang Mansheng wrapped her arms around his waist. Then, she heard him call her wife. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Mansheng thought she must have misheard. It felt as if her ears were ringing for an instant. You, why are you suddenly calling me that?" Lu Qichen appeared entirely at ease, glancing toward Qichen. "I'll take my wife away for a moment." Qichen, somewhat dazed, nodded. She was the closest person to Lu Qichen and Jiang Mansheng, and while many around might have heard the term Mrs. Lu, she suspected that only she had caught the intimate word wife. What on earth was happening? Had they truly wed? So, her colleague at the company was actually the spouse of the head of the Lu group? That was a dream too grand for her to ever dare to entertain. Jiang Mansheng was still concerned about Qichen, turning her head to say, "Qichen, I'll be over there for a bit. I'll explain later." "Okay," Qichen replied. Meanwhile, all rumors were swiftly dispelled. Not just at the campsite, but everyone at Ruibai was buzzing with discussion. Notifications chimed incessantly around them. Did I just imagine that? Did President Lu just arrive and call Jiang Mansheng Mrs. Lu? You didn't imagine it. So they are legally married? I've never seen anything like this in my life. Aha! They truly are a perfect match. I've always liked Jiang Mansheng. I'm her biggest fan. What is this, a novel plot? The CEO's wife is just a junior employee among us. But I must say, President Lu is incredibly handsome. I used to think he was somewhat aloof, but now he seems so approachable. Others, however, whispered among themselves rather than through online channels. What is the deal with President Lu and Yuan Zhaoyue trending? I was so invested in that. Oh no. I was just hit with the shock of an official announcement. It all happened so quickly that I didn't even have time to prepare myself. Who understands? But now that the real couple is right in front of us, should we switch our focus? I can't shake the feeling that they also make a good pair. Sobi. On another note, thankfully, I always maintained a polite demeanor when coordinating with Jiang Mansheng. Incredible. Who would have thought? I'm relieved I never spoke too casually with her. She is genuinely kind, and I enjoy working with her immensely. It's as if every word spoken brings a sense of healing. At that moment, someone tapped the gentleman who had been discussing Jiang Mansheng earlier in the elevator. Haven't you also never worked directly with Jiang Mansheng? Fortunately, we have always conducted ourselves with integrity, never stooping to dishonorable acts. The man paused for a moment, reflecting on his past actions. Had he ever done anything? He had once, regarded others with disdain. Lu Qichen took Jiang Mansheng's hand and led her to the adjacent dressing room, a stylist unexpectedly accompanying Fang Qinzong today. Lu Qichen finally elucidated. The incident involving Yuan Zhaoyue was solely her ploy to generate buzz for her film. The Yuan family and ours maintain a cordial relationship, and Fang Qinzong dared not overstep. By the time I became aware, the topic had escalated beyond control. You've heard from Qin Yishuan that Yuan Zhaoyue has always relished leveraging my presence to draw attention to herself or obtain what she desires. Given the rapport between our families at the time, I was indifferent and chose not to confront her. However, this time, I refused to indulge her. Jiang Mansheng expressed her confusion. How? Do you intend not to indulge her? Lu Qichen replied. Dance with me. Presently, Lu Qichen had become the focal point of everyone's discussions. She was uncertain of his intention behind asking her to dance at such a moment. Was it to vindicate her in front of the company? Jiang Mansheng responded, I am willing to dance. However, once the company is aware, I must insist that no one else learns of our marital bond. Lu Qichen acknowledged her with a nod. After he spoke, Fang Qinzong and the stylist were ready. Jiang Mansheng stated, I will prepare my own gown. Lu Qichen countered, try on something different. Very well. She felt no ire. In a subdued tone, Jiang Mansheng remarked, Yuan Zhaoyue truly knows how to exploit resources, though she lacks respect for others. Lu Qichen noted her lack of genuine anger and chuckled softly. Jiang Mansheng inquired, what is amusing you? Lu Qichen replied, I find your assessment of others quite objective. Initially, the chosen gown seemed a bit excessive, but its exquisite beauty ultimately led to the selection of a striking vermilion and black gown. After a considerable time spent on her makeup and hair. Jiang Mansheng went to don the gown, a strapless mermaid design that accentuated her figure beautifully. Once dressed, Lu Qichen waited outside, and upon seeing her ensemble, his gaze deepened. Jiang Mansheng remarked, "It's a pity I'm unaware of the other gown you prepared for me. I possess a necklace that I believe would complement this outfit splendidly." Just as she finished her statement, she noticed Lu Qichen opening a box. Inside lay a choker-style diamond necklace. Jiang Mansheng barely glanced at it before exclaiming its beauty, as Lu Qichen reached out to adorn her with it. She seated herself, and Lu Qichen remarked, "It is stunning." Jiang Mansheng responded, "The necklace?" Lu Qichen replied, "You look magnificent today." Jiang Mansheng had scarcely sat down when she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, unable to rise. "Lu Qichen, I believe I'm experiencing a slight drop in blood sugar. Would you be so kind as to fetch some candy from my bag?" Lu Qichen obliged and handed it to her. However, upon tasting it, she immediately grimaced. The pear syrup candy was something she had just purchased and was trying for the first time. After chewing a few times, she felt somewhat revitalized. The flavor is rather peculiar and somewhat unpalatable. I shall refrain from purchasing it again. Are there any other candies in a bag? Lu Qichen inquired. Jiang Mansheng had no intention of doing anything in particular. She merely found it somewhat unpalatable. However, she felt that one piece was sufficient. Yet, Lu Qichen reached into her bag and retrieved several more candies. "Which one do you prefer?" he inquired. Jiang Mansheng, slightly puzzled, answered honestly, "The green one." Lu Qichen selected a green candy and returned to her side, gently lifting her chin with his hand. Jiang Mansheng still had the candy in her mouth. "What's wrong?" she asked, blinking her sparkling eyes at him. The atmosphere was charged with an unspoken connection. A slight chill gusted in from outside, causing Jiang Mansheng's heart to shiver momentarily. Lu Qichen shifted his body to shield her from the cold. Then, he leaned down slightly, bringing his lips closer to hers. As their lips met, Jiang Mansheng's heart tightened. In the next instant, Lu Qichen pried open her lips, deftly drawing the pear candy from the tip of her tongue. Jiang Mansheng was momentarily stunned and, feeling flustered, grasped his hand tightly. Lu Qichen. Chapter 53. Supporting her with a gentle embrace, Lu Qichen stepped back slightly and retrieved a green candy for her. Jiang Mansheng's voice was soft, laden with a surge of intense emotion within her. "The lipstick will smudge." Lu Qichen pondered for a moment before replying, "I'll provide you with more." Suddenly, Jiang Mansheng recalled something, "But I have a slight aversion to yuan jiayue." Indeed, Lu Qichen acknowledged. Disliking someone was her prerogative, a freedom she would always possess. In the gentle quietude, Jiang Mansheng fell into a brief silence. "You, please step outside first." At that very moment, coincidentally, the Lu Corporation's official Weibo account, although seldom active and primarily focused on significant announcements, had fans unearthing a past like on Yuan Jiayue's post. Once this revelation surfaced, Yuan Jiayue's fans and numerous onlookers erupted in excitement. "Oh my, this like dates back 2 years. If you continue like this, I'm truly shipping it." To think it was the Lu Corporation's official account that liked it. "We are utterly devoted. Wow, I've never shipped a couple this genuinely before. Isn't it hard to deny the authenticity of this?" Yuan Jiayue, noticing the fervor escalating among netizens, subtly liked a recent post from the Lu Corporation. Our Jiayue is the most beautiful and genuine heiress. Let me see which little vixen dared to provoke our Jiayue." Countless marketing accounts joined the frenzy, even making definitive statements on Weibo. Just now, Yuan Jiayue liked a post from Lu Corporation. Entertainment gossip circle. "Lu Corporation, come claim your CEO's wife." However, as the excitement reached a crescendo, merely 2 minutes later, netizens discovered that the Lu Corporation's like on Yuan Jiayue's post had been revoked. After Jiang Mansheng refreshed her makeup, she emerged from the dressing room as the opening dance and partner exchange had concluded, leaving only the free dance segment. The night descended, and Lu Qichen, clad in a black tuxedo paired with polished Oxford shoes, exuded an air of quintessential English gentlemanliness. Upon spotting him, Jiang Mansheng offered a faint smile. Lu Qichen extended his hand, and she naturally placed hers in his, firmly clasped within his grasp. The banquet hall shimmered with brilliant lights. the crystal chandelier above casting dazzling rays upon the central dance floor. As Lu Qichen led Jiang Mansheng closer to the dance floor, the first notes of the free dance resonated. The candlelight and floral arrangements on the adjacent round tables sparkled vividly. As a melody began, gentlemen approached their desired ladies for dances, and Lu Qichen slightly leaned forward, inquiring, "May I?" Jiang Mansheng replied, "Aren't you afraid I won't know how to dance to this?" Lu Qichen assured her, "I am confident you will." Once again, she placed her hand in his, and although many entered the dance floor simultaneously, Jiang Mansheng felt the gaze of countless eyes upon them. Now, Jiang Mansheng is convinced that regardless of whether it is due to Yuan Zhaoyue or the company gossip, Lu Qichen has appeared here solely to demonstrate to everyone that she is his wife. Her heart feels as if it is brimming, on the verge of overflowing. Lu Qichen twirls her around the dance floor, their steps intertwining in a graceful dance. Eventually, they come to a halt at the last note of the music, with Lu Qichen leading her off the floor. Jiang Mansheng whispers, "My face feels so warm." Lu Qichen glances at her, saying, "You're blushing." Jiang Mansheng instinctively covers her face, attributing her embarrassment to his striking handsomeness that day. The answer seems to have quietly surfaced in her heart. The team-building event was originally scheduled for 3 days, and Lu Qichen had planned not to attend. Yet, due to this incident, he had no choice but to show up. However, as the boss, he did not wish to make his subordinates uneasy. After sharing a few drinks with several key personnel, he asks, "Shall we leave together now?" Jiang Mansheng replies, "Yes, let us go." She too wishes to escape the burning gazes of everyone around. "I'll just inform Qichen first." Upon returning to Qinglan, Jiang Mansheng's face is still flushed. Lu Qichen chuckles at her, which only makes her more indignant. Feeling slightly thirsty, she sits on the carpet in front of the sofa, taking a few sips of water without having changed out of her dress. Meanwhile, Lu Qichen has gone to change in the bedroom. At that moment, she receives a message from Qichen. I'm truly captivated by President Lu's actions." Qichen follows up with, No, it's your husband's actions that are impressive." The term husband remains unfamiliar to Jiang Mansheng. She recalls how Lu Qichen had called her wife earlier, causing her cheeks to redden even more. Her fingers glide over her screen, clicking on the link that Qichen forwarded. Just 2 minutes ago, the official Weibo account of Lu's group, which had been dormant for nearly 6 months, posted a new update. Today, Mr. Lu Qichen, chairman and CEO of Lu's group, attended the company's team-building dinner with his wife, Miss Jiang. Accompanying the post are a series of 9 images capturing the moment they danced. The photos have been specially processed, allowing everyone to clearly see Lu Qichen, while Jiang Mansheng is either seen from behind or her face remains indistinct. Nonetheless, this serves as a resounding clarification. For tonight, Yuan Zhaoyue is participating in the live promotion of her new film, and it is evident to any reasonable person that the figure of Miss Jiang in the images bears no resemblance to Yuan Zhaoyue. The comments section is ablaze with excitement. Is this Lu's group making a public clarification? We've been hearing rumors all day, yet no substantial evidence was provided. What a joke. This emphatic clarification has truly delighted me, ladies. It's far more captivating than that petty drama. Each time I see him, I am enchanted. Is there no one to manage President Lu's stunning face? It's quite distracting. Even without seeing President Lu's wife's face, they seem like a perfect match. That red dress is simply breathtaking. I've never seen anyone wear a red gown so beautifully. In the realm of entertainment, the little stars ought not to be summoned. My friends, the last image is an animated one. I magnified it 80 times just now, and did General Lu, while dancing, subtly caress his wife's wrist? It truly captivates my heart. Upon further examination, it indeed appears so. The atmosphere in these photographs is simply exquisite. There is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. It seems there are special arrangements for the company employees, although most of Ruibai's staff are already aware. No one has publicly disclosed information about Jiang Mansheng. The dance was, in fact, intended to convey to all who are invested in Lu Qichen and Yuan Zhaoyue that Lu Qichen's wife is Miss Jiang. At that moment, Lu Qichen, having changed his attire, approached. He gently touched her forehead, concerned whether she had a fever, as her face appeared even redder. Jiang Mansheng gazed at Lu Qichen and suddenly declared, "Lu Qichen, shall we forego dinner?" When he had just confessed his feelings to her, she felt that his frequent kisses were hastening their relationship's progression. At that time, Jiang Mansheng suggested they take things slow, beginning with dinner. Now, however, she had altered her stance. That was the way others conducted their romances. She no longer wished to emulate it. She longed to cultivate their love in a manner that was uniquely theirs. Lu Qichen was momentarily taken aback. They shared a few moments of silence before he gently bent down, lifting her by her waist. In his embrace, Jiang Mansheng found herself slightly taller than him, and her heart felt as though it were overflowing. She whispered the dress. Lu Qichen reassured her, "It's all right." He then kissed her softly, even more tenderly than during their first kiss. Chapter 54. Red wine, kisses, and embraces. It was a balmy evening, with gentle moonlight cascading onto the ground. Outside, the amber streetlights illuminated the bustling vehicles, dissolving the city's solitude. Yet, everything returned to that tender and lingering kiss. Lu Qichen kissed her with an exquisite gentleness. Jiang Mansheng wrapped her arms around his neck while his hand cradled her waist. Just a few soft presses of her lips made her feel an urge to retreat. However, Lu Qichen halted her, soothingly caressing her lips with his tongue. This time, Jiang Mansheng felt no inclination to withdraw. The essence of Lu Qichen lingered between their lips, and warmth surged within her heart as she could not help but lean in to return his kiss. After Jiang Mansheng initiated a gentle suckle on Lu Qichen's lips, he paused for a moment, taken aback. At that moment, a silver hairpin that had been holding her long hair slipped from its place, startling her and momentarily breaking her concentration. Yet, Lu Qichen quickly consumed that distraction, dismissing it for the time being. Jiang Mansheng's voice was barely a whisper. The hairpin fell. With her hair cascading down, she appeared even more delicate and enchanting this evening. Lu Qichen's gaze deepened. Soon, the kiss intensified with an unstoppable fervor. Jiang Mansheng clung to his neck, unwavering, until, after an indeterminate span of time, Lu Qichen stirred within her mouth, creating a delightful chaos that nearly stole her breath away, as if he were drawing her into himself. It was only then that Jiang Mansheng gently retreated, yearning for distance. Noticing her movement, Lu Qichen swiftly halted. Jiang Mansheng's eyes glistened as she buried her face in his neck, desperately seeking fresh air, and finally asked softly, "What wine did you drink tonight?" She had tasted it too. Lu Qichen gazed down at her slightly flushed face, a type of red wine. "Would you like to try some?" Jiang Mansheng nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I would. Please take me next time." Still holding her, Lu Qichen took a few steps, setting her down on the living room sofa. "No need for next time." Jiang Mansheng responded with a soft hum. Lu Qichen continued, "We have some at home. Would you like to drink it now?" She nodded gently. As she settled onto the sofa, instinctively, Jiang Mansheng grabbed a cushion to shield herself. She felt utterly weak, almost unable to summon her strength. After a moment, Lu Qichen returned with a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, using a corkscrew to open it. He poured a small glass and handed it to her. "This is the same one Qin Yishuan brought earlier." Jiang Mansheng took a serious sip. It's delightful. Yet, for some reason, it felt slightly inferior to what she had just experienced. Nevertheless, it was still exquisite, and after finishing the small glass he had poured, she leaned over to refill it. Lu Qichen sat nearby, watching her intently. "Don't drink too much." Thus, Jiang Mansheng restrained herself, pouring a smaller amount. "So I want to lose sleep." At this moment, she finally recalled another matter. "Would she accompany me home to meet my mother tomorrow?" Lu Qichen responded with a soft affirmation, assuring her, "Do not fret. I will assist you in persuading your mother." Upon hearing Lu Qichen's words, Jiang Mansheng's hand trembled slightly, causing a few drops of red wine to spill on her lips. She had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Lu Qichen noticed, wrapping his arm around her waist and lifting her to sit on his lap, attempting to wipe away the wine with his fingers. However, after a couple of attempts, he unexpectedly leaned in and kissed her once more, savoring her lips and engulfing the remaining droplets of wine. She found herself nestled in his embrace, retreating slightly, utterly devoid of strength. "I can't. Next time." Her gown, a resplendent red, accentuated her fair complexion, making her radiance even more striking. A fleeting sparkle danced in Lu Qichen's eyes before he finally withdrew. The gentle night continued to unfold slowly. The following day, upon visiting the Jiang family, the reactions received were almost entirely as anticipated. Jiang's father had long desired for Jiang Mansheng to partake in managing the family business, having even groomed individuals to mentor her. However, Shen Wanyi would never consent to such an arrangement. The two exchanged a glance, tacitly confirming their shared understanding. As expected, when Shen Wanyi heard Jiang Mansheng express her desire to engage in the management of several family companies, she exclaimed, "Jiang Nanshan, what nonsense are you teaching my daughter about hard labor?" Just as Jiang Mansheng attempted to clarify, "Mother, it is my own choice." Shen Wanyi abruptly stood, seething with anger, and stormed towards Jiang's father's study, leaving Jiang Mansheng and Lu Qichen in the living room. Jiang Mansheng turned to Lu Qichen, offering a wry smile. "You see how my mother is. Without passing judgment, it is clear she loves me too much. Her expectations for me revolve around leading an ordinary life, being somewhat busy, and having the time to adorn myself beautifully, freely indulging in leisure wherever I desire. After all, the Jiang family is affluent, and I shall never need to worry about such matters." Suddenly declaring my intention to manage the family business. How arduous could that be? Shen Wanyi cannot bear the thought. After a while, Jiang Mansheng knocked on the study door again, only to be swiftly dismissed by Shen Wanyi. A maid arrived to remind them that dinner was nearing, and they both intended to stay for the meal. Still unprepared, Jiang Mansheng led Lu Qichen to her room. The overall color scheme of her room was a delightful blend of white, pink, and yellow. Upon entering, one was greeted by an arched doorway, requiring Lu Qichen to bend slightly due to his height. Jiang Mansheng fetched a few colorful cushions, tossing them onto the carpet. "You can sit here." It was at this moment that she realized her room lacked a proper seating arrangement, filled instead with an array of whimsical trinkets that catered solely to her youthful sensibilities. Yet, this was indeed her sanctuary. Lu Qichen chuckled softly, observing the myriad of items she adds to Qinglan each day. He could discern that Jiang Mansheng indeed possessed a fondness for vibrant, soft objects. In truth, Jiang Mansheng anticipated that Shen Wan would likely disapprove. Yet each time this scenario unfolded, she found herself somewhat disheartened. In the past, in an effort to tend to her mother's emotions, she had relinquished numerous choices she genuinely yearned for. A tinge of sadness enveloped her. Should I indulge in some milk? There is a delightful milk that the aunt must surely have prepared for me in the small refrigerator. Lu Qichen seemed to have noticed her emotional state. Before she could finish her thought, he approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. Lu Qichen towered over her, necessitating a slight bend at the waist to hold her close. The gentle tickle at her neck was a result of his breath. Suddenly, she fell silent. Such a simple gesture bestowed upon Jiang Mansheng a sense of security and courage. She turned around, returning his embrace and burying her head against his chest. Lu Qichen reassured her, "There is no need to rush." Jiang Mansheng replied softly, "Yes, yes. I will slowly persuade my mother." Chapter 55. The cherished old brand of milk. After a brief embrace, Jiang Mansheng suddenly recalled something and released him. "This won't do," she stated emphatically. Lu Qichen looked perplexed. "What won't do?" he inquired. Jiang Mansheng, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I cannot be consumed by romantic thoughts. I could have come up with numerous solutions to these matters on my own. Your constant presence beside me is making me feel less independent." Lu Qichen chuckled softly. It seemed he had merely provided some comfort to his wife, yet somehow it had escalated to this profound realization. He nodded in affirmation. "You will handle it splendidly." After a moment's contemplation, he attempted to divert her attention, asking, "What milk?" Indeed, Jiang Mansheng's focus shifted, and she padded barefoot across the carpet to retrieve 2 cartons of milk from a small refrigerator. She explained, "It's a very traditional brand of milk, quite inexpensive, yet remarkably delicious. During my high school days, I would drink it every day. However, it seems that a company acquired it a couple of years ago, and the taste changed thereafter. When my father discovered my fondness for this milk, he and my mother worked together to bring it into the Jiang family. and the flavor returned to its original form. Thus, its taste is preserved by my parents. The packaging of the milk was simple and unpretentious. After taking a sip, Lu Qichen found the flavor to be authentic and rich, much like its packaging. He was always honest in his assessments. It is indeed quite good. Upon hearing his approval, Jiang Mansheng's delight was palpable. Suddenly, Lu Qichen recalled another matter. We attended the same high school, yet we never crossed paths back then. Jiang Mansheng fell silent. They had indeed met before, albeit unbeknownst to him. It had always been her solitary admiration from afar. The memory of Lu Qichen at 17 or 18, clad in a crisp white school uniform, exuding gentleness and politeness, remained a distant yet vivid dream. Such dreams, however, are rare. But now, Lu Qichen had developed feelings for her as well. Contemplating this, Jiang Mansheng's heart softened, and she nestled back into his embrace, gently hugging him again. She nuzzled against his chest. Lu Qichen, concerned that she might not hold on securely, wrapped his arms around her, ensuring she felt steadied. He then let out a light chuckle. Who was it that said this one do? During dinner, Jiang Mansheng could distinctly sense her mother's discontent. Shenwani was too indifferent to engage with the father-daughter duo. Halfway through the meal, her grandmother chimed in. What is the harm in trying? Let Sheng give it a shot. Instantaneously, Shenwani's expression darkened further. Jiang Mansheng discreetly moved closer to her mother, serving her a piece of chestnut chicken, one of her favorites. Shenwani frowned, but eventually accepted it, saying, You, keep your distance from me during this meal. Jiang Mansheng protested, refusing to budge, remaining glued to her mother's side, serving her this and that. Meanwhile, Lu Qichen observed her with a subtle smile. After dinner, Shenwan's expression softened somewhat as Jiang Mansheng clung to her, and the three of them convened a small family meeting in the study. Mr. Jiang Nanshan initiated the conversation. Previously, I wanted Sheng to learn how to manage the company, but you were against it, and Sheng didn't exhibit a strong desire either. So I acquiesced to your wishes. However, now that Sheng herself is eager to try, why not allow her the opportunity? Shenwan instinctively objected. What is there to try? Just look at how those managing companies become increasingly indifferent, prioritizing profit above all else. A mere supply chain company has turned my precious daughter into a shadow of her former self. Jiang Mansheng interjected, It's not to that extent. I was a bit busy, which is slightly lower my standards for quality of life. Jiang Nanshan reasoned, That applies to others, but Sheng is not the type to become indifferent. Shenwan firmly retorted, It is not about personality. The environment inevitably alters a person. Do you not remember how quiet and insecure she was when she first returned to us? Even if Jiang Nanshan has forgotten, Shenwan will never forget the cautiousness with which she approached her daughter, whom she had nurtured as a little princess for 10 months. After 18 long years apart, she turned to Jiang Nanshan and said, You may leave now. The door opened and closed, leaving only the two of them in the modest study. Shenwan, though logical, always considered matters more deeply than her husband. Could you share your reasons for wanting to pursue this? This decision was indeed one that Jiang Mansheng had contemplated thoroughly. During her childhood, they lived in a poor alley known as Wulong Alley. On Fridays after school, the alley would be crowded with vendors setting up stalls. As Jiang Mansheng made her way home through the throngs, she often had to squeeze past others. On occasion, she encountered unfortunate children left to fend for themselves. Once, while gazing down a steep slope in Wulong Alley, she spotted a particularly frail little girl, perhaps only 7 or 8 years old, struggling to drag a large, heavy sack through the crowd. The sack appeared burdensome, and Jiang Mansheng observed the girl repeatedly glancing back, using both hands to pull it. This was a weight far too great for a child of her age to bear. The girl maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any expression. Yet, no one would offer assistance, for each person in Wulong Alley was preoccupied with their own struggles, lacking the energy, ability, or time to help. By the time Jiang Mansheng navigated through the crowd to the bottom of the steep slope, the little girl had vanished from sight. Jiang Mansheng's heart ached at the sight, nearly shattering with grief. It dawned on her that she, too, was one of those individuals. She was not better off than them. Now that she has matured somewhat, she frequently encounters similar videos on short video platforms, and the heartbreak she once felt resurfaces within her. She returned to the Jiang family, now possessing both capability and resources. Although her abilities still fell short, she yearned for progress, for effort, and a safeguard that which the teenage Jiang Mansheng could not protect. However, such sentiments may not necessarily resonate with a mother. Upon her return to the Jiang household, Shen Wani imparted the first lesson: prioritize self-protection and refrain from blindly empathizing with the suffering of others. Thus, Jiang Mansheng confessed, "Mother, I am unhappy working at Rui Bai. I've always been diligent and exceptional. Do you remember my roommate from university? She was delightful," exclaiming how delicious her favorite foods were and praising things she admired, reveling in campus life without failing any subjects, eventually securing a rather ordinary yet stable job. Even now, I consider her the most charming girl I have ever met, and I envy her, but I am acutely aware that this is a life suited to her, not to me. I am inherently the type of girl who thrives on relentless striving and perseverance. After a moment of silence, Shen Wani finally replied, "I understand." Once their conversation concluded, Jiang Mansheng sensed a wavering in her mother's conviction, though something still felt amiss. As she exited the study, she encountered Lu Qichen, who inquired, "What transpired?" Jiang Mansheng candidly replied, "It feels like there's still something lacking." Lu Qichen nodded and slowly entered the study, leaving Jiang Mansheng to wait in her bedroom. By this time, it was already 9 in the evening. After approximately half an hour, Lu Qichen returned. Jiang Mansheng, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, "What did mother say?" Lu Qichen responded, "She wants you to proceed." Jiang Mansheng exclaimed, "Really?" Rising from her seat, she rushed back to seek Shen Wani once more. Indeed, Shen Wani had consented. It was rather late, and she invited the two of them to stay at the Jiang residence for the night. Upon returning to her bedroom, Jiang Mansheng leaned closer to Lu Qichen, asking, "What did you tell mother?" Sitting on the carpet, Lu Qichen embraced her, and she made no effort to resist his hold, comfortably resting against him. Leaning against the nearby sofa, Jiang Mansheng nestled into his side. Lu Qichen reassured her, "I didn't say much. I merely expressed that even if she worries about your struggles, you need not fear. You are intelligent and formidable, and you will excel. No matter what occurs, I will always stand behind you, supporting you." She could trust my ability to manage several companies. Ultimately, your mother loves you dearly and wishes for you to pursue what you desire. Jiang Mansheng murmured softly, "Yes, she truly loves me." Lu Qichen's voice also dropped to a husky whisper, "I have discovered something." He recalled how his wife had playfully sought affection in front of his mother today. Jiang Mansheng inquired, "What is it?" Lu Qichen replied, "I did not realize you were so adept at being endearing." "What of it?" Jiang Mansheng thought, knowing he had yet to witness much more. However, Lu Qichen evidently had other thoughts as he lifted her slightly closer and leaned in. Chapter 56. Bringing the toothbrush to her lips, the meaning conveyed by Lu Qichen's gaze was exceedingly clear. Jiang Mansheng, somewhat oblivious, stared at him. Did he want a kiss? Lu Qichen fixated on her lips, affirming his desire. Then he leaned in and gently kissed her, just as he intended to deepen the kiss. Jiang Mansheng halted him. "This is my home." Yet, Lu Qichen seemed undeterred, intensifying the kiss. Jiang Mansheng, no longer resisting, tentatively draped her arms around his neck, reciprocating the kiss with caution. However, her timid responses were soon overwhelmed by Lu Qichen's fervent approach. She found herself reclined on the bed, momentarily overwhelmed, and with a hint of grievance and reddened eyes, she remarked, "Don't keep nibbling on my tongue." The sensation was as though she might be swallowed whole by him. Lu Qichen continued the kiss, assuring her, "I'll be gentler." The night was tender and warm, the bedroom aglow with soft light, while the delicate moonlight cascaded through the window. In such a warm embrace, Jiang Mansheng gradually succumbed to bliss. That morning, Jiang Mansheng awoke once more in Lu Qichen's arms. The morning air was slightly cool, and she felt comforted as she wrapped her arms around his waist, relishing the moment. A wave of happiness swept over her as she hugged him tighter, only to realize that Lu Qichen had used her body wash the previous night, leaving him with the same scent as hers, a peculiar revelation. Lu Qichen, noticing her awakening, spoke gently, "I have a business trip to London for 2 days." Jiang Mansheng responded with a soft hum, accustomed to his work schedule by now. She quickly released her hold around his waist to allow him to rise. Lu Qichen entered the bathroom, emerging shortly thereafter, refreshed and looking immaculate as he donned his tie. Jiang Mansheng sat vacantly on the carpet, observing him. When she heard Lu Qichen's voice again, "Would you like to accompany me?" A flicker of her earlier melancholy dissipated as she replied, "Huh?" before she could articulate her thoughts. Lu Qichen continued, "After all, Rue Bai is currently at a team-building event. Even if he weren't, no one would dare to question your presence." There was an unmistakable yearning for her company in his tone. Still hesitating, Jiang Mansheng remained motionless on the carpet. Lu Qichen glanced at her and returned to the bathroom, retrieving her toothbrush, already prepared with toothpaste, and brought it to her lips. Jiang Mansheng, taken aback, reached out to take it. "I can brush by myself." Lu Qichen gazed into her misty eyes, smiling softly. He merely intended to assist her in retrieving the toothbrush, having no intention of brushing for her. "It's fine. Just come with me, all right?" Jiang Mansheng nodded in agreement. Lu Qichen's trip to London had long been prearranged, and due to the significance of this particular assignment, he would be traveling on his private jet, with the flight plan already approved. Moreover, he would be accompanied by a considerable entourage. Unlike the simplicity of previous trips where only Feng Qizhong accompanied them, the secretary's office brought along several individuals, among whom were a few who clearly held executive positions within the Lu Group, totaling around 7 or 8 persons. Lu Qichen donned a black suit, exuding a stern demeanor that starkly contrasted with the relaxed atmosphere he shared with Jiang Mansheng at home. Jiang Mansheng carried a small suitcase, and, as they disembarked, Lu Qichen effortlessly took it upon himself to assist her. Those who had not previously interacted with Jiang Mansheng regarded them with utmost respect. Acutely aware of Lu Qichen's formidable reputation, and naturally extending that reverence to his wife. However, Jiang Mansheng sensed an air of tension surrounding them. Despite this being their first encounter, she could not fathom why they appeared so apprehensive. Although she had dressed in a black suit and skirt to complement Lu Qichen's image for their business trip, she considered her appearance not particularly intimidating. Upon reflection during the flight, she surmised that the pressure stemmed more from Lu Qichen's inherent intensity. The journey to London would take nearly 10 hours, and shortly after settling into their seats, Lu Qichen handed her a pair of new slippers. "Consider what you would like to eat. I shall have them prepare it." They had not had the opportunity to eat before boarding the plane. Jiang Mansheng remarked, "I notice you are quite stern when at work." Lu Qichen replied, "It's manageable. If he were to maintain the same demeanor he had with her while at work, he would not need to exert authority." Jiang Mansheng mused that manageable was a rather modest assessment. Ultimately, they merely enjoyed a simple steak for dinner, arriving in London by nightfall. They headed directly to the hotel, where a minor issue had arisen with their reservation, but the secretary's office resolved it with astonishing efficiency. Jiang Mansheng gained a newfound appreciation for his managerial capabilities, understanding why her mother had agreed after speaking with Lu Qichen. Upon arriving at the hotel, after a brief tidy-up, Jiang Mansheng emerged from the shower and sat at the vanity to ponder her plans. Aware that Lu Qichen would be preoccupied during the day, she contemplated potential excursions. She had visited London once before, and their hotel was conveniently located near the British Museum, which piqued her interest. During her university days, she had a penchant for traveling, often prioritizing museum visits. However, exploring museums could be mentally exhausting, leaving her fatigued after each visit. She found herself in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Lu Qichen approached with a hairdryer, plugging it in and testing the temperature from behind her. "Would you like me to arrange for a secretary to accompany you?" Jiang Mansheng shook her head. "No need. I wouldn't want to take up your secretary's time, especially just for my leisure. Besides, I prefer to explore the museum on my own." Lu Qichen acknowledged her response with a sound before adding, "Will you reserve the evening for me?" Chapter 57. Hair drying Jiang Mansheng. Originally, she had accompanied him on this business trip. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Mansheng inquired again. At the moment she posed this question, Lu Qichen had yet to finalize any plans. He merely instinctively wished to keep Jiang Mansheng by his side. However, he suddenly recalled her words. She had never been in love before. Although Lu Qichen lacked experience in this regard, he was keen to explore it. Thus, he replied, Jiang Mansheng softly echoed him, affirming, "All right." The atmosphere in the penthouse suite was unprecedentedly tranquil and warm. Lu Qichen turned her towards him, asking, "Shall I dry your hair first?" Jiang Mansheng nodded. Her long hair was still damp, and as he turned her, a few droplets splashed onto his shirt. She instinctively tilted her head to glance at Lu Qichen, her voice remaining low and gentle. "Your shirt got splashed." Lu Qichen reassured her, "It's fine. I'll change later," and switched on the hairdryer, its buzzing filling the room. Her freshly washed hair appeared a bit frizzy, and it was only when Lu Qichen's hands brushed gently against her ear that she realized how effortlessly he was drying her hair. It felt so natural that she hadn't even had the time to find it peculiar. A sudden surge of insecurity arose within Jiang Mansheng regarding why Lu Qichen might be fond of her. Despite the chair not being low, her sitting position only allowed her to wrap her arms around his waist while he stood. After a while, Lu Qichen confirmed that her hair was dry, and the buzzing of the hairdryer ceased. Yet, Jiang Mansheng remained wrapped around his waist, rendering him immobile. Lu Qichen chuckled softly. "Jiang Mansheng." She continued to hold on to him, replying lightly, "MMM." With no other option, Lu Qichen set the hairdryer aside and gently lifted her into his arms. In the next instant, she found herself on the soft bed, instinctively releasing him. After placing her down, Lu Qichen went to tidy up the hairdryer and change his clothes. Time passed. It felt like an eternity, long enough for Jiang Mansheng to grow a bit drowsy before Lu Qichen returned. Her eyes were heavy with sleep. The bed sank slightly as Lu Qichen's presence enveloped her once more. He reached out, pulling her close into his embrace, a simple gesture, yet it made Jiang Mansheng's underlying anxiety dissipate, replaced by a sense of contentment. Lu Qichen spoke softly, his words brushing against her ear. "Tomorrow will be a sunny day. Enjoy yourself." Perhaps sensing her fatigue, he did not expect a reply. Yet, Jiang Mansheng responded in a whisper, "But I can only wish you success in your work." Lu Qichen smiled. The cool night was pleasant. The next day, when Jiang Mansheng awoke, Lu Qichen was already gone. On WeChat, he had left her a message, stating that he had prepared breakfast for her and reminded her to call room service once she woke up. Jiang Mansheng quietly followed his instructions. The arrival of the delivery personnel was more than merely a single waiter. 2 managerial staff members accompanied her. Although she could converse in English, the others communicated directly in Chinese, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. The breakfast was perfectly tailored to her preferences. After finishing her meal, Jiang Mansheng shouldered her bag and headed out. However, as she descended the stairs, she encountered 2 young hotel staff members engaged in conversation. Jiang Mansheng overheard them. "Hey, did you hear? A remarkably handsome man is staying on the top floor today, and he specifically asked the manager to prepare a special breakfast for his wife." For some reason, the term wife sounded rather foreign to Jiang Mansheng when uttered by others. It turned out that the breakfast had been specially arranged by Lu Qichen. No wonder she found it a bit odd. By the time she arrived at the British Museum, it was precisely 10 o'clock, the opening hour. Jiang Mansheng had made a reservation in advance and soon entered the exhibition hall. She had researched her itinerary and intended to explore leisurely. However, not long into her visit, she unexpectedly encountered someone she knew, a child of a family friend. Although they weren't particularly close, their familial connection rendered their acquaintance deeper than that of mere friends. He was a male actor named Shen Sun, who had recently gained considerable fame due to a hit television drama. They exchanged brief pleasantries, and just as Jiang Mansheng intended to continue her exploration, he suddenly offered to give her a tour. This proposal was quite enticing, as his grandfather specialized in this field of research, making Shen Sun far more reliable than any guidebook. Jiang Mansheng inquired, "Would this interfere with your own visit?" Shen Sun joked, "I'll consider it a form of learning through the Feynman technique." Jiang Mansheng chuckled, "Thank you then." Shen Sun was indeed very knowledgeable. He introduced the exhibits with great care, exuding a relaxed and leisurely demeanor, while also sharing intriguing anecdotes that most people were unaware of. Halfway through their tour, Jiang Mansheng suddenly remembered to ask, "Aren't you busy with work lately?" Shen Sun glanced down at her and replied, "I'm just enjoying my last holiday." Unbeknownst to them, someone had just pressed the shutter at that moment. Meanwhile, at a conference room in the London branch of the Lu Group, Lu Qichen sat silently at the table while the other executives were locked in a heated debate. Fang Qizhong suddenly pulled out his phone and approached Lu Qichen, saying, "The car and restaurant you requested are ready. However, there's a trending topic about your wife." He showed Lu Qichen the trending search. For the first time that day, the executives witnessed a slight change in Lu Qichen's expression. The trending topics were Shun Sun romance, Shun Sun London secret date with girlfriend, Shun Sun pampering. Accompanying these were several candid photos from the British Museum. Due to Jiang Mansheng's status as an ordinary person in the eyes of the entertainment industry paparazzi, her face had been blurred in the images. Nevertheless, anyone familiar with Jiang Mansheng would recognize her instantly. The comment section was lively with discussions. Shun Sun is indeed in London. This seems rather intimate. It's hard to assess. I can't believe it. Our fans fight tirelessly for him every day. Just as his career begins to flourish, he sneaks away to meet his girlfriend. This pose exudes an inexplicable tenderness, and his countenance is undeniably striking. His theatrical performances are commendable, and it appears he excels in romance as well. Indeed, these photographs suggest a harmonious pairing. If he were to act in a serious drama, it would be of little consequence. Lu Qichen also fixates on that intimate photograph, which undeniably conveys a sense of closeness. He is keenly aware of the comments in the discussion, particularly those expressing affection for the girlfriend. Fang Qizhong confirms his perspective. Since the lady's face is not exposed, it should not cause any repercussions for her. Should they take measures to address this? Lu Qichen responds affirmatively, feeling perturbed by the situation. Fang Qizhong understands his superior, Mr. Lu Qichen, quite well. The term well-matched in his eyes applies solely to a wife who is always kind-hearted, and to a boss who, despite his stern demeanor, is genuinely considerate toward subordinates. Fang Qizhong is reliable. However, Mr. Lu, this Shun Sun is merely the son of a friend of the lady's father, and likely just a coincidence. Lu Qichen acknowledges this with a sound of agreement, as he had not given it much thought. He simply finds that photograph rather glaring. Currently, public opinion is not particularly intense. Moments later, those still engrossed in this gossip notice that discussions surrounding Shun Sun's romantic involvement have vanished entirely without a trace. Among the comments, one cautiously observes, "What do you think? Does anyone feel that this public relations strategy seems rather familiar, reminiscent of a certain bigwig when photos of him were previously revealed?" Haha. Yes, even the letters SXL cannot be typed anymore. My absurd sense of humor returns. Haha, which bigwig? The one in the stunning red dress, who is simply breathtaking. Chapter 58. A date and jealousy throughout the day. Jiang Mansheng scarcely glanced at her phone. In truth, she had only troubled Shun Sun to accompany her to a small exhibition. Feeling somewhat guilty for inconveniencing him, she eventually wandered around alone. However, as fate would have it, at the appointed time, when Lu Qichen was to pick her up, she unexpectedly encountered Shun Sun again. Shun Sun, having left his phone at home, was also waiting for someone to arrive. He stood beside Jiang Mansheng, confirming the time with her. After their exchange, Jiang Mansheng turned to see Lu Qichen. He stood on a lower step, and with a smile, she looked back at Shun Sun, saying, "My husband has come to fetch me. Are you certain someone will take good care of you? If so, I shall take my leave." Shun Sun candidly encouraged her to go ahead. As Jiang Mansheng approached Lu Qichen, he naturally took her hand in his. Having not seen him for almost a day, her heart swelled with sweetness, and she grasped his hand tightly. "Did you have fun?" Lu Qichen inquired. Jiang Mansheng nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, indeed. Surely, your blessings from last night are at play." Lu Qichen acknowledged her with a soft murmur. Upon entering the car, Jiang Mansheng noted its unfamiliarity. Realizing that it was just the two of them. "Where's Fang Mi?" she instinctively asked. "I'll let them go have some fun," Lu Qichen replied. After speaking, he retrieved a bouquet of Elsa roses from the back seat and placed it in her arms. Jiang Mansheng's eyes sparkled with delight. "What is this? Why the sudden gift of flowers? Yet they were so beautiful," she added. Noticing Jiang Mansheng's momentary silence, Lu Qichen leaned closer to fasten her seatbelt, gazing at her intently. "Because I plan to take you on a romantic date tonight." The notion of a romantic date seemed an unusual phrase for Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng's mind raced back to her previous words. "I have never been in a relationship. Thus, Was Lu Qichen intending to embark on this venture with her? Her heart raced with anticipation. At that moment, Lu Qichen slightly increased the distance between them, aware of Jiang Mansheng's fondness for movies and her mild appreciation for wine. Last night, I had envisioned taking you out for dinner, followed by a visit to a private cinema or bar. However, your approach to exploring the museum was a tad different from my expectations. Lu Qichen had assumed she would merely browse casually, not realizing she was absorbing knowledge as if studying history. Are you tired now? Do you still have energy? I do, Jiang Mansheng replied, adjusting her phrasing. Let us go on our date. Lu Qichen responded, if you become fatigued at any point, do not hesitate to tell me. She affirmed. The restaurant they had chosen was situated by a window, and by the time they arrived, the sky had darkened. Lu Qichen reached out to request the menu. Jiang Mansheng initially intended to capture the night view outside, but found she could photograph Lu Qichen's reflection in the glass instead. She snapped several pictures. Just then, a server brought over a bottle of wine, and Lu Qichen poured a glass for her. After perusing the menu, he voiced several dishes he wished to order and sought her opinion. Jiang Mansheng suggested an additional dish, and soon, their selections began to arrive at the table. After the steak was served, Lu Qichen naturally took it, cut it into pieces, and placed a portion before her. Jiang Mansheng, At that moment, he received a phone call and gestured to her before stepping outside to answer it. Jiang Mansheng chewed slowly on her steak, savoring its exquisite flavor. A man approached her, attempting to strike up a conversation. She smiled politely and began to say sorry, but before she could finish her gentle rejection, Lu Qichen returned unexpectedly. Perhaps due to his study abroad experience, his spoken English sounded far more authentic than Jiang Mansheng's. With a calm tone, Lu Qichen stated, "Sorry, she is my wife." The man also courteously replied, "Sorry." What was that? Lu Qichen appeared slightly peculiar, as if his words bore an unintended edge. He sat back down and served her a new dish she particularly enjoyed. Yet, his demeanor towards her remained consistently warm, as it had been every day prior. Jiang Mansheng blinked at him. "Were you about to say something just now?" Lu Qichen's expression turned somewhat serious. "Yes. I just find you very charming." His sudden compliment took her by surprise, but she managed to handle it well. After their meal, Jiang Mansheng genuinely felt too fatigued to continue to the private cinema or any other place. After informing Lu Qichen, they headed straight back to the hotel. Perhaps sensing her exhaustion from the day spent at the museum, Lu Qichen even arranged for a massage for her. Following the massage, the soreness in her neck, resulting from a day of looking up, vanished. Lu Qichen was seated on the nearby sofa, engaged in a rather impromptu video conference. With the speakerphone activated, she remained quietly observant, not daring to speak, simply watching him. As she gazed, her heart stirred like a tranquil lake, rippling with unspoken emotions. After a while, the meeting concluded, yet he remained seated on the sofa. Noticing him rub his brow, Jiang Mansheng felt a pang of concern. He must be weary too. She rose and brought him a cup of hot tea. "Lu Qichen, are you tired?" Suddenly, she regretted having invited him on this date. He was on a business trip and had still chosen to accompany her, which must have been exhausting. Nevertheless, Lu Qichen accepted the tea, took a few sips, set it aside, and shook his head. He took her hand, seemingly contemplating whether to pull her onto his lap. "I'm not tired. Care to join me?" Without waiting for her nod, he acted without hesitation, enveloping her in his embrace once again. Initially, Jiang Mansheng felt a rush of sweetness. But as time passed and it grew late, Lu Qichen gently tousled her hair. It's time to shower and sleep. Jiang Mansheng stared at him in disbelief. The ambience had reached such a point. They were on a date, yet Lu Qichen did not lean in for a kiss. She felt a slight pang of disappointment. About 30 minutes later, after finishing her shower, she unexpectedly received a message from Shun Sun. It was a screenshot of a trending topic featuring her and Shun Sun. To this day, Jiang Mansheng remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation. Shun Sun offered her an apology. "I am sorry, and I hope I haven't caused you any trouble. Furthermore, I appreciate President Lu for assisting in having the trending topic removed." Was she the only one unaware of this trending topic? No wonder she felt that Lu Qichen was acting strangely today. Was he upset about this matter? Lu Qichen had gone to take a shower, and she patiently waited for him on the carpet not far from the bathroom. During this time, she also sent Sun a message to apologize. She never anticipated that merely inviting someone to accompany her to an exhibition would inadvertently entangle him in romantic rumors. Sun had yet to reply. Before long, Lu Qichen emerged and noticed Jiang Mansheng sitting there. "What are you doing sitting here?" Jiang Mansheng responded, "Allow me to clarify that trending topic. Sun is the son of a friend of my father. He only kindly accompanied me for a while at the exhibition, and there is nothing more between us. I have no idea how that photo was taken, but we weren't even that close." Lu Qichen replied, "I know." Jiang Mansheng felt a bit puzzled. Lu Qichen indeed seemed somewhat off. If you know, then why? "Are you still upset?" At that moment, Sun's message arrived. Lu Qichen glanced down, took the phone directly from Jiang Mansheng's hands, signaling her not to respond. Jiang Mansheng looked up at him, and his gaze fixed on the phone resembled the way he had regarded the man who had approached her earlier that day. Lu Qichen stated, "I am not angry. I am merely jealous. Couldn't you tell?" Chapter 59. Circle of Friends. How could Jiang Mansheng possibly discern this? In her heart, Lu Qichen was utterly unrelated to the notion of jealousy. Stunned, Jiang Mansheng found herself at a loss for words, managing only a dry utterance. "You mustn't be jealous." Lu Qichen chuckled softly. "You truly know how to soothe others." "I am jealous. You mustn't be jealous." For Jiang Mansheng simply could not comprehend. Although Sun possessed remarkable looks and garnered many admirers, in her eyes, Lu Qichen was far more handsome. Moreover, she did not harbor any feelings for Sun. Their brief exchanges stemmed solely from basic social etiquette. Why then should he feel jealous? Uncertain as to why he insisted on having her sit on the carpet to converse, Lu Qichen instinctively lifted her into his arms. Fresh from a shower, his hair still damp, a droplet of water cascaded down and landed on her collarbone, eventually rolling into her attire. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Mansheng's heart raced, only to hear Lu Qichen muse, "Indeed, why is that? It must be that you adore me too much." Such a thought emerged unbidden in Jiang Mansheng's mind, and she found it difficult to accept with conviction. She was aware that Lu Qichen certainly had feelings for her, but to what extent remained a mystery. "I do not like him," Jiang Mansheng asserted. "Since graduating high school, I have not harbored affections for anyone." She could only rely on such simple statements to attempt to reassure him. Yet, in uttering these words, she failed to consider that in Lu Qichen's heart, he too belonged to the realm of those left behind after high school graduation. Lu Qichen's business trip in London was extended by a day, prompting Jiang Mansheng to remain an additional day as well. The following day, Lu Qichen departed early once more, and Jiang Mansheng planned to venture out on her own. She spent merely a morning wandering near the London Eye and Trafalgar Square before messaging Fang Qizhong and returning to the hotel. After a refreshing shower, she adorned herself with exquisite makeup and selected a suitably elegant gown before stepping out. Lu Qichen was to attend a rather tedious dinner party that evening, the kind so monotonous it could incite irritation. Yet, he felt compelled to attend out of respect for the host. Before confirming his attendance, Fang Qizhong had inquired why he did not bring his wife along. Lu Qichen frowned. "Bring her along just to sit there in silence? I find it bothersome." So how could she not? He preferred to attend alone. Upon arriving at the venue, however, Lu Qichen stepped out of the car to find Fang Qizhong escorting Jiang Mansheng from another vehicle. Dressed in a stunning black gown, she smiled gently at him. "I have come to accompany you to the banquet." Instantly, Lu Qichen deduced that this was a scheme concocted by Fang Qizhong and Jiang Mansheng together. A flicker of light danced in his eyes. Yet his words were sharp as he cast a glance at Fang Qizhong before fixing his gaze on Jiang Mansheng. "Your relationship with Fang Qizhong seems to surpass my own." Jiang Mansheng laughed softly. "I asked Secretary Fang to keep it a secret. Please do not be angry." Lu Qichen continued to gaze at her. He approached her side, and Jiang Mansheng reached out to link her arm with his. "Am I really that easily angered?" she teased. "Not at all. You are never angry," he replied softly. Although Lu Qichen did not vocalize it, everyone at the evening gathering seemed to sense his emotional delight, particularly Fang Qizhong. Observing his boss and wife standing together, he felt increasingly that they were indeed a match made in heaven. After the banquet concluded, the couple returned to the hotel together, with Fang Qizhong driving ahead while they sat in the back seat. Lu Qichen's gaze remained fixed on her. The sparkle beneath Jiang Mansheng's eyes was captivating. Instinctively, he reached out to brush away the colorful remnants of her makeup, which stained his hand. Jiang Mansheng noticed and remarked, "Ah, I must have smudged some stars on you." Lu Qichen replied with a quiet, Then Jiang Mansheng tugged at his hand and asked, "Would you like to see my moments?" "Moments?" Lu Qichen inquired. Throughout their acquaintance, he had never seen her post anything on social media. However, this time, as he scrolled, a single post appeared, her only one. Jiang Mansheng had shared a photograph, one of several candid shots she had secretly taken of Lu Qichen's silhouette cast against the glass window while dining the previous day. In the picture, he was clad in a black suit, his head bent over the menu, his elegant hand resting on the table's edge, while his face was obscured. The image conveyed the presence of a strikingly handsome and charismatic man. Lu Qichen recognized the restaurant immediately, bewildered as to when she had captured this moment. Accompanying the photograph was a simple caption, a small red heart. Beneath it, a lengthy string of comments ensued, to which Jiang Mansheng responded to only one. Someone had asked, "Wow, congratulations. Is he your boyfriend?" Jiang Mansheng replied, "Not a boyfriend. He is my husband. I'm feeling a bit jealous. Didn't you notice?" She had asked him yesterday. And now, here she was, accompanying him to an evening he himself found tedious, sharing a post featuring his photograph. It seemed as though she was responding to him through her actions, as if to say, "Everyone knows we are married. You needn't feel jealous." Lu Qichen's breathing slowed in response. The group returned to the capital city the following evening, arriving around 7 in the morning. Rui Bai's team building day had concluded the previous day, and they first returned to Qinglan. Lu Qichen had no intention of resting. He needed to change clothes and head directly to the headquarters of the Lu Group. Jiang Mansheng also planned to forego rest. Although she was now able to partake in managing the Jiang family business, she intended to diligently wrap up matters at Rui Bai as well. When Jiang Mansheng emerged after changing, Lu Qichen was in the living room, tying his tie with one hand. Surprised to see her, he remarked, "Taking a morning off for you?" "Not necessary," she replied, walking over to naturally take the tie from his hands to assist him in fastening it. As they were preparing to go to work, Jiang Mansheng donned a black top accompanied by a gray suit, complemented by a vibrant skirt. The combination of gray and bright hues seemed somewhat peculiar, yet she wore it with undeniable elegance. At that moment, she neatly adjusted Lu Qichen's tie, her voice soothing and reassuring. "Both our suits today are gray." The secretary who came to fetch Lu Qichen was not Fong, but rather the gentleman who had shared a spicy hot pot meal with them. He appeared quite fond of Jiang Mansheng, greeting her warmly. "Good morning, madam. You look truly beautiful today." Jiang Mansheng politely returned the greeting, intending to retrieve her car and depart. However, she was suddenly halted by Lu Qichen, who reached out, gently brushing his thumb across her lips, his voice low. "Your lipstick is a bit too red." Jiang Mansheng thought to herself that he was mistaken. How could he insist on diminishing the vibrancy of her lipstick? Yet, she chose not to argue with him that day. Upon arriving at Rui Bai, she diligently completed her tasks as usual and, in the afternoon, found a suitable moment to submit her resignation. The individual most resistant to this decision was Chun Qin, but she gradually came to terms with it, acknowledging that a handover period was necessary. When Jiang Mansheng returned home that evening, Lu Qichen had not yet arrived. Exhausted, she felt too weary to eat and opted to go straight to bed. Still adjusting to the time difference, she awoke in the early hours, hunger stirring her from sleep. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Lu Qichen had returned, standing in a corner of the bedroom, removing his suit. With sleepy eyes, she murmured, "Lu Qichen." He seemed taken aback by her sudden awakening. Jiang Mansheng inquired, "You just got back, didn't you?" Indeed, he had just returned from a business trip, burdened with numerous affairs to attend to. Before Lu Qichen could respond, Jiang Mansheng glanced at her phone and noted the time, 1 a.m. "You should come to bed." However, her stomach audibly protested, betraying her hunger. Lu Qichen heard it. "Did you not have dinner?" "Yes," she admitted. "I was too tired when I got home." Outside, rain unexpectedly began to fall, the droplets tapping against the window, evoking a chill in the air. "Get up. I'll cook something for you," he offered. Despite Lu Qichen's evident exhaustion, Jiang Mansheng felt reluctant to impose upon him further. She leapt from the bed. I can cook for myself. You should go to sleep. Yet, she stumbled slightly over her slippers, nearly losing her balance. Lu Qichen swiftly reached out to steady her. She began, but he seemed truly fatigued, pulling her into an embrace as he lay back on the nearby sofa. It was unexpected, and Jiang Mansheng found herself resting atop him. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence as she gently pressed her fingers to his brow, asking softly, "Is this how we are going to sleep?" Lu Qichen's voice remained calm and tender. "Just hold me for a moment." Chapter 60. As the hem of her clothing was lifted, Jiang Mansheng found herself enveloped in an embrace for a brief moment, sensing that Lu Qichen had been revitalized. Observing him as he entered the kitchen, she marveled at his remarkable capacity for recovery. Lu Qichen prepared a simple yet delectable dish of egg and sour soup noodles. Perhaps having already dined, he only made a single serving. The broth, a vibrant red, appeared utterly enticing. Upon tasting it, Jiang Mansheng found it utterly delightful, feeling as though she too had been rejuvenated in an instant. While she savored her noodles, Lu Qichen retreated to the bathroom for a shower. After finishing her meal and letting out a small burp of satisfaction, she returned to the bedroom, where Lu Qichen had already emerged, fresh and invigorated. Jiang Mansheng brushed her teeth before snuggling into Lu Qichen's arms, intending to drift back into slumber. Yet, whether due to jet lag or having had sufficient rest, sleep eluded her even upon returning to bed. Lu Qichen lay with his eyes closed, and Jiang Mansheng found herself gazing at him for quite some time. Ultimately, she leaned in and gently kissed his eyelashes. However, with this seemingly innocuous gesture, Lu Qichen unexpectedly pulled her closer, enveloping her in his warmth. Her heart raced momentarily as she met his alert gaze. "Not sleepy?" he inquired. Having indeed had her fill of rest, she stammered in response. "Aren't you sleepy?" In reply, Lu Qichen demonstrated through action. He cradled her head with one large hand and laid her back against the bed, gently leaning in to kiss her. Since their date in London, Jiang Mansheng had yearned for this kiss, and now that it had finally arrived, she found herself wanting more. How could Jiang Mansheng be so eager to learn? Although none of their previous kisses had been particularly tender, this one felt overwhelmingly intense. When Lu Qichen entwined his tongue with hers, she let out a soft whimper, an involuntary sound that sent a jolt through Lu Qichen. Unaware of the extent of the thrill she had ignited in him, she playfully pecked at his tongue, asking, "How did you just do that? Teach me." Even the composed Lu Qichen could not help but chuckle at her enthusiasm, his voice firm, yet teasing. "I won't teach you." Jiang Mansheng, employing the same charming tactic she used with her mother, wrapped her arms around Lu Qichen's neck, pleading, "Please, teach me." Lu Qichen, taken aback, recalled the first time he had witnessed her flirtation. He could hardly have anticipated her employing it in such a context. Reluctantly, he demonstrated once more, prompting another soft gasp from Jiang Mansheng, which only heightened Lu Qichen's tension. Realizing he could not continue down this path, he attempted to distance himself slightly from her. However, the ever-eager Jiang Mansheng would not be so easily deterred. Feeling she had grasped the technique, she was eager to practice on Lu Qichen. He resisted, gradually pulling away from her face, only to be drawn back again by her grasp on his neck. The air hung heavy with anticipation. Lu Qichen gazed into her eyes, his voice low and husky as he asked, "Shall I teach you something else?" Jiang Mansheng's breath hitched for a moment, as if she sensed an impending danger. Hesitantly, she stammered, "What are you doing?" In the next instant, the hem of her dress was lifted, and Lu Qichen's hand ventured into the small of her back. The moment his large hand caressed the skin at her waist, Jiang Mansheng trembled all over, and then she heard Lu Qichen's voice. "What do you think?" Chapter 61. A gentle twinge of the heart on that evening. Jiang Mansheng donned a particularly delicate white camisole dress. At the hem, just beneath her collarbone, a tiny bow dangled gracefully. It was, in essence, a simple yet charmingly youthful nightgown. However, Jiang Mansheng appeared strikingly beautiful in it. Lu Qichen felt a gentle tug at his heartstrings. Perhaps it was the lingering intimacy of their recent kiss that made him acutely aware, as his hand caressed her silky skin, that her dress had been lifted leaving only a thin layer of fabric between her legs. Jiang Mansheng seemed rather anxious. One hand tightly clutched Lu Qichen's shirt, while the other wrapped around his waist, lacking strength. Realizing this, Lu Qichen hesitated to make any further movements. Instead, he leaned down once more, cradling Jiang Mansheng's head, and softly kissed her lips. It was a soothing and tender gesture. Uncertain how long they engaged in this gentle kiss, Lu Qichen shifted his hand upward, finding the clasp of her bra nestled against her soft waist. He fumbled for a moment, and upon a sudden, springing sensation, he realized he had undone it. Just as he was about to explore further, his thumb inadvertently grazed her skin, causing Jiang Mansheng to gasp suddenly. She tugged at him, saying, "Lu Qichen, I'm tired. I want to sleep." The bedroom was dim, with not even a bedside lamp illuminated. Lu Qichen gazed into Jiang Mansheng's eyes, and for reasons unknown, he recalled that night in London when she had adorned her eyes with sparkling stars after accompanying him to a dinner. Jiang Mansheng had rejected him so resolutely then. He paused momentarily, pondering what could be done. After all, this was the woman he had come to adore. After a while, he gently lifted Jiang Mansheng's waist, bringing her onto himself. She nestled against him once more, seeking comfort in his embrace. This position offered her no sense of security unless he held her tightly. Jiang Mansheng noticed Lu Qichen particularly enjoyed holding her this way. Just as she hesitated, his arms enveloped her firmly. He remained still thereafter. In a low voice, Jiang Mansheng asked, "Is this how we are to sleep?" Receiving a reassuring answer, she quietly buried her head against his warm, strong chest. That night, Lu Qichen's embrace radiated warmth akin to that of Jiang Mansheng's heart. The room was enveloped in a tranquil warmth. Days turned slowly by on the calendar. After about half a month, Jiang Mansheng had nearly completed her handover at Rue Bai. On her last day, to celebrate her newfound freedom to pursue her passions, Lu Qichen had arranged a date with her at 7 o'clock that evening. However, an incident occurred that afternoon. Initially, a few female colleagues in the office were chatting during a break when Jiang Mansheng learned of the details. It turned out that a popular male celebrity had inadvertently posted a lengthy private chat screenshot along with a Weibo update that afternoon. The male celebrity, possessing striking features and a wild temperament, has consistently starred in productions of the highest caliber since his debut. Rumored to be the son of a renowned director within the Beijing circle, his family background is one that few dare to provoke. He has even overshadowed a young actor who tirelessly auditioned for a coveted leading role, ultimately securing it through sheer determination. Although his reputation may not be entirely favorable, his handsome visage and the substantial investments in his projects have garnered him a substantial fan base, positioning him as one of the foremost male actors in the entertainment industry today. The content of a particular chat screenshot reveals a male-only group chat filled with an array of photographs of actresses and even attractive female bystanders. Within this chat, Jiang Qinan's comments are notably provocative. "This one is a 6. This one could be a keeper. This one could spend the night with me. This one for later." Such exchanges encapsulate a raucous celebration among the men. Although the screenshot was swiftly deleted by the editor, numerous young women felt offended as a result. One actress, whose photograph was shared in the chat, subsequently reposted the screenshot, escalating public discourse. Fans attempted to downplay the situation, asserting it was merely a joke. "We kindly ask a certain actress not to amplify this, seeking attention. And besides, men often joke like this. It's not just Jiang Qinan. Let us discuss the matter. Isn't this merely seeking attention?" Jiang Qinan was indeed offensive. Unbelievable. It was just a joke. And who knew you women were so sensitive? Make a joke about your own father. As women, we felt offended, okay? Isn't the beauty of female celebrities merely for consumption? Firstly, the beauty of female celebrities is not for consumption. Secondly, if a female bystander catches your male idol's attention, is this the kind of comment she deserves? As the controversy intensified, more chat screenshots emerged. Among them, a particularly striking image features a photo previously released by the Lu Group, depicting Lu Qichen dancing with Jiang Mansheng. Jiang Mansheng herself saw the image and furrowed her brow slightly. Even merely reading the chat content left her feeling affronted, let alone the inclusion of her photograph. Yet, a single expression of discontent could hardly shake such a colossal figure. The matter continued to escalate, but Jiang Qinan's fervent fanbase proved too powerful to contain the public outcry. The remaining voices of the offended women coalesced into one demand. As women, we do not accept being subjected to such jokes by men. We request an apology from Jiang Qinan. Around 4 o'clock, the official Weibo account of the Lu Group issued a public post, tagging Jiang Qinan. We request that you apologize within 1 hour. At 5 o'clock, we request that you apologize within 1 hour. At 6 o'clock, we request that you apologize within 1 hour. However, silence reigned. During this time, Jiang Qinan logged onto Weibo and liked a post from his studio, which seemed unsurprising given his extensive fan base, many of whom are young and resistant to reason. Moreover, his father's status and family background were undeniably formidable. At 6 o'clock, the situation remained unresolved. In the midst of silence, the Lu Group once again issued a Weibo post, revealing the names of all entertainment-related companies under its umbrella. Soon after, all collaborations associated with Jiang Qinan were forcibly terminated. Huixian Film Industry announced that Mr. Jiang Qinan, originally cast as the male lead in Mountain Green, would be replaced. Shunbei declared the cessation of its partnership with the current spokesperson, Jiang Qinan. The comment sections of various marketing accounts erupted into chaos, as fan control over the narrative faltered, with some even criticizing the Lu Group. The power of capital is truly terrifying. With wealth comes the ability to manipulate public opinion. Behold the true face of the so-called tycoon. To be honest, his wife's figure is rather mediocre. What does the Lu Group even do? I will never purchase their products again, although it's likely that the Lu Group's offerings are beyond your reach. After a while, Jiang Qinan's Weibo account was also silenced. It was rumored that the filming plans of a renowned director, Jiang Qinan's father, were urgently halted as well. The comment section of the Lu Group was entirely dominated by Jiang Qinan's fans, with insults escalating in severity. At the time of these events, Lu Qichen was attending a business interview. A journalist, who was an admirer of Jiang Qinan, indignantly inquired, "Mr. Lu, are you indeed blacklisting Jiang Qinan? Do you not think it excessive to silence someone over a few words?" Lu Qichen gently adjusted his wristwatch, glancing at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. "Indeed, I am blacklisting him. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 62. The lock on the bedroom door. Lu Qichen. "Moreover, I have afforded him 3 opportunities for apology. It was Jiang Qinan who declined them." With the question resolved, the interview was nearing its conclusion, and Lu Qichen appeared disinclined to continue. "If you have no further inquiries, I shall take my leave, as I have an engagement with my wife this evening." The Weibo account of the Lu Group was something Jiang Mansheng noticed a bit late. She was taken aback, as she had not anticipated the Lu Group would make a statement in such a context. Upon perusing the comments, she discovered that the section had indeed been inundated by Jiang Qinan's fans, the majority expressing disdain, though a small number of young women offered their support. It was undoubtedly orchestrated by Lu Qichen. She was certain of it. Had it not been for the inclusion of her photograph, there would have been no reason for Lu Qichen to involve himself in this matter. Jiang Mansheng's brow involuntarily furrowed, a reflection of the trouble she had brought upon him. They had agreed to meet at 7, and she arrived 10 minutes early. Lu Qichen arrived approximately 5 minutes later, driving a Pagani, its sleek black lines exuding an air of elegance, even a hint of sharpness in the night. It was rather ostentatious. As Jiang Mansheng entered the car, she stole a glance at Lu Qichen, who appeared as dashing as ever, his countenance calm and composed, today seemingly imbued with a touch of tenderness. Once she settled into her seat, Lu Qichen presented her with a bouquet of flowers, causing her to regain her composure. She had been momentarily distracted. They had intended for this evening to be a serious date. Jiang Mansheng hastily accepted the flowers, cradling them in her arms, responding to his affection with her customary small token of gratitude. "Thank you. They're beautiful. I adore them." Lu Qichen deftly adjusted the steering wheel. Jiang Mansheng gazed at him cautiously, yearning to inquire about Jiang Qinan, yet recognizing that their date was a shared affair. Lu Qichen appeared remarkably tranquil, and she sensed that broaching the subject might disrupt the ambience. She wished to see him happy. Ultimately, she resolved to postpone her questions until they returned home, prioritizing their date. During a previous team-building event, Jiang Mansheng had casually mentioned her fondness for camping, so Lu Qichen had chosen a camping-themed restaurant for their outing. Upon entering, they found the atmosphere to be particularly simple and warm. They were guided into a tent, where the server explained that the menu had to be ordered in a specific sequence, and each dish would be served one at a time, only after the previous course had been finished. It was quite an intriguing concept. Then, an even more fascinating proposition arose. To ensure the optimal dining experience, the establishment offered to safeguard their phones should they choose. Lu Qichen, what kind of rule is this? The server replied, if you prefer not to, that is perfectly acceptable. We merely hope to provide you with the simplest dining experience, allowing you to focus entirely on enjoying your meal with your companion. Jiang Mansheng was indifferent and handed her phone to the server, as no one would be reaching out to her at this hour. However, she was surprised when Lu Qichen also relinquished his device. Jiang Mansheng, are you sure? What if someone needs to contact you? Lu Qichen, if I were to ignore a call for an hour, the Lu group would collapse. Then, what purpose would there be in supporting so many individuals? Well, wholeheartedly dining with one's partner sounds like a romantic notion. Moreover, the dishes they ordered were both favorites of the couple. Soon, the food began to arrive, and Lu Qichen patiently sliced the dishes for Jiang Mansheng. There was one dish that Lu Qichen adored, yet Jiang Mansheng had always found it rather mediocre. As they savored each dish slowly, Jiang Mansheng chewed thoughtfully, remarking, I think I understand now why you enjoy this dish. Lu Qichen smiled in response. By the time they finished their meal, Jiang Mansheng had developed a fondness for this restaurant. In the car, Lu Qichen fastened her seatbelt, asking, do you like it that much? Jiang Mansheng nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I truly enjoyed it. I was happy to see you happy while eating. This restaurant is truly wonderful. Immersed in the delightful flavors, Jiang Mansheng suddenly remembered something. She rummaged through her bag and produced a small box, saying, I ordered a watch for you. It's from the same designer as the floral series jewelry you gifted me last time. Take a look. I hope you like it. With both hands, Jiang Mansheng opened the box before him, feeling a twinge of nervousness, fearing he might not appreciate it. Inside lay a silver watch, exquisitely crafted to complement the floral series he had given her, capturing the essence of his favorite style. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as Lu Qichen extended his hand, saying, let me try it on. Jiang Mansheng felt a surge of joy at his eagerness. Now, Lu Qichen nodded, and with delight, she helped him put it on. It seemed that everything he wore exuded an indescribable charm, and as Jiang Mansheng admired him, she suddenly heard Lu Qichen say, thank you. She looked up at him, asking, did you enjoy our date today? Never had she contemplated being asked such a question. Did you enjoy our date today? She nodded fervently. I was particularly happy. Lu Qichen gazed deeply in her eyes and replied, then I am very happy too. The gentle breeze, wafting through the car window, felt soothing. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Jiang Mansheng stood at the entrance, changing her shoes, and recalled she needed to mention something else. I'll be going to Jiangxing with my father tomorrow. Lu Qichen paused momentarily. Having returned home and concluded their date, Jiang Mansheng felt compelled to inquire about Jiang Qinan. As Lu Qichen headed towards the bedroom, she hurriedly followed, asking Lu Qichen, will Jiang Qinan's situation negatively affect the Lu group? Surprised by her concern, Lu Qichen firmly reassured her, it won't. In fact, it's merely a trivial matter among the many I handle daily. Jiang Mansheng replied, oh, that's good. The fans are quite young, and when they criticize, they sometimes lack restraint. If you see any of it, don't take it to heart. Lu Qichen nodded slightly, and, at that moment, both of them halted at the threshold of the bedroom. Having indulged in alcohol today, Jiang Mansheng contemplated whether to prepare a hangover soup for him. Just as she was about to take a step forward, Lu Qichen encircled her waist. Jiang Mansheng turned her head to meet Lu Qichen's gaze. How many days? Lu Qichen replied, Jiangxing. It dawned on her that he was inquiring about her trip to Jiangxing with her father the following day. Perhaps 2 or 3 days. Jiang Mansheng responded, her voice gentle and soft. Lu Qichen drew her into the bedroom, his eyes resting on her lips, revealing his imminent intentions. Jiang Mansheng, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, Lu Qichen, are you a kiss monster? Lu Qichen grinned, I wish to be more than that. Do you agree? No sooner had he spoken than he lifted her effortlessly, raising her high enough for her to gaze directly into his eyes. Their surroundings were filled with an intoxicating ambience. Yet, this alone was insufficient. After Jiang Mansheng secured her arms around his neck, Lu Qichen reached out to pull the door closed, fastening the lock of the bedroom door. Chapter 63. One by one, he unfastened her buttons. In truth, there were no other individuals at home. Even if Lu Qichen had not locked the door, it would not have mattered. However, his action inexplicably heightened Jiang Mansheng's tension. Lu Qichen still bore the faint scent of alcohol. Perhaps it was due to her impending business trip for 2 days that his kiss this time was marked by impatience and a hint of possessiveness. As if he had tossed her onto the bed, Lu Qichen followed closely, his large hand cradling her head. Instinctively, Jiang Mansheng reached out to embrace his shoulder, her grip a tad desperate, while Lu Qichen hastily wrapped his arms around her. Thus, an awkward situation ensued. Jiang Mansheng's soft bosom pressed tightly against his chest. She could even sense a slight tension, instinctively wanting to retreat. In her attempt to escape upwards, her head collided with his chin with a thud. Flustered, Jiang Mansheng exclaimed, "Lu Qichen, did I hurt you?" Such a minor bump was inconsequential to Lu Qichen. Yet, the strength with which he held Jiang Mansheng noticeably diminished. His voice, low and filled with unspoken emotions, addressed her, "Wife." Jiang Mansheng replied softly, Lu Qichen continued, "Let us try something tonight, shall we?" Despite her lack of romantic experience, at 25, she found it easy to comprehend the implication of his words. Jiang Mansheng still clung tightly to his shoulder, her eyes solely fixed on Lu Qichen. "I feel a bit scared." Lu Qichen's tone was gentle. "There's no need to be afraid." Jiang Mansheng instinctively tightened her embrace, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'll wash up first." The bedroom was illuminated by a solitary floor lamp, casting a dim light over one side of the bed. Although the temperature was quite pleasant, Jiang Mansheng felt an inexplicable heat coursing through her body. After bathing, Lu Qichen changed into a simple white loungewear, his body still cool to the touch. Unconsciously, Jiang Mansheng leaned against him, her hands gripping his waist, strong, the very essence of the man she had admired for so many years. Lu Qichen was patient, unfastening her loungewear buttons one by one. With each button released, Jiang Mansheng shivered instinctively, her face growing increasingly flushed, resembling the hues of sunset. One of Lu Qichen's hands gently caressed her waist, a sensation both soothing and simultaneously inducing a sense of bashfulness and anxiety, with as soon as Jiang Mansheng sensed that she was no longer anxious. Lu Qichen found her bra. This time, he was experienced, effortlessly unfastening it. Jiang Mansheng felt a sudden release, and in the next moment, the shoulder straps slid down her arms. With her upper body exposed, she sensed the heat radiating from Lu Qichen, mirroring her own. She could only rest her hands lightly on him, too timid to press closer. It was as if she had inadvertently fallen into a rabbit hole, witnessing the wonders of a fantastical realm like Alice. Jiang Mansheng felt as though she were wandering through a dreamland, experiencing a different expression of love. Lu Qichen's large hand slowly moved upward, settling before her chest. Jiang Mansheng looked up into his eyes, where she beheld a profound desire she had never encountered before, undeniable and solely focused on her. Her heart raced wildly, still lingering in the enchanted world of Alice, feeling as if she had transformed into a peach, unable to leave, entranced by a tender affection that held no intention of departure. Returning to Lu Qichen's hands, his initial gentle caresses became imbued with the weight of yearning. Jiang Mansheng bit her lip tightly, her breaths growing shallow. Her soul floated alongside his hand, and she clung to Lu Qichen, attempting to transfer all her weight to him. Understanding her intent, Lu Qichen finally moved his hands from her front, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her into his embrace. Jiang Mansheng's face flushed, and she held him delicately, enveloped in overwhelming security and a hint of satisfaction and love. Lu Qichen kissed her softly for a long while, and just when she thought it had ended, it had not. His lips and tongue followed, as if kissing her anew, biting, sucking, and savoring her lips. One of Jiang Mansheng's hands held him, while the other tangled in his short hair. Overwhelmed by such tender affection, she felt tears welling up. In the end, she found herself speechless, her body weak and completely reliant on Lu Qichen. He returned to her gaze, kissing her cautiously, and she reciprocated with shy, gentle kisses, playfully nibbling at his lips. Lu Qichen allowed her to bite. Jiang Mansheng's voice grew hoarse, breathless, as she finally whispered, "No more trying." Lu Qichen understood her emotions and, indeed, ceased further advances, dressing her once more in her loungewear, fastening the buttons he had undone one by one. Yet, when Jiang Mansheng attempted to detach herself from him, Lu Qichen would not permit it. Speechless, she found herself at a loss for words. "Lu Qichen, you truly." Her sentence hung in the air, as she struggled to find any expression for the boy she had adored since her teenage years, now her beloved. Instead, she merely wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head against his chest, nuzzling softly. Lu Qichen complied, allowing her to cuddle against him. The temperature between the two gradually cooled, losing its previous fervor. It was now deep autumn. The scorching heat of midsummer slowly faded away, along with the vibrant greenery, chilled soda, and all the essence of summer. During the summer, Jiang Mansheng had unabashedly adored the season, and now, in autumn, her affection remained unchanged. The autumn breeze was refreshingly cool, occasionally accompanied by a gentle rain that brought a sense of tranquility. Although there was neither wind nor rain at this moment, Jiang Mansheng's mood mirrored the serenity she had once felt, filling her with bliss. Leaning against Lu Qichen's neck, she softly exhaled her warm breath against his skin. "Lu Qichen." His tone remained gentle and soothing. "I really love this autumn," Jiang Mansheng whispered. Chapter 64. I send you off the following day. Jiang Mansheng and her father had prearranged their flight for 8:30 in the morning. She rose early to prepare for the day ahead, which involved accompanying her father to a charity summit. Given the somewhat formal nature of the event, Jiang Mansheng decided to take her attire seriously. She woke up around 5 o'clock. The previous night, she had spent an enjoyable time with Lu Qichen until late, and he was still sound asleep. His eyes were closed, and his expression was devoid of emotion. It was peculiar. Even in slumber, Lu Qichen typically bore a slightly stern and serious countenance, a stark contrast to the demeanor he displayed in her presence. Jiang Mansheng quietly approached the other side of the bed, gently tugging at his blanket and bestowing a soft kiss upon his furrowed brow. However, such a simple gesture could not alleviate the tension he seemed to carry. With the prospect of not seeing him for the next few days, she resolved to express her affection one last time. In a whisper, she declared, "Lu Qichen, I really like you." Despite his deep slumber and the absence of a response, Jiang Mansheng spoke earnestly, reminiscent of the silent affection she had harbored for him throughout her lengthy high school crush. Not wishing to disturb Lu Qichen's rest, she retreated to the guest bathroom to bathe. She fetched a clean set of loungewear, entered the bathroom, adjusted the hot water, and let her long, tousled curls cascade freely after a night spent close to him. The warm water flowed gently from the shower head, gradually washing away her weariness and the stickiness of the night. Previously, her shower gel had been moved to Lu Qichen's master bedroom, so she used the spare one that Aunt Shun had prepared, which was scented with jasmine and white tea. This fragrance reminded her of the bouquet of jasmine white roses she had once gifted Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng was never swift in her bathing routine. After completing her skincare regimen, she emerged to find that it was already 6 o'clock. With a light blue shower cap perched atop her head, she proceeded to the dressing room. The master bedroom remained eerily quiet, devoid of any activity. With Aunt Chen absent, the dressing room was unattended and had become a bit disheveled. After sifting through her options, she ultimately selected a white suit dress. The fitted blazer featured a tailor cut and was adorned with metallic buttons. Just as she bent over to fasten the buttons, the door to the dressing room was gently knocked twice, and Lu Qichen stepped inside. At this moment, she had completed her makeup, and her long curls were neatly arranged, cascading over her shoulders. Turning to face Lu Qichen, she was surprised to find that he too was already dressed in a suit. Confusion flickered across her face. She had no idea when he had risen. Outside, the sky was overcast, and the weather forecast predicted a thunderstorm for the day. Lu Qichen inquired, "Is there any delay for the 8:30 flight?" Jiang Mansheng replied, "Not at the moment." He nodded and instructed, Get ready and come down for breakfast. All right, she responded, her mind still pondering whether the breakfast would be brought by Feng Mi yesterday. She had requested Lu Qichen to arrange for Secretary Feng to escort her to the airport. Upon descending, she discovered that it was Lu Qichen himself who had prepared everything. He had made her favorite poached egg soup and sandwiches, cooking 2 portions, presumably intending to share the meal with her. However, amidst this interlude, he received an unexpected video conference call and stepped aside to attend to it. Jiang Mansheng glanced at the time. It was still not yet 7 o'clock. The thought of a video meeting so early made her feel a pang of sympathy for Lu Qichen. She recalled their last business trip together, where everyone had exhibited both fear and reverence towards him. Yet, with her flight approaching, she could not afford to wait. About 15 minutes passed. Although Lu Qichen was typically composed, Jiang Mansheng could faintly hear him reprimanding someone in the study. Having nearly finished her meal, she tidied her utensils and returned them to the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Qichen emerged from his call. Jiang Mansheng knew it was time for her to leave. Before departing, she took a moment to glance at Little Pink, and Lu Qichen patiently offered her cat food. Little Pink looked eagerly at Lu Qichen, then turned to Jiang Mansheng. Jiang Mansheng remarked, "It seems Little Pink likes you a bit." Lu Qichen smiled faintly. She then placed the cat food down, saying, "You will need to look after Little Pink for the next 2 days." To which Lu Qichen simply nodded. Jiang Mansheng asked, "Has his Secretary Feng arrived?" He replied in the negative, revealing the keys he held. "I'll take you." Surprised, Jiang Mansheng did not expect Lu Qichen to personally accompany her. She hesitated. "You haven't had breakfast yet." Lu Qichen responded nonchalantly, "I will eat after I see you off." As they reached the foyer, Jiang Mansheng noticed that Lu Qichen had not yet tied his tie. She was dressed in a white suit dress, complemented by a black and white patterned scarf. There were a few spare ties hanging nearby, and noticing Lu Qichen's black suit, she recalled that he often wore a blue tie, presumably thinking along the same lines. He reached for a blue one. "No, that one is too handsome," Jiang Mansheng objected. Lu Qichen paused, glancing down at her. She unabashedly displayed her possessiveness over him. Quickly, she grabbed a black and white tie that matched her scarf and offered it to him, saying, "This one looks nice too." Lu Qichen accepted it, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The tie she chose harmonized visibly with her scarf. Once he tied it, he tugged at it and looked at her, confirming, "Is it done?" Jiang Mansheng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, all set." As she nodded, a stray strand of hair fell across her forehead, and Lu Qichen instinctively tucked it behind her ear. Upon arriving at the airport, the time was 7:30. She still had luggage to check in, making their timing just right. Lu Qichen assisted her in retrieving her luggage from the trunk, and Jiang Mansheng hurriedly took it from him. However, Lu Qichen suddenly grasped her wrist, leaned down, and pressed a gentle kiss upon her brow, before softly uttering 2 sentences. Jiang Mansheng was momentarily taken aback, waved goodbye to him, and proceeded into the airport with her luggage. As for the 2 sentences that Lu Qichen had whispered earlier that morning, she had secretly kissed his brow and quietly confessed, "Lu Qichen, I like you very much." Now, Lu Qichen had offered his reply. He said, "Jiang Mansheng, I feel the same." Chapter 65. A spectrum of colors. How could there be someone like Lu Qichen, whose mere utterance of 6 simple words could render Jiang Mansheng flushed and her heart racing? Furthermore, when she confessed her feelings in secrecy that morning, he had the audacity to overhear her. Jiang Mansheng gently patted her chest a few times and rubbed her brow, which had just been kissed by Lu Qichen. When her father, Jiang Nanshan, arrived, Jiang Mansheng approached him with her cheeks still aglow. He observed her for a moment before tenderly brushing his hand across his little daughter's forehead and inquiring, "Why is your face so red?" Jiang Mansheng, with utmost honesty, replied, "Father, I adore Lu Qichen." Jiang Nanshan chuckled softly, reminiscing about the beginning of spring when he had resolutely opposed the idea of Jiang Mansheng marrying at such a tender age, engaging in a half-hour discourse with his mother on the matter. Now, witnessing his daughter's happiness, that small regret of his inability to sway his mother seemed to have been assuaged. Yet what a considerate daughter Jiang Mansheng was, as she earnestly looked at Jiang Nanshan and declared, "Father, I cherish you too." Since reclaiming his little girl, who had been lost for over a decade, Jiang Mansheng had diligently strived to be a reliable father. Whenever she wished to forego certain activities, he and Shun, one would accompany her in her decision. Likewise, when she aspired to pursue her dreams, he would support her in every way he could, although he could not always discern right from wrong in the eyes of others. It was sufficient for him that she possessed a fearless courage. Should she stumble one day, they would gently extend their hands to catch her, allowing her to fall softly into their embrace. Jiang Mansheng's 2-day trip to Jiang City affected many, including Qin Yixuan. Qin Yixuan clung to G-Man, lamenting, "Why must I accompany Lu Qichen to the private club for overtime? He hardly pays me any attention, so why should I even go?" Miss G-Man, having reached her limit with Qin Yixuan's clinginess, was utterly exasperated by the situation. "Just go." Qin Yixuan replied, "Darling, have you stopped loving me now that you're expecting a baby?" G-Man retorted, "I love you." Qin Yixuan quipped, "Your tone is rather icy." As for Lu Qichen, his agenda for the day unfolded as follows. After seeing Jiang Mansheng off at the airport, he promptly proceeded to the Lu Corporation. The high-ranking officials were embroiled in heated debates over a particular matter. Yet throughout the process, Lu Qichen remained unperturbed, ultimately resolving the dispute with a few succinct remarks. Following the resolution, he engaged in several meetings where he was tasked with making final decisions. He maintained a calm demeanor throughout, occasionally rejecting proposals without furrowing his brow and offering targeted suggestions for modifications. Despite the fatigue that even the formidable Fang Qizhong felt, Lu Qichen still appeared composed. However, as the day grew late and with some work typically taken home, it was evident that Fang Qizhong noticed Lu Qichen hesitating for a moment. Eventually, the instruction he received was to escort Lu Qichen to the private club to meet Qin Yixuan. Fang Qizhong was aware that today his wife was absent, and Qin Yixuan, the young master, had grown up alongside Lu Qichen. This was reassuring for Fang Qizhong. Upon arriving at the private club where he had arranged to meet Lu Qichen, Qin Yixuan came alone, understanding that Lu Qichen preferred a quieter atmosphere. Typically, Lu Qichen would attend gatherings hosted by Qin Yixuan solely out of goodwill. The dynamics between the two remained unchanged. Lu Qichen was engrossed in work, while Qin Yixuan casually poured himself a drink and engaged in light conversation. "What is your wife doing in Jiangchen?" Qin Yixuan inquired. Lu Qichen answered succinctly, "Working." This opened a floodgate of conversation for Qin Yixuan, who proceeded to speak at length about his wife, without interruption from Lu Qichen. It wasn't until Lu Qichen noticed several faint scratch marks on Qin Yixuan's arm that he furrowed his brow, recalling a certain little pink creature that had scratched him. "Did a cat scratch you?" Qin Yixuan glanced at his arm, his tone nonchalant. "Don't worry. This is proof of my wife's affection." After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, and the hour had grown late, G-Man sent a gentle message inquiring when Qin Yixuan would return. He glanced at Lu Qichen, who appeared still absorbed in his work. Understanding Lu Qichen's possible adjustment to his wife's absence, Qin Yixuan felt a tinge of sympathy. Lu Qichen seemed to surmise the intent behind the message and looked at him. "It's fine. I can stay a little longer," Qin Yixuan reassured him. Lu Qichen stood. "Let us go." Despite Qin Yixuan's lingering concern, Lu Qichen added, "I need to return home to feed my cat." Upon returning to Qinglan, Lu Qichen found the living room shrouded in darkness. He raised his hand to press the switch, flooding the room with light. Yet, the myriad colors introduced by Jiang Mansheng felt discordant to him, rendering the monochrome furniture stark and unwelcoming. He quietly changed into his slippers, replenished the cat's food, and brewed a cup of tea before retreating to his study. Time slipped away as he worked, and when he returned to the bedroom, he found it equally dark. As he reached for the switch, he realized he had grown somewhat unfamiliar with the action. Was it because Jiang Mansheng was usually present upon his return, making such gestures rare? His master bedroom still bore the same black and gray bedding set, a color his grandmother had once disdained, yet Lu Qichen remained indifferent. Jiang Mansheng had never voiced any complaints either. A sudden thought struck him. Did Jiang Mansheng truly not care, or was she merely accommodating him? After all, her personal belongings, clothes or trinkets, were often vibrant and colorful. Lu Qichen fell into silence. He donned his loungewear and headed to the bathroom for a shower. As the water cascaded from the shower head, He caught sight of the myriad colorful skincare products that Jiang Mansheng had arranged nearby. Everything was in order as Lu Qichen dried his hair and slipped back under the covers. With a plethora of work awaiting him the next day, he knew he needed a rest. However, as his hand brushed against the pillow on Jiang Mansheng's side, he encountered something cool to the touch. Curiosity piqued. Lu Qichen reached out and retrieved it. It was the floral wristwatch, likely left behind by Jiang Mansheng. At present, he too adorned his wrist with a timepiece gifted by her, from the same designer. He casually set it down in a prominent spot on the bedside table before reclining back onto the bed. The air still carried a faint, delicate fragrance that was uniquely Jiang Mansheng's. After lying there for a while, unable to find sleep, he took out his phone to check the time. At that moment, a message notification popped up. Remarkably, it was from Jiang Mansheng. He had saved her contact simply under her name, which now lay there, quietly illuminated. Unbeknownst to him, she had changed her profile picture to that of a cartoon girl. Jiang Mansheng. Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng. Are you asleep? Jiang Mansheng. Image. Lu Qichen tapped on the image. It appeared that Jiang Mansheng had just returned to her hotel, with a vast floor-to-ceiling window reflecting the shadow of her white suit. The photo captured a moment where, through the glass, two girls, presumably part-time workers, were seen colliding in their cumbersome bear costumes while holding posters. They had fallen over, unable to rise due to the weight of their outfits, exchanging wide-eyed glances before bursting into laughter as they sat on the ground. Jiang Mansheng. I just took the cutest photo. Jiang Mansheng. So adorable. If no one helps them in a minute, I'm going down to assist. Chapter 66. Grasping her chin. Lu. Not going to bed yet? Lu, it's been a minute. Has someone assisted her? Jiang Mansheng did not expect Lu Qichen to respond to her message at this hour. She happily rolled over in bed, clutching her phone. Jiang Mansheng. I'll go to sleep soon. Jiang Mansheng. Yes. And there are two handsome guys too. The other end fell silent for a while. Given the late hour, Jiang Mansheng assumed Lu Qichen might have gone to sleep and would not reply again. After she finished in the bathroom, having washed and applied her skincare, she was surprised to find a message from Lu Qichen waiting for her. Lu, it's too dark outside. Initially, Jiang Mansheng struggled to comprehend the meaning of this statement. After pondering for a moment, she realized he was implying that it was too dark for him to see. Hence he questioned whether those were indeed two handsome gentlemen. The emphasis was on handsome. Was Lu Qichen being overly meticulous with his words? Nonetheless, Jiang Mansheng merely smiled and typed back on her phone screen. Go to sleep already. Good night. This time, Lu Qichen responded promptly. Lu, baby good night. The term baby felt somewhat excessively sweet. Had it not been for hearing it during their intimate moment, Jiang Mansheng might have thought it was a phrase she would never hear from Lu Qichen's lips in her lifetime. Yet, he repeated it so naturally. Good night, baby. Jiang Mansheng quietly echoed it in her heart. The summit in Jiangsheng concluded remarkably well. Jiang Nanshan introduced Jiang Mansheng to numerous individuals and attempted to connect her with various resources. Most significantly, they confirmed the first company Jiang Mansheng would manage moving forward. Everything was progressing smoothly. The following day, Jiang Mansheng purchased a ticket to return to the capital with her father that afternoon. She did not inform Lu Qichen, intending to surprise him. However, while at the airport, having passed through security and waiting to board, Jiang Mansheng unexpectedly received a message from Lu Qichen. Lu, is your flight to the capital at 5 o'clock? Jiang Mansheng was somewhat taken aback. Jiang Mansheng, how did you know? She had wanted to surprise him. Yet Lu Qichen replied almost instantly. Lu, image. Jiang Mansheng opened the image, revealing that her flight information had synchronized to his phone. She had completely forgotten that many of her expenses were directly linked to Lu Qichen's account. Lu, I will pick you up. Jiang Mansheng. All right, sounds good. Meanwhile, Lu Group, executive meeting room. Several high-ranking officials were embroiled in a dispute, and Lu Qichen allowed them to continue their argument, calling for Fang Qizhong. After Lu Qichen presumably issued some instructions, the corners of Fang Qizhong's brows lifted slightly, and then everyone observed as Fang Qizhong exited the meeting room. Projects advanced one after another, and those observant could discern that Lu Qichen initially exuded a serious and stern demeanor. However, after instructing Fang Qizhong on a particular task, despite still retaining his serious and strict manner, His choice of words had noticeably softened. Around 4 o'clock, Lu Qichen cast a glance at several executives engaged in a heated dispute, then checked his watch and unexpectedly remarked, "This is quite commendable. The issues are not too severe. We shall conclude here for today. Let us adjourn the meeting." With that, he gathered his documents and departed the conference room, leaving the group of executives exchanging perplexed glances. Who could fathom what was going on with Lu Qichen? Was this truly the same Lu Qichen they knew? Fang Qinzong, who had returned to prepare flowers for his wife, also looked at the bewildered crowd, perhaps surmising that their boss was off to fetch his spouse. The flight, originally scheduled to arrive at 5, experienced a slight delay due to weather conditions. Upon disembarking, the retrieval of luggage was also delayed a bit, and the father-daughter duo patiently awaited their belongings at the baggage claim. Jiang Mansheng, feeling unperturbed, scrolled through her phone, only to unexpectedly stumble upon another post from the Lu Corporation's Weibo account. Lu Corporation. The following is Mr. Jiang Qinan's apology to all the women. It was a public letter of apology directed at the women he had offended with photos and words shared in their group. There are not just 9 posts, but many letters in total. Jiang Mansheng skimmed through the content, which was largely similar, yet each letter was addressed to a different woman, not just to her. A sudden softness enveloped Jiang Mansheng's heart. At that moment, a man familiar with Jiang's father approached to greet them. Noticing Jiang Mansheng, he acknowledged her, and Jiang Nanshan introduced, "This is my daughter, Jiang Mansheng." The man reciprocated, then unexpectedly broached a long-standing collaboration with the Jiang family, indicating that due to certain factors, he did not intend to continue. He expressed hope for future opportunities to collaborate. Jiang Mansheng paused, though her father maintained a calm demeanor. After the man departed, seeing Jiang Mansheng's confusion, Jiang Nanshan explained, he wishes to align himself with the chief family's business. When the conditions I can offer are comparable to those of the chief family, it is only natural for him to seek their association. Jiang Nanshan remained composed, adding, "While our current collaboration is satisfactory, we can always seek new opportunities." Jiang Mansheng nodded lightly in agreement. However, just as they were about to exit the airport, they encountered Lu Qichen, who was waiting for them at the arrival gate. He approached the father and daughter, assisting Fang Qinzong in taking the luggage from their hands. Before they could utter a word, the same man from earlier approached again, clearly eager to ingratiate himself as he addressed Lu Qichen with evident flattery. "Mr. Lu, I have long wished to greet you, but have not found the opportunity." He then turned to Jiang Nanshan and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Qichen, discerning the man's acquaintance with Jiang Nanshan, succinctly interjected while taking Jiang Mansheng's hand, "I am here to pick up my wife." "And you are?" The man hurriedly handed over a business card, knowing that Lu Qichen was not someone easily associated with. The words he had previously spoken to Jiang Nanshan swiftly transformed into, "Mr. Jiang, let us continue our collaboration. I can certainly offer more favorable terms." Lu Qichen calmly accepted the business card. The man uttered a few more words before departing, leaving Jiang Mansheng gazing at Lu Qichen. "Our flight has been delayed for a while," she remarked. Lu Qichen responded with a soft hum, acknowledging, "I saw the notification." As for the trivial matter that had just transpired, it was a truth about the world. Only when one possesses sufficient strength, strong enough to be of value to others, can one earn respect. After escorting Jiang's father back to the Jiang residence, Lu Qichen accompanied Jiang Mansheng back to Qingluan. Upon arriving home, Lu Qichen unexpectedly retrieved a bouquet of pink snow mountain roses from the trunk and presented them to her. Jiang Mansheng smiled. "Why are you giving me flowers again?" Lu Qichen replied, "Don't you like them?" Her smile radiated even more brightly as she responded, "Yes, I do. I even used it as my profile picture." Lu Qichen nodded. "I know." He had recalled it when he saw her new profile picture yesterday. It had once been a bouquet of pink snow mountain roses. There was no particular reason for gifting the flowers. He simply wished to bring her a bit more joy each day. However, once inside, the bouquet of pink snow mountain roses unexpectedly tumbled to the ground due to Lu Qichen's somewhat urgent tugging on her. Jiang Mansheng, in a fluster, bent down to retrieve it, but in the next moment, she found herself pressed against the door by Lu Qichen's firm grip on her hand. The atmosphere grew tense. Lu Qichen's sudden kiss was fervent, even a bit fierce. He held Jiang Mansheng's chin, and she felt as if her lips and tongue were being devoured by him. intensely. Her heart raced erratically. After what felt like 2 minutes of this kiss, Lu Qichen gradually regained his composure. Jiang Mansheng, somewhat dazed, held onto his hand that encircled her waist and asked, "Do you miss me?" Lu Qichen did not respond immediately. Perhaps Jiang Mansheng needed to muster more courage. She declared, "Lu Qichen, I really miss you." The air hung still for the briefest moment before she heard Lu Qichen's low reply. I miss you very much." Chapter 67. Kisses and hand-holding. Lu Qichen gently picked up the bouquet of pink snow mountain roses and placed it on a nearby island countertop. He then lifted Jiang Mansheng into his arms, holding her in a manner that elevated her above him. Jiang Mansheng laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck. And Lu Qichen softly inquired, "Are you tired?" Jiang Mansheng obediently nodded, resting her head on his shoulder. "Yes, a little tired." Lu Qichen completely supported her, his large hand caressing her through her clothing, his voice low and soothing. "Shall I carry you to the shower?" After a long flight, she felt exhausted and longed for a warm bath. Even before she could voice her desire, Lu Qichen seemed to intuitively understand. However, Jiang Mansheng gently rubbed his neck, her voice barely above a whisper. "Could you hold me for a moment longer?" Lu Qichen tightened his embrace. At that moment, Jiang Mansheng suddenly recalled the apology from Jiang Qinan of the Lu group to all the girls at the airport. "Lu Qichen, why are you so wonderful?" Lu Qichen remained silent, carrying her to the sofa where she naturally settled onto his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes reflecting only him. Having already removed her coat in the foyer, she now wore only a thin inner garment, which accentuated her slender waist, graceful curves, and delicate figure. One of Lu Qichen's hands slid down to her waist, gently kneading her through the sheer fabric. Was everything smooth in Jiang City? Jiang Mansheng nodded lightly. "Yes, very smooth." Lu Qichen responded with a soft hum. The evening sky had not yet darkened, and the windows remained open, allowing sound from outside to filter in, as if someone were standing very close. Jiang Mansheng felt an inexplicable tension. Why? Are the windows still open? Just as her words faded, Lu Qichen leaned in and captured her lips with his. Jiang Mansheng, overwhelmed with nervousness, tentatively kissed him back, then slightly pulled away. "We should close the curtains first." But Lu Qichen disregarded her suggestion, leaning back slightly while drawing her closer to him. Now, she was fully pressed against him, her chest and waist fitting snugly against his. Jiang Mansheng instinctively tightened her grip around his neck, remaining close to him. In the next moment, Lu Qichen kissed her with a tender rhythm. Before long, the kiss intensified, enveloping her throat. When sounds from outside intruded upon the moment, Jiang Mansheng, in her anxiety, emitted a low whimper. Lu Qichen paused, then softened his kiss considerably, patiently coaxing her. Jiang Mansheng's eyes had begun to glisten with a hint of red. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qichen's hand slipped beneath her garment at her waist, gently caressing her skin in a teasing manner. She showed no inclination to halt his advances. Jiang Mansheng sensed that Lu Qichen had developed a certain fascination with her body. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Lu Qichen who found himself unable to continue, rather than her. He paused, gazing at Jiang Mansheng, whose cheeks were flushed, his voice taking on a slightly hoarse quality. "Shall I carry you to the bath now?" Jiang Mansheng responded with a barely audible murmur of agreement. In that posture, Lu Qichen lifted Jiang Mansheng and carried her into the bathroom, handing her a cozy outfit. Jiang Mansheng closed the bathroom door behind her. She stole a glance at the mirror, her face still burning with embarrassment. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite merely encountering Lu Qichen and sharing a simple kiss, she felt inexplicably invigorated. After staying in a hotel and enduring a lengthy flight, Jiang Mansheng took her time in the bath, indulging in an unusually meticulous wash that lasted over an hour. When she emerged, the bedroom was tranquil, and Lu Qichen was nowhere to be found. Jiang Mansheng patiently dried her hair, securing it with a light blue scrunchie. As she descended to the first floor, she unexpectedly discovered Lu Qichen in the kitchen. He had also changed into casual attire, radiating a fresh and bright demeanor. As she approached, Lu Qichen emerged with a pot of soup. Astonishingly, it was the simple cabbage and tofu soup that she always craved during times of fatigue. The Zhang family was well aware of this, but she wondered how Lu Qichen had come to know. This delicate soup required only cabbage, scrambled eggs, tofu, and goji berries. Once prepared, it presented itself in a milky white broth with tender tofu, offering a delightful taste. Jiang Mansheng took a seat, and Lu Qichen joined her, observing as she casually showcased the wristwatch they both had from the same designer series. "I just saw the one you gifted me on the nightstand. I intended to bring it to Jiang City, but accidentally left it behind." Lu Qichen ladled a bowl of soup before her, and noticing Jiang Mansheng's unwavering gaze, he brought the spoon to her lips. Surprised, she accepted a sip. Just as Lu Qichen was about to feed her again, she quickly took the spoon from his hand, asserting, "I'll do it myself." It was a tranquil and serene evening. After dinner, Jiang Mansheng lingered on the sofa with Lu Qichen, both wearing the same wristwatch that complemented each other beautifully. She recalled the charming photos of young couples holding hands that she often saw online, and she mused that no one's hand could rival Lu Qichen's. Thus, she reclined on his lap, grasping his hand to capture various poses of hand-holding, fingers intertwined, pinkies linked, palms pressed together. Throughout her playful antics, Lu Qichen remained gently attentive, gazing down at her with unwavering affection. After completing her final pose, Jiang Mansheng felt satisfied with the photos and was about to release his hand when Lu Qichen tightened his grip, his thumb caressing her palm, refusing to let go. Jiang Mansheng let out a soft hum, nestling into his embrace and wrapping her arms around his waist, contentedly playing on her phone for a while longer. As she played, fatigue gradually overtook her, rendering her unable to keep her eyes open. Her phone nearly fell upon her face, only to be caught deftly by Lu Qichen. He chuckled softly, intending to carry his wife, who had succumbed to slumber amidst her mobile games, back to their bedroom. However, he soon noticed that his own phone had inexplicably lit up, revealing several incoming messages. With a casual flick, Lu Qichen opened them, discovering they were from Jiang Mansheng. The messages contained a series of photographs showcasing the two of them holding hands. The content read, "Wife, Shu Shu." The two characters for Shu Shu were unmistakable. It seemed she had meant to send this to Zhao Shu, but had inadvertently directed it to him instead. Lu Qichen scrolled down further. "Wife, how was it that Lu Qichen's hands are so remarkably beautiful?" Chapter 68. Sexual tension. Lu Qichen's lips curled slightly as he gently lifted Jiang Mansheng into his arms, carrying her back to the bedroom. He placed her on the warm bed, and she instinctively found a comfortable position to continue her slumber. Lu Qichen returned to his study to work late. During this time, Jiang Mansheng awoke briefly, realizing she was lying in bed and had been carried back to the bedroom by Lu Qichen, overwhelmed by fatigue. She lingered in a daze before drifting back to sleep. She was unaware of his return, but upon waking, she found herself once again nestled in his broad embrace. It was Saturday. Lu Qichen inquired if Jiang Mansheng had any plans for the day, to which she simply shook her head, expressing her desire to stay home and watch a film. A few days prior, Ms. Shun had recommended a movie to her, The Lover by Jean-Jacques Annaud, which she had longed to see but had yet to find the opportunity. The temperature in the room was pleasantly comfortable, with a hint of coolness. While Lu Qichen worked in his study, Jiang Mansheng brewed some coffee and brought it to him. He was engaged in a video conference, and she carefully placed the coffee beside him, avoiding the camera. Lu Qichen muted his microphone, observing her with a faint smile in his voice. "What happened to your hair?" Earlier, with nothing to do, Jiang Mansheng had playfully tied her hair into 17 or 18 colorful braids and adorned herself with a pink sweater, from which dangled several small, plush cartoon toys. She paired this with a checkered skirt and pink slippers, embodying a sweet, youthful look. It was no surprise that Lu Qichen posed such a question. However, Jiang Mansheng was taken aback that the man who had just been discussing IPO terminology could so swiftly shift the conversation to her appearance. Not wanting to draw attention from others in the conference to their private interactions, she whispered, "Please don't talk to me." Lu Qichen chuckled softly. Perhaps someone in the conference had taken notice, as the meeting fell suddenly silent. Jiang Mansheng quickly retreated from the study. Back on the ground floor, she rummaged through the kitchen, intending to prepare pepper salt shrimp, but discovered a lack of ingredients. Just then, Lu Qichen emerged, and Jiang Mansheng asked, "Have you finished your meeting?" He nodded in response. Noticing his gaze lingering on her sweet outfit, she leisurely twirled before him, causing the little toys on her pink sweater to sway. "Do you think it looks nice?" she asked. Lu Qichen replied, "Very beautiful." Jiang Mansheng felt a surge of happiness at his compliment, smiling back at him. Although she had initially planned to remain indoors, her desire to cook pepper salt shrimp for Lu Qichen compelled her to change her mind. "Let's go to the supermarket first," she suggested. After a moment's consideration, he agreed. "That sounds perfect." It was only upon their arrival at the supermarket that Jiang Mansheng discovered what was indeed perfect. After browsing and purchasing all the necessary ingredients along with various colorful household items, Lu Qichen unexpectedly led her to the upper floor, showcasing luxurious bedding and other high-end goods. Lu Qichen pushed the shopping cart, pausing before an array of vibrantly colored bedding. "Choose some that you like," he suggested. It was somewhat unexpected, yet she recalled the monochromatic gray bedding that adorned their master bedroom. Jiang Mansheng neither loved nor disliked it. She simply accepted it with tranquility. However, it seemed that Lu Qichen favored such simplicity in color. She mulled over this thought. At that moment, he appeared eager for her to select her preferred items. After some deliberation, Jiang Mansheng concluded that having a few extra sets at home wouldn't be a burden. Remembering his numerous blue ties, she ultimately opted for a blue set. She also had an affinity for blue, a bright and soothing hue that aligned with Lu Qichen's preference for cooler tones. Once their selections were made and they pushed the cart towards the checkout, a group of individuals unexpectedly approached. A few of them appeared to be of managerial rank and greeted Lu Qichen, referring to him as President Lu in their conversation. Lu Qichen remained composed, responding, "I am merely accompanying my wife for some shopping. There is no need to follow us." After exchanging a few words, the group gradually dispersed, leaving one individual who remarked, "President Lu, should you need anything, feel free to instruct me." Lu Qichen acknowledged him with a nod. Jiang Mansheng inquired, "Do they know you?" He replied, "This supermarket is under the auspices of the Lu Group." Jiang Mansheng expressed gentle confusion, realizing she was unaware of this fact until now. It was no wonder that the group had rushed over. Had it not been for Jiang Mansheng's fondness for supermarket outings, Lu Qichen likely would not have found himself in such a setting. Engrossed in their surroundings, neither of them noticed a girl nearby capturing a few photographs while exclaiming, "Oh my, there's such a perfect match." After their excursion, the couple returned home. Jiang Mansheng truly wished to remain indoors for the day, content to stay home regardless of the activity. She spent a considerable time in the kitchen preparing a dish of salt and pepper shrimp. Intent on enjoying her meal while watching a film, she found Lu Qichen in the living room adjusting the equipment for her. Once everything was set, they settled in front of the sofa, drawing the curtains to darken the room, illuminated only by the glow of the screen. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to watch a film that would etch itself into the annals of romantic cinema. While Jiang Mansheng gathered a bundle of wet wipes and other small items, Lu Qichen took the opportunity to retrieve his charging phone from the study. Jiang Mansheng sat patiently, scrolling through her phone as she awaited his return. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary until she stumbled upon a Weibo post regarding Lu Qichen. It appeared to be a candid shot of them during their supermarket visit, likely taken by an acquaintance. The post read, "Xiang Li Pinghua. Today at the supermarket, I unexpectedly encountered the president of the Lu Group and his wife. They are such a perfect couple." The blogger had thoughtfully blurred Jiang Mansheng's face and added in the comments, "Please refrain from messaging me for photos. I won't be sharing any. I merely wanted to share my excitement about this encounter." The comment section has become quite lively, primarily due to the vibrant atmosphere captured in those few photographs. During their supermarket outing, Lu Qichen donned a casual black ensemble, which, although less formal than his usual suits, contrasted sharply with her suite attire. Furthermore, her sweater was notably cropped. In one of the candid shots, Lu Qichen's hand rested comfortably around her waist. They had grown accustomed to such physical contact, finding nothing amiss. Yet, the comments were unabashedly candid. Who understands the palpable tension that seems ready to leap off the screen? Is President Lu's hand really that large? Or is the CEO's wife just exceedingly petite? And what is this? Last time it was dancing, and now a supermarket visit. Must President Lu's hand always find an excuse to caress his wife? Oh my goodness, the ambience. Can we please just go all out? They truly are, after all, certified by the Lu Group as a genuine couple. Oh my, just imagining that they must have cooked together for real. Jiang Mansheng quietly observed the comments. This was rather too explicit. Nearby, Lu Qichen returned from his phone call. Jiang Mansheng hurriedly tried to turn her phone screen down, but her grip faltered and it tumbled onto the carpet. Lu Qichen approached, unaware of why her face had flushed while looking at her phone. He naturally settled beside her and picked up the device. What are you looking at? Chapter 69. Baby Jiang Mansheng felt a peculiar sense of guilt wash over her. She softly uttered a questioning him and tilted her head slightly to gaze at him. Lu Qichen, bending down to retrieve her phone, found his gaze inevitably drifting from the screen. Yet, it seemed he merely paused for a moment before handing the phone back to her. She remained uncertain whether Lu Qichen had seen anything. Taking the phone, Jiang Mansheng placed it beside her and, feeling a bit flustered, picked up a shrimp coated in pepper and salt, bringing it to his lips, hoping to silence him. Lu Qichen smiled faintly, saying nothing, as he leisurely savored the shrimp she had prepared, remarking, "How did you cook it to be so delicious?" A simple statement, yet it made Jiang Mansheng's heart flutter as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. "Because I'm quite skilled, you know. You also cook very well." Lu Qichen chuckled in response. However, after only a few bites of shrimp and about 20 minutes into the film, a sudden phone call summoned Lu Qichen back to his study. As Lu Qichen gestured to her that he was heading upstairs, Jiang Mansheng nodded. Just as the film reached the scene of the lovers, where a chicly hatted French girl in a white dress climbed into the car of the wealthy male protagonist. The very next moment, Jiang Mansheng paused the film. She did not want Lu Qichen to watch a movie and only catch half of it. Thus, she resolved to switch to another film, eventually settling on The Dream of Robots. She reheated some shrimp for Lu Qichen and quietly settled down to watch the movie alone. Its duration exceeded an hour, and just as it neared its conclusion, Lu Qichen returned downstairs. The screen displayed the film's closing theme, depicting a lonely puppy and a robot who had briefly shared companionship before parting ways to lead their separate lives. Jiang Mansheng's eyes brimmed with tears once more. She remained seated on the carpet, surrounded by discarded tissues. Lu Qichen approached, lifting her from the carpet into his embrace. Jiang Mansheng quietly nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. His voice was gentle as he asked, "Why are you so prone to tears?" Her eyes still glistening, she replied, "I simply am." Strangely, if confronted with something truly significant, Jiang Mansheng would respond with a cold determination to resolve it. Paradoxically, it was the trivial matters that brought her to tears. For instance, the lover's missed connection in today's film or the injured puppy she had encountered yesterday. Yet, being emotional does not equate to weakness. This is merely who Jiang Mansheng is. She possesses the eternal freedom to cry whenever she feels the urge. Holding on steadily, she inquired, "Are you done with your work? Are you hungry? I saved you some shrimp." Lu Qichen replied that he was fine, then reached for a tissue to gently wipe the traces of tears from her face. Jiang Mansheng emitted soft sniffles, allowing him to tenderly clean her up. However, the many toys adorning her pink sweater made it somewhat uncomfortable to embrace her. As they embraced, lingering in each other's warmth, Jiang Mansheng tilted her head and asked, "Should I change my clothes?" Lu Qichen responded softly, with a hint of tenderness in his voice. "No need to change. You look beautiful." In that moment, her heart swelled with a softness akin to a puppy wagging its tail. Lu Qichen's large hand gently caressed her back, each stroke deliberate and soothing. After a while, as Jiang Mansheng regained her composure, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Lu Qichen allowed her to slip from his embrace to answer it. Upon opening the door, she found Fang Qinzong standing there, accompanied by a throng of individuals carrying multiple garment racks and numerous boxes filled with exquisite jewelry. Upon seeing Jiang Mansheng, Fang Qinzong's eyes brightened, "Madam, these are the garments and jewels that Mr. Lu has ordered for you over the past few days." For a fleeting second, Jiang Mansheng was taken aback, uttering a soft hum. Yet, knowing Fang Qinzong's reliability, she stepped aside to grant them passage. A cursory glance revealed a collection of the latest fashions from prominent runways and exclusive events, including some pieces she had long desired but could not procure, often due to their extravagant prices. Many were vibrantly colored, reflecting her personal tastes and preferences. They were presented before her, each item more thoughtfully curated than those prepared by Aunt Shun or Fong Qinzong, resonating deeply with her aesthetic sensibilities. Meanwhile, Lu Qichen busied himself on the sofa, tidying up the disarray she had created while watching a movie. Momentarily dazed, Jiang Mansheng accepted a list from Fong Qinzong. Madam, here is the inventory. Please remember to pass it on to Mr. Lu. Initially, she had no intention of perusing the list, but her attention was drawn to a few small slips of paper nestled within, inscribed with Lu Qichen's handwriting. As she unfolded one of the pages, she discovered it filled with meticulous notes and lists pertaining to various fashion shows and auctions. It appeared that Lu Qichen had personally attended numerous events, selecting each piece with care, now presenting them to her. 1. Designed by the renowned British designer Sophia, known for her bold use of color and unique designs. The madam had purchased her garments 2 years prior. Below were a few of her latest creations. Beside this, Lu Qichen noted, the colors align well with Jiang Mansheng's preferences. Though some recent designs seem overly complex, the 6th piece can be retained. 2. From a lesser-known designer in the capital, Ms. Sun Xian, whose minimalist and modern designs resonate with the madam's tastes. Below were several of her latest offerings. Lu Qichen remarked, retain these. Additionally, consider suggesting that the Ming C Company under the Lu Group's design department engage with and nurture her talent. The notes continued down the page, filled with insights and observations. On the final sheet, a brief note read, for any discrepancies in preference, adjustments can be made in the future. It was evident that Lu Qichen had meticulously chosen each piece, now thoughtfully laid before her. At that moment, Lu Qichen had gathered his belongings and approached. Jiang Mansheng clutched the piece of paper in her hand, feeling momentarily at a loss for words. Why have you suddenly bought me so many things? Moreover, why so earnestly? Jiang Mansheng looked up at him. Lu Qichen seemed not particularly adept at expressing his emotions, yet this time he leaned in slightly, gazing into her eyes as he gently untangled her slightly disheveled hair from where she had been resting in his embrace, restyling it with care. Then Lu Qichen said, there is no ulterior motive. I merely wish to convey through every action of mine that, my dear, I hold deep affection for you. Chapter 70. Good morning. While the current scene is indeed somewhat astonishing, and although Fong Qinzong is well aware that his employer is an exceptionally remarkable individual, the extent of his devotion to his wife leaves him momentarily at a loss. However, Fong Qinzong is not one to linger in bewilderment for long. After merely a second of surprise, he closed the door behind him and departed with the group of individuals, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Jiang Mansheng reached out to grasp Lu Qichen's clothing, as if something was surging within her heart. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Lu Qichen replied. I'm glad you like it. By this time, it was already somewhat late. The couple tidied up briefly before retreating to their bedroom for rest. That night, Jiang Mansheng resembled a koala, clinging tightly to Lu Qichen and refusing to let go for even a moment. Lu Qichen merely smiled gently, tousling her hair and allowing her to remain draped over him. Eventually, Lu Qichen murmured, darling, good night. The moonlight outside was as serene as water. The following morning, Jiang Mansheng was roused by a gentle movement on her forehead. Feeling a slight tickle, she opened her eyes to find Lu Qichen, dressed impeccably in a suit, leaning over her to bestow a kiss upon her brow. Still in a state of drowsiness, she grasped his hand and took in his formal attire, her voice slightly husky from sleep. Where are you off to? Lu Qichen replied, I have a sudden engagement. I shall return in the evening. Jiang Mansheng responded with an O, sitting up. Lu Qichen looked at her and asked, would you like to sleep a little longer? Jiang Mansheng shook her head. I've had enough rest. Lu Qichen gently rubbed her eyes, which still appeared somewhat weary. What would you like to do today? Recalling the stack of clothing and jewelry Lu Qichen had purchased for her the previous night, she softly replied, I'd like to organize the wardrobe. Lu Qichen nodded affirmatively. Noticing that she still seemed somewhat dazed, he bent down to retrieve her slippers, placing them on her feet before carrying her into the bathroom. This embrace jolted Jiang Mansheng awake. Standing before the sink, Lu Qichen even leaned slightly to hand her a toothbrush. Arranging her toiletries within reach, would you like me to hire a housekeeper? Jiang Mansheng quickly shook her head, I wish to do it myself. She gazed at him, somewhat bewildered, and thought. Perhaps it was a bit excessive for him to carry her to the bathroom, as if she lacked the ability to care for herself. With the toothbrush now in her mouth, she contemplated saying, "I can walk on my own." After uttering this, she worried that she might have sounded a bit harsh, so she added a soft interjection. Lu Qichen chuckled lightly, and once she finished washing her face, he handed her a towel to dry off. Jiang Mansheng thought to herself, although Lu Qichen was impeccably dressed and ready to leave at any moment, why was he suddenly accompanying her in her morning routine? Yet, within her heart, which had previously felt somewhat restless, it now seemed as though a refreshing spring had begun to flow. In addition to organizing the wardrobe, Jiang Mansheng recalled that there was another task awaiting her attention. After visiting Jiang City, Jiang Mansheng and her father decided to participate in the management of the Jiang family's charitable organization, which is currently launching a project focused on children in mountain villages and requires a celebrity spokesperson. The head of this charitable organization, who is also the teacher Jiang Nanshan found for Jiang Mansheng, stated that she would independently make all decisions throughout the project. Lu Qichen sensed her emotions. Were they nerves? Jiang Mansheng applied some skincare mist to her face and softly replied, "A little perhaps." Lu Qichen smiled faintly. As for Du Jiayin, I had Fong Qin's own look into her. She is indeed someone your father cultivated. Although she appears somewhat aloof, she possesses a sharp yet tender demeanor in her actions. Even I believe your father made an excellent choice in selecting her as a suitable partner for your endeavors. Therefore, there is no need to feel anxious. Furthermore, she attended the same high school as us, merely a year ahead, making her our direct senior. In the initial stages, you might use this connection to foster intimacy, which could facilitate your communication regarding work. Jiang Mansheng was taken aback that he had researched her high school background. Looking up at him, "You actually looked into her high school?" Lu Qichen chuckled. "Understanding my wife's work is certainly part of my responsibilities." The term wife felt poignantly affectionate to Jiang Mansheng, softening her heart unexpectedly. Noticing her silence, Lu Qichen continued, "Though it is your family's company, Du Jiayin has been summoned by your father to be your mentor. To ensure your swift progress, and to heed her advice, she will certainly need to establish her authority before you. However, do not feel constrained in her presence. This is your family's company, and future decisions will undoubtedly be yours. In a sense, you both stand as equals. She will guide you, and you must respect her. If you can achieve this, your initial impression will help her solidify her authority. Yet, if the first step feels daunting, you may prove yourself through your subsequent words and actions. And remember, no matter what challenges arise, you can always seek my counsel." Lu Qichen attentively checked on her state. "Are you still nervous?" Jiang Mansheng shook her head. After this exchange, she genuinely felt more at ease. She looked at Lu Qichen. "Is it just me? Or does your expression always seem a bit cold? You standing there feels like authority itself." Lu Qichen chuckled, acknowledging her lack of concern. "So, has that authority now departed?" Jiang Mansheng nodded. However, Lu Qichen seemed in no rush to leave, and she noticed his gaze linger on her lips. Jiang Mansheng hesitated. Lu Qichen, feeling helpless, she turned towards him, closed her eyes, and softly murmured, "Are we being too affectionate?" In the next moment, she felt his cool lips gently brush against her eyelashes, and he whispered, "Good morning, darling." At the dawn of a new day, she extends her first morning greeting to him. Yet with the daily ebb and flow of life, Lu Qichen has adapted to this rhythm with remarkable ease. Jiang Mansheng feels a sweet yet tingling sensation in her heart as she contemplates this. His lips are cool, perhaps a result of his recent grooming, still carrying the same fragrant toothpaste aroma that she uses, gently wafting from her eyelashes and spreading to her once tumultuous, restless heart. In the next moment, that tumult is completely soothed. Lu Qichen's voice, deep and magnetic, carries a crisp clarity. "I hope you have a wonderful day." Jiang Mansheng's heart softens, becoming as tender as a cotton candy cloud. "Well," she replies in a sweet, gentle tone, wrapping her arms around Lu Qichen's waist, "Good morning, darling. I wish you a smooth day at work." Since darling signifies something cherished, you are indeed my darling. Chapter 71. I desire you. Lu Qichen likely never anticipated that he would one day be affectionately referred to as baby by another. After settling into the car, Fong Qizhong received an unexpected phone call. presumably from his wife. He cast a glance at Lu Qichen, who nodded in silent acquiescence, as was customary, permitting him to take the call. It was neither a trivial matter nor of great significance. Lu Qichen only vaguely discerned the manner in which Ms. Jiang Mansheng expressed herself. Jiang Mansheng was Fang Qizhong's wife. Once the call concluded, Lu Qichen, intrigued, inquired, "Why do you refer to your wife as Ms. Jiang Mansheng?" Typically, he refrained from prying into Fang Qizhong's domestic affairs, and this question momentarily caught Fang Qizhong off guard. "My wife calls me Mr. Fang Qizhong as well," he replied, pondering whether his boss's sudden query suggested that it sounded overly formal. He added, "We are an old married couple. It would be inappropriate to address each other as baby-like young lovers." Lu Qichen merely hummed in acknowledgement and chose not to elaborate further. However, it was evident to Fang Qizhong that his employer seemed to be in unusually good spirits that day. Lu Qichen was to attend a social gathering at an upscale hotel in the city center. Before he and Fang Qizhong could step into the elevator, they encountered two individuals. One was General Manager Chen, the orchestrator of this meeting, seeking to discuss a potential acquisition with Lu Qichen. Having previously crossed paths with Lu Qichen's father, Chen was a respectable figure whom Lu Qichen held in high regard. The other was a rising star in the business realm, known as Zhao Qinbang, of whom Lu Qichen had heard. They exchanged brief pleasantries. As the evening progressed, and discussions regarding the acquisition reached a satisfactory point, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. General Manager Chen began to unveil another purpose for this gathering, to introduce Zhao Qinbang to Lu Qichen. Lu Qichen did not exhibit any reluctance toward this introduction. During the conversation, Zhao Qinbang raised his glass to toast Lu Qichen, saying, "Mr. Lu, I hope for an opportunity to collaborate." Lu Qichen responded with humility, eschewing any airs of superiority, and graciously acknowledged the aspiring entrepreneur with a slight nod, consuming the contents of his glass. As the dialogue continued, it unexpectedly turned to the fact that both Zhao Qinbang and Lu Qichen were alumni of the same high school, graduating in the same year. General Manager Chen remarked, however, Qichen excelled in the sciences, ranking first in his class, while Qinbang was top in the humanities, only to be surpassed in the college entrance examination by a girl. Lu Qichen was now aware that the top student in their cohort was Jiang Mansheng. This revelation piqued his interest, albeit rarely expressed. The two men discerned Lu Qichen's curiosity regarding the topic, prompting General Manager Chen to add, "What was her name again? It seems to have Jiang in it, with Mansheng as part of it." This brief remark was sufficient for Lu Qichen to confirm that the illustrious student being referenced was indeed Jiang Mansheng. Yet, Zhao Qinbang appeared disinclined to allow Jiang Mansheng's name to serve as fodder for conversation during the gathering, refraining from utilizing General Manager Chen's cue to mention her. Lu Qichen continued to listen with a composed demeanor. However, it seemed that Mr. Chen had no intention of ceasing this topic. He brought up a long-forgotten tale about Lu Qichen, one that he had never known. It turns out that Qinbang had secretly harbored feelings for that girl for many years. It was only later, when both of them attended university and junior students began to replicate that girl's notes, that they realized their mutual affection. Upon hearing this, Lu Qichen lifted his gaze. In Mr. Chen's narrative, the story of Zhao Qinbang and Jiang Mansheng unfolded thus. In their cohort of liberal arts students, Zhao Qinbang had consistently ranked first, while Jiang Mansheng had been the second for nearly 3 years. She was an exceptionally diligent girl, striving tirelessly to keep pace with Zhao Qinbang's achievements. It was not difficult for Zhao Qinbang to notice such a beautiful and ambitious girl. He kept a vigilant eye on Jiang Mansheng's grades, fearful that she might surpass him. As he watched her closely, he eventually found his emotions entwined with a sense of tenderness, and he could no longer restrain his affection for her. Yet, both were individuals who prioritized academic success, and Zhao Qinbang never once expressed his feelings. Later, Jiang Mansheng was accepted into Kyoto University, while Zhao Qinbang went to Nanjing University. When junior students learned of Jiang Mansheng's triumphant rise to the top of her class in the final college entrance examination, they eagerly uncovered her notes, which contained the character Chen, revealing the truth of their mutual admiration. Alas, the two were separated by mountains and rivers, never to meet again. thus becoming a well-known tale of unrequited love in their high school, a poignant narrative of youthful beauty. Mr. Chen remarked, "Now that Chunbang has come to Beijing for his career, I hear that girl is also in the city. He has long wished to meet her, but has yet to find the opportunity." Upon hearing this, Lu Qichen's gaze lingered on Zhou Chunbang for an extended moment. Zhou Chunbang could not comprehend why the esteemed leader of the Lu group would take such an interest in his modest reminiscences of youth. In fact, he felt somewhat discomforted by the thought of his high school crush becoming mere fodder for conversation at a banquet. However, Lu Qichen was contemplating something else entirely. He was assessing the situation. This individual named Zhou Chunbang was indeed remarkable, and Mr. Chen's words held truth. Chunbang has heard that the girl is also in Beijing and has wished to meet her, but has not yet found the opportunity. Lu Qichen then turned to Zhou Chunbang and suddenly asked, "Do you still have feelings for her?" Zhou Chunbang was momentarily taken aback. He was averse to the commodification of emotions, so he provided a nuanced response. "I liked her more back then." Even now, Zhou Chunbang still harbored feelings for Jiang Mansheng, and Lu Qichen was certain of this. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone as pure and exceptional as Zhou Chunbang in the business realm. As the gathering drew to a close, it had grown rather late. Lu Qichen had forgotten his phone, and Zhou Chunbang retrieved it for him, to which Lu Qichen merely gazed at him and politely expressed his gratitude. Zhou Chunbang added, "I hope to count on your guidance, Mr. Lu." Lu Qichen replied, "Indeed." Later, upon returning home, Jiang Mansheng spent a considerable time organizing her belongings in the cloakroom, meticulously arranging everything until the space was transformed into a pristine haven. At last, she tried on one of the dresses that Lu Qichen had purchased for her, a long gown in a sandy green hue. This color was somewhat deep, challenging to carry off. Yet, Jiang Mansheng looked exquisite in it, accentuating her fair skin like freshly fallen snow and perfectly highlighting her slender waist. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, realizing how well Lu Qichen understood her tastes and possessed a keen aesthetic sense. Suddenly, she recalled the notes he had taken while selecting these garments for her, stirring a wave of emotion within her. While trying on the dress, Jiang Mansheng had turned on some music, thus failing to notice when someone entered the room. Initially, when Lu Qichen returned home, he found no sign of Jiang Mansheng. He had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol that day, and his head throbbed slightly. After removing his suit jacket and changing into slippers, he heard a rustling sound emanating from the walk-in closet. He pushed open the door and discovered Jiang Mansheng squatting there, clad in the sandy green gown, sifting through clothes. The closet was impeccably organized, a testament to her skill in tidying up. One might mistake her for a professional organizer. At that moment, Jiang Mansheng noticed the commotion and stood up. "You're back?" she asked. Lu Qichen restrained his tone, responding softly with an affirmative hum. His gaze was entirely captured by her in that stunning gown. He had anticipated she would look beautiful in it, but the reality surpassed his expectations. He gently tugged her closer, his voice warm as he inquired, "Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold?" Jiang Mansheng caught a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol on him. "Not cold at all. I'm just trying it on. I'll change soon. Have you been drinking a lot? I'll make you." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qichen abruptly lifted her onto the kitchen island. Jiang Mansheng was momentarily taken aback, wrapping her arms around his neck. "What is wrong? Have you had too much to drink?" Yet, Lu Qichen did not respond to her question. Instead, he marveled, "You look so beautiful." Oblivious to his turmoil, Jiang Mansheng cheerfully replied, "You picked it out." Still concerned that she might feel chilly, Lu Qichen retrieved his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. "Can you wait a moment before changing?" he asked. Jiang Mansheng softly acknowledged. "All right," though she remained unaware of his intentions. Lu Qichen was suddenly reminded of a certain realization. They were both harboring mutual feelings for each other. An unprecedented wave of emotion washed over him. He recognized his jealousy and struggled to contain it. The thought that Jiang Mansheng might belong to someone else pained him deeply. At that moment, he could only fixate on her, asking, "Can we kiss now?" Jiang Mansheng, slightly bewildered, nodded in agreement. Lu Qichen then tightened his embrace around her waist, drawing her fully into his arms. He grasped her chin and captured her lips with his own. Initially, his kiss was somewhat fervent, but Jiang Mansheng, like a curious kitten, extended a hand to gently scratch his neck, perhaps sensing his inexplicable discontent and seeking to soothe him. Lu Qichen's heart became even more tumultuous. He began to gently caress her lips, and finally, he halted, gazing intently into Jiang Mansheng's eyes, his voice husky and filled with longing. "Darling, I desire you." Chapter 72. White. When Jiang Mansheng was merely 17 or 18, an ordinary girl, she experienced a dream suffused with the color white. The reason for this designation of white is rooted in a particular physical education class, during which Jiang Mansheng, afflicted by menstrual pain, excused herself for the duration of a lesson. Her deskmate, seeking assistance with a problem, accompanied her back to the classroom. Upon their return, they observed several boys positioned across the aisle who, whether skipping class or on a break, huddled together engrossed in their phones, engaged in a hushed exchange. Jiang Mansheng paid them little mind, settling quietly at her desk to complete her exam. Approximately 10 minutes later, a group of boys clad in basketball uniforms entered, and soon a throng gathered in that vicinity. Amidst a voice exclaiming, "Hey, there are girls in the class, come on, come on," a phone was inadvertently jostled from its place, causing the earphones to snap with a loud crack, falling at the feet of Jiang Mansheng and her deskmate. The intimate sounds flowed directly into Jiang Mansheng's ears. Lowering her gaze slightly, she beheld two pale, entwined bodies, their expressions a blend of allure and restraint. A moment of shock enveloped her. The phone lay within reach, yet she found herself at a loss, whether to assist in retrieving it or to ignore it altogether. Jiang Mansheng cast a glance at the boys, relieved when one swiftly picked up the phone and terminated the video, the boys displaying an air of sheepishness. "Sorry, we accidentally yanked the earphones out. You, continue studying. Good luck." Jiang Mansheng offered a faint acknowledgement. Her deskmate leaned in, whispering, "See, that's how high school boys are." Jiang Mansheng hesitated, her interest in the topic waning. "Which question are you struggling with?" "Let me see." What appeared to be a trivial incident, however, left Jiang Mansheng with an indelible after-effect, akin to ink spreading relentlessly across her being. The mere recollection of that scene invoked a sensation of dark stains permeating her body, provoking nausea and a desire to retch. This disquieting symptom lingered until she encountered Lu Qichen at the corner of the staircase while returning to the dormitory after evening study. As she descended the stairs, her deskmate called out, "Sheng, you forgot your thermos?" Jiang Mansheng hurriedly turned her head. "Oh, right." Yet, she misstepped on the stairs and nearly twisted her ankle. In an instant, a hand reached out to steady her. Turning back, she met Lu Qichen's gaze. He gently grasped her arm with one hand. Attired in a white summer school uniform, revealing a well-defined forearm as he tilted his head slightly towards her, his voice cool and courteous. "Watch your step. Don't fall." Jiang Mansheng felt a warmth rise to her cheeks, hastily retracting her hand. "Oh, thank you." With that, Lu Qichen ascended the stairs. That night, Jiang Mansheng dreamt of Lu Qichen, bare and unadorned. Sufficient for a young girl to feel a blush of shyness upon awakening from such a vivid dream. Yet the first realization for Jiang Mansheng was that, accompanying this dream in Lu Qichen's white school uniform, was the aftermath that spread over her like ink, dissipating from her body akin to a fleeting cold of adolescence. When she was merely a girl in her teens, though she lacked understanding, she instinctively yearned for affection. Or perhaps love? What was wrong with that? Now, having matured slightly and acquired a deeper understanding, despite still being somewhat naive, she found herself craving the intimacy that Lu Qichen represented. Thus, at this moment, though her body tensed upon hearing Lu Qichen utter the words, "I want you," and her visible tension was evident, she held his gaze, filled with an unprecedented desire, and gently nodded in response. Subsequently, she continued to caress his neck and inquired softly, "What's wrong?" At this juncture, Lu Qichen regained his composure, tenderly kissing Jiang Mansheng's lips, even somewhat possessively wrapping his arms around her waist, drawing her closer to him. "Do you know Zhao Qichen?" On this day, Lu Qichen donned a black shirt and tailored suit trousers, his tall frame exuding an effortless charisma. Jiang Mansheng, in contrast, wore a sage green fitted dress, her long, cascading curls adorned only by a small silver hairpin, exuding grace and beauty. seated at the island bar, embraced entirely within his arms, with his hand resting on her waist. The light above cast a soft glow on his watch. He lowered his head to gaze at Jiang Mansheng, kissing her tenderly, while she tilted her head back, earnestly returning his kiss. The colors they wore today were indeed strikingly vivid, yet in this moment, their pose resembled a vibrant oil painting depicting love in rich hues. However, Zhao Qichen, had Lu Qichen not mentioned this name, Jiang Mansheng's recollection of him would have been limited to the diligent overachiever she had strived to keep up with. She softly acknowledged, "He was my high school classmate." Lu Qichen, applying gentle pressure as he caressed her waist, asked, "Did you like him in high school?" Jiang Mansheng shook her head. "No, I didn't like him back then." Lu Qichen's brows slightly relaxed, his voice low with a hint of coldness. "He liked you in high school, and perhaps still does." Yet, he refrained from articulating this last sentiment. Zhao Qichen liked her. Confusion welled up in Jiang Mansheng's eyes. "Surely not. You must have heard the stories circulated by our junior classmates. They're false." Lu Qichen let out a soft, dismissive snort, and she recalled the unmistakable way Zhao Qichen spoke of her, a clear indication of a man's affection for a woman. He murmured, "How oblivious." His words were barely audible, and Jiang Mansheng did not catch them, nor did Lu Qichen wish for her to. However, her mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Qichen possibly having consumed too much alcohol. "Please don't misunderstand. I never liked him. Shall we shower first? I'll make you some hangover soup." Lu Qichen gently set her down, and Jiang Mansheng, still perplexed, inquired, "Have you encountered Zhao Qichen? I am unaware of his current endeavors." Lu Qichen responded with remarkable swiftness, "It is perhaps best that you remain uninformed." At that moment, Jiang Mansheng began to grasp the situation. Since Lu Qichen's arrival, he had embraced her and showered her with affection, expressing his desire for her. "Lu Qichen, are you feeling jealous again?" she teased. Lu Qichen wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer into his embrace, and tenderly kissed her forehead, finally replying in a soft, resigned tone, "Indeed." Chapter 73. The ring. He was consumed by jealousy once more. For reasons unknown, Jiang Mansheng suddenly recalled a remark made by Zhao Shu, who had previously criticized others for being in love. This boy is clearly captivated by that girl. It seemed that Lu Qichen genuinely harbored feelings for her. At this thought, Jiang Mansheng felt her heart melting. She found a peculiar delight in witnessing Lu Qichen's jealousy on her account. Yet, she was even more averse to the idea of him feeling insecure. After a while, Lu Qichen emerged from the shower, and Jiang Mansheng had brewed a cup of apple detox tea. He had changed into a set of black loungewear, and his hair was freshly washed, presenting an aura of tranquility and ease. The tea was still warm as she brought it to him, but he pulled her down to sit on his lap just as she set it down. Lu Qichen's demeanor turned pensive. "Have you met Du Jiayin?" he inquired. Jiang Mansheng nodded. "Yes, she seems nice. However, we merely exchanged pleasantries today. Tomorrow we will visit a filming location to assess the actors." Lu Qichen responded with a soft emem. He held her close, gradually sipping the small bowl of apple detox tea. His presence was comforting, imbued with a subtle woody fragrance that she found quite pleasant. She relished the scent. As he gently massaged her waist, his large hand encircling her, he suddenly remarked, "Your waist is rather slender." Jiang Mansheng let out a small. A sense of familiarity washed over her at his words. Lu Qichen then murmured again. I had realized how exaggerated that comment was until now. At this, Jiang Mansheng froze entirely. She could not forget the ambiguous comment she had seen beneath their photo taken while shopping, right before they planned to watch Lovers. Is President Lu's hand really that large? Or is the CEO's wife just too slender? Ah, the atmosphere. Can they just go all out? Ah, thinking of them actually cooking together is just heavenly. So, did Lu Qichen discover those comments while retrieving her phone that day? Or had he stumbled upon them elsewhere? Jiang Mansheng sat still, grappling with the realization. Then, a moment later, Lu Qichen squeezed her hand, asking, "Do you still wish to watch Lovers?" At that moment, she was certain he had indeed seen those comments from her phone before the movie. Did that include those more risque phrases? Jiang Mansheng stared, somewhat stiffly, at his long, elegant fingers entwined with hers. But since they had yet to finish the film, she nodded. "Yes, I want to watch it. Last time, They had only seen about 10 minutes. Jiang Mansheng crouched before the screen to check the progress bar, adjusting it before returning to sit beside Lu Qichen on the sofa. His hand rested lightly around her waist. However, after merely another 15 minutes, she turned to find Lu Qichen had fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Jiang Mansheng quickly paused the movie, noticing a hint of fatigue etched across his features. She gently placed a cushion beside his head. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the gentle glow emanating from the screen. She, relying on this soft light, gazed at his striking features, a pang of tenderness washing over her. How could she still have him accompany her for a movie? He had worked tirelessly all day and must surely be weary. She reached for a blanket nearby, tenderly draping it over Lu Qichen's form. In that moment, Lu Qichen unconsciously wrapped an arm around her waist, leaving Jiang Mansheng hesitant to make any sudden movements. Silence enveloped them as she remained by his side, quietly observing him. The window in the living room was ajar, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in. The ambient temperature was delightful, and the alluring scent of wood from Lu Qichen lingered in the air, filling her senses. She gently squeezed his hand, feeling the comforting warmth that radiated from him. It seemed Lu Qichen was not quite asleep, as he reciprocated her gesture with a light grip on her hand. Jiang Mansheng's heart stirred lightly. However, she suddenly recalled the moment when Lu Qichen had shown signs of jealousy. Reflecting on this, she reached for a small box she had brought from the bedroom before the movie began. Inside lay a pair of simple couple rings. They had never purchased wedding bands, and Jiang Mansheng had no particular fondness for wearing rings. This pair was merely something she had found appealing during a shopping trip, and it had been left untouched until now. Yet, she wished to offer Lu Qichen a sense of security. She slipped the female ring on her finger and then carefully slid the male ring onto Lu Qichen's ring finger. To her surprise, it fit perfectly. Jiang Mansheng placed her hand beside his, showcasing the small rings that now adorned both of their fingers. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to grasp the essence of wearing couple rings, not as a symbol of romance, nor as a grand gesture, but as a gentle warmth flowing within her heart. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Qichen's hand shifted away from hers. Jiang Mansheng paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. Now awake and observing the ring on his finger with an amused smile that was both subtle and fleeting. "What are you doing?" he asked lightly. How could Lu Qichen be so breathtaking, she thought. Before she could collect her thoughts, he gently took her hand, now adorned with a ring as well, intertwining their fingers. The coolness of the newly donned ring against her skin felt delightful. "These are couple rings," Jiang Mansheng said softly. Lu Qichen sat up, clearly pleased with the ring as he pulled her into his lap, remarking, "How wonderful this is, my dear." Jiang Mansheng willingly nestled into him. Though Lu Qichen had no particular intention in that moment, the remote control lay nearby, and as he made this gesture, the movie resumed playing. At the 38th minute of The Lover, the wealthy young man and the French girl shared their first intimate encounter. Mirroring the closeness that Lu Qichen now held Jiang Mansheng in his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, the film had begun to play sound, and as Jiang Mansheng tilted her head to glance, she beheld a scene that made her heart race. A young heir, with an air of gentleness, cradled a bare French maiden and laid her upon the bed. Her face flushed instantly, a shiver running through her, as her gaze fell upon Lu Qichen. His eyes resumed the expression he had worn when he spoke of wanting her, a look that promised an unforgettable night ahead. Jiang Mansheng clung tightly to his neck, her body igniting with warmth and a slight stickiness in mere seconds. Her voice, now tinged with a husky tremor, emerged. "Lu Qichen, please, could you draw the curtains?" At that moment, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the silken moonlight cascaded gently between the buildings. Yet the design of these windows shielded their interior from the outside world. Lu Qichen, with a soothing gesture, ran his fingers through her long, cascading hair, assuring her, "No one can see in." However, Jiang Mansheng, overwhelmed with anxiety, found herself in his arms as he carried her to the window and pulled the curtains closed. She hung on to him, and once the curtains were drawn tightly, the room darkened further, illuminated only by the flickering light from the screen, a secluded sanctuary meant solely for the two of them. At this juncture, the film began to emit sultry, suggestive sounds, prompting Jiang Mansheng to speak again. Could you turn off the movie? This time, however, Lu Qichen did not comply. Returning to the sofa, she perched herself upon his lap, and he leaned in, bestowing upon her a gentle kiss. Initially, she felt a wave of nervousness, but his tender caress soon calmed her, stirring within her a desire for his affection. Yet, as the kiss lingered, it began to take on a weight of longing. Jiang Mansheng endeavored to reciprocate, but her attempts were swiftly enveloped by Lu Qichen's embrace. After some time, the kiss transformed into something soft and lingering, culminating in Lu Qichen softly nibbling her lips before parting. Though she continued to hold him tightly, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a sense of danger enveloping her as she whispered his name. Lu Qichen. He replied gently, What is it that you wish for? Jiang Mansheng's voice, rendered slightly hoarse from their kisses and her apprehension, revealed her conflicting feelings. She found pleasure in his attentions, yet was inexplicably fearful. Lu Qichen, in response to her unspoken query, acted decisively. His hand slipped beneath her clothing, reaching her waist and making contact with her skin, lifting her higher still. Jiang Mansheng relished the sensation of being held aloft by him. Yet in an instant, she sensed the shift in the air between them. His hand brushed against her bra, and soon the sensation of restraint vanished, her garments discarded, replaced by his lips and teeth. A sudden tremor coursed through her, leaving her weak yet exhilarated, as if a primal desire was awakening within her, compelling her to instinctively tighten her legs. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lu Qichen gently leaned forward, placing Jiang Mansheng down upon the sofa. He continued to soothe her, affectionately calling her baby. Jiang Mansheng emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement, her heart momentarily at ease. However, unbeknownst to her, one of Lu Qichen's hands had descended, his large palm making contact with the inner thigh of her leg. Chapter 74. Hand. Balloon. Jiang Mansheng instinctively responded with a small hum. A sound escaped her lips as she felt an unprecedented, unfamiliar sensation brush against the inner thigh. She bit her lip, her entire being tensed, her hands firmly gripping Lu Qichen's shoulders. For the moment, Lu Qichen remained still, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Mansheng's eyes. The exquisite sand-green gown that Jiang Mansheng had donned so beautifully now lay discarded upon the carpet. Even though it had been cast aside, it still seemed to retain the gentle warmth and unique charm that belonged solely to Jiang Mansheng. At present, she was clad only in a thin layer of moonstone hue, her curves elegantly entering his line of sight. Lu Qichen began to question his earlier judgment. He had encountered a myriad of colors and beautiful things that day, and when he first beheld Jiang Mansheng in that sand-green dress in the fitting room, he had deemed her the most beautiful sight of the day. Yet now, he felt compelled to retract that statement. Nothing could surpass the beauty of Jiang Mansheng before him. But why did she appear so anxious? He gazed at Jiang Mansheng, a sense of helplessness tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lu Qichen. Jiang Mansheng clung tightly to his arm, softly calling out to him, her tone laced with an inexplicable sense of grievance. Lu Qichen's hand remained at her side, while with his other arm, he lifted Jiang Mansheng once more, placing her back on his lap. She was elevated to a height she favored, one that surpassed his own. The proximity of their bodies ignited a renewed warmth. Jiang Mansheng felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, as Lu Qichen leaned in to gently kiss her cheek, then took her hand, guiding it over his clothing until it reached his waist and abdominal muscles. It was merely a simple gesture, yet Jiang Mansheng found an immediate sense of tranquility. It seemed she began to comprehend Lu Qichen's fascination with her body when he had previously nibbled at her. She realized, with great clarity, her own deep affection for his physique. Jiang Mansheng tightened her embrace around his waist, lowering her head to nip at his shoulder. She bit down with considerable force, and it was evident that Lu Qichen's body stiffened in response. However, Jiang Mansheng did not cease immediately. She continued to bite a few more times before turning her gaze to meet his eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Did I hurt you? Lu Qichen leaned in to kiss her lips. Jiang Mansheng tilted her neck back, and in that moment, the kiss felt almost magical. A tingling sensation coursed through her entire being. Although this kiss was gentler than many before, It felt more intimate and ambiguous than ever. In the dimly lit room, the low and fluctuating sounds from the film continued intermittently, occasionally punctuated by arguments, anger, or barely concealed affection. Yet, as Lu Qichen held her, enveloping her in a prolonged kiss, it seemed to wash away all her anxieties. After a while, the hand that rested on her thigh gently kneaded her skin. Jiang Mansheng instinctively bit down on her lip, but Lu Qichen found her lips once more, softly sucking on the marks left by her own teeth at the corners of her mouth, a rhythm that was both teasing and tender. Thus, the emotion she had suppressed between her lips began to overflow. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, she felt as though the room was filled solely with the ambiguous whispers from the film and her own somewhat subdued, perhaps even enchanting, voice. Fortunately, the background sounds of the movie provided her with a veil of concealment. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Mansheng found herself relieved. She sensed a peculiar sensation within her body and tightened her embrace around his arm, calling out to him with a hint of grievance. Lu Qichen. Yet, the weight of Lu Qichen's affection seemed to intensify in her heart. In that moment of mental blankness, it felt as if she had emitted some sound akin to that of the heroine in the film, and then she heard Lu Qichen whisper in her ear, "Baby, tonight is beautiful." With reddened eyes, Jiang Mansheng nearly melted into Lu Qichen's embrace. He held her close, gently stroking her back until she regained her composure. Ultimately, it was Lu Qichen who carried her into the bathroom. She wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling the solid warmth of his chest, the woody fragrance emanating from him gradually soothing her restlessness, while her body temperature steadily lowered. Lu Qichen prepared a bath for her, lifting her into the tub. As he began to fetch shower gel and other necessities, clearly intending to assist her with her bath, Jiang Mansheng snapped back to reality. "Lu Qichen, I can wash myself." He looked at her quizzically. "Can you manage on your own?" Jiang Mansheng raised a hand to shield her face. "Of course I can." Lu Qichen chuckled at her adorable demeanor, placing all the items she might need within her reach, then leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Call me if you need anything." His lips were cool and soothing, prompting an instinctive response from Jiang Mansheng. The bathroom door clicked shut, and she soaked in the tub for what felt like an eternity, long enough for her to regain her tranquility. When she finally emerged, Lu Qichen had already bathed and changed into fresh clothes, patiently waiting for her on the bedroom sofa. Jiang Mansheng approached, pausing between his legs. Lu Qichen's hand rested on her waist, drawing her closer. With the bedroom door ajar, she could see down to the living room, where Lu Qichen had tidied up, turned off the movie, and arranged the sofa neatly. Memories of the lover resurfaced. Mrs. Shunwan truly had an exceptional taste in film recommendations. She recalled that indescribable enchantment from earlier. She couldn't discern Lu Qichen's feelings and doubted whether he felt as comfortable as she did. Yet, she felt that her tone when she had urged him out of the bathroom was not particularly kind. Lu Qichen. He caressed her waist, lifting her onto his lap. Jiang Mansheng instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The coolness of his body was comforting, and she instinctively yearned to be closer to him. But how could she articulate her thoughts? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Mansheng spoke. "I was merely shy in the bathroom earlier, not angry. Nor did I wish to deny your assistance. I simply wanted to wash myself." Then, recalling the comfort she had felt on the sofa, it had been delightful. Suddenly, she seemed to understand why Lu Qichen felt so cool to the touch. "Did you take a cold shower? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Qichen chuckled softly in response. Jiang Mansheng was perhaps unaware of his thoughts, pondering how endearing his baby was. Thus, Lu Qichen gently grasped Jiang Mansheng's chin, tenderly kissing her several times. Jiang Mansheng tightened her embrace around his shoulders, and in the next moment, she found herself lifted off the ground, cradled horizontally in his arms. Way later upon the bed, she still clung tightly to Lu Qichen's neck, her heart racing for a few seconds, her voice softening. Do we still continue?" Lu Qichen's voice was restrained yet gentle, carrying a soothing coolness. "Let us sleep." Fortunately, it was this very statement that allowed her to take her time. Then, Lu Qichen lay beside her, his hand draping over her waist. He emanated a delightful fragrance, cool and refreshing, which she found immensely appealing. Nestled in his embrace, Jiang Mansheng also extended a hand gently around his waist. This night unfolded as an ordinary one, with a park located near Qinglan. Two little girls frolicked in the vicinity of the park, entering from two different exits. One of the girls accidentally lost her balloon at one exit, watching it soar high into the sky. She jumped several times, but could not reach it. "I wonder where it has flown off to. Does it not like me?" she asked her mother, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Meanwhile, the other girl, holding her mother's hand, bounded joyfully when suddenly a balloon floated beside her. She gently caught the slender string, inquiring, "Where did this balloon come from? How can I find its owner?" Minutes later, the two girls encountered each other at a corner. One mother said, "See, it doesn't dislike you." The other mother added, "Now you found its owner." That evening, 5 girls simultaneously felt immense happiness. Jiang Mansheng was the fifth. She was held tightly by Lu Qichen, gently nuzzling against his chest. The thin fabric of his loungewear brushed against her skin, smooth and warm. Yet all Jiang Mansheng could think was, "What should I do? How could I possibly like Lu Qichen this much?" It seemed she was further succumbing to the depths of love for him. Chapter 75. A kiss before departure. The following day, Jiang Mansheng awoke early, a deliberate decision on her part. She intended to prepare a breakfast of his favorite dishes for Lu Qichen. In addition, her agenda for the next 2 days included a trip to the mountain village with Du Jiayin and a visit to the filming location for actor assessments. However, to her surprise, upon rising, she discovered that Lu Qichen was already gone. Jiang Mansheng searched the bathroom, study, and other areas, but found no trace of him. If Lu Qichen had any business trip planned, he would have informed her in advance. Even for last-minute work arrangements, he would have left her a message. Thus, she attempted to reach him via WeChat call, but there was no answer. The clock read 7 o'clock a.m. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to message Fang Qizhong, inquiring, "Did Lu Qichen leave for work unexpectedly this morning?" Fang Qizhong had risen early to handle work matters and had received a message from Lu Qichen approximately half an hour prior. It was a request for Fang to send in the breakfast that Chen Qin mentioned Jiang Mansheng enjoyed. Fang promptly forwarded the information and added, "President Lu, shall I get breakfast for Madam?" However, Lu Qichen quickly declined the offer. When Jiang Mansheng's message about Lu Qichen's early departure appeared on his screen, Fang Qizhong recognized the sender even before glancing at the name. In Lu Qichen's circle, the only person who would address him in such a direct manner was his wife. Most people hesitated to call Lu Qichen by name, while members of the Lu family, such as the elder matriarch, would use a more affectionate tone. Yet Jiang Mansheng, though the spouse of President Lu, preferred to call him by his full name. Fang Qizhong, adept at discerning Lu Qichen's thoughts, understood that being vague might yield a delightful surprise. Thus he replied, "Madam, President Lu should be back in about half an hour." Jiang Mansheng quickly responded, "All right." Fang mused that Jiang Mansheng was perhaps the most agreeable and considerate person he had encountered while working alongside Lu Qichen. Since Lu Qichen would return shortly, Jiang Mansheng resolved to continue preparing breakfast. She decided to make sour soup dumplings, a task she found manageable. Timing her cooking perfectly, she had just finished and set the dish on the dining table when Lu Qichen entered through the door. Dressed in black casual attire and carrying a bag of breakfast, he noticed Jiang Mansheng standing there, slightly dazed, holding a plate of food. The breakfast packaging was familiar to her. They spoke simultaneously. Jiang Mansheng exclaimed, "You want to buy breakfast for me?" Lu Qichen replied, "What made you get up to make breakfast?" The exchange felt almost theatrical. 15 minutes later, Jiang Mansheng sat beside Lu Qichen, enjoying the breakfast he had brought her while he savored the sour soup dumplings she had prepared. In the midst of their meal, he casually scooped up a dumpling for himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of bliss. "How wonderful it is that we both get to enjoy our favorite breakfast," she remarked. Lu Qichen simply gazed at her and offered a gentle smile. In truth, it was a matter of simplicity. She wished to bring him joy, and he, in turn, sought to bring her happiness. Jiang Mansheng ate a bit more quickly, yet after finishing her breakfast, she remained seated beside Lu Qichen. He sat to her right, adorned on his left hand with the couple's simple ring that Jiang Mansheng had donned the previous night, and on his wrist, a watch crafted by the same designer as hers. Jiang Mansheng reached out her hand, placing it next to his. In her heart, She secretly mused that their hands seemed quite compatible, and a fleeting moment of connection should pose no issue. She even discreetly took a photograph with her phone. Lu Qichen noticed, but said nothing, instead smiling as he looked at her. "Do you like it this much?" Jiang Mansheng replied honestly, "It's a bit magical. It was meant to provide you with a sense of security, yet I seem to prefer it more." Lu Qichen responded, "I like it too." A warm sensation flooded Jiang Mansheng's heart. They planned to head out together. Jiang Mansheng donned a sophisticated black suit, as did Lu Qichen. She tied a black and white striped silk scarf around her neck, and Lu Qichen naturally selected a matching black and white striped tie. As Jiang Mansheng opened the door, just a crack, Lu Qichen suddenly reached out to grasp her hand, his voice low. "Are we going for 2 days?" Jiang Mansheng nodded softly. Lu Qichen lowered his head. "Let us share a kiss before we go." Given that Qinglan was a single staircase with individual units, there was little concern about being seen, so Jiang Mansheng allowed him to kiss her. Just as they stepped out, they encountered Fang Qinzong. Fang Qinzong remained composed. "Mr. Lu." "Madam." Jiang Mansheng was momentarily taken aback. Lu Qichen acknowledged him with a slight grunt, his demeanor so natural that he even tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Jiang Mansheng eventually regained her composure and greeted Fang Qinzong. "Good morning, Secretary Fang." Fang Qinzong smiled gently. "Good morning, madam." After descending the elevator, the two parted ways. The moment Lu Qichen settled into the car, he instructed Fang Qinzong to prioritize the plan for purchasing wedding rings. While he was relaying instructions, a message from Jiang Mansheng popped up on his phone. Lu Qichen's lips curled into a slight smile as he opened it. It was the photograph she had just taken of their couple's diamond rings. Jiang Mansheng's hands were exquisite, which was Lu Qichen's immediate thought. She texted, "I want to take it off unless something significant happens." Lu Qichen recalled the peculiar feeling that had washed over him when he saw her wearing that ring on her finger yesterday, coupled with her expression when she mentioned needing security. He replied, "I want to take it off either." Chapter 76. Matilda, when Jiang Mansheng received the message. Her vehicle had just merged onto the main road. She refrained from immediately checking her phone. At that moment, a few sharp claps of thunder resonated, and rain began to patter against the window. The downpour seemed to carry an intent to cleanse the entire world to its very essence. The windshield wipers swished rhythmically. Jiang Mansheng recalled her fondness for rain, particularly enjoying those tranquil nights spent nestled under the covers, doing nothing but surrendering to peaceful slumber. Yet, she harbored a slight fear of thunder. Its booming might disrupt her sleep, and even if she managed to drift off, nightmares could ensue. What about Lu Qichen? She realized she was uncertain whether he liked the rain. At that moment, she remembered Zhao Shu's caution against falling prey to romantic notions. Jiang Mansheng felt she was not as fragile as she once thought. However, glancing at the modest plain ring on her fourth finger, she acknowledged the soundness of Zhao Shu's advice. As fate would have it, a red light appeared ahead, halting her vehicle and affording her a moment to confirm the message that had come through on her phone. It was a message from Lu. "I want to take it off either." A gentle breeze seemed to sweep across her heart. Suddenly, she felt that those two simple letters possessed a magical comfort for her soul. During her time at Rue Bai, she had refrained from saving Lu Qichen's name in her contacts for fear of it being discovered. Now, she resolved to assign him a note, albeit not directly using his name. Upon arriving at the Jiang family's charitable organization, Jiang Mansheng waited at the reception while waiting for Du Jiayin, who had yet to descend. The organization, Qingxing, was both independent and closely affiliated with the Jiang family's enterprises, employing only about 40 to 50 individuals. Recently, they had been focusing on projects for children in rural areas, with philanthropy being one of their objectives, while also enhancing the corporate image of Jiang's other businesses. At this juncture, Jiang Mansheng completed the note for Lu Qichen. Soon after, Du Jiayin appeared. Although they had met once before, Jiang Mansheng was still taken aback by Du Jiayin's long hair that nearly reached her ankles. Du Jiayin had no bangs and wore her hair in a high ponytail, presenting an appearance that seemed somewhat aloof at first glance. Lu Qichen had remarked on her cool demeanor, yet noted a tenderness in her decisive actions. Their interaction remained polite, with Du Jiayin addressing her as Miss Jiang, and Jiang Mansheng referring to her as teacher Du Jiang swiped her card and pressed the elevator button, leading Jiang Mansheng to the upper floors. Initially, they had intended to head directly to the rural village they were researching, but since Du Jiang did not have a vehicle, Jiang Mansheng offered to stop by the company first to pick her up. Du Jiang accepted without hesitation. Since they were there, they planned to familiarize themselves with the company as personnel. The office of Qingxing had a semi-open layout. Upon entering, Du Jiang introduced Jiang Mansheng to the team. After introductions, they presented several executives of comparable rank to Du Jiang, eventually mentioning a Mr. Wang, a graduate of Columbia University. However, he was not currently at the office, as he was out on a filming location where they would likely encounter him. Lu Qichen also graduated from Columbia University. Due to this serendipitous connection, Jiang Mansheng unconsciously viewed this Mr. Wang through a favorable lens. After the introduction, Du Jiang arranged an office for Jiang Mansheng, and the two set off for the countryside together. As for the note Jiang Mansheng had saved for Lu Qichen, it read, Mathilde. Today, Lu Qichen spent half the morning handling affairs at the headquarters of the Lu Group, and in the afternoon, he had a social engagement. The counterpart, Mr. Su, was the most crucial collaborator for Lu Qichen's upcoming elderly care project. This group had recently interacted with Lu Qichen frequently and held him in high regard. In an effort to cultivate a good relationship, they inquired about Lu Qichen's recent ventures, particularly his involvement in high-end women's accessories and jewelry, seeking ways to curry favor with their principal. There was a particular sand green gown that Lu Qichen had commissioned a designer to create a derivative version of, which piqued their interest. No one understood the social dynamics better than Mr. Su, who mingled among the elite. As Lu Qichen and Fang Qizhong opened the door to the private room, they both immediately noticed two young women clad in sand green gowns. Lu Qichen was taken aback, for the dresses bore a striking resemblance to the one Jiang Mansheng wore the previous night. One of the girls bore a slight resemblance to Jiang Mansheng, while the other showcased a completely different style, yet both donned the same sand green gown. Fang Qizhong was astonished as well, for this gown was a project he had overseen and one that Lu Qichen had taken a particular interest in, making it hard for him to forget. They paused briefly at the entrance. Meanwhile, Mr. Su had already begun to welcome them, gesturing for the two girls in sand green gowns to rise respectfully. With a clear intent, he beckoned Lu Qichen to join them and urged the girls to pour him a drink. The seating arrangement in the room had been reserved for Lu Qichen, who took a seat. When the girls approached with drinks, he declined politely, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary." A strong fragrance wafted into Lu Qichen's nostrils. Engaging with female executives inevitably brought forth the scent of perfume. However, the fragrances he had recently become most familiar with were those favored by Jiang Mansheng. This one, in stark contrast to Jiang Mansheng's usual choices, was rather overwhelming. Mr. Su interjected, "Mr. Lu, I heard you recently photographed a sand green gown. See if it resembles this one." Lu Qichen did not turn to look deliberately. He cast a brief glance at Fang Qizhong, who then approached the girls. "Ladies, I apologize, but could you please switch places with me?" The two girls exchanged awkward glances with Mr. Su, who said nothing further, allowing them to move aside. After discussing the collaboration for an hour, Lu Qichen showed no intention of lingering. He draped his suit jacket over his arm and began to leave with Fang Qizhong. At that moment, the two girls were signaled to follow, and one of them asked, "Mr. Lu, would it be convenient for me to fetch your coat?" At this moment, Lu Qichen could not help but glance back. The two long skirts bore a striking resemblance to the one he had purchased for Jiang Mansheng, albeit with a slight hint of immodesty. Such occurrences were inevitable in the bustling marketplace, and Lu Qichen lacked the energy to intervene in every instance. Had this been some time ago, he might have disregarded it entirely and simply walked away. However, observing the youthful demeanor of the two girls reminded him of Jiang Mansheng's usual attitude towards young women. "Are you students?" The girls, taken aback by his inquiry, nodded hesitantly. Lu Qichen then turned to Mr. Su. "Mr. Su, did you bring me two girls who are neither as beautiful as my wife nor possess her admirable character in an attempt to enhance our collaboration?" Mr. Su chuckled. "I just thought to bring you a bit of amusement." Yet, Lu Qichen's tone remained somber. "Let me not witness such a situation again." Chapter 77. Du Jiang. To be candid, prior to her arrival at the mountain village, Jiang Mansheng was oblivious to the significance of Du Jiayin scheduling this task before their filming commenced. However, upon reaching the village, the purpose became abundantly clear. Du Jiayin intended for her to earnestly immerse herself in the lives of the village children. Engaging in philanthropy is a matter easily spoken of, yet mere words can be uttered by anyone. The first destination Du Jiayin took her to was a modest primary school supported by Qingxing. It was indeed small, and in comparison to conventional schools, its educational facilities were noticeably lacking. As the bell rang, Jiang Mansheng and Du Jiayin stood by the teaching building, with the playground nearby, where children frolicked joyfully, while teachers and students traversed the corridors within. Du Jiayin guided Jiang Mansheng through the school, visiting several classrooms along the way. A few teachers and students recognized Du Jiayin and greeted her warmly. Ultimately, Du Jiayin recited a string of Qingxing's charitable principles with remarkable fluency, akin to rehearsing lines, causing Jiang Mansheng to pause momentarily and glance at her. She sensed Du Jiayin's earnestness in leading her, albeit slightly mechanized in delivery. Noticing Jiang Mansheng's momentary bewilderment, Du Jiayin offered a playful smile, apologizing with a light-hearted tone. "Forgive me, Miss Jiang, though this company belongs to President Jiang and you are indeed his daughter. The number of individuals aspiring to engage in philanthropy only to depart shortly thereafter is overwhelming. I have simply grown accustomed to this process. It has almost become second nature to me, with no offense intended." Jiang Mansheng, unfazed by her remarks, chose not to respond, as she too preferred to demonstrate her worth through actions and time. Throughout that entire morning, Du Jiayin assisted with various tasks, and Jiang Mansheng mirrored her efforts. Possessing a resilient spirit, Jiang Mansheng sought to substantiate her grounded capabilities, and she did so with sincere simplicity. By the conclusion of the morning, Du Jiayin had gained some understanding of Jiang Mansheng. As they wrapped up, she remarked, "When President Jiang invited me to Qingxing to guide you in philanthropy from the ground up, I truly perceived it as a jest. However, given President Jiang's kindness to me, and my own desire to transition back into charitable work, Qingxing presented an opportunity. He has also afforded me the means to continue even if you find it challenging to persist. Yet now, I see President Jiang was right when he said that once I got to know you, I would realize you are not the type of heiress I had envisioned." Du Jiayin sincerely hoped that, although everyone has their own choices, individuals like Miss Jiang, who genuinely possess resources, would take the time to engage meaningfully, rather than relying solely on the limited resources that ordinary individuals like herself could muster through immense dedication and effort. Initially scheduled for the following day, their visit to the filming site was moved to that very evening. Before departing, Du Jiayin made a call to General Manager Wang, a Columbia University graduate, saying, "There is no need for you to come today if you're busy." Jiang Mansheng was taken aback. On the journey, Du Jiayin brought up a matter. "Some time ago, President Jiang asked me to familiarize myself with you, and I gathered some information about you. Although I initially struggled to connect the dots, I later realized that during my university days, I had listened to a podcast you created with your classmates." Jiang Mansheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Du Jiayin chuckled. "It was called The Witching Hour, wasn't it?" At this, Jiang Mansheng smiled as well. Indeed, it was a project she had been persuaded to join by her classmates, merely for enjoyment. The witching hour refers to the twilight period before dusk, which Jiang Mansheng has always regarded as a gentle moment of respite. There was a time when their podcast gained significant popularity, amassing quite an audience. Du Jiayin remarked, "You are quite impressive. But, did you know I am your direct senior from high school?" Jiang Mansheng replied with a smile. "I am aware. Lu Qichen informed me." Du Jiayin continued, "During my final year of high school, I broke the record for the highest score, and the academic director remarked that this record would likely stand for several years. Naturally, as an ambitious individual, I was thrilled. However, the following year, you shattered that record. I was quite indignant and sought to learn more about you, which led me to your podcast. It was then that I discovered you were indeed the daughter of President Jiang." Du Jiayin added, "I hope you don't mind. Maintaining a competitive edge and being informed about one's rivals and allies is simply the destiny of individuals like us." Jiang Mansheng shook her head. "Not at all. You are quite impressive, senior. She recognized that Du Jiayin was not only trying to forge a connection, but also allowing Jiang Mansheng to understand her better. Du Jiayin smiled again. At that moment, it was indeed the witching hour, with the warm orange glow of twilight casting a gentle light on the car windows and illuminating Du Jiayin's beautiful long hair. Upon arriving at the filming location, it was nearly 7 o'clock. By the time Du Jiayin and her companions arrived, President Wang was already present. Jiang Mansheng had reviewed the materials in advance, and today they were to evaluate 3 stars at this shoot, 1 male and 2 female. During a lull, Du Jiayin informed her about several considerations the charity organization takes into account when selecting celebrities as ambassadors. They might opt for a prominent star, but unless the star is willing to forego their fee, this approach entails substantial costs, albeit with swift results. Alternatively, they could choose lesser-known stars, whom the charity would then cultivate and promote, though this would require ongoing contractual commitments to advocate for the organization's philanthropic endeavors. Regardless of the celebrity's stature, all were within their evaluation scope, yet the 3 for today were all emerging stars. The filming set was engaged in shooting a night scene when an assistant approached to guide them over. After observing for a while, Jiang Mansheng joined Du Jiayin in assessing the 3 actors' performances. The male actor was a polite and handsome gentleman, while the 2 actresses exhibited starkly contrasting personalities. One was particularly diligent and reserved, while the other was vibrant and cheerful. In Jiang Mansheng's eyes, both were commendable, with no issues regarding their character or background. At that moment, the only aspect to evaluate was the actor's professional potential, as Du Jiayin noted. They had previously had a brief interaction with the agents or the actors themselves, conducting a small interview. After enduring a lengthy interview, Jiang Mansheng finally comprehended why Du Jiayin had remarked to Mr. Wang earlier that he could forego attending today's meeting. The reason became evident as Mr. Wang incessantly interrupted the actresses, voicing his opinions. The previous selections of starlets had not significantly impacted their endeavors. He had but one stipulation: ideally, they should refrain from selecting a female candidate. Female celebrities often bring complications, frequently embroiled in romantic scandals. With the recent appointment of a female supervisor from above, he felt it was more than sufficient. His intention was to avoid hiring a female celebrity as their spokesperson. Statements of this nature continued to flow from him. However, regardless of his credentials, whether he hailed from Columbia University or exuded an air of authority, why should they heed the words of a male chauvinist? After a while, Du Jiayin leaned over to Jiang Mansheng, inquiring if she had grasped the situation. Jiang Mansheng nodded, despite Mr. Wang's ongoing monologue. Du Jiayin nonetheless decided to halt the interview. On their way back, Jiang Mansheng offered to drive Du Jiayin home, unintentionally or not. As Du Jiayin retrieved her keys from her bag upon exiting the vehicle, a stack of documents tumbled out. Jiang Mansheng instinctively assisted in gathering them. Having previously worked in administration, she recognized the contents of those documents, clear evidence that could be used to report Mr. Wang. In the brief span of that evening, coupled with the information at hand, Jiang Mansheng had gleaned enough to understand Mr. Wang's character. Jiang Mansheng confronted Du Jiayin directly. "Are you considering reporting Mr. Wang?" She was well aware of Du Jiayin's background. Given her position, such an action could have dire repercussions. Du Jiayin met guise. She was resolute, having recently joined Qingxing despite Mr. Wang being her equal or even wielding greater authority. Her goal remained altruistic. She could not tolerate any form of injustice, and Mr. Wang represented the first malignancy she aimed to excise. Although she was but a minor player in this hierarchy, the scion of the Jiang family presented a valuable opportunity. Whether Du Jiayin approached philanthropy as a pastime or with earnest intent, she intended to seize every chance. Meanwhile, Jiang Mansheng was prepared to embrace this opportunity gently. "What I desire is to engage in philanthropy. As long as our objectives align, regardless of your background, you may lead, and I willingly serve as a resource for your purposes. As for Mr. Wang, would you like my assistance?" Du Jiayin smiled, responding, "You truly are disarmingly forthright." Mississippi. Yet she quickly added, "I would appreciate your help." Mississippi Chapter 78. Do you want to? Jiang Mansheng harbored a certain fondness for Du Jiang. Regardless of the nature of their future relationship, at this moment, it was imperative for her to make Du Jiang more willing to follow her lead. Drawing from her own experience, she could investigate President Wang later, but they could establish a preliminary collaboration intent. Originally, their plan was to spend a night in a mountain village and then proceed to the filming location the following day. However, it seemed that Du Jiang had already accomplished her goal of observing Jiang Mansheng within a day and night. Now, as evening fell and the task of assessing the actors was complete, Jiang Mansheng glanced at the time. It was still before 10 o'clock. Du Jiang's residence was not far from Qinglan. On her way home, the sky darkened ominously and rain began to fall. Fortunately, it was only as she reached the Qinglan garage that thunder began to rumble. Jiang Mansheng pressed the elevator button for the upper floors, and as she opened the door to her home, a loud clap of thunder echoed. She instinctively shuddered. Lu Qichen had just finished his work and emerged from the study, descending the stairs with the intent of preparing a cup of hot tea. Jiang Mansheng stood at the entrance, where the light was dim, and upon seeing Lu Qichen, she called out to him, "Lu Qichen." Lu Qichen was taken aback by Jiang Mansheng's unexpected return, momentarily puzzled. Yet, his expression quickly transformed into one of warmth. Just moments ago in the study, he had found himself missing her. After entering the mountain village, the signal had been poor, leaving them without any means of communication. Later, she had gone to the filming site, and he had no idea what she was preoccupied with. Jiang Mansheng genuinely felt a twinge of fear at the sound of thunder. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Could you come and hold me?" Hearing her, Lu Qichen approached her and gently lifted her into his embrace. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mansheng wrapped her arms around his neck, realizing that she was slightly taller than him. In that moment of being cradled, her heart began to settle. Earlier that day, while with Du Jiang in the mountain village, she had seen many children toiling away. Yet reason compelled her to maintain a facade of composure in front of Du Jiang. But now, with the thunder crashing outside and Lu Qichen holding her, she felt a wave of sadness wash over her. "It's thundering." Lu Qichen chuckled softly, caressing her shoulders to reassure her, urging her to cling tightly to him. "Have you eaten?" he asked. Jiang Mansheng replied with a soft hum. Lu Qichen carried her toward the bedroom. "Shall we wash up first?" However, Jiang Mansheng felt conflicted. At that moment, all she desired was to hold onto Lu Qichen. "I'll wash up after the thunder stops." Throughout the day, Lu Qichen had realized just how much he missed Jiang Mansheng. He was a person of stable emotions, seldom revealing them. Yet upon seeing a girl in a sandy green dress, deliberately styled to resemble Jiang Mansheng, he felt an inexplicable discontent. Jiang Mansheng was irreplaceable, a truth he had always been certain of. At that moment, she gently massaged his neck and asked, "Are you tired today?" Such a simple question magnified his longing for her in an instant. Jiang Mansheng, nestled in his arms, felt soft and carried the fragrance he had grown to miss. Thus, Lu Qichen inquired, "Would you like me to accompany you while you wash?" Jiang Mansheng responded with a curious "You must accompany me for a bath. Is that acceptable?" she inquired. Today, she had been bustling about all day long and truly yearned for a soothing bath. When Jiang Mansheng agreed, she had no inkling of the events that would unfold in mere minutes. All she felt was a fear of thunder, an urgent desire for reassurance. Initially, in the bathtub, she was embraced by Lu Qichen. Just the day before, she had explored Lu Qichen's physique, albeit not in the same state of undress as now. A mix of admiration and bashfulness coursed through her. However, it wasn't long before she sensed something peculiar about Lu Qichen's demeanor. Jiang Mansheng gazed into his eyes, which were dark and clouded with indistinct emotions. At first, she clung to his shoulder, whispering, This was the swiftest bath Jiang Mansheng had ever taken. She hastily applied shower gel and shampoo, rinsed off, and emerged from the bathroom with flushed cheeks. As she departed, she fancied she heard Lu Qichen let out a resigned chuckle. After a short while, once Jiang Mansheng had dried her hair and tidied up, she nestled under the covers. Lu Qichen soon followed her. Outside, the thunder rumbled on, but after her bath, Jiang Mansheng felt no trace of fatigue. Only a refreshing sense of ease and the security that Lu Qichen's presence afforded her. Yet, She felt a twinge of discomfort for having rushed out. She cherished Lu Qichen, and he reciprocated her affections. They were bound in matrimony. How could she continue to act this way? Lu Qichen also dried his hair, donned a black loungewear outfit, and settled onto the bed beside her. The mattress dipped slightly, prompting Jiang Mansheng, who had been buried in the covers, to sit up slowly. Lu Qichen, she called softly. He responded with a gentle hum. Gradually, she climbed onto his lap, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Still, she remained visibly anxious. Lu Qichen, should we proceed? He chuckled softly, lifting her entirely onto his thighs. Her evident nervousness left Lu Qichen at a loss for how to begin. Yet, he too desired Jiang Mansheng. He cradled the back of her head and kissed her with tender gentleness. As their lips met, Jiang Mansheng recalled something. I may not have mentioned this before, but I'm allergic to latex, so ordinary ones cannot be used. It's truly. Lu Qichen captured her lips once more. That evening, Jiang Mansheng wore a cream-colored loungewear outfit. Although it was a simple garment, she looked stunning in it. The previous night, witnessing her in that sand-green dress, he had thought it exceptionally beautiful. But now he realized that it was Jiang Mansheng herself who was breathtakingly lovely. She was indeed captivating enough to take his breath away. As they continued to kiss, Jiang Mansheng gazed at him, a bit dazed. So, what shall we do? 10 minutes later, Jiang Mansheng was certain that after last night, Lu Qichen's fascination with her body had intensified. For he was now caressing her curves, lifting her onto his lap, the heat of their bodies igniting the atmosphere in the bedroom. Jiang Mansheng's cheeks flushed crimson as she heard Lu Qichen call her baby repeatedly. This night, nothing could possibly rival the redness of her face. The bedroom was filled with soft rustling sounds for quite some time, yet she felt an immense satisfaction blooming within her heart. Eventually, Lu Qichen embraced her once more, tenderly kissing her for an extended period. His refreshing scent gradually diluted the fervent warmth enveloping them both. Time stretched on, so long that Jiang Mansheng even forgot her earlier fear of thunder. Eventually, the sound of rain and thunder outside began to fade away. Chapter 79. A gentle night. On this night, outside the window, the moonlight shimmered like water, while inside, a serene tableau unfolded. A young couple embraced in slumber. Around 3 in the morning, the rain seemed to regain its intensity, accompanied by a brilliant flash of lightning and the rumble of distant thunder. The woman, lost in a dream or perhaps a nightmare, furrowed her brow and stirred uneasily in the man's arms. By this time, they had already taken a shower and changed the bed linens. The young man gently patted the woman's shoulder and drew her closer, and soon her restlessness appeared to dissipate, allowing them both to drift back into a peaceful sleep. Despite the tempest outside, it remained a gentle night. The following day, Jiang Mansheng stirred awake around 7 o'clock, still enveloped in a haze of sleep. Lu Qichen stood by the bedside, dressing himself. She sat up and called out his name. He responded softly, and she felt reassured enough to snuggle back under the covers. She was awakened again by the shrill sound of the alarm clock at 8. Thirsty, she reached for the nightstand and discovered a cup of warm water, which she eagerly drank. She had a 10 o'clock appointment at Qingxing, so she hurriedly slipped on her slippers and dashed to the bathroom. While washing up, she noticed a few red marks on her neck, remnants of Lu Qichen's tight embrace the previous night. A fondness for him from last night blossomed within her. After freshening up, she changed into a new outfit and applied her makeup. As she emerged from the dressing room, she was surprised to find Lu Qichen standing at the bedroom door. I thought you had gone to work, she said, slightly taken aback. On this day, Jiang Mansheng donned a gray suit layered over a striped shirt, her elbow cradling a black handbag. Lu Qichen took the bag from her, saying, "No need to rush." "Are you feeling unwell?" Recalling the red marks, she replied, "Not at all." No sooner had she spoken than Lu Qichen scooped her up into his arms. She chuckled wryly. "Why are you carrying me?" "To take you downstairs for breakfast," he replied. "You're quite clingy today, Lu Qichen," she teased as he carried her a few steps. Suddenly, she remembered, wait, Fami isn't here, is she? "She is not," Lu Qichen assured her in a calm tone. "Oh good," she responded. On this day, Lu Qichen also wore a black suit, and Jiang Mansheng found herself reminiscing about their first day of cohabitation, when they had been so formal and distant. Yet, Lu Qichen seemed unchanged, still busy and composed, navigating life with ease, though he was now decidedly kinder to her, no longer maintaining that formal distance. They shared a simple breakfast together, and, as they prepared to leave, Lu Qichen suddenly inquired, "Do you have time to accompany me to the old house to visit my grandmother today?" "Sure," Jiang Mansheng replied, feeling a longing for Lu Qichen's grandmother as well. After their visit to Qingxing, Jiang Mansheng and Du Jiayin headed to a distant filming location, where they spent a considerable time running about the set together. As the afternoon drew to a close, Jiang Mansheng was nearly exhausted, while Du Jiayin appeared to have adapted to the physical demands of the day. Though still lively, Jiang Mansheng's complexion had turned pale. As they neared the end of their activities, the two squatted together to review their progress. Mr. Wang, who had been seated nearby for quite some time, approached them. After a brief discussion, they determined there were no issues and decided to part ways. Jiang Mansheng glanced at her car, feeling the weight of fatigue. She planned to drop Du Jiayin off first before driving alone to the Lu family's ancestral home. The thought of the journey already felt daunting, but she had no alternative. A brief rest would suffice. Du Jiayin struggled with numerous bags, prompting Jiang Mansheng to bend down and assist with one. At that moment, a well-dressed gentleman, presumably an elite visitor, took notice of Jiang Mansheng and approached her for contact information. She shook her head politely, declining, "I'm sorry, it's not convenient." Undeterred, he persisted, while a companion of his remarked, "My goodness, you've been turned down by Jiang Ge. Do you know who she is? Many seek her favor in vain." Jiang Mansheng reiterated, "I said it's not convenient." "Thank you." Just then, she sensed the collective gaze of those around her shift to a certain direction. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Lu Qichen and Fang Qinzong. Du Jiayin spoke first, already crouched down with her laptop open. "This person looks somewhat familiar. Let me check my resources." Lu Qichen, still clad in the morning suit, stood beside the black Bentley he had driven, exuding an air of distinguished elegance amidst the chaotic filming set. Just as Jiang Mansheng intended to inform Du Jiayin, Lu Qichen and Fang Qinzong began walking toward them. Du Jiayin quickly discovered that he was the president of the Lu group. What brings him here? By that time, Lu Qichen had approached them, directing his attention to Jiang Mansheng. "Are you finished with your tasks?" he inquired. Jiang Mansheng nodded. "Yes, we're done." Meanwhile, Du Jiayin, Mr. Wang, and the gentleman who had previously attempted to engage Jiang Mansheng were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Lu Qichen extended his hand to grasp hers, asking, "Shall we go now?" Jiang Mansheng nodded again, replying, "Yes, let us go." She turned to Du Jiayin, considering for a moment before introducing, "This is my husband." Lu Qichen inclined his head, and Jiang Mansheng continued, "This is Du Jiayin from Qingxing." Du Jiayin greeted him first, handing over a business card. "Hello, President Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lu Qichen accepted it, responding, "Hello. Thank you for looking after my wife." Du Jiayin replied graciously, "You're too kind, President Lu." With Jiang Mansheng's car still at the filming location, she instructed Du Jiayin to take her own vehicle and followed Lu Qichen as he led her away. Once they were in the car, she finally asked, "What brings you here to pick me up?" Lu Qichen spoke softly and gently. "It's a bit far from the Lu family's old residence. I worry that it may tire you."